Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Neighborhood Watch 10 by E. Isherwood, narrated by Kyle Tate. Chapter 1. "Go! Get out of here!" I shouted to my friends. They looked at me like my words were in a foreign language. "Back to Clownfish," I added. That got some of them moving. Carmen wavered. "I need you to drive the El Camino and get all the transport vehicles back to our street. Lead everyone away before the Navy gets here." The booming chops of the approaching helicopter rotors grew louder. Above us, the skywriting drone message of "shoot to kill" was beginning to break up. She hesitated, but then ran for it. I waved Shane closer. "Listen, we only have enough time for one more trip onto the ship, and I want to shop for hardware. Can you take me to a container of it?" "Sure, I'm game, but you did see the message up there?" he asked, bemused. "Nope, didn't see a thing," I snarked. "But seriously, they can't already be here. We've got to roll the dice and get every scrap possible from in there if we want to survive." He didn't argue with me. We passed through a throng of loaders pushing more stuff toward the exit. I could tell by their frantic pace they'd already been alerted to the message written in the sky by the U.S. Navy, but to their credit they were trying to push out their hauls, rather than ditch them and run. "Put it on the truck and get out of here," I yelled. "Last load!" Shane slapped some guys on the back as they went by. "Good job, everyone," he said, playing the part of the loadmaster to perfection. Further inside the ship, there were fewer people. We passed a middle-aged guy pulling a handcart with 6 bags marked grain. "Hey, take that to the exit and make it the last trip, okay?" Shane told him. "Trouble?" the man asked. "We're about to lose the ship," I replied. "Seriously?" He re-gripped the handle of the cart. "I better get moving." Shane slapped that guy on the shoulder. "Thanks, man." "No problem," he said, rolling away. For a few moments, I experienced pangs of guilt that I was putting the man's life in danger. I could have easily told him to ditch the grain and make a run for the exit, saving him the time and possibly his life. However, I was still in the ship and going deeper, so I wasn't asking more of him than I was of myself. Besides, each bag of grain could keep someone alive for a few extra weeks, or more. We needed as much as we could take. We jogged deep into the cargo hold. "Grab whatever you can and head for the exit," I repeated several times, hoping to save anyone who was left from our loading team. The ship was practically 1,000 feet long, at least 100 feet in width, and with endless stacks of shipping containers, so there were plenty of places to get lost. Shane did know where to find what I'd asked for, however. "Here it is," he said as he pushed his handcart around a corner. He rolled up to an open container and shined his light inside. "Jackpot," I said when I saw what was in there. "Maybe we should have used the pallet jacks on this one," he suggested. "But I thought it was better to get pallets of food." "Yeah, you did good," I said. "In a pinch, every house in the suburbs has plenty of nails we can scavenge, but almost none of the houses have food anymore." "What do you want me to get here?" he asked. "As many screws and nails as you can put on your cart, and get out of here before I come back down." "Back down?" he asked with surprise. "Yeah, I'm going to the bridge for a minute." He stood up straight. "Bro, I can go with you." "No," I said emphatically. "We've lost the battle for the ship without firing a shot. Those nails are going to make sure the next battle is a bit more challenging for our enemies." He seemed to think about it. Then he shoved the cart toward the nearest pallet. "I'll get whatever I can." "Good man," I replied. "Get this shit back to your car and get out. I'll hoof it home if I have to. Okay, but don't be up there too long. The chopper sounded like it was almost here. I won't. With a final wave, I sprinted toward the nearest staircase. Since the ship was canted inland, each of the rows of containers leaned to the left, relative to the front of the vessel. The stairwell also leaned, making it difficult to run up the multiple flights to reach the main deck. As I got closer to the surface, the sounds of those rotors were even louder than before. My heartbeat got louder in my ears, too. I came out on the top deck close to where I'd been during my last visit. I jogged along the railing, leaning over the loading area far below, and headed for the part of the ship where the Legion had been unpacking their vehicles. Their makeshift elevator was still there. The stairs to the bridge were a bit beyond it. I hustled across the open deck, but movement caught A breath froze in my throat. 2 people stood by the open doorway of a red container at the far end. Was the military here already? I fumbled for my rifle, which never left my back. "Who is that?" one of them, a man, asked. "Uncle Frank," I said automatically. "Oh, hey, did you see the light show?" "Yeah. Did you?" I asked in return, letting out the stuck breath. "You need to get out of here. Tell that to everyone you see on the way down." I didn't know the names of the guy and girl, and the low morning light didn't make it easy to see their features. But I did know the pair of 20-somethings was with our loading teams, because I'd seen them earlier. If I'd had the time, I might have asked why they didn't haul ass the second they saw the message spelled out by the drones, or when they heard the approaching helicopter. But there was no time to get into it. "Run!" I added, noting how they weren't moving fast enough for me. They headed along the containers, which was down the slope of the canted vessel. Then they slammed against the railing, turned, and ran for the stairwell where I'd come up. Finally free to climb the stairs to the bridge, I took only enough time to ensure the helicopter wasn't on top of us. As I hit the first riser, I picked out the sound of a second helicopter coming from the rear of the vessel. "Shit," I grumbled, now taking the steps 2 at a time. When I went inside the bridge, it was somewhat familiar, since I'd been there the time when I ran into the sheriff. Out the front windows, the broken anti-aircraft gun was still on the boxes. There were the control stations for the ship, the captain's bedroom, and the crew lounge. Now it was dead silent inside, but the morning was noisy with the arriving air traffic. I found a pad of paper marked with Dawn Star at the top. "Whatever you are going to write, do it fast, Frank," I said to speed myself up. It was easy to get distracted. My lungs burned from the run up the steps. My adrenaline flowed in buckets, since I couldn't get caught on the ship by the military, who'd claimed it for themselves. And I was already worried about Carmen and all the others speeding away from me. I looked down at them. The El Camino, with its trailer, was already a quarter of a mile away, heading east on Poseidon. 6 other cars and trucks traveled behind her, being led to safety by my girlfriend. Red's semi-truck lagged at the back of the first group, slowly hitting gears as he pulled the trailer filled with supplies. The farther away they got, the less anxious I became. Though I was still in danger. The helicopters were almost on top of the ship. Their black silhouettes drifted over the water. I turned back to the paper. "Vice President Emily Williams, please find the attached intelligence information. I hope this will help the U.S. military attack the proper enemy, and not local citizens like me. The person who lent you a hat." I tried to be safe with names. It was no sure thing the note would reach her, but I was taking a shot the military would inform their leaders when it was found, and there would be no doubt about who I was after mentioning my hat, since she'd used it to hide underneath while in the kayak. Of course, it was a big assumption she was still in a position of power. She'd been worried about all the attempts on her life from all levels of government. To the south, a man named Toby Monroe, a.k.a. T-Bone, is running a giant gang about to attack us. To the north, the Legion troops have come from Port Charlotte to destroy us. We think the two groups are working together. I looked up. Ropes hung from the open passenger compartments in the helicopters, and men were already sliding down. Since the choppers couldn't land on the crowded and tilted vessel, it made sense they would have to drop the men and women using a different method. The morning was getting lighter, but I didn't want to see these particular people. The Navy sailors carried big rifles over their backs as they came down. They weren't playing around. I had only a few more seconds. My gut was an anxious tangle of razor wire. What could I say that would get someone's attention? Would it be enough that I'd used Emily's name? Should I mention the size of my group? Perhaps beg to ally with them? I had to make it good. The point of the pen tapped a few times on the paper, creating tiny blue dots. Inspiration struck me. I will be on Clownfish Cove, 3 miles due east from this ship. I know where a solar plane carrying a nuclear warhead is located. Want a peaceful meeting to discuss. I chuckled. If that didn't get their attention, nothing would. Before I let myself get overconfident, I thought about the ramifications of the information. What if those men coming down the ropes were in fact with the Legion? Wouldn't I be putting my people in even greater danger? Or did it even matter? Maybe that information could keep us out of harm's way from both parties, though I doubted it would make any difference to T-Bone, so it wasn't a complete get-out-of-jail-free card. Using the back side of the paper, I drew the fastest map of my life. I made a square. On the left side, I put the name of the ship. On the top, I drew a few extra lines and labeled it as a canal. There were 3 bridges across it, and it showed our defensive situation. On the bottom, I made similar markings to denote the border with T-Bone and his gang. On the right side, I wrote Clownfish Cove, with a wall of pointy triangles surrounding it. I hoped it would convey we were in a good defensive position, especially if those were Legion men coming on board. I looked again at the arriving soldiers. They were hard to distinguish in the dawn light, but I was 90% sure they weren't in black uniforms. It was good enough for me. I found some tape and slapped the note on the dead computer monitor of the main workstation in the middle of the bridge. Looking outside and down, I caught sight of civilians moving among the backyards of several houses closest to the Dawn Star. Since my people were clearing out, it soon became obvious those were the unarmed civilians who'd been yelling in the night. The spies. I would have to fight my way through them to get home. The first of the soldiers from the chopper disappeared into the containers on the right side of the ship, the upper part of the slanted deck. I hurried out the door to the lower side. Going down the steps, I spotted 10 or 15 of those spies walking in the open toward the ship. Did they not see the warning? Did they care? Was it part of their mission? Had they really been working for the U.S. military? I had so many questions. Retracing my steps, I ran across the open space near the elevator. "Halt!" a man roared from the far end of the deck. I did not stop. A single shot plinked off a metal box to my right. "Stop!" he repeated. "By order of the United States Navy!" I sprinted for the stairwell. My heart had never beat faster. There was no chance of me stopping for any order, lawful or otherwise. Not after being told shoot to kill was the penalty of the day. My feet carried me down the stairwell 2, 3, or even 4 steps at a time. I was going so fast the bottom step caught me off guard, and I fell to the decking. "Shit!" I complained. Footfalls came down the stairwell, with several men talking to each other. Hopping up, I ran for the front of the ship. I didn't want to use my light, but the interior was too dark to see otherwise. "That way!" a guy yelled behind me. I almost choked up a lung when I came up behind someone pushing a hand truck. "Shane?" I asked with shock. He was moving almost as fast as me. "Hey, boss, I got 2 loads instead of just 1. "That's impressive. Get rid of it. I've got the military behind me." "How close?" He was almost at a full sprint, but he asked like it was no big deal. "They started down the steps when I was at the bottom." He continued running. The light from the double doors lit the hallway ahead. "We should have enough time." "For what?" I asked, digging deep for each breath. "I want to get this stuff in my wagon," he huffed. "There isn't going to be time," I corrected. "We can do it," he said. Ahead of us, 2 people hurried out the doorway. They were the pair I'd found on the upper decks. Based on their timing, I didn't think they'd taken my message to flee with the proper urgency. "Get in the station wagon, you 2!" I roared. One of them stuck his head back in, giving me a thumbs-up sign. Shane still refused to throw the cart to the side. He had to work to slow it down as he approached the doors, and a few of the top boxes rolled off as he made the left turn to the outside. I thought he was going to grab them. "Leave them!" I insisted. We reached the station wagon. The cargo area was filled with supplies. The guy and the girl hopped into the passenger side of the front. The second row of seats was packed solid with looted treasure, so no one could fit in the space that was left. "Looks like you'll have to ride in the back," Shane told me. "Just get it started." He took one of the top boxes and shoved it through a broken side window. "I got this," I said, to get him to stop. "You sure?" he asked, always far too calm for what we were doing. I hauled another of the cases of nails and chucked it in the back. He jumped into the driver's seat. The engine started. I picked up one more of the heavy boxes. Sure it wouldn't fit inside, I heaved it onto the roof, inside the rails of the luggage racks. "Wait," I cautioned, now cursing myself for getting greedy. Still, each box would give us lots of future options. I heaved it on the roof. Gunshots made me almost jump out of my shoes. They came from the deck of the ship. Not sure who they were firing at. I hopped onto the bumper, using the roof rack as support, while I stood on the faded chrome. "I'm on!" I croaked. "Hit it!" Behind me, I waited for the pursuing soldiers to emerge from the doorway. Above me, the small drones reappeared, and about 10 of them sped around the hull of the ship, as if mapping or taking pictures of it. Shane put it in gear, but instead of peeling tires and spinning out, the transmission made a grinding sound, like a tin can being chewed up by a blender. "Oh, shit," I wheezed. "Not a problem," Shane answered, sounding less confident for once. It seemed like a big damned problem. He messed with the shifter, restarted the engine, then put it in gear. This time, it caught. We rolled away from the ship as soldiers fired sporadically from the main deck. I held on for my life, trying to make myself as small as possible, but I didn't think I was the target. Some of the civilian spies who'd been pressing in toward the vessel now scattered back toward the houses. Shoot to kill must apply to everyone who charged the ship, not only us. Even in the car, we did not move as fast as I would have liked. The old wagon was already loaded with makeshift armor and concrete. 4 people plus an overloaded rear compartment was almost too much for the engine, shocks, and springs. We were the last vehicle to clear out. The last vehicle to get supplies. Before we'd made it more than 100 yards down Poseidon, 2 soldiers finally appeared in the door of the hold. They were mere shapes, as it wasn't light enough to see them in detail. All I could identify for certain were the uniforms. They were light camo, not black. One person, maybe a woman, held a rifle but didn't point it at me. She didn't need to kill me, since her job was done. The ship, and its lifetime of supplies, was theirs. Chapter 2. "You shouldn't have waited," I said to Shane through the inside of the station wagon. "I really wanted to get 2 carts of nails," he replied. Looking over his haul, it seemed as if he'd made good on his efforts. While there were dried goods and miscellaneous hand tools in the bottom of the pile, the top of his cargo hold was littered with bulky 5-pound boxes of deck screws, with a few cartons of 3-inch nails. "Well, I'm glad you were here so I didn't have to walk out." We were way past the speeches about doing what Uncle Frank tells you to do. For the most part, my people were smart enough to know when to push the limits of my rules, often for the benefit of the group, rather than themselves. In this case, Shane got us an important resource for defense. He held back to give a ride to the 2 stragglers. And, I couldn't deny, he'd helped the leader of our neighborhood watch escape enemy territory. "You did great." "Yeah, thanks for the lift," the guy in the front added. "We didn't know everyone was clearing out until we saw him." He pointed to me, still hanging off the back of the car. "We're all going to the same place," Shane replied. He slowed the wagon as we approached the intersection at 40th and Poseidon. "Hold up," I said as we arrived. Shane stopped and I hopped off. The junction was often called Bravo Intersection, as part of my efforts to simplify the street names in the area. However, looking at it anew, and knowing it was now the border between us and the ship, the ring of protection seemed more like pioneers on the frontier, circling their wagons to keep out a hostile, unknown world. The 4-sided blockade had become a fortress. "How you guys doing?" I asked the woman who seemed to spend all her time there. "Your name is Janelle. Your son is Alex, right?" "Close. His name is Adam." I should have known that. Alex was Zoe's sister. I'd been making an effort to know the names of everyone risking their lives in our group, but it was tough with so many new faces always showing up. "Adam," I clarified. "Of course." "It's okay." She came over. "We've had our gates open all night, Frank, since our vehicles have been whipping through." "Close it up, Janelle," I advised. "We are the last car to get out of the shipping area. If anything comes at you now, it will likely belong to the Legion, or a gang run by a guy named T-Bone, or the U.S. military." She laughed with exhaustion in her tone. "You want us to fight all 3? I counted about 10 men and women looking over the tops of parked vehicles, or around the sides of a couple shipping containers in the line, with a few others taking a rest on cots placed under the side awning of a 36-foot Fleetwood Bounder RV. They were all armed, of course, but such a small number had no chance of stopping any of the 3, much less all of them at once. "You want me to find a few more enemies for you? Make it a challenge." She cracked up, letting go of some of her fear. "So, you know this is impossible to hold, right?" she asked. "Yeah. I want you to have vehicles ready to roll, okay? If you see an army coming toward you, speed away from here and come back to Barracuda. That's our fallback position." My old friend, the ball of lead, fell into my stomach as I spoke. My entire plan had been centered around keeping the enemy at the borders, only falling back to our main defenses if we lost control of those outer walls. While we still owned the canals on the north and south parts of the perimeter, an enemy was already on the ship, well inside our border. If the Navy was serious about joining the fight, they could pump soldiers and sailors onto the Dawn Star, then make a rush due east to sweep us away. I'd planned to fight against guys with rifles and pistols, maybe a gun truck or 3. Fighting the U.S. military at the same time seemed impossible. Besides crawling into the holes dug under our porches and patios, we had no workable plan to fight helicopters and fighter jets. "We can do that," she said, brushing hair out of her eyes. She looked as exhausted as I felt. We were all at our limits. "Watch those civilians out there," I reminded her. "I saw them moving toward the ship, so I think that was their plan, but they might double back. If they do, we'll radio it in." She tapped one of the handhelds attached to a belt loop. "Thanks." The big advantage of the Bravo intersection was the ability to see for miles in 4 cardinal directions. I could plainly see the Dawn Star a mile to our west. A mile to the east was the giant orange fish on the welcome sign. To our south, about a mile away, there was a pileup of cars blocking the southern canal. And to the north, the street went in a straight line through blocks of subdivisions on its way to North Point. The canal bridge was up there miles away, but it was too far to see as more than a dot. While it was daylight, however, the team manning the fortress would be able to see anyone crossing the streets or driving on them. That gave us important intelligence about what those sneaky civilian spies were doing in our territory. "The only vehicles left out there are those defending our borders," I said, "and you should recognize them if they've been driving through here all night." "Yeah, I know most of the drivers now," she assured me. "Good. That reminds me. If there were people sneaking around, it meant we needed to counter them, in case they tried to talk their way inside our lines. We didn't have uniforms to standardize our look, so we needed alternatives, like the armbands used by those killers back at the trailer park. Or code words. "I'm going to radio to all our positions with a password of the day. We're also going to make armbands so we can see each other at a distance." "That would help," she replied. "All right, we've got to keep moving. Keep up the good work here. But remember, the idea isn't to let your people die in this place like the Alamo. I need everyone to stay alive to fight another day." Another lead anchor slammed into my gut. A realization that war was upon us. And in any war, there would be casualties. There would be deaths. Janelle and her friends guarding this intersection were the most exposed of my people, at risk of being hammered from 3 sides simultaneously. Someone standing nearby at that moment was almost certainly going to die quickly. Or it could be me. I gulped down my uncertainty. We were all in the bear cage together. That somehow made it tolerable. "See you in a bit," I said, hopping onto the back of the station wagon again. The guards waved as we rolled out. I could only nod at them, since I needed both hands to hold on. We sped up the dusty section of Poseidon toward the main roadblock. Zen's blocks were hustle and bustle, as people gathered in the streets, ready to defend the houses. Like Albacore and Barracuda, Zen had 3 streets with canals protecting them. As such, we believed they were good places to defend. They had also moved additional dead vehicles to the exits of those streets, where they met Poseidon Pier, to create more defensible walls where they didn't have waterways. We didn't have time to stop and inspect any of them. We rolled to the main blockade, dubbed the Alpha intersection. Like the Bravo Junction, the gates on both sides were open before we arrived. "Shut her down!" I yelled as we went through. "We're the last!" "We've gotcha!" Regis, the elderly gentleman, replied. My people began to roll the cars back into position almost the second we cleared the passage, making me appreciate how the last 2 weeks had trained them up in the operation. They didn't make me stop to check my car, but it was understood that the previous night of back and forth was a special case. Albacore was a hub of activity. The semi-truck had backed down the street, but it remained in the open since there was no way to hide the whole thing. Barracuda was a parking lot. Most of the working vehicles had gathered there, on our most secure street, until they were needed. Armed men and women strolled the lawns, watched the canals, stood at the wall of vehicles, or carried supplies into the homes. The civilians from up and down the coast were now on a narrow strip of land formed by 3 streets on our side of Bayside and 3 streets on Zen's side. How many were there? We needed a head count at some point. Several hundred at least. All of them looked to me. We still had brave people defending the canals to the north and south, but the sight of those helicopters, along with being chased off the ship, had made me far more pragmatic about our ability to endure real war. The enemy didn't have to cross those canals to attack us. They could drive directly down Bayside Road, a 2-lane highway that had an entire forest next to it. Massive armies could get lost in there and swoop around to our weak side. Trevor's people had failed at it, as did the sheriff and his men. But 2 entire armies coming out of the woods at the same time would make short work of us. I exhaled as we drove down Clownfish. 20 armed teens greeted us at the construction houses. Several of them were clearing rubble in the garages, prepping fighting positions, or already keeping watch over the forest. Some looked like middle schoolers. My first instinct was to wonder why all those young kids had guns, but I had to throw that thought away since we weren't in the old world anymore. Was I cut out to be a warlord? Maybe it would be easier if my soldiers were ex-military and highly experienced, but over the last 2 minutes I'd passed 80-year-old men and 15-year-old girls who were in my redneck army. I'd read stories about such ragtag militias, but this was real life. These were real folks. These were my folks. I'd let myself become attached to them, and I didn't want to lose a single one. Maybe that was how every leader felt before going into combat. Again, I had to swallow it all, keep my anxieties to myself. All that mattered was projecting the image I knew what I was doing, even though I was winging it, like everyone else. When we pulled through the wall of shipping containers, the first thing we came across was more teenagers, standing in the front yards of the first few houses. All the doors and windows were open on T-Bone's old house, and they'd shoved carpeting out onto the lawns. The kids cut the carpet into long strips, as I'd requested, and others jammed screws into the carpet pile. It was impressive to see such an effort. More rolls of carpets had been brought in from other homes, probably from across Bayside, as they seemed waterlogged and stained. However, they were perfect for our application. Tyler looked up from his cutting operation and waved, but said nothing. I think that was the first time that had ever happened. It meant the kids knew to be serious. When we stopped in front of Luke's house, I climbed off the back bumper. Shane got out and met me. I shook my hands from the pain of holding on to the roof rack. "I should have let you drive," Shane said, as if making a grand revelation, "so I could be the one to hang off the back instead of you, Grandpa." "Who you calling Grandpa?" I got defensive, though I was only playing. Mr. Puppers, the golden retriever, ran by, stopping to sniff me for a moment before going on to other, more important business. Chucky was out there too, as was the black lab. I thought I'd glimpsed the pup with wheels for his back legs, though I couldn't remember his name at that moment. I also saw Rainey in her garage, helping her mother, but I knew it was only a matter of time before she came out to talk to Shane, a young man I knew she was infatuated with. "Shane, I want you to be in charge of getting these carpets and nails placed in key defensive spots around the region. I'd start in the south, since we know they are planning something with those trash trucks." "I hear you, not a grandpa." He cracked up. "But I really think Sonny would be better for your city work. I'd rather go out into the woods and help lay some traps." "You think you can do it quickly?" I asked. "You have a chainsaw, don't you?" It was sitting in my garage. "Yeah, just the one. Well, I found a spool of wire on the ship. I'd like to do my worst out there." The sun was moments from crossing the horizon, and daylight hours were upon us. Whatever we did now, it would be done in full view of any potential enemies. I was again reminded of how dangerous life had become for us. My next decision could condemn my friend to death. But we all died if we simply turtled up and hoped the bad guys passed by out of the goodness of their hearts. "Yeah, go for it. I'll put your brother in charge of the streets." "Generals in the redneck army at last," he laughed. "Tell my fellow general I still owe him his McDonald's meal, but he can only collect if we win this thing." "I'll do that." Switching gears without warning, Shane's face lit up with a smile. Rainey raced over and jumped into his arms. I walked away. Now wasn't the time to celebrate. I had to plan. Chapter 3. I found Sonny hanging out with Kimber in Luke's garage. They were eating a little food after a long night. He was telling the tale of our run-in with the vice president, his capture by the Marines, and his eventual release. Jammer walked the street with Amy, since they were a couple too. The last of the trio released overnight by the Marines was Gretchen. I was sure she was over on Barracuda already, since her son had been driving her big red Dodge, and it was parked there. In the moment, I was more concerned with nutrition. Seeing and smelling the food made my stomach grumble with jealousy. And Alex handed out servings of breakfast from our stockpile, but I only allowed myself a few scraps of the dried meat and maybe a cup's portion of the spaghetti and meat sauce we'd taken from the high school. Without the ship, food might have to last us a lot longer than we'd anticipated. "Sonny, it's good to have you back with us," I said, sucking down the last noodle. "Yeah, babe. I don't know what I would have done," Kimber added, hugging his middle. Sonny was tired, no doubt, but he seemed to stand a foot taller as the beautiful cheerleader expressed her affection. It made me happy to see the young man get some payoff for all his trouble out there. "It sounds like you had more fun than we did," he replied. "After you jumped off the boat, they stuck us on a remote beach, took the VP somewhere, and then came back for us." "Don't worry. There is more fun to be had," I said. "Right now I need you to supervise the teens working on those carpet traps. I need them spread out around the bridges first, so we get them on the choke points. Shane is going to focus on the woods." "I take it an attack is imminent?" he asked. "Yeah, we have intel showing they are gathering cars down in the south. We also know the Legion is attacking the remnants of the sheriff's forces in the north. Based on what we saw on video, I'm not even sure he could have lasted until this morning." "So it's going to happen today?" "Or tonight," I answered, hoping we could drag it out that long. My people had been clogging those canal bridges with abandoned cars, but that wouldn't stop a determined enemy. We'd already seen a bulldozer operating on Pine Island, and those old trash trucks gathered to the south presented a similar threat. Each hour of delay gave us time to further employ defensive measures to stall or stop advancing vehicles. "Whenever it is, I'll help those kids deliver their carpet bombs." He chuckled at his turn of phrase. It was one less thing I had to worry about. While I'd been talking in the garage, Carmen had made her way over to me from her house. No matter where I looked on the street, couples hung out together. Perhaps it was only human to seek comfort in a partner, but I got the sense that natural inclination was flying at warp speed now, since the prospect of war was upon us. No matter the scientific reason, I was glad to see my girlfriend, and I was excited to embrace her the second she arrived on the driveway. Her long brown hair brushed against my face, and I took in her exotic vanilla perfume, fighting the urge to think it might be the last time I experienced the pleasant, sweet aroma. When I held her for a few extra moments, she spoke. "You doing okay, Frank?" she whispered. We were out of earshot of most of our friends. "I'm trying, Carmen. Seeing everyone together, packed into these few streets, it hits me hard how everyone is counting on me not to do the wrong thing. The wrong thing could get everyone killed. And the right thing will keep everyone alive. Focus on that." She pulled away so we could look in each other's eyes. "It's that easy," I chuckled. She stood on her tiptoes and gave a peck on my lips. "Yep." She laughed with me. "Pretend you really are Gandalf the magician, like the kids say you are." "Oh, no pressure there." "Just be yourself." She playfully poked at my stomach. "You've gotten us this far." I wrapped my arms around her to stop her mock attack. "But each day going forward is going to be harder than the one before." I knew that from reading my books, but it had borne true over the past 13 days. There wasn't a day where I could lounge around, relax, and regroup for the next challenge. It had been a constant assault from day 1 through 12, making it feel as if we'd lived through months of trials, rather than not quite 2 weeks. We separated again. I realized I was getting down on myself, so I turned the conversation to things I could control. "Do you by chance have any type of material we can use to cut strips for armbands? Like maybe you have strips of cat patterns or something?" Now I was poking fun at her. She took it in stride. "Does color matter?" she asked. "I have some old white sheets we can use." It should be kind of plain, but not white. Red, green, blue. We need a color that will be visible from a distance." I didn't say it, but I was thinking it had to be seen from hundreds of yards away, like during a firefight. "I have some red silk sheets, but that is my good stuff." "Can we use them? It could save our lives." "You'll owe me," she jibed. "I'll write up an IOU if you want." She tapped her temple. "I'll keep score in here." "Good. Assuming we can find enough red sheets, we'll use that as our primary color. However, I want you to also put a thinner white sheet under each red one, okay?" "I have tons of white, so that's easy, but why 2 colors?" The idea could have come from a book, or a movie, or a TV show. I couldn't remember for sure. But my first thought about a red armband was that it would be simple for a bad guy to mimic. "Once T-Bone or the Legion sees we have red armbands, what do you think they'll do?" "Put on red ones to get in here," she answered. "Exactly. We can catch infiltrators at checkpoints who know to wear red, but they didn't know there was white underneath. But don't tell anyone of this. I don't want it to leak and be overheard." She zipped her lips. We looked at each other for a few moments. I had to kiss her, for longer than half a second. She met me anxiously, probably feeling the same urgency I did. It went on for a lot less time than I wanted. I had to pull back. "We stink, don't we?" I laughed. So far, we'd been able to keep a passable level of hygiene with sponges and buckets of water, but we would have to work on a better system of washing ourselves. After a night of running our butts off, I definitely needed a bar of soap. "It's mainly you." Her beautiful green eyes looked up at me. A crooked smile joined them. "But yeah, if you can find me a hot shower, it's game over for you." I read between the lines of what she was saying, but the best I could do was grunt in the affirmative. Our exhaustion prevented us from making the impassioned romantic declarations beyond the most basic ones. Behind her, I caught sight of people walking around our captured armored truck. She followed my eyes to the vehicle. "Any ideas what we're going to do with that thing?" "Not exactly. We'll use it somehow for sure." I hadn't gotten much further than thinking about using it against T-Bone, since I already knew it wouldn't match up well against those machine gun trucks. Each weapon we had was valuable, and we had to deploy them against the specific targets where they could make the greatest impact. "Well, I better get going. I'll get those armbands for you." "Thanks." She stepped away but halted after a step or two. "Frank, you wouldn't leave me here, would you?" "I wasn't planning on it," I answered truthfully. "Good. I thought I saw something in your eyes when you told me to drive for home while you went into that ship. I saw you and Shane run back inside before I got out of there, and I really wanted to turn around, but I put my trust in you." "That was a special case. I really did need you to get those supplies to safety." "Okay, just don't make a habit of sending me away." I motioned to several couples nearby. "Look around. We're all partnering up for mutual protection. There's no way I'm going to ditch the one person I want with me at all times, even during the dangerous ones." Her smile returned. "I love you, Frank Douglas. Never forget that for a second." "I never will," I answered. "And I love you too." For those few seconds, my mind was cut loose from all the worries and fears. Being graced by her affection and love was enough to push all that shit to the sidelines. I wanted to maintain the feeling, but she was already walking away to do her job. I had to do mine, too, but only after indulging in a couple extra seconds of admiring her curves as she strode away. I suspected by the way she threw her hips that she knew I was soaking her in, and she soon glanced back one last time to confirm said suspicion. "See ya," she teased. The next few minutes were a who's who of Clownfish Cove, since we'd all come back from the ship and gathered in one spot. LeVar was back in his garage working with Deanna on powering her small stable of drones. Penny and Pierce ran around at the far end of the street near her house, doing work on the outside of their home. Elizabeth's grandson showed up at one point. Allison walked by, looking like she was searching for trouble. Even Evelyn made a quick appearance in her slippers, looking for Ben. But the person I really needed to see was Luke. I found him writing notes in Drummond's garage. A lot of new supplies had been stuffed in there, and it looked as if he was trying to catalog it. "You should have some of the kids do this," I said with good cheer. Luke stood by the workbench. When he heard me walk in, he seemed to tense up. After taking a deep breath, he turned to me. Frank, this shit is getting real. It has always been real, I replied. I know, but now we've got forces moving against us out there. Big forces. I'm in here doing a bunch of little things like cataloging cans of beans, because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to handle the big stuff coming at us. I went over and stood next to him, but I faced the open garage door to the outside. I wish I had some words of wisdom for you. I feel the exact same way. Carmen was here a minute ago, and I was thinking about how much I wanted to take her back to my place and never come out again. Being with her would be so simple. Well, you did bag the second hottest woman on the street, he deadpanned. So hanging out with her would be a hell of a way to go. The second, I said, scratching my head. Who is number one? We both laughed for a few moments. He went on. Yeah, I should probably tell Melanie something similar, so she knows how I still feel about her, even now under such stress. I'm sure she knows, Luke. She also knows you're perfectly suited for what we have to do out there. It's up to folks like you and me to get our people through this. There is no way to hide from what's coming. He was getting advice from me, but for the first time in a long time, I really wished I had someone older and more experienced to ask for similar advice. My parents were gone. I had very little family, and none of that family was from the older generation. It was me, my sister, and her son. I couldn't ask an older family member what they thought. I couldn't tap into the wisdom and experience of my elders. I couldn't hang back and let someone tell me what to do next. Here on Clownfish, most everyone was younger than me. One of the few guys who was older, Ben, wanted nothing to do with leadership. Even if I hadn't stepped up to lead at the beginning, I undoubtedly would have found my way into it, simply as a result of being the old man of the crowd who wasn't afraid to talk to other people. I only had 10 years on Luke, but giving him such advice made me feel about 100 years older than him. I don't have all the answers, but I'm taking things one step at a time. First, we got all our neighbors behind solid walls. Second, we snuck a bunch of food and supplies off that ship. Now we have to reinforce the defenses along our frontier and wait for the attackers to test our preparations. What comes tomorrow, next week, or next year, we'll worry about those things later. It hit me hard why Luke was like this. Outside, all around us, armies were moving in our direction. They were probably getting closer at that moment. At the same time, the leaders in our group were coming around to the reality our people were not trained soldiers or robots programmed to fight. We were all experiencing the same feelings this morning. It was so obvious that I couldn't believe I'd missed it. My people were scared shitless. Chapter 4. The first thing I did was run to my garage and check the radios. Pierce's additional radios gave us the ability to keep in touch with Turk and his men down on the Southern Canal, Janelle DeForest in the middle roadblock, and a balding 60-something guy named John, filling in for Gretchen, on the Northern Canal. I put in a call to each one, waiting to hear that fateful report saying the enemy was finally attacking. John and Janelle responded that everything was still quiet, but I was sure Turk was going to tell me otherwise. Between the Legion and T-Bone, I figured the gang leader would be the first to throw his men at our lines, since they'd already been teasing us with the trash trucks. Turk, this is the watch desk. Come in. The radio was silent. Watch desk for Turk. You out there? A female voice came on. Hello. I don't see Turk around. Can I take a message for him? My pulse went crazy. I was sure he was out fighting. "What's your status? Is there an attack underway?" I held my breath, waiting for the answer.
"Negative. He's just away."
I exhaled and let my brain reset from combat mode. "You're sure? Nothing is going on down there on any of the bridges?" She waited a few seconds before replying. "We've had people checking in since early morning. Besides those trash trucks moving around on the roads, there hasn't been any activity across the canal." The lack of clarity troubled me, but to be fair, I expected the unexpected from T-Bone. Whatever he was up to at the moment, I was certain he'd come at us today. "Okay, have Turk check in when he gets back. We are also going to send a courier with some items for you." I didn't want to tell her we had red armbands over a radio channel that could be intercepted. Even after the EMP, I could appreciate there were still pockets of high technology floating around, like Deanna's drones or Pierce's stash of working radios, and it would keep us safer to always assume someone was listening in.
"Roger, sir. We will stay on the lookout. Over."
"Thanks. Over and out." My earlier exhale turned into a long, slow sigh. It was a reflection of how close we were to terrible, life-ending violence. Any of those 3 radio contacts could have said the assault had begun, and every minute of my life going forward would have changed. As it was, I'd been given a bit more time for peace. Luke had followed me over from Drummond's place. He waited by the garage entrance. I waved him next to me as I hurried back onto the driveway. "Let's find somewhere quiet so I can finish catching up with you." We cut across the grass next to the water cistern. I was almost struck by a running animal coming from between the houses. "Whoa!" The black lab tore through, totally ignoring my presence. A half-second later, Mr. Puppers followed in hot pursuit. Not to be outdone, Chucky the Chiweenie ran on his little legs, trying to keep his 2 puppy pals in sight. In the distance, Helen was calling for Chucky, as if he wasn't supposed to be outside playing. Once the chaos train had gone by, I kept us walking onto the next driveway. "Luke, We'd gone 3 steps before I heard someone softly crying. I motioned toward the front porch of Drummond's house. Someone sat on the concrete of the porch, but was behind the row of decorative shrubs, making it hard to see the culprit. As I strolled over, I couldn't say for certain who I expected to find. Bonnie. She sat against the wall of the house all the way to the left of the porch, but had her knees drawn up with her arms wrapped around them. When I announced myself, she glanced up at me.
"Oh my God, I didn't mean for you to hear me. There's no place on this street where I can get privacy."
I smiled at her. "That's definitely on the list of things I miss the most. First, I miss air conditioning. Second, ice cubes. Third, the privacy to enjoy the first 2. She giggled a bit. "I miss real food," Luke added from behind me.
"Oh, yes,"
she gushed. After our pleasantries, I crouched in front of her. "Anything I can help with?" She shook her head immediately.
"No, I don't think so. I heard from some of the drivers who brought people here last night that the invading army is destroying everything in North Point. When I asked about my friends and family, they said the whole city is toast. Is that true, Uncle Frank?"
We were past white lies. "I was up there yesterday," I answered. "All I know is that some of the town is gutted, but there are still people fighting back. I think it is still too early to tell what happened to everyone." She wiped tears off her cheeks.
"So they might have made it?"
"Bonnie,
After everything that's happened these past 13 days, I wouldn't write anyone off. I stood up and held out a hand. Let's help them by prepping our street so we can fight off the Legion, then go looking for our friends and family when that army is gone. Her hand was wet and clammy. She'd obviously been crying for a long time, but she stood up and further wiped those tears from her cheeks. I don't know how you can be so nice to me, after all I've done to you. Water under the bridge. The important thing is you are with us now. You see what we're building, why we are defending this community. I gave her a discerning look. Why? You aren't thinking about leaving again, are you? She'd been manipulated by bad men in the past, and I tried to paint myself in high contrast with those guys, so I hoped the joke didn't offend her. No, never. I'm here until it is safe to go out and find people, like you said. Good. Why don't you take a moment to get your bearings, wipe away those tears, then go see where you can help out, okay? We need everyone working together to strengthen this place, so we are here when people like your family need a place to stay. Thank you. We continued over to Luke's front yard. When he and I were alone, I finally got to ask my question. I didn't get to ask this earlier. I've been gone for so long, tell me what's going on with our defenses. What's the latest? Luke had supervised the movement of all the shipping containers on the street. He'd kept the neighborhood watch together while I'd been gone. If anyone knew the details of its operation, it was him. Well, Red and Ben have been really helpful with a lot of this, especially since Shane has been working on the ship. Melanie has been keeping things running at the watch desk for most of the past week, so I want to call her out too. Are we ready for an army from out there? I pointed over the containers facing the woods. Honestly, I don't know. He took a moment to ponder. We've been putting our heads together to take key points from some of those books you gave us, but I'm not sure we picked the best things to work on, since none of us have had time to read every book in your collection. Just give me the highlights, I answered. Let me think. You already know about the shipping boxes. Those aren't bulletproof, so we've been spending time making dirt and rock walls on top of them, like little versions of the Triton box concept we have behind our windows. That at least gives us the ability to look over the containers without getting shot in the face right away. That's a start. We still have a lot of those nail boards out in the yards beyond the wall to pop the tires of anyone who drives right up to the containers. But there is a whole forest beyond those things. We need a lot more traps out there. We're working on that right now, I assured him. We dug a few holes on the trails and put leaves over them, hoping to snag tires if they are dumb enough to drive here on the paths. Oh, I should mention you shouldn't travel on the paths. Good to know, I answered. We've also posted small signs all over our border like you once suggested, that warn people they will be shot on sight if they get any closer. Those will ensure anyone showing up out there will have to actively ignore our warnings about death. Unless they were kids who couldn't read, or adults who couldn't read. Like everything else, it wasn't foolproof. He continued. And the one big thing we did finish is the sniper nest. It looks pretty good, too. Where is it? He pointed in a general direction, not the exact location. It's over that way. I mentioned it a few days ago. Tyler and I scouted it out. Ben and LeVar helped get some of the wood, and a couple of the teen boys actually went up there and built the floor for it. They blended it in perfectly, so you really can't tell it is there unless you know where to look. Excellent. Does it have eyes on our front gate? Yep. He nodded with excitement. It is exactly how you said it would be. If someone is standing at our front gate, The sniper will be able to shoot them from the flank." "Is there someone up there right now?" I asked. "No, I'm sorry to say." He scratched the side of his head. "With all that's going on with the moving, I figured it was better to focus them here on the street. Besides, I read in your books that you have to get snipers into the trees while it is dark, and they have to stay up there all day so the enemy doesn't spot them going up and down. That being true, I didn't want to risk having critical manpower stuck in a tree while we needed them down here." "That's smart," I replied, not sure what the right answer really was. It would be a hard job to stay hidden in the forest canopy for 16 or more hours during the day. All day lying down, but unable to sleep. Unable to use the latrine. It would be hot and humid up there too, making it extra miserable. The more I thought it through, I doubted even I could survive the entire day up there. "It's a good thing all those new people came here last night, huh? We'll get some new volunteers up there tomorrow, okay?" Manpower was always one of our biggest problems. "It's ready when you need it." Voices caught our attention. People started to arrive from the footbridge over the canal from behind his house. "Looks like the sunrise meetup will be a big one today," he mused. I'd been on the verge of suggesting he send people out to get all the leaders, but my fried brain forgot we'd already had a scheduled meeting on the books. I played it off like everything was going according to plan. "And maybe our most important gathering," I answered, tired as hell. "We can have it right here," he said, pointing to the pink flamingo lawn ornaments standing in his thick, overgrown grass. "Sure, it will save me a trip back home." It was only 50 feet or so, and I'd meant it as a joke. But there was some truth to it. I was more than content to already be at the meeting place. He looked at me, nodded, then went inside his garage. A moment later, he brought out a folding camp chair, ready to be used. "Take a load off," he insisted. I didn't argue. "Make sure we have chairs for everyone," I joked. Over the next 15 minutes, the leaders assembled on Luke's front lawn. I used the time to jot tasks on my notepad, and I stood up when it looked as if we had everyone. But Luke stepped next to me and began speaking before I could open my mouth. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. We're having the meeting at my house today, so Frank gets a break." A few laughs went up. "In fact, while he's here, let's give him a round of applause for everything he's done for us over the past 2 weeks. I tried to stop them, wave them off, but the applause came at me faster than the storm surge. Luke had tricked me into allowing him to set this up. I was already emotional from being awake for so long and the skin-of-the-teeth manner in which I'd returned to the street the day before. Bonnie's sobbing hadn't helped either. I had to bite my tongue to keep from tearing up with gratitude while in front of everyone. All I could do was wave my arms and try to stifle the applause. Once the cheering settled, it seemed like the perfect place for Luke to hand off the meeting to me. But he kept talking. "Frank was the first person I spoke with after the EMP," he continued. "I never told him this, but those first few minutes of talking to him were the most scared I'd ever been in my entire life. The power had gone out. My computer systems were silent. All the cars were dead. And there's this guy on his driveway standing there in a Hawaiian shirt, telling me there was a decent chance the electricity would never come on again." Some of the crowd stirred, as if his words had made them uneasy. To my surprise, about half of them were smoking cigarettes, as if someone had been selling them at the door. They took long drags, almost on cue, as if to soothe themselves. He went on. "And then the emergency sirens began to wail, and my heart rolled up into a little ball and never wanted to come out."
A few people chuckled knowingly, since most, if not all of us, had heard those sirens. But Frank never let on that he was the least bit scared. He told us things could possibly get bad when the power was out for long periods of time, but he had no fear while describing it. Instead, he told us how we could prepare. He showed us what we needed to conserve, and he went about his day, retrieving my kids, Penny's daughter, and many other children from out there. "This really isn't necessary," I tried to interject. He cut me off in a friendly manner. "Frank has placed a confidence in us, his neighbors, since the moment I met him on his driveway. Carmen and I were there, and I think she would agree that Frank's confidence is why I've been able to make it this far. It's why I found the fortitude to lead you while he was out in the world, learning more about what it takes to survive this disaster. I know many of you are feeling down, or scared, or wish you were somewhere else, but trust me when I say that Frank has kept our community running, while all the others around us have failed." His words caused a ripple of anxiety through the crowd. More drags on their smokes. Others bit their lips or shifted their weight to different legs. However, he kept talking, perhaps gauging, as I often did, how much truth to dole out to them. "Frank came down his driveway that day and inspired us. But today, with all the problems we face out there, I'm asking you to dig down in your heart and be strong for Frank. I'm asking you all to turn the tables on our tireless leader. Don't look to him for inspiration and comforting words. This time, I need you to be the one to comfort your neighbor, or the kid crying behind the bushes, or the wobbly guy defending a roadblock from approaching trouble." Some of the people nodded and harumphed, as if he'd been making a lot of sense. "Let's be strong for each other," Luke finished, "and prove to Uncle Frank that we've been listening and learning his lessons these past 2 weeks." Luke reached down and picked something off the lawn. He handed me the fiberglass hammer. "Frank, we await your orders." Chapter 5. "First of all, thank you for saying nice things about me, Luke. Your payment in ice cubes will be delivered as we agreed." Though we seldom talked about the heat, since it did no good to complain, I was sure the thing everyone missed was ice-cold drinks. People laughed at my dumb joke. We were all tired from the long night. But while I appreciate the thought, I turned toward my friends and neighbors. Luke did get one thing wrong about me. It wasn't that I had no fear when I came out to talk to him, since I was in fact quite nervous about a possible EMP blast. The reason I seemed calm was that I didn't want to scare him or Carmen, the other neighbor I was meeting for the first time. She stood on the edge of the crowd, smiling. "Look, we've made it this far because all of you working together, not because of me. We've got many square miles of subdivisions under our watch area, and I've probably driven on 10 streets out of 100. I've set foot in even fewer houses inside your individual neighborhoods. The fact is, I'm one small wheel on this giant roller coaster we're all riding. I'm the one honored to be a part of your neighborhood watch." I looked at the hammer for a moment. In Earth Abides, the hammer-carrying leader of that clan faced numerous challenges over the years, but none seemed as immediately life or death as the one I faced today. 2, maybe 3 hostile groups were converging on our happy little street, and there would be no negotiating or diplomacy. What would that character do in my shoes? In other books, the heroes tricked the enemy into bad terrain, or hit them with improbable weapons like railguns, homemade poison gas, or used a million other incredible once-in-a-lifetime tactics that could only happen in science fiction. I lived in real life, where an actual clock was ticking down to the attack. Real men were walking and driving in our direction, and they had very real plans to take what we had. The only way to stop them was to organize ourselves, commit ourselves to violent action with guns and other defenses, and pray we were smart enough to use them more efficiently than those standing against us. We would live or die based on the actions of the people before me. I gripped the hammer. Despite what I'd said out loud, the stark truth was that I did control what was going to happen. If I told them we needed to run into the woods and hide, they would listen. If I told them we needed to storm the ship and make it our last stand, they would do it. And if I told them I was going to fight for our homes, they were more than ready to stand with me. It was an awesome responsibility. I drew in a deep breath before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have all the answers. I think you all know that. For medical matters, I defer to Agnes, Elizabeth, and others with medical training. For hunting and camouflage, I go directly to Shane or his brother. And for military matters, I look to guys like Turk. I took a moment to scan faces for him, but he wasn't there. Not really a surprise, since he was probably keeping a close watch on those trash trucks. But, as your leader, I do take this job as serious as a heart attack. Let's discuss the issues that are going to keep us alive, okay? Nods came at me from all around. The first thing I want to explain is what happened last night. I'm finding that even the people who were involved still don't know exactly what we were doing. But that was by design, since I wanted to confuse the spies who were watching us. They closed in to hear the truth. Less of them had cigarettes now. We made it look like we were loading the semi-truck, but my sneaky team cut a big hole in the floor of the trailer near the front, and everything that got loaded inside was secretly transferred to the cars and trucks parked next to it. When those vehicles filled up, we drove them to pick up our neighbors, and then took them back to Barracuda. While there, we unloaded the booty along with the people. But why all the spy craft? Someone asked. The forces moving against us are working together, north and south, and they dumped all those spies into our neighborhoods to gather intelligence about us. Since it was impossible to find all those people hiding out there, we decided to show them what we wanted them to see, not what was really happening. They saw us grabbing our families and driving them back to Barracuda, but they might not have noticed us carrying all the food and supplies, too. We're hoping all their attention went to the tractor trailer full of Twinkies and Eggo waffles, which is now parked at the Bravo intersection, in full view of every starving spy. As Luke once said, it is our honey trap. Is that what's on it? Gretchen laughed. No, I instructed Red to work with any cars he could find to sneak off whatever was left inside the trailer, even after he parked the truck where it is now, so it should soon be empty. Red wasn't at the meeting, so I figured he was still working on it. And why did you have us bury shit next to people's houses when we picked them up? Someone asked. That burned a lot of extra time. I took a chance. If any of those spies happen to check inside the holes we dug, they will find a random food can or two. The word should spread, keeping the spies busy digging up their next meal, rather than reporting our preps to their bosses. And what are those preps you want us doing, sugar? Gretchen asked, holding a cigarette in her fingers. This was the part where I had to send people into danger. First, we've got people working on armbands. That is going to allow us to target anyone on the outside who isn't one of us. I let the words hang, since this was a major shift in policy for the neighborhood watch. Our previous stance was more of a live and let live attitude. If people walked up the highway or showed up in the woods, We wouldn't engage with them unless they forced our hand. Now, with the world closing in, I was clearing them to shoot every possible threat.
Anyone at all?
Zen asked.
Our biggest advantage is our defensive position. For any enemy to reach us, they have to expose themselves. I want you all to set up blinds where you can shoot down long roads, across canals, or into stretches of empty woods. If the enemy shows up, even far away, take the shot. We have plenty of ammo, so we don't have to wait until we see the whites of their eyes. Like, even kids and stuff? Zen asked. God, I hope not, I exhaled. Look, I don't like this any more than you do. Yes, these sickos could use children or teens to scout us, or even attack. Use your best judgment. Just remember, if they somehow walk a bomb all the way up to our gate, on people of any age, your families are the ones who might pay the price for your delay.
I hated to put it on them, but I couldn't possibly be expected to analyze each and every person spotted out there. All we could do was acknowledge the tactics that might be used against us, and hope we could counter them. Books on survival often made a point of highlighting the depravity of humanity, including using children as suicide bombers. Therefore, I couldn't avoid at least warning them of the possibility.
The other thing is that we might not have to do this for very long. We know an attack is brewing out there today. In a few days, maybe we'll be in a position where we don't have to shoot on sight.
That seemed to settle them.
While we evacuated everyone from their homes, others were fortifying the walls at the canals along our borders. We've sent some of our vehicles back to those folks, so they can move out if an attack comes from somewhere else like the woods.
I pointed over the container wall to the trees.
What we need to do this morning, while everyone is compressed on these few streets, is set up defensive positions among our houses, cars, and the shipping containers. We also have the kids cranking out tire poppers to make it hard for the enemy to drive inside our borders. But you lost the ship, Edgar complained. He was the white-haired guy who lived on the street protected by the We Shoot First dumpster. I hadn't gotten to know the man, mostly since he kept to himself on his street, but I was aware he was skeptical of the rest of us. Still, he had a reason for being so worried about the ship, since his long street ended near the nose of the Dawn Star. I took a few steps in his direction, swinging the hammer a bit, thinking. That was a calculated gamble, I finally replied. Of everyone aligned against us, the U.S. military is the only one that I feel we have a chance to come to an agreement with. If we'd stayed on the ship and fought their boarding parties, we would have thrown away any hope of getting them on our side. Still, you could have at least tried to hold it, Edgar said with frustration. He must not have listened to my explanation. If we had tried to hold it, we'd be at war with the U.S. Navy. Frank did what he could, Gretchen interrupted. He stole a huge stash of loot right off the ship last night. Where were you? We helped with that, he argued. I just think we should have delayed him and gotten more of it. I held up the hammer at shoulder level so it was visible to everyone. Guys, I made the call, okay? My number one priority is keeping people safe, keeping people alive so we can face the next day together. We can't change the choices I've made, so let's focus on what we're going to do next. You cool? Gretchen asked Edgar under her breath. Yeah, I'm cool, he replied. The Lara Croft-esque woman winked at me. My leaders were leading, working together. It was a beautiful thing. I set the hammer down so I could look at my notes. First things first, there is a very strong probability that bullets are going to be flying today. Some could be right here in our houses. I need leaders to organize each street to make sure everyone who isn't carrying a gun knows the safest place in each home. Find the interior room. Put kids in bathtubs. Do whatever it takes to harden each location. I went down my list. I need another person on each street to organize our new defenders, preferably someone who has experience with our earlier gun battles. Get armed residents to understand the things bullets will pass through and what they won't. Mention the need to shift positions, or at least not make themselves easy targets by standing in the middle of an open window while shooting. Okay? They let me know they were listening. Next, I need someone in charge of getting people on the roadblocks, lines of dead vehicles, and the container wall. Your task is to ready people to shoot anyone coming at us who isn't wearing the red armbands. I let that sink in, since we discussed it earlier. Finally, I need someone to be our mobile reserve leader. You should match shooters with drivers, and be ready to take out groups of vehicles to get to trouble spots along our frontier. Like the cavalry? Gretchen asked with excitement. Yes, exactly like that. Our biggest advantage is mobility. The cavalry leader, if we are calling it that, will need to be familiar with the layout of our streets, know where the borders are, and also know where the kids are putting their nail traps. I don't want us popping tires on our own traps. Someone like Jammer would be awesome, since he is a mailman and knows roads. Jammer was there. My route was far away, Frank. I'm afraid I'm at an even bigger loss about getting around these confusion streets than people who already live around here. I can do it, sweetie, Gretchen told me. I know these streets well enough. After being held by the Marines for a day, I'm anxious to get back into the action, too. I'm fine with that. You will need one of the radios, so you can spring into action where we need you. Done. I took a few seconds to look at my list. Some of the things would never be done in the span of one day, assuming we had that long. Get rock-filled boxes in every house to shield residents from gunfire. Not likely. Weld reinforcement steel plates into the shipping containers. We didn't even have a welder. Dig holes out in the woods, so we had stashes of weapons, food, and supplies ready to go, in case our homes were overrun. That last one drew my attention, since the implications were profound. Without a fallback position, any of my people who survived the attack would wander the area with about the same prospects as those poor souls who'd been forced to walk up Bayside Road at gunpoint. I'd been so consumed with planning for success. Had I made a huge mistake by not planning for failure? What are you going to do, Frank? Gretchen asked after taking one last drag of her smoke. At the bottom of the page of notes, I'd scribbled, "Do sneaky shit." The phrase was a catch-all for the types of tricks I'd hoped to employ to give my people the edge in the upcoming fight. My order to fire at extreme range was one trick, designed to force the enemy to move slowly toward us. Putting wire between trees to stop horses and over the canals to stop boats was another trick. Getting food out of the ship under the noses of the enemy was yet another. But I needed something huge to address the difficulty of taking on two enemies at the same time. I needed to drive a wedge between them. I glanced over my shoulder at the vehicles parked at the end of the street. The Unimog was down there, as was the El Camino. But the fish-painted armored truck was also down there. It would work nicely for the job I was cooking up on the fly. I'm going to do some sneaky shit. Chapter 6. The next 60 minutes were a frantic race to get things done. Children like Daisy, the young brothers Corey and Brendan, and others under the age of 13 were kept safe in the Farmington house. But everyone else on the street was sent to work on our major defensive projects.
The teens worked like fiends, putting nails and screws into the strips of carpet. Several vehicles took delivery of whatever was done, so they would be in place when the attacks materialized. Sonny was in charge of where to put them, while Gretchen was responsible for getting them there. Another team traveled with them to hand out armbands to our defenders. Shane had a large group working in the woods. Carmen and Penny directed a few of the lingering non-warrior types in modifying the armored truck. They spray-painted black over all the colored paints we'd slapped on the sides earlier, so it looked more like the original Legion version. I was in my garage with Luke, Marco, and Allison. Except for Luke, the rest of us were dressed in black clothing, doing our best to look like we belonged in the Legion army. I'd already gone over the gist of my plan, but I wanted to use the map drawn on the wall to explain our overall position for Luke. While I was out being sneaky, he would be coordinating the defense if an attack materialized. The Northern Canal has 3 bridges that those bastards could use. We'll lay nails on the roads around each of them, but we should assume they will push through along Bayside Road, where they don't have to deal with canals. There was a canal bridge far up the road, near Rosie's shop at the edge of North Point. But our border didn't extend that far, so we didn't control it. The only thing we know for sure is they probably won't take their precious gun trucks into the woods, since they are too heavy for soft ground. That doesn't mean they won't take their other vehicles out there, however, so we can't assume anything. Got it, Luke answered. If they do show up. I spoke quietly so no one outside the 4 of us would hear. Get everyone non-essential into the holes we've dug under the porches, and take cover. There won't be much we can do against them. The stark truth was if someone wanted us dead, it wouldn't be that hard. The Florida construction methods, such as the cinder block walls on all the houses and the use of metal roofing on some, helped harden them a bit against bullets and flamethrowers. But they used a lot of wood inside the frames of the roofs, and they had lots of windows, so they still had their weaknesses. A heavy machine gun could tear apart any cinder block wall and gut the insides. It all depended on how much ammo they had with them, and how bad they wanted us dead. I didn't want to dwell on the negative. John is currently in charge up there, I continued matter-of-factly, while Gretchen commands the vehicles. Okay. Moving on. I pointed to the southern border. Down here, it is almost a mirror of the north. There are 3 primary bridges across the canal where they can gain access to our territory, but the most likely place is going to be the woods. Unlike the Legion, they don't have vehicles that might bog down out there, so I would say it is almost certain that's where they'll come from. Luke took notes. I pointed to the middle bridge in the south. This is where those trash trucks were reported, 2 streets south of this span. And Turk is our best guy down there? He was active military, so we can assume he'll know what to do. Yeah, as long as we can find him. Among the other tasks I'd been doing the past hour since our meeting, I'd been checking in with the watch desk to see if Kyra had been able to raise Turk. She'd made contact with the Southern Defense people, Mercer in particular, but none of them knew exactly where Turk had gone. It hadn't risen to the level I needed to go snoop around to find him, but if he wasn't located by the time I got back from my next trip, I intended to go there. We went over a few final items before breaking up the meeting. I stood at the lip of the garage, watching the street. The past hour had flown by, but somehow the painters had done a passable job with the armored truck. They'd put down their cans and were admiring their own work. "Looks good," I commented. "Thank you." They waved at me. Then Penny led the group to other chores. Carmen was the only one who came up the driveway in my direction. She motioned toward my black clothes.
You want me to put on a pretend uniform too?
No, not for this. I need Red to drive the truck, for his dark complexion like many of the Legion soldiers. And I need Allison because she has figured out how to work the flamethrower. But anyone else would just be taking up a seat for no reason. We'd had a private discussion about it already, but I wasn't surprised she'd asked once again to join me. While I would much prefer her with me, we didn't have the manpower to do everything in such a short time, so every task had to be done with the absolute minimum number of people.
Fine. What do you want me doing while you are out playing pretend?
Are the mags all loaded?
Yeah. You won't believe this, but one of those kids you brought back, the boy with the impairments, it turns out he loves doing simple, repetitive tasks. Helen made the suggestion, and it turned out to be true. He's loading every empty mag in sight over in Drummond's kitchen.
That's great, I answered. Carmen grabbed my hands while we stood face to face. She must have seen the distant look in my gaze.
Frank, I really don't mind coming with you, if you need me.
I was tempted to sweep her up and throw her in the back of the truck, always wanting to keep her close. But what I'd said was completely true. We couldn't afford to have anyone doing nothing, even for an hour or two. We'll be right back, so you won't even miss me. If things go well, it will buy us even more time to prep this place. So I need you to get a jump on those preparations to make sure this trip pays off.
Fine,
she pouted with her usual playfulness.
But let's not make a habit of this.
I won't, I assured. Minutes later, as the three of us climbed onto the armored truck, no one was there to watch us go except Carmen. Red started the motor as I got situated in the passenger seat, and we drove around the circle. When the vehicle came around, I noticed the girl in the wheelchair sitting on Drummond's front porch. She wore Tyler's big 10-gallon hat he'd once used for his Turd Ferguson Halloween costume.
Yee-haw!
She cried as we went by. I waved, happy to see her having some fun, but also a little sad that she couldn't say much more than that one phrase. Several minutes later, we joined with a convoy of other vehicles Gretchen had arranged for us, heading west on Poseidon. We'd discussed various ways to shield the armored truck from any spies watching our streets, but we had to be practical about what was possible. First, we sent out extra patrols to make sure there were no observers watching in the woods or in the abandoned homes closest to Bayside Road. That made it possible to roll off Clownfish and get to the end of Poseidon. The second thing we did was surround it with a bunch of other vehicles, so the gun truck didn't stand out by itself. If a spy saw the long line, they might overlook the fact we were moving the valuable piece of military hardware. The third tactic we used was to drive west as a convoy, and we made a few turns and loops, so it wasn't clear which destination we were headed for. Red followed the lead car as it turned south at the Bravo intersection, and then turned again onto the street that was near Jack Eller's people and Torval's cul-de-sac. All the residents had cleared out, but Jack and a few armed men stood at the roadblock at the end. They guarded the edge of our border where it ran against the forest. They were the fourth and final part of my plan, which I'd radioed ahead to them. As the other vehicles turned around, the armored truck continued east toward the roadblock. Jack and his men fired over us as we approached, so it seemed as if we were Legion troopers trying to escape enemy territory. Red cut around the roadblock, ran a short way across a couple of lawns, then rolled on to Bayside Road heading south. Jack's men put more shots over our back as we left. That was the most complicated exit ever, Red laughed. Let's hope they bought it, I replied. I didn't see anyone watching us, but I figured there was someone out there keeping tabs on our movements. We hadn't been super clever, but we'd done our best to not make it easy for them.
Go over the next part of the plan one more time, Allison suggested from her seat in the back.
After all that, the next part is simple, Red said with cheer. All we have to do is get to the roadblock and let nature take its course.
Ew, you make it sound like we're going down there to date them, Allison snarked.
You don't have to drive that far to find someone to date, Red said without looking back at her. At first I thought he'd said it as a joke, but the way he gripped the wheel with white knuckles suggested he'd taken a legitimate shot at asking Allison out. For her part, Allison seemed to think it over for a long 5 count. Guys, I interrupted, focus on the road for now. We're almost there. I hadn't told Red of Allison's history back on Bokeelia, and I wasn't even sure it mattered anymore. Despite all my best efforts not to like her, I had to admit she'd been working hard for me and my friends since she'd saved Carmen and I from certain death. Whatever she did in the past, I would leave it to her to tell any male friends she might find in our community. However, I didn't want them courting her while we were rolling into battle. The roadblock belonging to the Southern gang closed off the street ahead. The last time we'd been through, the roadblock was mainly on the pavement and a little to the sides. Now, days later, they'd brought in more abandoned cars to extend the line to the first row of houses, as well as to the tree line on the other side. Like us, they could not block the entire forest, but I was willing to bet they now had guards in the area closest to the blockade. Get ready, I told my crew. My role was intended to be a silent one, as I didn't want to show my face to anyone on T-Bone's crew. I wasn't sure who might recognize me from down there, but we were supposed to be a truck full of Legion soldiers, and the entire ruse would fall apart if any of us were recognized. Since it had been 2 weeks with people walking by and through our community, I figured there was a decent chance someone would have seen me. However, Red showed up late, and he'd mostly stayed with his truck, so the odds of someone recognizing his face was a lot lower. Allison was probably the least likely to be recognized, since she'd spent most of her time on Pine Island, but I needed her in the back seat to work the flamer. Red rolled down his window and held out a strip of white cloth we'd brought along for this purpose. "Here we go," he said. 2 men appeared at the roadblock. They stood up and waved to us from behind the line of vehicles. "I could plow through," Red suggested. "No, we're going to do something much worse," I answered.
"I hope you're right,"
Allison whispered. Red rolled to a stop about 30 feet from the cars. He parked at an angle so he could talk to them through his open window. This also put me in a position harder to see from over there, protecting my identity even more. I'd put on a black ball cap to further the disguise. "We have a message for T-Bone," Red called out to the men. There were at least 4 of them I could pick out from their hiding spots, possibly more. There was an old beater station wagon parked behind them, like it was a getaway vehicle. All 4 men could drive away from this, which I was counting on. "What is it?" one of them answered. "You know who we are?" Red asked. "Sure, we recognize your ride. You were them guys burning cities up north. We know enough not to shoot you on sight, since you were helping us." "That's what we needed to know," I whispered. "You got that right, but I'm sorry to change the terms of our deal." Red looked at a piece of paper he was using as a cheat sheet. "By order of the Legion, we declare ownership of all territory north of this location, in addition to all people, supplies, vehicles, and the ship.
We thank you for your help and invite you to oversee all the land south of here." "That doesn't mean anything to us. We're just the guys watching the roadblock. Can you come back some other time and talk to our bosses, maybe?"
I'd been afraid of that. I hadn't expected T-Bone himself to be guarding the position, but I had hoped someone would express at least some authority. However, all it meant was that we had to be diplomatic in other ways.
"Don't you have a radio?"
Red asked.
"We're not using radios right now,"
the lead guy answered. I wondered if that was a tell. The only time I would order everyone off the radio would be during a big operation. I maybe had less time than I thought.
"Allison, get ready," I said quietly. "Look, we don't have time to screw around with you. My boss wanted me to pass this along, so you wouldn't get any ideas about pushing north today. He told me it was critical you get this message to your boss."
He laughed.
"And my boss said to ignore anyone coming down from the north. Technically, we're not even supposed to be talking to you."
"Tell them you hope they like it hot," I whispered to Red. He looked at me sideways but repeated it anyway.
"I hope you guys like it hot."
The men's eyes grew wide as the hissing of gas signaled our flamethrower had come to life. Allison threw fuel on the cars of the roadblock, starting near the guards and going out toward the woods. They turned immediately and ran.
"Light 'em up!"
I yelled. She touched off the flame, which seemed to get pulled along the spray of fuel toward the roadblock. It then erupted in a huge fireball, which engulfed those cars and blocked the view of the men. I heard screaming, though.
"That's good,"
I said to her. To Red, I added,
"Push us through."
The heavy truck shoved cars aside on the non-burning side of the road. It took us around the engulfed vehicles, around the black smoke, and it put us in good position to hit the station wagon. 2 of the men had climbed inside, while the other 2 ran south in the middle of the road. If my goal had been to kill them, I was sure I could torch the car with the flamer and knock out the runners with my rifle. However, in this one instance, I needed those men to stay alive. The station wagon peeled out in reverse.
"Spray them,"
I encouraged Allison. "But don't light 'em up."
"Oh, no fun,"
she said with a touch of regret. The fuel arced through the air and splashed against the hood of the moving target. The occupants shrieked, rightfully assuming they were about to turn to ash. But Allison followed my directions to the T and didn't light them up. The car continued reversing past the 2 runners. Then it kept going.
"I think we've made our point," I chuckled.
"Frank, look!" Red pointed down the long side street that joined Bayside Road. By a stroke of luck, or pure coincidence, we were positioned on the same road where those trash trucks were gathered. They were about a mile away, waiting at an intersection. There didn't appear to be anything between us and them but some abandoned cars. And we had a fully functional flamethrower at our disposal.
"Anyone want to push our luck?"
I asked, smiling. Chapter 7. My heart rate skipped into a fast run as it became clear we'd stumbled into what might have been the centerpiece of their attack plans. There were at least 6 trash trucks parked down the street, and we had the ability to strike them while in an invulnerable box with a flamethrower on our roof. Much closer, at the roadblock we'd busted through, the men on foot had turned and run into the woods, and the 2 guys in the old station wagon were now far to the south. At some point, one of those men would report the attack to their leaders, but I thought it likely we still had some time. If the word had spread, I was convinced those trash trucks would be scrambling to get away. Red, our driver, had us idling at the corner of the two streets, unsure what my orders were going to be.
Allison, does that flamethrower dashboard tell you how much fuel is left? Sure. It says status is green, and we have 2 minutes of fuel to burn.
I almost licked my lips. Awesome.
We going for it?
She asked. The opportunity was too perfect. I glanced over to Red. You think you can get us down there and back? Unlike the streets around Clownfish, which had turned into armed camps, this one didn't seem to have anyone wandering around or protecting the houses. Besides the guards watching the blockade and the trash trucks down the way, there didn't appear to be any activity. He motioned ahead.
Just give me the order.
My heart rate was full-on sprinting.
I guess he didn't read his books close enough,
I said, mostly to myself. Red straightened the truck's nose, so we faced along the new street. He put it in gear but drove slowly toward our intended target. I hadn't told him to drive slow, but I approved of his choice, since driving fast would give us away as hostile. By taking our time, we might look like we belonged there.
What do you mean by that? Red asked. There's a rumor going around that he thinks he's battling another Frank.
Allison chuckled, without any sarcasm in her voice for once.
The leader down here?
Red asked.
Yeah. Carmen and I saw T-Bone briefly, and he used the name of a character in one of the books I've read. I can't say for sure, but I took that to mean he read that book and was going to use lessons he drew from it, including how to throw tricky military tactics at us.
We approached a white late-model Chevy Silverado pickup parked at the end of a driveway on our right. Even from a distance, I could tell it had been covered in black dust from the ash fall and was coated in brown sludge up to the top of its cabin. The only way I knew its true color was the strip of white on the roof.
Should we expect his tricks here?
He asked matter-of-factly. I looked over to Red, then at the truck we were approaching on the right. It faced the house, but it was parked directly next to the roadway.
Tricks here,
I repeated. What was I missing about the Chevy? The storm surge had covered the first floors of homes near the shoreline and submerged entire vehicles down there. But here, near Bayside Road, far from the ocean, the water level had never gotten that high. If I was reading the caked-on grime correctly, it had been submerged in water somewhere else, then put here deliberately.
Hold on a second,
I said, still distant, still thinking of the scenario. It was new enough that it couldn't have been driven to where it was. But the truck wasn't the only hint of trouble. We'd come through the blockade blowing a huge fireball. If there were even reasonably competent human beings down by those trash trucks, someone would have seen the flash or the oily smoke billowing from the torched vehicles. Someone would have figured out we were attacking. Red let off the gas a bit, probably waiting for me to say something more. I'd come in thinking I was the sneaky one. But what if? We were heading for a nice, easy, obvious grouping of big, slow trash trucks. The Chevy was parked unusually close to the street. There was no way to see what was on the other side of the big, dirty truck. And we were going to pass right by. My palms were suddenly soaked from excess adrenaline.
Stop the truck,
I barked. We were already there. I pushed the steering wheel to the left, away from the Chevy. My ears almost burst from an explosion. A cloud of black dust erupted from our right. The side window shattered. The hood heaved upward. Was Red driving on two wheels? The truck slammed back down, or maybe it was my balance coming back. My bell had been rung, and my eyes vibrated violently from the explosion and impact against the outside.
"Hold on!"
Red screamed. For a few seconds, I sat there like a rag doll, lolling left, then right, then left again. Red made a hard turn up the opposite driveway, sheared off the corner of the homeowner's garage, then crossed the weedy lawn to get back on the street. It was only when we were on the pavement again that my heart slowed down enough to feel individual beats. Allison tapped my shoulder.
"Frank?"
"Yeah?" I asked.
"You okay? You still with us?"
"Yeah. Why?" I chuckled a bit to show I wasn't hurt. She pointed to the window next to me.
"Because that almost took your head off."
I followed where she pointed. "Holy shit," I reacted. A 3-foot section of 2x4 was lodged in the glass. About a foot of it had come into the cabin, and the end was capped with a pointy metal cone. Since we'd turned away from the blast before it struck, it pointed toward the front windshield. If it had come through clean directly from our side, it might have gone through my head.
"There were 3 tubes behind that truck," Allison reported. "I saw them on the monitor as we turned around."
"The other 2 did that." Red pointed to our warped hood. It looked as if a giant had grabbed one side and ripped it open to get to the tasty motor underneath. My rifle had fallen to the floor during the evasion, so I pulled it back up. I watched the houses, expecting a follow-up attack. Red drove us fast toward the roadblock. The serpentine belt had slipped, or pulleys had been damaged, since the engine now had an annoying squeal. It seemed even louder due to the warped hood and cracked glass. "They baited us with a honey trap," I said, using the term Luke had shared from his cybersecurity knowledge. "Just like we put one at the Bravo intersection with your tractor-trailer." "They tried to," Red corrected. "You saved us at the last second." My chest kept heaving, suggesting I didn't think we were saved yet. "Just drive through the gap and get us out of here," I ordered. "Watch for traps." "This whole street was the trap," he said with bemusement. It was far too close for comfort. "Those were fog hat cannons," I said, wiping my hair back. I was super stoked to still have a head to do that with. "Fog hats," Red laughed. We punched through the blockade, going the opposite way. I didn't expect anyone to be there, since we doused the cars with flames on our first pass, but I kept my head a little lower to be absolutely sure.
"We're clear," Allison said a few moments later. "No one following."
Its real name is Maltese something mortar, but it's a French word that starts with F I can never pronounce, so I always call it the fog hat cannon to keep it simple. I read about it several times in my books. Basically, it's a homemade bomb in a tube.
"They were using concrete pipes," Allison clarified.
"There you go. 3 fog hats designed to blow away the first enemy vehicle that came down that road." "They've been preparing," Red said, totally sobered up. "That bastard knew we wouldn't be able to resist all those trash trucks." I thought of the possibilities, and we went right for them. Allison acted in a very un-Allison-like manner. She put her hand on my shoulder in a consoling manner.
"Frank, I know being close only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades, but I think it matters in cannons, too. You saved us at the last possible second. So thanks."
"We all talked it through," I replied, tapping her hand to acknowledge what she was trying to do for me. "Thanks for not letting me get too euphoric back there. I was ready to wipe them out." Red laughed again. "Me too. Trust me."
"Me 3,
Allison added, going back to her seat. We drove for a couple of minutes, heading back to our community. I only let myself relax when I saw the orange fish on the big sign ahead. But even that was a bit difficult, since the glass on the front windshield was a spider web of cracks, laced with black soot from the blast. The real question came to me as we got closer. "Do you think they bought that we were with the Legion?" I asked. "I hope so," Red answered. "If they weren't convinced we were the Legion when we tore through their roadblock, they'll for sure think they started a war with them when they pulled the trigger on their makeshift cannons." "Good point," I replied. Whatever the end result of our expedition, we'd gleaned some important intelligence that we probably couldn't have gotten any other way, even with a flying drone. I'd confirmed T-Bone was going to be a formidable opponent. I would not underestimate him again. Chapter 8. The orange clownfish sign was not far ahead, and it meant we'd driven the armored truck almost all the way to friendly lines. But being rattled by the explosion had almost made me miss another big mistake in the offing. "Stop the truck!" I nearly shouted. The squealing engine made it difficult to hear each other inside the cabin without raising our voices. Red put on the brakes. "Pull into that street." I pointed to the last turnoff before Poseidon.
"What are we doing?"
Allison asked. I turned sideways to face them both. "We cleared out T-Bone's spies from the woods and the streets closest to our home, but if any others are between our roadblock and the one we attacked, they might be watching us now with extra scrutiny to see where we go. So we can't take this truck back home anymore, or it will implicate our people."
"Oh yeah,"
she answered. "But there is another thing I just thought of. We went out with other vehicles, but we're coming back alone, so some of our people might freak out and think we are really the Legion." I was thinking specifically of Bonnie, who'd been crying behind those shrubs, but she was only a symptom of the mood no doubt felt throughout our streets. We don't want to surprise or scare anyone. I could never forget I was leading civilians, some who were less violent than teddy bears, and not military people. "We'll park it somewhere." I looked out the broken windows for an ideal spot. The original trucks had come in the shipping containers, but the flamethrower had been mounted on top later, making it too tall to fit back into one of those boxes or a residential garage door. Unless I'd missed something. "Hang on a second." I pointed to the side of the street. "Pull over right here." Red parked, so I was able to stand up and go to the back. I'd been making assumptions about the flamethrower, but I needed to be certain. As I studied the hardware on the roof, I noticed there were wheels and a curved track up there. "Allison, is there anything on the dashboard for retracting the gun?" She peered at the computer screen.
"There is this button for service mode."
"Try it, please." There had to be a way to service or unclog the nozzle while on the battlefield, short of climbing on the roof.
"Trying it,"
she relayed. An electronic motor spun to life, and the apparatus on the roof of the armored section did a rotisserie chicken move as we watched. The main gun rolled over and into the bay, compacting itself as much as possible, while the underside transferred to the outside.
"Holy shit, Frank! That actually worked!"
Red laughed.
"How did you know?"
Allison asked.
"What does that get us?"
Red added with curiosity. The answer to both questions is these trucks came in those shipping containers from on board the ship. I'd made the assumption the Legion troopers had later put the guns on the tops, since they wouldn't have fit in the boxes with them already attached. However, when I was thinking of a place to hide this, I realized it would not be an easy task to take off the main gun. It might even be harder to put it on in the first place. None of those Legion troops seem interested in building anything, only tearing things apart.
They weren't smart enough to do it, Red suggested. And they didn't have winches and cranes necessary on the ship. The only explanation is they had to already be built into the trucks before they were packed. Now we can hide it on our end, Allison completed the thought. We drove to a cul-de-sac that backed up to the canal next to Poseidon Pier. Working with Allison, we lifted the unpowered garage door of an abandoned house, then shoved the big truck inside. Even with the gun turned down, the roof of the truck scraped the door as it was in the overhead position. We managed to drag it backward again, and then let it slam shut. The three of us stood before the sealed door with our weapons and packs. Well, did anyone think of bringing a change of clothes? Allison laughed, already pulling off her black shirt. Whoa, wait, I tried to say. The fearless woman had been comfortable walking around in an itty-bitty bikini top, so I thought she was going to reveal another one. However, she had a gray tank top underneath her fake uniform shirt. Why so nervous, Frank? She laughed. Afraid your girlfriend will be jealous? You know Carmen well enough by now. She doesn't do jealousy. If she thought you were a threat, she'd take you to the canal and drown you. I laughed to show it was a joke, but there was a nugget of truth there. Carmen knew some women, like Gretchen for instance, poked fun at me by asking me out all the time. But she also knew Gretchen was not at all serious. He, she fake laughed to play along. I didn't think Allison would intentionally hit on me, but I also knew she and Carmen weren't on the best of terms, so there would be less leeway there if Carmen saw it happen. For Allison's sake, I didn't want any mistakes to be made. Besides, Red stood on the other side of her. He was the one she should be flirting with. I let out a long sigh. Red, we better take our shirts off and put them in our packs. We have to swim across the canal anyway. As I took off my black ball cap, movement caught my eye at the other end of the street. I froze. There's someone up there. My friends looked. Two young men ran between a pair of homes, out of our sight. Did they see us? I asked. Couldn't tell, Red answered. I ripped my shirt off. Let's get out of here. We don't want the spies to see us, but we also don't want to get shot by our own people. It wasn't lost on me that I'd sent notice to our leaders to have everyone shoot the enemy at maximum distance the instant they see the Legion troopers. If we were targeted from afar, it wouldn't give anyone a chance to identify us as friendlies. I didn't have any of the red armbands either. I was mildly disappointed in myself for not planning for this contingency, but getting hit by a land-based battleship broadside hadn't been on my bingo card, nor was ditching the armored truck and running around on foot. We were a few hundred yards from home. Let's move out, I suggested. Red struggled to get his black shirt off. We followed Allison around the side of the house and into the back. I let Red shove his shirt in my pack, since he didn't have his own. We'd need our hands free to paddle across the canal. Frank? Allison had stopped. I turned in time to prevent myself from ramming into her back. Two panting men approached from our left. They'd come through the backyards from where we'd seen them last, but were still 1 yard over. What do I do? She whispered. The flight or fight alarm rang in my brain. Were they two of ours? Two spies? Did they see us dressed in our black uniforms? Would they fire first? I was thrown for 3 or 4 seconds while they closed the distance even more. Finally, I pulled out my Smith & Wesson, since my rifle was over my shoulder and would take more time. Hold it, fellas. We're with the Legion too, one of them answered as they slowed. Don't shoot!
My heart stopped. The cool steel of the trigger begged me to pull it. At 10 yards, I had a great chance of knocking them out of this world. "Prove it," I urged, using my drill sergeant tone. They had their hands up. A dark-haired guy, maybe 25 years old, was the first to answer.
"We came in with the first deployment, on the Forest King, up in Port Charlotte. Geez, we've been fighting and burning for all this time. We're trying to get to our supplies on the Dawn Star, which is why we were put with a walking group of civilians. Do you guys have any food you can spare?"
"They didn't give you any food?" I asked.
"It's on that ship. Command didn't want us walking into enemy territory with our uniforms and huge packs. We're supposed to be locals, you know?"
"Ah, yeah. Locals are the worst." The guy noticeably relaxed. I lowered my gun, but my pulse pounded at my temples, like I was standing next to a bass drum. I had to work hard to keep control of my demeanor. "Did you see us come in?" I asked. "Is that why you came over?"
"Yeah," he said. "We saw you park the truck. Looks like those idiot locals really tore you up."
I took my chance. "It wasn't the locals. It was T-Bone and his guys down south of here."
"We're supposed to be working with them."
"That's what I thought," I said with a voice steeped in disbelief. "But as you can see, they used one of their homebrew weapons to chase us out of their territory." I kept it vague, as I wasn't sure of the real diplomatic dynamics between the two sides.
"Why are you leaving it there?"
the guy asked, stepping a few paces closer. As best I could see, neither of the men were armed, but I didn't want to take any chances, so I kept my pistol out of the holster. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw Allison and Red primed to grab their weapons, but they were playing along and not provoking the guys. I had to think of a viable reason. "Have you ever been in a truck that got hit with a cannon?"
"No?"
"Well, consider yourself lucky. My two friends here pretty much lost their hearing. I almost lost my head when a shot hit the side window."
"Filo da puta,"
he said, in a language I didn't recognize.
"Son of a bitch,"
he added. His accent sounded South American. It tracked with many of the other Legion soldiers, and it made me grateful I'd selected Red, who was also dark-skinned and exotic-looking compared to me and Allison, as our driver. "Hey, if you need a way to get back to friendly lines, feel free to drive it." I pulled the keys out of my pocket and dangled them. The two men glanced at each other. I could see from their faces they wanted to take it. I'd not considered the reality of their situation. If they'd come into this area with no food or water, as part of that walking column of civilians, it had already been almost half a day. They wouldn't find much of either in the ruined homes on this side of Bayside Road. Still, I could tell they needed more convincing. "Look, guys, I don't blame you for wanting to stay here and do your duty. But what do you think they'll value more? Walking around here taking notes, or returning a valuable piece of military hardware?"
"But shouldn't you three be doing that?" he protested.
"Didn't you hear me? My friends are in shock. My head is ringing louder than those nights sleeping in the depths of the container ship, you know? I can't take it anymore. We're making for the woods and we're going to walk back to our lines. It might take a week if you want to go with us, but we're not getting back in that truck." I'd never shoveled up so much bullshit to someone in my entire life. I tossed the keys. The guy caught them.
"Well, I guess that makes a lot of sense. The attack should be starting soon anyway."
I had to work at not showing surprise at his words. If he knew the exact time, it would really help us out. but I couldn't ask him to give it away to the minute.
Shit! Can you guys get back to the lines before it starts? I'd hate for you to miss it. Yeah, we should be okay, he said, not giving the details I'd been fishing for. Maybe we were both being wary of spies. Better hurry, I said while I turned to walk away, as if I couldn't be bothered to keep talking. Instead of heading for the canal like I'd originally intended, I had to walk east, toward Bayside and the woods beyond, since I'd told them that's where we were headed. However, I realized I was opening my community to a huge liability by gambling on these two guys. If they took the truck and felt like fighting on their way out, they could make real problems for my people at the roadblock. I turned back to them. You will have to drive north and not stir up shit, I'm afraid. If T-Bone and his people have weapons to take out our trucks, you can be sure the jokers by the orange fish sign also have them. Plus, if you saw the damage, the engine bay of the truck is now exposed and vulnerable to small arms fire. A rock could probably take it out and strand you forever. Just get by them as fast as you can. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. The one thing I didn't say was to rush back and report on how T-Bone could no longer be trusted as part of the alliance. It didn't seem like something a low-level gun crew would say, and I didn't want to be asked questions in return. For instance, why was one Legion truck traveling into the gang's turf in the first place? That was the problem with lies. The entire story was wobbly and held together by other falsehoods and exaggerations, and it was impossible to predict where the inaccuracies might accidentally be exposed. We waited as the two men opened the garage door and got in the truck. My stomach churned as I thought through all the things that could go wrong. They could ignore me and attack my people at the nearby roadblock. They could decide I was a liar and attack the three of us behind the house. They could repair the damaged truck and use it against us later. They could... On the other side of the ledger, allowing the two men to take the truck back to the Legion might strengthen our original goal of breaking their alliance with T-Bone. If that happened before the attack began, all the risks would be worth it. The engine started, interrupting my inner debate. That was my cue to pull out the radio from my pack. I'd waited until that moment, so the two Legion soldiers wouldn't hear me call in. Alpha, this is Ish. I spoke in code. Alpha Roadblock was the front gate of our community, but Ish was a new name I'd given myself for today's operation. It was the nickname of the main character in Earth Abides, and I chose it to contrast with T-Bone's use of the main character name in 1 second after. It was a bit immature, but it seemed fitting, too. Go ahead, Ish. We hear ya. It was Regis. His voice was naturally hoarse and quiet, possibly due to his age. Listen, this is going to sound crazy, but you are going to see a vehicle drive north in a second. I need you to not shoot at it. The road was empty, so I didn't have to worry about describing it. Behind us, the Legion truck rolled toward the far end of the cul-de-sac. It would soon make a left, then another left onto Bayside. Do you copy? I asked. Regis didn't answer. The screech of the motor seemed even louder from the outside. It slowed and sped up as the truck braked and accelerated. Soon the squeal came our way on the main road. Alpha, please confirm. Do not fire at this squealing truck. I didn't want to outright say it was the gun truck, for fear our transmission was being intercepted. If it was discovered this was all a ruse on our part, the whole operation would be for nothing. They have a weapon that could seriously hurt you. Do not provoke. That was the truth. Say again, Regis came on. What is your call sign?
The truck was almost even with our position. Soon it would cross the canal bridge. Then it would be between our two roadblocks. My sweaty palm tried to keep a grip on the radio. "This is Ish. Please confirm." All my worst fears exploded. My team expected that I would be driving the gun truck, so the way would be clear to drive into the subdivision. I'd handed the truck to Legion troopers who weren't afraid to die. If they turned right into my subdivision instead of driving north, things could turn ugly in seconds. If they shot their flamethrower and killed anyone over there, it would be on me. I screamed into the mic while on the move. "Please confirm!" Chapter 9. "Come on," I urged Allison and Red. "Follow me." We were one street over from the main road, but there were no fences or hedges blocking our way, so it was simple to run toward Bayside and the passing armored car. But it was a risky move. We had our shirts off, but my people didn't know who we were, since I hadn't planned on ditching the truck. Zen's roadblock was directly across the canal from us, and I saw the defenders standing behind the cars. It seemed as if they were watching the approaching truck, but it wouldn't take them long to notice us. "What are we doing, Frank?" Allison pleaded, trying to keep up. "If that truck attacks the roadblock, I want us to fire at them." "But you told them not to stop," Allison added. "I want to cover my bases," I explained. We weren't an armed powerhouse. Red carried a shotgun. I had my trusty Bravo Company AR-15. Allison had one of the ARs taken from the pair of women at the roadblock back in Punta Gorda. Together, we might be able to barely scratch an armored truck. However, I couldn't sit back and assume the truck wasn't going to stir up shit. I also couldn't assume my people wouldn't shoot at them if they noticed Red and I weren't in the front seats. Perhaps they would assume the three of us had been killed. I tried the radio again. "Confirm that you won't shoot this truck." Why weren't they answering my calls? The two men in the armored vehicle came into view as I cleared the last house. The big machine lumbered over the bridge, crossed the canal, then went between the two roadblocks. I held my breath as I came onto the roadway. Nothing mattered to me but keeping my people alive. The truck's taillights came on for a split second, sending a jolt of panic to my heart. "Roger, Ish," blared from the radio. "Sorry for the delay. I spread the word to the roadblock guards as soon as I knew who you were, and I couldn't get back to confirm it for you. The truck is not to be harmed." Still not sure it was really going to play out peacefully, I continued to eyeball the military rig as it rolled out of the intersection and continued north. Even as it went through, I expected a jet of fire to come out, since the Legion loved to burn things for fun. Seconds went by. It got farther away. Soon, it was beyond the boundary of our subdivision. "Phew," Allison breathed out. "You had me thinking we'd made a huge mistake." "Me too," I chuckled with relief. There was nowhere else to send them but straight up the highway. They can't drive in the forest, since it could bog down, and I didn't want them going deeper into our territory, or they'd probably attack the other roadblocks from behind. "Feels wrong to lose the truck," Red added with a touch of sadness. "I kind of like driving it. It reminded me of home, since I have a Chevy pickup a lot like that one." I motioned for them to follow me onto the bridge. One truck won't make the difference between victory and defeat in this battle. The prize is getting those two men to believe the alliance with T-Bone has been broken. They will then sell it to their bosses. I could only explain my reasoning after the fact, since I hadn't been able to speak openly when we were standing with the two enemy men. That's quite the risk, he reminded me. I put my hands up and kept my weapon over my shoulder. Even walking across this bridge is a big risk, I explained. We can get shot from any direction for looking like we're members of several different armies. We walked for about 100 yards until we were close to the burn spot where the Prius battery had flamed up. As I walked around it, someone at the roadblock yelled, "It's Frank and the others!" Dante stuck his head up as he waved. "We're all clear," he shouted to his men at the blockade, as well as to Zen's people on the other side of the highway. Everyone stood up and relaxed. "We have the Bronco gassed up and waiting to take you over to Clownfish," Dante confirmed. "Come on in." "Be ready," I said to him and the others. "We think the Pew Pew party is about to get started." I made finger guns with my hands to clarify I was talking about the incoming attack. Once through the front gate and in the blue Bronco, I finally found the ability to let go of the tangled knot in my stomach. However, even as I sat in the comfortable front seat, I was thinking about the chain of events that had been set in motion. The armored truck headed north, hopefully carrying a message of blame against T-Bone. On the other side, T-Bone's men should have been reporting the unprovoked assault by one of the Legion vehicles. Somewhere out there, both sides were planning the larger attack on me. Did I muddy the waters enough to stop those invasion plans? Was there enough time left to stop it? "Take me to the watch desk, please." On the short drive through our community, I had a few moments to reflect on whether I'd done the right thing by giving up the truck. Would my people understand why I took the risk and let the pair of Legion men have it? Should I even mention that I'd had doubts myself, or was it better to act like I was always certain of my choices? It was Warlord Frank versus Uncle Frank. Unlike peacetime, there weren't opportunities to workshop ideas and reach consensus. I'd used my Warlord Frank persona to make the decision on the battlefield. For now, I was at peace with how I'd handled the complicated and fast-moving situation out there. Clownfish was a ghost town when I arrived. Besides a couple of people at the roadblock and shooters hiding inside the rubble of the burned construction homes, I hardly saw anyone else. We were on war footing. Dante parked in my driveway. As soon as it came to a stop, I hopped out and ran inside my garage. Red followed, but Allison went elsewhere.
"Hey, Frank. Good to see you back,"
Melanie said by way of hello. "Yeah, it got hairy for a few minutes out there." I didn't have time to get into the details of everything we'd done. The priority was being ready for the two-pronged attack that could come at any second. "Have you heard anything from the north or south borders?"
"Not a thing,"
she answered.
"But we've been on high alert since you all left."
"Good. I saw everyone in their fighting positions. That's what matters." I set my rifle in the rack along my wall. Then I went to the radio. Melanie scooted aside so I could sit in front of the mic. What was the appropriate thing to say? "Is this the call sign list?" I tapped a notepad next to the radio.
"Yep."
I'd already used Ish as the call sign for when I was driving the armored car, but now I intended to ditch it, since a careful observer might figure out my location after seeing me come into the subdivision. Now, at the watch desk, I changed to a prearranged list of names we'd set up for the actual battle. "Hello, this is Mustang calling all dealerships from the Ford location. How are car sales right now? I have good intel saying we should start selling cars at any second." Our coding was primitive, but we hadn't had time to teach Morse code or establish much in the way of communication protocols or complex ciphers. Anyone listening could learn our voices, too, no matter what names we used. Our hope was that by changing the names of our various defensive sites, it would take time for enemies to react, especially at the beginning of each day. I was also aware enemies could identify our locations when we said unique things about them. If we said a red car was crossing the bridge in front of a coded location, that would immediately give away its code name. At the leader meeting, we'd talked about keeping things vague as much as possible. Some of the ex-military guys were happy to teach Morse code, but we hadn't had the time. They also discussed that using radios in the clear opened up possibilities for introducing false intel to enemies who were listening in, but we hadn't planned for that either. For today, we gave each radio position a car maker name, and each leader a car model name as their handle. Tomorrow at the sunrise meeting, we'd switch the codes to something else.
This is Charger reporting from the Dodge location. All quiet here. Over.
That was Gretchen, keeping watch at the northern canal.
Roger, Charger. Get your people ready. We will, Sugar, she replied.
The wink in her voice came through the speaker. Like the military guys warned, anyone listening on the line would soon recognize her unique voice, no matter the fake name she used. I jotted a line on the paper about having leaders with rotating radio operators with them, to make it slightly more difficult for eavesdroppers. Another woman came on the line.
This is Grand National checking in at the Pontiac location. Quiet here. Over.
Be ready, Grand National, I replied. The Pontiac location was the Bravo intersection roadblock at 40th and Poseidon, which meant Janelle was Grand National.
Affirmative, she answered.
Mustang, this is Harley checking in. Who is that? I asked myself as I checked the list, not sure of everyone's handles. Melanie already had the answer.
That's Turk down at the middle roadblock along the southern canal.
Go ahead, Harley, I answered.
Yeah, we have movement on the other side.
He was cut off, or he cut himself off. I waited about 5 seconds. When the mic came back on, it sounded like Turk was holding the microphone next to a bowl of Rice Krispies, while they snapped, crackled, and popped.
Shit! We're under attack!
He held the mic for a few seconds. I heard nothing but gunshots.
We've got to get down there, I said. Mustang, you were right on. They're coming at us from across the bridge.
A wave of helplessness washed over me. I'd gotten the message out to them with only seconds to spare. We were already on high alert, but I didn't think my radio update had given them enough time to really be ready. I looked to my own street.
Red, I need you to go out and tell everyone to get behind something solid. The attack has started down south, and we might be next.
He ran out of my garage. I turned my attention back to the radio.
Harley, what is your status? They are shooting the shit out of us from houses on the far side. The trash trucks are moving around over there. I think they're about to come across.
More gunshots played on the speaker until Turk unkeyed the microphone again.
I've got to get down there, I declared. Really? Are you sure you don't want to stay here and fight?
Melanie's voice carried the weight of knowing what was happening miles away. It was only natural that she would want me close, to help defend her family. But I knew those trash trucks were special vehicles in T-Bone's inventory. We had the drones, but I was learning they weren't the end-all of recon. Sometimes you had to see problems with your own eyes in order to develop solutions.
I've got to see exactly what's going on down there, so I can protect us up here.
She flashed a weak smile. Without waiting for her to try to change my mind, I grabbed the keys to the El Camino, then ran over to the old blue truck. The windows were still wrecked, Bullet holes pockmarked the sides and back, and there were still a few crates of dry goods in the bed, waiting to be unloaded. "Carry me into battle one more time," I said to the truck as I hopped in. I held my breath as I put the key in. The motor rolled over and roared. "Thank you," I breathed out with relief. Despite outward appearances, the motor of the beast still sounded strong. Before I moved, I leaned out the window and called into the garage. "Melanie, call ahead to Pontiac position and have them open the gates for me in advance, okay?" She gave me a thumbs up. I planned to speed the whole way. In fact, I almost stomped on the gas and spun around the circle to start things off. But my enthusiasm was tempered when I saw Daisy and Penny running from her house over to Carmen's place. Where was Carmen? I didn't want to drive alone, but I didn't want to go looking for her. "Hey, you know where Carmen is?" I shouted to Penny. "No," she yelled back. "We hope she's at home." Daisy wobble-ran like the toddler she was. I wanted to wait for my co-pilot, but the urgency in Turk's voice pushed me to give the truck gas to drive on. No one else was visible by any of the houses until I went next to Ben's. He stood on his front porch, cradling the wooden stock of his 30-30 like it was a baby in his arms. I skidded to a stop and waved him to come to the street. "I need a shooter," I called out. He hustled down his drive. The front door opened at almost the same time. "Not my Ben," Evelyn insisted. Ben didn't stop or turn around. When he reached the passenger door, he wore a wry smile, like a teenager pretending not to hear his mother asking if his homework was done, before going out to play. "I need help, but you don't have to," I said, not sure if I should look for someone else. "Don't worry about her," he ordered, still not looking at his wife. "After the last time you and I went on a boat outing, and I dinged my head, she is convinced this time is going to be where I die." His words sent a bolt of indecision down my spine. Was it right to put the guy in more danger? Was it right to ignore the wife, also a resident of my community, because I needed the husband? After a couple of seconds of reflection, I decided Ben was the wrong person to argue with. If his own wife couldn't get him to stop from getting in the car, I suspected I wouldn't have the power to get him back out. Not in a few seconds. "Sorry, ma'am," I shouted across Ben's seat. I gave the truck some gas. We sped through the container gate, then went through the construction homes. "Thanks for coming with," I said when we were up to speed on Poseidon. For once I could speed at will, safe in the knowledge none of my people would accidentally appear in the road ahead. We got to the Bravo roadblock in record time. Thanks to Melanie, they already had the cars rolled aside so I could cut the wheel hard left and rip through there. The giant semi-truck was still parked at the intersection, acting as honey for the spy bears sniffing around in the abandoned homes. It was on the right side, however, so I didn't need to go around it. I shifted aggressively as I shot down the dirt-covered section of 40th Street. "When we get there, I'm going to park a street or two back. We'll walk up toward the bridge and see what we can see." "Sounds like a plan, boss," he said. The wind noise was brutal. The motor screamed as we reached 75, then 80. Ahead, the canal bridge was a hive of activity. "Oh, shit," I cursed. The vintage trash trucks were lined one behind the other. The first one pushed at the jumble of cars blocking the bridge, and the whole cluster of vehicles shifted slowly in our direction. I slammed on the brakes. The cars slid at an angle, putting me in the perfect position to see the attack. Men fired from the houses on the other side, and shots were returned from our side of the canal. But the first trash truck had a metal plate covering the driver position. It seemed inevitable they were going to break through. I'd gotten what I wanted: a front row view of the invasion. Chapter 10. Now that I saw what was coming, I had to do something about it. 200 yards down the road, the line of trash trucks bullied its way through the pile of abandoned vehicles on the bridge. I didn't see any of our men and women running from the chaos, and I hoped that meant everyone was in the safer positions inside the line of homes. My rifle remained next to me. Could I pop off a few rounds at the invaders? Before I could finish the thought, I watched with renewed horror as the lead truck coughed black smoke out its stacks and pushed aside the last vehicles.
"They're coming this way,"
Ben noted. I had my hand on the rifle, but I left it sitting between us. Instead of shooting, I put the stick shift in the R gear. The tires spun out as I backed along the street. Glancing up a single time, I confirmed we were in their path. I jammed the wheel as we reached the intersecting street. As the first trash truck approached, I got the El Camino off the main roadway to let them pass.
"Stay down,"
I ordered, expecting to take shots from anyone sitting in the crew compartments. I kept as low as I could while continuing to back up. But no one fired at us. When I glanced up again, the old trash trucks continued north, from our left to right. I didn't see anyone riding with the drivers, so I put on the brakes.
"We safe?"
Ben asked, still doing his best to hunch below the level of the dashboard, but not doing a good job of it.
"Not sure."
I studied our enemy. Besides the armor plate on the front window, each of the trucks had a metal plate affixed to the beefy bolts in each front wheel, so it appeared as if they were rolling by on gray metal tires, rather than the standard black ones. Another steel plate had been slapped across the side-mounted fuel tanks, too. Lots of heavy chains dangled underneath the chassis, purpose unknown.
"Let's see if we can hurt one of them."
I dragged my rifle out of the front seat. The engine idled as I set the rifle on the windowsill of the driver's door, which was now wide open. I flicked the safety, lined up one of the trucks, then took a few shots. I'd aimed for the passenger door, hoping the armor over the driver's position only protected him from the front. Despite hitting my target several times as it rolled by, it did not veer off the road in a fiery explosion as I'd hoped. I couldn't shoot the next truck, since there were no more following.
"How many was that?"
I asked.
5 or 6,
Ben replied, sitting normally.
"Let's see where they're going."
I got back in, set my rifle down, then put the truck in gear. As I rolled to the intersection, I was careful to make sure there were no other trucks lingering behind, and I also confirmed that none of the trash trucks had stopped to shoot at me. Instead, they were well on their way to the Bravo intersection. Glancing to the left, there were no more vehicles coming across. It didn't feel right, as there should have been more of an invasion force.
"They have an opening," I said. "So why aren't they taking it?"
"Good question," Ben answered. I turned the El Camino to the right and jammed the gas pedal down. A rooster tail of dust shot up 2 arcs behind me. We caught up to the convoy at the same moment 2 trucks split off from the main group. One went left, immediately ramming the "We Shoot First" dumpster and pushing it aside. The other went right, pushing through the small roadblock as it went toward Jack's people at the far end. I then realized the trucks could do severe damage to us, even without having shooters in the passenger seats. The huge vehicles would push aside roadblocks wherever they found them. Ahead, the remaining group of trash haulers approached Janelle and her defenders at the Bravo intersection. I was ready to fight back, but there was no hope of doing the obvious thing. "These guys thought of everything," I declared. "We can't even shoot their tires from the back." The trash trucks had two 4x4 timbers hung behind and below each vehicle, like a giant Mansfield bar, essentially a giant rear bumper. They provided an effective bulletproof shield for the vulnerable rear of the tires. "How do we stop them?" Ben asked. "I've got to get closer," I suggested. While the big block Chevy stormed forward, the first trash truck slammed into a silver SUV blocking the southern entrance of the Bravo roadblock. This time I clearly saw my people jumping aside to avoid being struck by the intruder. Two trucks continued north, avoiding the parked semi, and burst through the circular blockade a second time. Two others turned west, pushing the end of a shipping container to get out. Anyone who avoided being struck by them fired weapons at the intruders. I wanted to avoid the ship if at all possible, but the spinning container pushed a small Mazda two-door off the wall and into the middle of the intersection. That took away my ability to go north, so I instead turned west. Janelle waved at me as we sped through. "Call this in," I shouted, figuring she didn't really need to be told. "Where are these idiots going?" I said to myself, heading toward the Dawn Star. An idea hit me as we rolled toward the super ship. What if they were filled with explosives? Would 2 big bombs even be enough to harm the massive ship? I didn't think so, but I couldn't be sure. The slow-moving trucks were easy to catch, given the weight disparities between us. But what could we do against a turtle-like vehicle that had been up-armored in several places? I thought to pull next to them and shoot underneath, but it soon made sense what all those thick chains were for. They hung low, often tapping the dirt below, and there were enough of them to hide every exposed vulnerability under there. We all continued west toward the vessel. I took note of puffs of dust kicking up on the dirt-caked street. It took a few moments to figure out what had caused it. "The Navy guys are shooting at them," I said. "And at us, too," Ben pointed out. "Oh, right." I dropped in directly behind the last truck so we couldn't be seen from the ship's deck. That gave me a short time to work out a next move as we rolled ever closer to those guns. If they didn't turn at the end of the street, I planned to hit the brakes and get out of the area. If they were going to blow themselves up, it was best to be far away. "They're turning," Ben said as he leaned out his open window. I didn't let go of the wheel with my left hand, even as I shifted with my right. One driving mistake could leave us dead. I knew we were close to the last street. When the truck ahead of us started its right-hand turn, I sped up and tried to get alongside it, to stay shielded from the guys on the ship. However, the driver must have been waiting for me to try it, since he cut into a yard and skirted along the left side of a small tree on the corner. To avoid the truck, I almost took out the tree. "Crap!" I cried, hitting the brakes and veering back out into the street. My nerves were already hanging over the edge. We were now behind the trash truck again, but that left us exposed to a full broadside from the giant ship. An ear-cracking bang hit the rear of our truck. "Go!" Ben rallied. I couldn't exactly hold out my ID card for the Marines, or Navy people, or whatever U.S. force was on the ship. At this point, I didn't even know if they were officially at war with my neighborhood watch group. But for the moment, I had to assume they couldn't distinguish between me and any other militia group out on the roads. They'd been forced to shoot at the approaching threats, and the El Camino was coming at them too. Without dwelling on the falling bullets, I slapped gears and sped the truck along the left side of the rear trash truck until I was next to it. Ben tried to get his rifle out, but I sped by too fast. Ignoring more plinks of metal hitting us, I merged in front of the trash guy and continued on to the lawns to the right of it. The trash truck driver tried to veer right to hit me, but I was far more maneuverable and stayed out of his way. As we drove north, I kept the trash truck between myself and the ship. The yards weren't always smooth, and the El Camino bounced over multiple driveways, but I didn't hear so many of those impacts. Evelyn might have had a point about the danger, I joked. Bah, I'll tell her we didn't do anything. I cracked up with the free-flowing adrenaline. The lead truck continued north, but the one next to me suddenly swung to the right, onto the street where Shane and Sonny once lived. I had to stomp on the brakes, adjust the wheel to make the right turn, then gas up the second I could. If there were more shots taken at me from the ship, none of them struck the metal of the El Camino. As soon as the big rig went by the flattened house that once belonged to Shane and his brother, I fell behind it again. We have to stop it, I suggested. Can you shoot through those chains to flat out one of the front tires? I can try, but it doesn't look good. We turned left at the end of the block. I noted one of the other trucks that had gone north through the Bravo roadblock was now far down the road, heading for Gretchen's defensive positions. I picked up a handheld. This is Mustang calling Dodge. Be warned, there is an armored trash truck heading your way from the south. There was no response. Dodge, you got your ears on? The truck we'd been chasing turned right. Ben, take a shot if you can. Get me a little closer, he advised. The radio warbled for a moment. Mustang, this is Ford Station. I heard you. I will relay to Dodge. Thanks, Ford Station. I was glad since I had to keep my hands on the wheel. The trash truck was great for bashing through the roadblocks, but it didn't have much oomph for the straightaways. We stayed with it, always searching for weaknesses. Ben hung his rifle out the window, but he still didn't fire. There isn't a weak spot, he complained. I had to swerve around the wreckage of an old boat left to rot on the side of the street. Most of the junk had been cleared from the roadways after the storm, but not all of it. He aimed again. The metal barrier surrounding the driver also wrapped around his backside, making it difficult to target the guy from any direction. I had to fall behind as it made another turn. Look ahead, Ben burst out. There are carpet strips on the road. There were also some teenagers standing close to the street, perhaps oblivious to what was coming their way. Ben, fire at will. Take out that driver. At that moment, the big truck veered left, cutting me off. I had to drop back, fall in behind, and think of what to do next. I don't have a shot, he said with frustration. I brought him back into view by swerving to the left. Fire at him, I ordered. Ben lined up the barrel of his rifle. He fired at the window on the back side of the cabin. The glass broke immediately, but the metal shield absorbed his attack. Each shot of Ben's put another dent on the barrier, but it didn't look as if it was going to penetrate it. I honked the horn, desperate to get those kids out of the way. Ahead, they started running for the houses. We were rolling toward the nail-strewn carpet strips. I waited until the last second. As the driver went over the nails, I veered off the road and into the grass so I wouldn't pop my own tires. The trash truck plowed over the carpet and immediately sucked the white strip into the undercarriage. Some of it was apparently wrapped around the wheels. Then it got torn in half. Whatever was left went flying behind it. I pointed the El Camino back into the street. We'd picked up another valuable piece of on-the-job intelligence. The trash trucks weren't bothered by little things like nails. Chapter 11. Behind the trash truck, I drove a few car lengths back. I needed time to think about how to stop it. The screw-filled carpet idea had worked, but the heavy garbage hauler had plowed right over a batch of them, and it didn't seem as if the tires had lost any air. That would have been too simple. It weaved left and right through the subdivisions in the middle part of our watch region. It didn't trap itself on cul-de-sacs, though it wouldn't have mattered much. The El Camino could not block it in. "These guys must have a map," I suggested. "They are driving a route." "Maybe they found the regular drivers who did the trash service in this area. That would give them a huge edge, boss." "True enough." I made another right turn. "I don't know how we can stop these things. Not unless we had carpet strips with railroad spikes." "That's a great idea," he replied. "Do you have any on hand?" I asked, keeping my eye on the truck. We were heading south on 40th Street, leading me to wonder if it was heading back home. "No, but the rail line isn't far." There wasn't time to get any, but maybe it was a trip for another day. "Get ready." I sat upright in my seat. "We're going through the Bravo intersection again." Ahead, Janelle and her defenders stood out of the way, but they fired at the trash truck as it barreled in their direction. I veered behind it, using it as a shield while my friends tried to take it out from the front. The enemy driver slowed as he approached the intersection. He had to get around the semi-truck parked there, but he soon made it clear where he was going. "He's turning left," Ben and I said at almost the same time. We couldn't shoot at him while the vehicle was among the guards. The truck shoved through the last remaining line of cars on the four-sided roadblock, those on the eastern side of the junction. I trailed behind, much slower, to watch what it would do. A second before I completed the turn, I saw hints of color to our south, making me stop completely. Other vehicles drove around in our neighborhoods, and they weren't ours. Which way was I needed most? Should I keep after the impossible target, or go for the other vehicles that I might be able to stop? The tension already lapped at my gut, but now it overflowed. I couldn't mess up this decision. My people fired at will at the backside of the escaping truck. That turned my attention to it, and what was beyond. Oh, hell. This thing is going for our street next. Far down Poseidon, Zen's roadblock stood at Bayside Road. My roadblock was behind it. Clownfish was behind that. "Watch those cars to the south," I shouted to Janelle as I went by. I hit the gas, chirping the tires when I hit second. My pulse raged with the 454 motor as it sucked in air and fuel and spit out horsepower. We easily caught up to the car crusher on wheels. The gravity of the moment sunk in. We'd have to ram it, if necessary, to keep it from pushing the two roadblocks out of the way. If this was T-Bone's clever plan, I could easily see those cars to the south grouping together, swarming through Janelle's wide-open blockade, then storming Clownfish as one big group. "That's why they sent 5, I said, mostly to myself. "They distracted us with the others, but this is the one that matters." "How do you want to play this?" We were already a quarter of the way there. I wiped my sweaty palm on my shirt, then I put it back on the wheel. Lots of things would stop the runaway giant. Holes in the road, a big enough tree blocking the way, a grenade. but I had none of those ready in the half-mile between us and the roadblocks.
"Fire at will," I said. "I'll keep you close, but you have to find a way." I couldn't drive and shoot at the same time, not with great precision, but I pulled up my rifle anyway. Ben shot at the crew compartment a couple of times. As per my routine, the AR already had a round in the chamber, so all I had to do was set the safety to danger mode. I put the barrel on top of the dashboard, using the lack of windshield to my advantage. "I'll fire at the front," I advised him, "while you fire at the underside. See if you can get those tires." I was on the left side of the vintage trash hauler, which allowed my passenger to fire out his side of the El Camino. If either of us were going to pick vulnerable targets, it would be Ben, since he didn't also have to keep the truck on the road. I aimed below the rear window of the crew compartment, trying to find a vulnerability in the driver's armor. For a few seconds, the front seat became a symphony of gun blasts as we both wailed on the enemy vehicle. The big truck veered left. "Shit!" I blurted, adjusting. My rifle fell out of my right hand, balancing precariously up there. I needed my right hand to shift down. We were halfway there, or less. The dirty canal ran alongside the street to the right, making it dangerous to drive close to it, so I stayed on the side with the houses. The driver tried to ram us, but the slow truck didn't even come close. "We're going left into the grass," I announced. It was almost clear in the yards all the way to Bayside, with the exception of the one house still with the roof beached in front of it. "Go for it," he yelled. I nabbed my rifle before it slid onto the hood. The lawns were flat, but there were uneven patches, making our ride rougher than the pavement. "It has to be now," I rallied. Holding the rifle, I pulled it back enough to get a grip and put a finger in the trigger guard. Using the dash one last time, I aimed for the plating behind and next to the driver, hoping, there was a gap at the corner where it wasn't welded solid. Ben fired down, toward the front tires. The boxy framework protecting the one on the driver's side looked tough, but it wasn't perfect. It did not go all the way to the ground or it would drag. For the next 20 seconds, I fired the remainder of the 30 rounds in my mag. Ben ran out too. "Did you get anything?" I asked. He waited a few seconds, watching. "I thought I got that front tire for sure." The truck rolled along, seemingly unharmed. "Damn!" I considered the unthinkable. "You want to jump out?" I asked. He cocked his head. "What are you going to do?" I yanked my rifle off the dash and set it next to me. "We have to stop that thing any way we can. I figure we can ram him from the side and get that metal shielding to poke at least one front tire." Trade this car for that one." "Yeah, something like that." We were almost out of time. I had to slow as we approached the roof in the yard. I panted at top RPM. The trash truck weaved back to the far side of the road. However, it didn't stop there. It put the right tires in grass next to the canal. Belatedly, the driver corrected, as it was about 100 yards from the blockade. Zen's people were already taking pot shots at it. I couldn't worry about getting hit. All I could think about was stopping the truck. Was it possible to ram it sideways into the canal? Or was our best option the one where we shoved the El Camino into the left wheel? I dropped in behind the much larger vehicle, shielded from the bullets incoming from Zen's guards. The trash truck brake lights tapped. It slowed a bit. Then the driver straightened out. It wasn't going as fast as before, but it kept going. "We've got to do this," I croaked.
my voice hoarse from the gravity of my decision.
"It's been fun,"
Ben answered, seemingly on a different trip than mine.
"Tell Evelyn I'm sorry for not keeping you safe," I laughed.
I ripped the wheel left and stomped on the gas. The El Camino easily whipped around the slower vehicle, but as soon as we came around, we were greeted with sparks. At first, I thought they were gunshots sparking off the pavement, but I quickly remembered that only happened in the movies. The reality was far simpler.
"Hell yeah, Ben! You got it!"
I cheered. The front tire on the driver's side had completely blown apart. The rubber was gone, and its metal wheel dragged over the asphalt roadway, shooting a 3-foot rooster tail of sparks behind it.
"Is it slowing?"
I asked, still ready to sacrifice my car if needed.
"Yeah, I think it is."
It was going to be close. The garbage truck still shoved its way forward, but it seemed to get more and more resistance from the ground, like a quarterback rush that encountered a growing number of defensive linemen. By the time it got to the last few yards, it was doing about 10 miles per hour. The guards ran to get clear. I pulled to a stop, content to let the slow-motion train wreck happen. There was no point in ramming it when the tire was already gone. If we tried it now, we would likely get tangled in the heavy object and get dragged along. The trash truck pushed into the blue Honda SUV that had been on the roadblock since the beginning and shoved it into the intersection. Doing 5 miles per hour at best, the giant truck pushed its way across Bayside and ran into the old powder blue Chevy that sat beyond our roadblock as a deterrent. It also shoved the frame of the burned-out Prius. Finally, when it met the front vehicle on our side of the highway, it came to a stop. The driver put his foot on the brake. That was how I knew he was alive. I parked the El Camino behind the trash truck, waving to the guards all around me so I didn't get shot. They knew me and my blue truck, but there was a lot of adrenaline floating around, and I didn't want to risk anything. As I stepped out, I glanced south on Bayside Road. Far down there, parked in the middle, I saw a vehicle that might have been T-Bone's red Jeep.
"Guys, keep your eyes peeled down that way."
I pointed south. I ran to the passenger side of the trash truck, assuming it would be easier to breach than the one with the plating on the side. Since I'd run out of ammo on my rifle, I had my heavy pistol at the ready. It was tempting to put 6 rounds through the door to be sure, but I didn't know if that would do anything, and I didn't want to run myself out of ammo completely. After hopping on the side step, I reached to the door handle and flung it open. I ducked back, expecting someone to be there with a gun.
What the exact F is this?
I didn't expect to see an elderly woman crammed into the floorboard area. She was dressed in a muted flower print dress, similar to what women wore in the 40s and 50s. It was in no way appropriate for a military expedition. Someone moved on the driver's side. I called out, "Don't make a move or you're dead."
"I'm already dead,"
a man's voice replied. There was an elderly man behind the wheel. He wore an oversized flak helmet, like he was a war correspondent from the news. However, he was thin and gaunt, so it looked as if he was a child who'd stolen the hat and was pretending to drive a tank. That was the other thing. He'd been surrounded by those metal plates, including a small one between him and the woman, so all I could see was the upper part of his body.
"What's going on here?"
I asked with both anger and horror. The woman was evidently dead. Unlike the driver, she'd been sent into battle without any armor plating whatsoever. Seemingly every bullet fired at the truck had found its way into her body, and now it was full of bloody holes. She sat cross-legged on a giant pillow, but it appeared to be by design. It looked as if she'd been writing on a clipboard positioned on the seat, where a normal person would have sat.
"It's all gone," he whined. "Our home, our future, everything."
"What are you talking about? What were you doing in my neighborhood?" He pointed behind me.
"He made us do this."
I didn't have to look back to know he was talking about T-Bone in his red Jeep. "What was your mission?" I asked, being more polite than necessary. If I could get anything valuable from him, I had to try. He pointed to the clipboard.
"There's your answer. That's what he wants."
I pulled the clipboard off a piece of two-sided Velcro that had kept it attached to the seat. I read what the woman had written, and it soon became clear what it was. "You guys are scouting." He nodded. "But why are you working with him? He's a monster."
"He said we were fighting the hoarders who have been stealing our food. A guy named Uncle Frank and his army."
My muscles tensed up at hearing myself described as the bad guy.
"But that's not the reason I'm here, in this truck. Mildred and I did it so he wouldn't kill our grandchildren."
"T-Bone?" I asked. He nodded grimly.
"It's nothing personal, young man. It's just war."
"I understand what you are—" I was cut off when I noticed the black snub-nosed revolver in his hands.
"He said I couldn't kill myself if I was caught. He said I had to kill anyone else."
His aim made it clear I was to be that person. Blood coursed through the veins in my ears, pounding my head from two sides.
"You don't have to do this," I pleaded.
On the other side of the truck, I saw the shadows of my people through the narrow wedge of light that had been cut in the metal plating. But I didn't think they could get through the door in time, nor did I think they could see the gun in the man's hand.
"He's watching right now," he whispered. "I'm sorry."
"Where is he?" I asked, playing dumb. He pointed down the road. I turned my head, acting like I was searching for T-Bone. But instead of looking far away, I raised my pistol at the same time as I returned my attention to him. Maybe he hadn't been expecting me to fight back, or the ruse worked, but he'd let his pistol barrel drift to my side. He tried to straighten it. I fired before he could get me. The crack of the thunderous .50 caliber round was deafening in the cramped cabin. At 3 feet, I did not miss. He dropped his weapon onto the seat in front of his wife. I sat there for a few seconds, ears on fire from the noise, and drenched in the acrid smell of the discharge, unable to believe what war had forced me to do. Then I reached down and picked up the old revolver. It felt light, so I checked to find there were only spent casings inside. He couldn't have shot me if he wanted. The whine of diesel engines sounded in the distance. Far behind us, a trash truck plowed through the remains of the Bravo roadblock and headed south, probably returning home to report their findings. And south on Bayside, one of the other garbage trucks pulled from a side street, joining T-Bone on the road. How many other trucks had made it through our area? Was this the only one that had been stopped? "Fire at those guys!" I yelled to the guards gathered around. The claps of gunfire started immediately. Our intention had been to fire at extreme distances any time we saw the enemy, so this was our chance to make good on the idea. I was out of ammo, unable to join in. "You okay, Frank?" Ben asked from behind me. "No extra holes?" "No. You?" "I think I'm actually okay this time." He patted his chest. "Did we stop the attack?" I thought about it for a moment. I think we stopped them from ruining our roadblock, but it looks like this was more of a probe. I glanced to the dead couple, pissed off that 2 human beings had been used and thrown away by T-Bone's gang. This is what happens when you need to scout your enemy, but you don't have high-tech drones like us. Yikes. You think he learned anything about us? Yeah. Unless he's an idiot, he knows one thing about us for sure. And what's that? We'd spent the previous night retreating from our homes, and any of the spies could have easily told T-Bone about our evacuation. What I had hoped to keep hidden for longer was where we'd put our fighters, and where we'd taken them away. He now knows once he gets past the canal, it's game over for us. Chapter 12. T-Bone retreated from our long-range gunfire, so we had a little time to study the vehicle we'd captured. The good news is that we now have a trash truck in our fleet, if we can find a replacement tire. I walked along the passenger side, looking over all the defensive additions like the metal plates, chains, and custom rear bumper. If I found a weakness, we could use that information to take out the others. It took about 5 seconds to discover why the nails hadn't stopped it. Oh man, that's clever. I pointed to the rear tires. Some bits of the carpet were wrapped in the chassis or in the chains, but one long strip was still embedded in one of the tires. Ben bent down to look. What is it? I glanced underneath the rig, behind the thin sheet metal blocking visibility. The dual-axle design allowed for 4 tires on each side of the rear to support the heavy trash compactor when it was loaded with garbage. 2 on each side. The outer ones were reinforced against punctures, like the front one. Each of these tires has an extra layer of rubber wrapped around the tread, giving another 2 inches of material a screw or nail would have to penetrate. And I bet there is a central core of steel in between the 2 layers to further protect them. He stuck his head underneath the truck. Yeah, you're right. A couple of those interior tires look like they've gone flat, but the outer tires are perfectly fine. Now we know, I answered, imagining that we'd gotten some reconnaissance from this encounter too. Maybe we can protect our own vehicles like this. The whole world was filled with tires. Modern cars knocked out by the EMP wouldn't be good for much, but their tires could be chopped up and wrapped around those on our working vehicles. However, that was another thing for down the road, since there wasn't enough time or manpower to begin such an ambitious project. Of more pressing concern was how to stop the next trash truck attack. I walked in the direction of the bridge over the canal, but I didn't dare leave the safety of the roadblock area. We had patrols out in those woods, but the homes on the right side of Bayside Road were less safe. It was the vicinity where those 2 Legion spies had been operating before they'd taken off in the armored truck. Still, the bridge represented the only realistic place in our territory where we had any chance of stopping large vehicles. Short of blowing up the bridges, which seemed outside of our ability at the moment, we needed to find a way to capitalize on the choke points. I kicked at a crack in the pavement while I thought about it. Ben came alongside. Boss, what do you want me to do? Evelyn has probably heard the news that shots were flying, so she no doubt assumes you and I are dead. He laughed a bit, but not as much as he normally would. It struck a little close to home. I'd been one ramming maneuver away from putting us both in the hospital. Or whatever passed for one these days. Looking at the road again, I did have an idea jump out at me. A way to use the bridges to our advantage. I took out my notepad and began to sketch. Ben, you can go back home, but you've got to get people working on these. It only took a few more seconds to draw out my idea. After that, I added several arrows and marked out where I wanted them. He took the sheet and looked at it for a moment.
You want me to...
I held up a hand. Don't say it out loud. There are too many spies around here. While you are working at these places, I want you to shield the sites with tarps or vehicles, okay? Staying hidden was important for ducking bullets, as well as secrecy.
Got it, boss.
He took a step back.
And you want all of them done. As many as time allows, but do them in the order I wrote them down. We don't have any spare manpower, I know, but these might be the only things that can stop trash trucks, so they are the highest priority today.
Ben nodded, made sure I was done. Then he walked toward home. The heat was on to act. But what was my next move? Stopping the one trash truck was a tiny win for us, but it was overshadowed by all those that got away. It made me think we should strike back at T-Bone immediately. We needed to throw him off his game plan before he was able to digest his new intel and use it against us in a follow-up attack. However, before I did anything, I needed to take a quick sweep through our watch area and figure out if the trucks made it to every inch of our community. I also wanted to touch base with my people who were still holding the line out there. I hopped back in the El Camino. Zen arrived on a bicycle while I was reloading my AR.
I heard the crash, he exclaimed. This is wild.
He looked around for a moment, but then zeroed in on me.
You good, my dude?
He asked in Zen speak.
I know you were involved.
Yeah, I was. I chuckled before starting the engine. You want to go for a quick drive? His face lit up.
Hell yeah! As long as everything is cool around here.
I gave him a few seconds to ask his team if they needed anything, but he jumped in the second they said they had everything in order. Fortunately, the trash truck had only pushed the Honda SUV across the roadway, so it was easy to return to its position. In moments, I raced the old Chevy west on Poseidon.
How you guys doing on your streets?
I asked.
Decent, I guess. We have a bunch of new people, and some of them don't like a young dude like me running everything. But we're figuring it out.
Let me know if that becomes a problem. I can come over there and cool things down. He took a long pause.
Bro, I appreciate everything you've done for me, but this leadership gig just gets harder every day. And for every new guy, there are 50 questions I have to answer. It totally blows.
I would have loved to sit down with him and compare notes about the pains of leadership, but I had too many other things going on. The best I could do was share the suffering with him.
Dude, I replied, once we get through this attack, the questions should die down.
I figured any leader would jump at the opportunity to cut down on red tape.
I hope so.
But you are prepping your streets to fight, right? I clarified.
Yeah. The rows of houses on the outer edge of our 3 streets are all being hardened, like you guys did with those window boxes. We're strengthening the blockades at the ends of our streets, and we're making sure the kids and women are protected on the inside.
Great. Good work. I pointed ahead. We're here. When we got to the Bravo Junction, I discovered the team had pushed the damaged cars back into position on the north and west sides, and were working on the southern part. I came in through the eastern entrance and rolled up to the leader.
Did the trash trucks all clear out?
I asked Janelle. Beyond the blockade, I didn't see any vehicles moving on our streets.
There's one missing that we know of. It went to the north, but it never came back.
I wondered if they made contact with the Legion. That would be another good use of the heavy trucks. they could bowl through roadblocks and deliver secret messages to their ally pushing in from the north. I turned my attention to the south. No vehicles were in motion, leading me to conclude I'd been right about what the enemy forces had been doing. They'd come in to snoop around, then they'd left. It was pure recon. And it wasn't a surprise if I thought about it from a military frame of mind. There was no point to capturing individual houses in the abandoned blocks. This battle wasn't about territory. It was about capturing food and killing people. And T-Bone now knew where most of our people were. "Let me know if it ever comes back through here," I finished. While idling in the roadblock, I saw Edgar and some of his men pushing the big dumpster into his street again. A trash truck had gone through and shoved it aside, so it made sense they'd want it back in position. Less clear to me was why they were there at all. "I'm going to go check that out," I said to Janelle. I drove Zen the few hundred yards to Edgar's street. The "we shoot first" side of the dumpster was now faced outward, like before. "These guys are badass," Zen drawled. They did convey a seriousness lacking in most of my allies, with the exception of a few guys like Shane, Sonny, and while he was alive, Nathan. There were about 10 men working together, and they were all decked out in camo, with packs, vests, and AR platform rifles. They weren't all dressed in identical gear, but they looked like they could have all been a part of the same army. They were not Turk's band of ex-military either. "Hey, Edgar!" I shouted over the motor noise, hoping to bring him over without causing a dangerous situation. The white-haired black guy came to me, but he was flanked by 2 large men who kept watch over him. "Frank," he said in a dry tone. "What are you guys doing here? We're all supposed to be back at the central point of defense." "Our families all went there, but we're going to fight for our homes. We took a vote." I respected the idea, though I was a bit jealous we didn't have those men closer to the women and children, where they could protect things that mattered. He must have seen the cogs spinning in my brain. "Frank, don't worry. Big trash trucks are hard to take out, but if men show up on foot, we're ready to F 'em up. We have vehicles hidden to get us back if it comes to that. Those trucks have puncture-proof tires and shit tons of metal shielding, but their weak point is the passenger side of the cabin. If you shoot at the driver through that side, he only has a light piece of armor protecting him in the cab." I shuddered at the thought of killing more enemy grandmas, but I didn't want our grandmas dead either. "Thanks," he answered. "We'll pass that around." "That's good," I said, knowing I couldn't talk him off his street. "Anything else we can do for you?" "Nah, we're good, and ready for a fight. Just watch out for our loved ones. If it gets too hot, you always have a fallback position with us, and your families will be protected as if they are our own." We clasped hands. I hated that this thought even entered my head, but it served our defensive position to have guys like Edgar sticking it out where they lived. Thinking of T-Bone's probing mission, and assuming his trash truck got out with the information, he now had to worry about a street of heavily armed men smack in the middle of our territory. If his recon had missed the men on this first pass, he would have a nasty surprise later when he found them. It was Warlord Frank coming out again. One of the bodyguards tapped Edgar on the shoulder, then pointed south. "Are these your guys?" Edgar asked me. A line of vehicles traveled north. Most of them were motorcycles, and they weren't driving fast, suggesting they were allies. An ember of uncertainty flamed up in my gut. It reminded me of driving slow while infiltrating T-Bone Street, before the mortar chased us away. Was I looking at a similar intrusion by a large enemy force? Were they driving at a leisurely pace to fool us into thinking they were friendlies?
"Maybe we should back up," I suggested.
"Yeah, for sure," Edgar said as he and his guards moved closer to the dumpster, giving them hard cover. I was almost to the dumpster too, but I soon recognized the lead guy on the old motorcycle.
"I think it might be Turk."
I did not tell Edgar to come back out. In fact, I threw the safety on my rifle, getting it ready for combat. Zen saw what I was doing, so he did the same thing with his weapon. "Be ready for trouble," I whispered. Turk raised his hand and pulled his motorbike to the side of the road. Motorcycles behind him did the same thing, though a few cars kept driving by.
"What's going on?"
I asked loudly, so all parties could hear what was being said.
"Hey, Frank."
The Popeye-looking guy threw a leg over the old Harley and came closer to me.
"I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but me and some of the boys are heading north."
The small flame of tension burning in my gut exploded into a rager.
"You aren't talking about our north border, are you?"
"No, I'm talking about Tennessee for starters. Illinois eventually. That's where my wife and sons are." He'd mentioned his family a time or two before, and I knew this was a possibility. But he couldn't have picked a worse time to leave. Actually, from his perspective, maybe there had never been a better time to clear out. Everyone knew what was headed our way.
"Who's going with you?"
I asked, trying not to sound defensive. Not only were they taking the vehicles and people, but they were taking defenders of our borders, making it harder for the rest of us to fight off the invaders.
"Some of the power and light guys wanted to come. A few of my army buddies. Some randos who want to keep from getting shot." "It probably isn't any safer out on the road," I warned.
"My guys know what to expect,
"But the rest are on their own," he replied.
"They aren't my problem." I wanted to talk to the people lined up to leave, see if I could get them to change their minds. But Turk didn't give me any time. Without further fuss, he got on his bike and started it. It probably wouldn't have mattered. Even if I could talk to them individually, I would have to somehow make them believe it was in their best interest to wait around for T-Bone's attack before leaving. Oh, and why not wait for the Legion to strike too? Not a chance in hell they would go for that. Turk nodded as he rolled out. I recognized some of the others following him, but they kept their eyes forward. After about 6 bikes went by, 2 70s-era trailing sedans hauled ass to catch up to them. Soon enough, I was left standing in a cloud of gas fumes. I'd never felt as low as that moment. And the real war hadn't even started. Chapter 13. After visiting Edgar's street and watching Turk take his small group up the road, I traveled as much of our territory as possible, giving myself maybe 30 minutes to make the circuit. I saw where roadblocks had been pushed aside, where carpets of nails had been run over, and where the trash trucks had exited our community. I did not figure out where the missing truck had gone in the north, but I got a better feeling for what T-Bone had been scouting for, and what the surviving trucks might have reported back to him. While driving back to Clownfish with Zen, I knew what had to come next.
"Zen, would you mind coming back to my street? I want to get your feedback on some things." "Yeah, for sure, bro, huh? For sure. I've never seen anything like this, but I'll do what I can."
Along the way, I gathered a few more of my main leaders. I didn't want to bring in everyone, as I would have needed to put out a call on the radio. If any bad guys were listening, they would learn where to find the leaders of my whole community. That made me realize I needed to change up the times for the sunrise and sunset meetings. If we became too predictable, enemies could exploit our schedule. When we got back to Clownfish, I dropped Zen at my driveway and told him to wait there. But then I ran over to LeVar's garage. As expected, I found him and Deanna talking about technical specs for the solar array he'd put together. "Deanna, what do you have in the air?" I asked, panting from the quick jog over.
"Only one at the moment. The rest are charging in the lawn, ready for when you need them."
"We still can only use one at a time?"
"Yeah, mostly. Without the software back at my junkyard, I can't really get more than a few going. And like I said, you have to park the ones you aren't actively watching."
"That's shitty software," I complained.
"Actually, it could be a lot worse. The specs limit you to one drone at a time, but it has some extra coding that allows the additional drones to enter hover mode, while you use the active one. We are lucky to have that."
"I'll take your word for it." I motioned to her tablet. "Where is it looking right now?"
"North Point. I figured you'd want to know whether the fighting was still going on at the hospital this morning."
"Is it?" I asked, not in the mood for 20 questions.
Yeah," she said quickly. "Check this out."
The screen on her tablet showed the hospital like the day before, but now it was pockmarked with broken windows, crushed walls, fallen beams, and sooty smoke pouring from gashes in several walls. One wing had collapsed entirely. "It looks like World War II," I commented, impressed and horrified at the level of destruction wrought in a mere 24 hours.
"And look,"
she pointed to the screen.
"their valuable trucks are still at the hospital."
They were lined up at the edge of the hospital property, facing the building complex as if being used as part of the siege.
"As are those things."
She tapped a fingernail on a small airframe hovering over the northern portion of the grounds. That made me realize hers could be vulnerable to being spotted in return. "Where is your drone?" I asked. "Are you hiding?" She cracked up.
"I landed on top of a tall light pole on one of the car lots. Someone really looking for me will probably see the black drone outline, but they'd have to know what they're looking for."
"Smart," I said. "That might actually work in our favor. If this one is safe, can you get another drone in the air to the south so we can see what they are doing down there?"
"Yeah, I can switch over at any time," she answered.
"Good. Report to the watch desk the minute you have anything, okay? I need to know where they are going to attack next." T-Bone had gathered a football field full of vehicles behind the high school. If we could catch that group leaving, it would give us advanced warning.
"I've almost got one charged. I'll launch it the second it's ready."
"Thanks. LeVar, do you have time to come down to my garage?"
"Sure thing. Now?"
"Yeah, I'm heading over there." We went out the door and walked across his lawn. "Be ready, my friend," I said to him when we were out of earshot of anyone else. "T-Bone is clever, I have to admit. I don't want any of us to underestimate that guy again." I took a deep breath. "I'm tired, LeVar, from days of running around and getting shot at. I need you to check my work, okay? Make sure we ask all the right questions before sending our friends into any battles." "Will do," he said, sounding grave. It took a few minutes to gather the small group. Melanie was already at the watch desk, but I wanted her input as the brains and radio dispatcher keeping watch on our entire operation. Carmen was there as my shadow. It turned out she'd missed going out with me in the El Camino because she'd been helping some of the teenagers hold themselves together. It wasn't only Bonnie that was freaking out. Luke joined us, as did Penny and Pierce, and finally Zen. It was a nice mixture of minds. Ben wasn't there, but I hoped it was due to the mission I'd given him.
Friends, we've been outplayed by T-Bone and his gang twice this morning. I didn't bring back the armored truck to show you, but we were almost blown into dust by a homemade cannon down there. It ripped a lot of that metal truck right off the frame.
The look on Carmen's face almost made me melt with sorrow. I hadn't been able to prepare her for that revelation, and clearly she wasn't happy about me openly admitting I'd almost been killed.
Then he ran trash trucks all over our streets, plowing through almost every roadblock we've got set up to keep the bad guys out.
How is he that smart? LeVar asked.
Who knows? I thought it had to do with the books he'd read, some of which have military strategies laid out by professors of military history. But it could just as easily be that he is working with active-duty military guys. Thankfully, we also have military dudes, Luke said.
I didn't want to reveal the next part, but I had no choice.
Actually, I talked to Turk before I came back to the street. He is leaving us as we speak.
Right now?
Penny asked. He warned me days ago that his wife had been out of town when the EMP went off, and that he might need to go look for her. I guess he figured it was now or never.
I didn't begrudge the man for seeking out his wife. My problem was his timing. That said, I couldn't pretend the guy hadn't left, or my friends would end up looking for him during a crucial moment, only to be told he wasn't coming to their rescue. It was far better to be truthful when life or death were the options. That shut everyone up.
Look, I continued, we can't let losing a few men get us down. We have groups of teenagers setting up those nail barriers. We have our roadblock teams rebuilding the roadblocks. And I put Ben in charge of one more defensive measure to add to our repertoire. We can do this.
My words came out hollow. I sighed heavily.
Look, I told LeVar on the way over that I'm running on fumes right now. If any of you have suggestions on how to keep each other alive, I'm all ears. What about sending people back to their homes in small groups? Pierce suggested. If T-Bone came up here and saw all those empty houses, he might come back into those same areas thinking they are empty. That's when we can jump him. Yeah, maybe, I answered. Our problem is manpower. After Ben took his groups, and Tyler took out almost all the teens for nail duty, and all the people already on watch, we have very few fighters left. I wasn't sure how many people we had in our 3-street section of the watch area, but if I made the assumption there were 1,000 of us, then I had to clarify how many of those were fit for any type of athletic endeavor, like guard duty or shooting sports. A good number of people were elderly. They could be lookouts or do basic guard duty where they could stay seated, but we couldn't put them anywhere strenuous. There were a significant number of women wrangling their children. While some of them were anxious and able to wield weapons and go out into danger, like Penny, most were more interested in staying with their youngsters. This part of Florida was famous for retirees, but there were also a fair number of children under the age of 18. Most of those, save for a few of the oldest high schoolers, were destined to stay hunkered down with their families. And of course, there were adults who had no business playing at war. Kimber came to mind. She was bubbly and excitable as a cheerleader, but she had no appetite for carrying or using weapons, and I wasn't sure she could ever be trained to do so. That left a small middle ground of men and women of the correct age, the correct fitness level, and the correct mindset to carry out military-like operations. Out of the original 1,000, perhaps 200 were fit to run around and look for bullet trading festivities.
Before I could properly consider Pierce's suggestion, Melanie got my attention at the watch desk.
Frank, we're getting a call on the CB.
Who is it? She listened for a moment using her headphones. Blood drained from her face.
You aren't going to believe this. It's the sheriff of North Point.
That can't be good, I droned. Was the Legion finally done with him? Were we next? Chapter 14. My talk on the radio with the sheriff was brief and totally anticlimactic. He spoke in short sentences and practically begged to meet me alone. He wouldn't answer basic questions, such as if he was representing North Point or the Legion. He claimed to have an important diplomatic message only I could hear. Me, Frank, the leader of the neighborhood watch group in the area. He said the same basic message a few times, whenever I tried to press for more information.
We'll meet under a white flag of truce, he assured me. Alone.
The only reason I even entertained the crazy and dangerous proposal was the opportunity to meet with a guy who obviously knew exactly what was happening with his town. If a member of the Legion Army had invited me to meet alone, I would have flat out refused. Before the Legion arrived, I wouldn't have met with the sheriff alone either. It was only the combination of the two forces in town that made it worth my while to talk to the guy being shredded by the invaders. The enemy of my enemy was he was still my enemy, but with his back against the wall, he might be desperate to get my help. He wanted me to come into town, but I told him that was a non-starter. When I countered he should come down to Clownfish, he claimed it put him in too much personal danger, since he'd held our people hostage in the past. The best I could do was get him to come to the canal bridge leading into North Point. It was closer to his town than I liked, but I was familiar with that location from earlier visits. It was an area with few houses or buildings nearby, and it had good visibility to see any possible ambushers.
Hold on a second, I told him.
With the radio muted, I turned to my companions.
I think it's worth listening to him. Are you nuts? Carmen replied sharply. It's a trap. I know, but that was definitely the sheriff. He's either holding back the Legion and needs our help, or the Legion has him and they want to pass a message to me, since they have to know I wouldn't risk meeting with them otherwise. The Legion could easily pick up a radio and tell me surrender or die, so I held some extra hope this was being driven by the sheriff himself. Or they have him and they want to draw you out, she added, less acid in her voice. Let me set it up. Then we'll think about how to approach this. If nothing else, I won't go, and we can buy some time. Yeah, I guess I can live with that. Carmen was in no way happy with my overall decision, but she refrained from further arguments. I wanted to meet him in the evening, but he preferred to meet right away, like it was a big rush. To me, it didn't sit well to run right out. I wanted that extra time, or it wasn't worth the risk. After more haggling, we agreed to meet in about 90 minutes, at 10 in the morning. See you there, the monotone voice on the radio said as goodbye. I set the mic down. Well, we bought Clownfish some more prep time. Or they want us to relax so they can hit us right away, Carmen sniped. I met her angry eyes. You aren't happy that I'm doing this. She put her hands on her hips, a famous posture I'd not seen in a while. Would you be happy if I went out there alone? To meet with the guy who would like nothing more than see me dead? Not at all. Well, she pressed, why do it his way? Why can't we send a courier to meet him? If he's worried about talking more on the radio, They can pass messages back and forth and be done with it.
I had a speech worked up in my head about how I was the warlord, the head warrior, and the chief diplomat. But somehow it didn't seem right to lecture her.
I have to know what's happening out there,
I said with a touch of sadness. Her defiant stance softened.
Are you at least going to let me come with you?
I thought about it for a few seconds. I did want her to go. It wasn't like I preferred to be alone out in hostile territory. But the terms of our meeting were absolutely clear. I couldn't bring anyone with me. Neither could he. Bring someone with me? Maybe that was the loophole. When I made the deal, I never planned to walk myself into a trap. But the hoped-for solution came to me even faster than I would have imagined. I needed a way to feel good about this dangerous choice. And now, I had it. I grabbed paper and a pen, then drew some notes.
Frank, there's nothing you can say that will make me think this is right.
But I can make this gamble safer, I said, distracted as I continued writing. When I was done, and after making sure we weren't in view of anyone outside the garage, I folded the paper and handed it to her. Don't open this until you get to Ben's place, okay? I grabbed the paper map of the area from my pack, then gave it to her as well.
Ben's place?
She asked, confused at what was in her hands. Trust me, I can't say it out loud for fear of being picked up by spies. Now that everyone was counting on me to maneuver us through a major war, I assumed there were spies on the ground, as well as electronic surveillance equipment listening in. Neither was probably true at that exact moment, but common sense told me to assume it soon would be. OPSEC had to become so routine that we didn't think about it. Get to his house, find a private spot in the backyard, then read this note. I promise you will understand why I need this to be you, and not anyone else. She took the note, but her face was full of doubt, like I might be lying to her. Carmen, you know I would never push you away. But you heard this guy. He will only meet with me, and only if I'm alone. That note is my insurance plan. She glanced at it without opening it. I took a moment to appreciate the trust she placed in me. If you go now and read it quickly, you'll still have time to come back and yell at me if I'm tricking you, I chuckled. I need to reload my mags, prep my pack, and get the go-kart ready.
Okay, but if this is some kind of ploy, I will be very upset, Frank.
It's not. I promise. I put my hand over my heart. We looked in each other's eyes. She was probably trying to detect any lies. I was simply admiring the beauty of my beautiful Cuban girlfriend.
But Frank, this does seem like a risky no-win play.
Melanie spoke while seated in the folding chair next to me.
The Legion can take you out with one bullet.
I guess I'm getting used to the danger, I answered before speaking quieter. The harsh reality is the Legion probably doesn't care about me. They ran through the entire town of Port Charlotte. Then they cut through Punta Gorda with no problem. Our streets are probably a minor speed bump to them at best. I was always aware of people walking past the garage on the outside. Teens, kids, frightened adults. It wasn't that I was letting myself get bummed out by our chances, but I didn't want anyone else to think I was. However, staying realistic and truthful about what was happening was the only way I could ensure my leaders had the proper sense of gravity about why it was necessary to sometimes take big risks. No group was a monolithic block of people who were exactly the same. Egos clashed. Ideals could get mixed up. The goals of the leaders might not align with the will of the people. In a normal war, this would all be handled by spies and diplomats. Here in the real world, it fell on me to be the head diplomat. It was why I was the one who left the message on the bridge for the U.S. military. It was why I took the extra time to talk to Alvaro, T-Bone's lieutenant. If I never tried to talk to anyone, it made certain the only diplomacy we'd get would come at the tip of a bullet. And if there is a chance to gum up the works for them by meeting with the sheriff, maybe that will help us in the long run. After seeing the images broadcast back by Deanna's drone, I had my doubts the sheriff was acting on his own, but I secretly hoped that was true. If he and his men could somehow hold off the much larger invasion force, it would leave me free to focus on T-Bone and his troublemakers. That was another reason I had to find out the sheriff's angle. None of my explanations seemed to put Carmen at ease, nor did I expect them to. Part of why I kept coming up with reasons was to assure myself I wasn't making a boneheaded decision. By the time she left, I guessed meeting with the sheriff was about a 50-50 proposition. But those were acceptable odds when two armies were outside the walls. Melanie, please tell John an attack may soon be coming from the north. Also tell Gretchen, in case she wants to take some vehicles back to her territory.
You got it.
I waited about an hour before leaving. I put my weapon and pack in the passenger seat of the go-kart, but I was otherwise alone, to respect the terms given to me on the radio. I did have the idea to hide friendly vehicles on streets close to the meeting spot, so they could roll out and save me if there was a gun battle. But I chose not to do that, since it would take defenders from the Central Core where all my civilians were located. It would also put all those drivers at risk, being in unfamiliar territory with fuzzy goals. If I was heading for a trap, there was only one person I was willing to risk walking into it. Myself. I got on the road at the appointed time. Ben's team was working under tarps on the canal bridge on Bayside Road immediately south of our main roadblock, but I couldn't see what progress they were making. I didn't stop in, as I didn't want to draw attention to them. I took the long way through our neighborhoods, using the time to ensure the roadblocks had been sealed up after the trash truck attacks. I made sure our defenders were still behind those barricades, and I got a good look at the continued efforts of the work groups of teens as they laid more of those nail-filled carpet strips. The go-kart had solid rubber tires, so it wasn't affected by nails, but I had the mobility and small size that allowed me to drive into the backyards of houses instead of over any of those traps. When I got back to Bayside Road, I was less than a mile from North Point, so I sped along the roadway heading in that direction. Like almost every trip I took along the route, it reminded me of past journeys. Those early visits to Rosie's place or Daisy's daycare center made me feel nostalgic for a time when the apocalypse was only getting started, when things weren't so bad. Now, a thick pall of smoke hung over the town. A dark cloud of disaster signified either the end of a battle or the start of the Legion's effort to erase North Point from the map. I saw the sheriff from half a mile away. His huge girth and bright orange shirt made him appear like a traffic cone standing alone in the middle of the road, far beyond the bridge where we were to meet. When I stopped the go-kart about 50 feet short of the bridge, he began walking toward me. No other cars were close by. No one appeared to be in the woods, and while I couldn't check every home on our left side, they were far enough away that I didn't feel like an easy target for snipers. I opened and closed my fists. I'd kept a death grip while holding the wheel of the little vehicle, but it wasn't only a result of the stiff steering linkage. The man opposite me wanted me dead. I couldn't deny that my life would probably be a lot better without him, too. It made me take a deep breath to calm my nerves. There was no room for emotion. While he came toward me, I put on my pack and shouldered my rifle. He didn't say anything about coming unarmed, and while I'd been willing to entertain the idea of this meeting, I wasn't suicidal. If I was going to spring his trap, I wanted to be able to fight my way out of it. The morning was hot, with the usual humidity in the air, but I tried not to let it bother me. I only had to wipe sweat off my brow once as I moved closer. When the two of us stood about 20 yards apart, he was on the opposite end of the canal bridge. We both hesitated, as if getting onto the span where there was no way to run sideways to safety would commit us to whatever came next. I took the first step. "Hello, Frank," he said, committing to his first step onto the bridge, too. I stopped when I was about a quarter of the way across. I'd kept closer to the right side, figuring snipers might be in the wreckage of the building holding the remains of Rosie's salon, which was on the right side of the road. I also peeked over the side to confirm the canal wasn't as clogged with trash as those closer to the ocean. "You got me here. Now what do you want?" I asked. He chuckled. "I don't know how you are still in this game, while I'm the one getting my ass handed to me." His orange shirt was soaked in blood on his left side, as was his arm. Now that we were closer, I could pick out such details. "The Legion beat your guys?" I asked, hungry for real intel. He put up his hands and did a clumsy spin. "I'm unarmed, Frank. Can we talk a bit closer?" "You come over here," I commanded. He strode over, stopping about 10 feet away. It was important to note his wide body provided a robust shield for me, if the snipers behind him were real. Of course, they could also be out in the woods to my right, or they could be in the ruins of the bank over the canal, or they could be in one of the houses, or... "Frank, you and I have played our cat and mouse. Will you do me a favor and tell me if my nephew is still alive? Trevor? Was the doctor I sent able to help him?" My heart raced while remembering my encounter with the little shit. He'd caused us a lot of trouble in those first few days, and probably set back the planning of the whole community by half a day or more. Time that could have been spent prepping for this very moment. Did I owe the man anything? I had no empathy for the sheriff, like I did for another of my enemies, Alvaro. I'd lied to him about Trevor before, and it wasn't anything I was proud of doing. But I saw no advantage to telling the truth now. It sucked, but there was too much at stake to risk angering him. I had to stay in my warlord persona, ready to use information to our advantage. "If you attack my people, you'll never know what condition he is in." He glared at me for a few seconds, looking like he was going to speak, but then he seemed to think better of it. "Frank, you play a mean game. I'll give you that. Trapping my men in your houses, taking my vehicles, riling citizens against me. It gives me no pleasure to admit that even all that shit doesn't hold a candle to what the Legion has done to me." "Why are you here?" I asked urgently. Each moment I stood on the bridge, my body felt like a balloon filling with air, always getting larger in the scopes of snipers on the other side of the canal. Or they weren't aiming at me at all. What if they intended to capture me? My pulse dashed into top gear. I'd been obsessed with snipers, but there was a lesser chance they would want to capture me. If they'd sent men or vehicles into the woods before I arrived, they could be sweeping around behind me even now, ready to pounce. I tried to keep it from being obvious when I turned to look into the woods for a moment. "Are you still in charge?" I asked. "I'm open to making a deal with you if we can fight another day against the Legion." He sneered. "Now you ask for an alliance. Maybe you should have done that before you guided them to my hospital, not after." "What?" "Don't play dumb, Frank. I saw you drive that fishmobile in front of the hospital. It wasn't long before the Legion came along that exact same route, like you'd been showing them where to go." I cracked up. "You think I'm working for the Legion? That has to be the funniest thing I've heard all week." "Whatever," he scoffed. "We were running from them, not leading. Either way, you win. The Legion took over the hospital. They killed every person defending it. His voice warbled, as if he was getting emotional. "They took out my family, Frank. I'm here to tell you they spare no one." I still didn't feel sorry for the guy, but I didn't like the idea of regular people getting murdered either. I could have pointed out that families had already been dying on his watch, and Exhibit A was the line of civilians who had been trying to throw themselves in front of me when I drove the fish truck by the hospital. There was no good news in the apocalypse. Not anymore. "What do you really want?" I pleaded, matching his volume. "The Legion thought I had something of theirs. That's why they took the time to send men inside the hospital, rather than simply burning it like everything else." "It wasn't bags of money, was it?" I asked, thinking I'd found a link between him and how the Legion had made a point of going to Deanna's junkyard to grab her suitcases. "What the hell? No, not money. Nothing like that. They were after a missing nuclear bomb." "Oh, is that all?" I snarked, trying to deflect from revealing that I knew it existed, and also knew exactly where it was. "I have 2 of them I keep in a van down by the river." He looked at me with dead eyes. "This is serious. Someone must have told him we had it in there." I knew precisely who he meant by the way he hung the words at the end of his sentence. I didn't rise to his challenge. "Oh, I've been telling everyone. I told the U.S. Air Force you have it, and the Navy, just to be mean. Then, because I'm that kind of asshole, I told the Cuban ambassador, and I'm pretty sure she spilled the beans to the Russians. I might have mentioned it to Oprah, too. She's leading the whole group to come and grab it." He shook his head in disgust. "Look, buddy," I went on, "your guys killed some cherished friends of mine, for no good reason, so I'm not here to do you any favors. I would be the first person to claim I sent them into North Point to take you out, so believe me when I tell you I didn't do it. Are we through here? You don't have a smoke by chance, do you? I don't smoke anymore. Damn, you could have used one." He took a step to the side. "You really didn't figure out what I'm doing here." My stomach went back to granite. The sheriff crossed his arms over his giant chest. "They aren't going to let you just drive away." He stepped sideways again, in the same direction, as if widening the view of me from someone behind him. He was opening up a firing lane. I was sure of it. It was now or never. "Oh, no you don't," I huffed, lunging toward him while getting into a crouch. A bullet crack echoed in the distance. The bull-sized man fell like a sack of coal. He screamed in agony. Another shot barked. A round snapped off the pavement near the sheriff's head. "Not me, you assholes!" he shouted through the pain. Aware a bullet could strike me from ahead, I got on the roadway and used the giant's body as my bunker. No one could hit me through the concrete barriers on the sides, which I'd noted earlier, but I felt naked from behind. He looked up at me, blood pooling under his right side.
"Damn you, Frank. I should have known they'd F me over, but I really wanted to see you eat a bullet before they did me."
"What's left up there?" I asked in a rush.
"Help me with anything that can stop them."
He spit out a mouthful of blood.
"Look, Trevor is okay. I've been holding him, but he's okay. I didn't tell you since I needed leverage against your next attack."
He looked in my eyes. Would he see the lie, or the fear from the repeated attempts of the sniper to hit me? Another shot cut through the sheriff's shin, throwing blood all over me. He didn't even flinch. There wasn't much time.
"How can we stop them?"
I pressed. He laughed with a distant look in his eyes.
"It's too late. You won't make it off this bridge alive." "What if I do?"
Another shot pinged off the pavement.
"I'll make them pay for killing your family,"
I vowed.
"I guess it doesn't matter now."
He coughed some more.
"I heard them talking about the ship. The ship where you and I met."
"The Dawn Star," I finished.
"Yeah. These dipshits didn't realize they would run out of food so soon for their growing army."
He wheezed for a few moments.
"All of us Americans are stashing it or eating through our own food, so there isn't anything to steal."
He tried to nod off.
"What about the ship?" I asked.
I slapped his face.
"Sheriff, what about the damned ship?" I yelled.
His eyes half opened.
"You're screwed, Frank. They are going back for it."
Chapter 15. The sheriff might have said more, but another bullet struck him in the back. He winced as a reaction to it, but it must have tagged a vital organ, since he went completely still in seconds.
"Shit. You just had to be right, Frank," I muttered.
I could barely catch my breath. Adrenaline pumped so hard all my muscles were jittery and taut, as if every one of them had a different plan for how to get out of this. The next bullet passed through the dead man's neck, below the ear. I knew he was dead for sure when his body didn't even flinch. I hugged the pavement, not caring that my face was lying on a giant dried patch of oil. It had been dropped there by years of cars bouncing over the lip of the bridge as they drove into town. It was a piece of normal in the terrifying scene playing out around me. As soon as I heard the next blast, I stuck my head up to peek. 1 second later, it was back on the smelly oil slick. In my brief look, I saw one of the armored trucks moving a few blocks down. A pair of Legion soldiers ran near the intersection by Rosie's place. I didn't spot the gunman firing at me, but I was witnessing a trap closing in. Given enough time, the shooter might put enough holes in the dead sheriff to air me out. However, if they were in a hurry, all they had to do was drive onto the bridge and run me over. I had to make my move. The rifle went back over my shoulder. Panting for air, I readied myself for a run. There was only one way out of this. I looked back to the go-kart.
"See you again sometime," I told it.
Without thinking about the irony of getting shot next to my arch-nemesis, I hopped up and ran. I darted across the yellow line in the middle of the 2 lanes, but I immediately turned the other way, hoping to ruin the aim of my friendly neighborhood sniper. A crack of gunfire chased me. Using up all the dexterity given to a 50-something man, I sprinted the 10 feet across the lane and another 4 feet of the shoulder. A second shot tapped the concrete barrier in front of me. Unfazed, I hopped on the 3-foot railing of the bridge, then jumped. My world spun upside down as I tumbled. A third shot echoed a moment before I struck the water. The splash took my breath away. It was cool in the morning heat, but it also momentarily pulled me out of the noise of battle. For a few precious seconds, I was safe in those bubbles. I recalled those summer days decades ago when I swam with Lana, my St. Louis girlfriend, while I was driving over the road. The memory evaporated all too soon. I was back in the dirty canal. Heart thundering loud enough to replace the sound of gunshots, I tried to figure out what to do next. There was a steep bank on each side of the canal, but it wouldn't take them much time to run over and shoot me from above. Stick with the plan, I thought. While still underwater, I got my bearings and swam toward the dark shadow of the bridge. I couldn't come up until I had the whole thing above me, so it would act as my shield. A few strokes got me under, and a few more carried me toward the middle. My head hit a hard object floating on the surface. A muffled, "Frank!" came at me. I backed off and popped up. Carmen looked down at me from Ben's boat. It was the biggest smile I'd ever seen on her.
"Oh my God! I was so worried by the shooting! You're alive!"
She reached a hand down to me. I was just telling myself how sometimes I hate being right. Carmen leaned back and pulled me in with 2 hands. I thought the boat was going to tip with my weight, but the flat bottom helped keep it stable as I fell in. I immediately shoved off my wet pack and rifle, setting them down. Lots of water, some scraps of trash, and a bit of seaweed also fell to the floor.
"You made the right call," she said. "When I read that note saying you wanted me to take Ben's boat and meet you here, it confirmed how crazy you are."
"But you came anyway." I fought to catch my breath.
"Yeah, sure. But now what do we do?"
she asked with a voice steeped in worry. And for good reason. She'd heard the shots come in. Might even have heard me and the sheriff talking back and forth. Then I'd come tumbling off the bridge. We were safe for the moment, but it wouldn't take long for the place to be crawling with Legion troopers. "Let's switch places," I suggested. She did as I asked. "I need you to read the map. Tell me which canals to use as we get the hell out of here." We could take the canal east along the southern edge of North Point, but that was as close as it ever got to Clownfish Cove. It might have been possible to take the boat that way, abandon it, then run home through the forest. But we would potentially be easy targets for the soldiers coming in from the north. I much preferred to go the other way. "Get us lost in the maze of streets." I motioned to the west as I started the motor. Houses lined the left side of the canal, but the right-hand bank was mostly chain-link fences, open spaces, and parking lots for the little businesses at the edge of town.
"I'll do my best,"
she answered. "Hang on!" I opened the throttle, and the churn of waves kicked against the concrete pier at the edge of the waterway. In moments, we came into the sunlight, traveling along the right bank of the long, straight waterway. I intentionally kept the bank between me and the potential shooters, so they didn't have easy shots on us as we sat in the boat. And it wasn't a fast boat either. We might have been doing 20 miles per hour, but it seemed no faster than walking.
"Frank, did you meet the sheriff? Was all this worth it?"
Hair blew in her face as she glanced back at me. "Actually, yeah. He's dead, by the way. The Legion shot him about 6 times in the back."
"Better him than you."
"No doubt. He told me the Legion was looking for something in the woods, something that came out of a plane." My tone was deliberately mysterious, with no specifics, which she picked up with a silent nod. I kept talking.
And he also said the Legion is almost out of supplies. That's why they need their ship back. We drove for a bit before her follow-up question. Do either of those things change what we're doing? Maybe. I was cut off by motion ahead. An old yellow bulldozer shoved its way onto the next bridge over the canal, maybe half a mile ahead. Gretchen's people defended that crossing, and the air was thick with the firecracker sounds of back-and-forth gunfire in that direction. Do we have to go under that bridge? I asked. The rinky-dink boat was not suited for combat. No, we can turn left right up here. She pointed to another canal entrance. After the yellow house. The target home had been devastated by the muddy waters of the storm surge, and the hurricane had filled the backyard with sand and trash. There had once been a boat dock along the canal, but it had been ripped away, leaving only one long, twisted handrail that led to nothing. As we crossed open channel toward the entrance, a spray shot 3 feet out of the water, not far from our front. Ahead of us, on the next bridge, the bulldozer was close to shoving the cars all the way to the left side, toward my people. There were no men shooting at us from there. Where is that coming from? I asked. She pointed over my shoulder, her eyes full of fear. Back at the Bayside Bridge, 2 men in black pajamas fired rifles while standing on the span. But they weren't the big item that had spooked her. The gun truck I'd seen on the road had moved to the bridge, and its turret was swiveled toward us. Stay down, I cried out, knowing that ducking a little would do squat for us against the heavy machine gun on top of the truck. I veered sharply to the right, then again to the left, making an S through the calm waters of the canal. The riflemen continued to pop shots in our direction as I made the final bit of distance toward the next canal. My heart folded up shop when I heard the bark of the big gun. Jets of water erupted along a line between our boat and the bridge ahead of us. They'd aimed a bit too high. I held my breath as I squeezed the throttle, wishing it had a setting faster than bicycle speed. The person aiming the military weapon walked the shots across the canal. Each time a shell hit the surface, a deadly eruption blasted into the air. If the rifle bullets threw up little cups of spray, the machine gun kicked up gallons of it. God help us, I prayed to myself, now as low as possible. Impacts struck the far corner of the shoreline where the canals joined. They were almost zeroed in on us. One burst hit close enough to the motor to blow water in my face. The last second seemed to drag on forever. We passed the corner as a round shattered a rock on the near bank. I tried not to imagine a line drawn through solid ground from that impact to our boat, since it obviously had been on track to strike us on the move. The whine of the engine kept us going. We were alive. We're clear, I exhaled. We soon had rocks and houses between us and those shooters. I didn't stop or slow down. They're coming across, aren't they? She asked. Yeah, that might have been part of why they let the sheriff meet with me. Take out the leader, launch the invasion. She smiled. I guess it was a good thing they didn't get there as early as I did. I'd sent Carmen in the boat well in advance of my arrival. It was lucky the Legion hadn't thought to send a team early, too. One thing I won't leave to luck is the route home. You see the way on your map? I do. She held the guide on her lap. The John boat was about 12 feet long, with a flat bottom and 2 low bench seats. The old engine was barely enough to keep us moving, and it didn't sound like it had been tuned in decades. Ben used it to escape his wife and go sleep under trees, so he'd never been concerned with performance as long as it worked. For a few minutes I enjoyed the fact no one was shooting at us.
The Legion troops on the two bridges were out of our line of sight. I ran the throttle wide open, and I sat upright again to keep the best grip on the engine while we grew the distance between us and them. As we went south and visited various branches of the canal system, I began to see cars flying along the nearby roadways, always speeding in the same direction. I realized an attack must have broken through our thin line of defense. My people were already retreating. During one stretch, we saw a distant bridge on a side channel, where two pickup trucks drove over the span and seemed to stop right away, for no apparent reason. Before they got out of sight, we saw the black-clad driver get out and inspect his tires. "I think they struck one of our nail traps," I bragged. It was nice to have two fewer trucks working, but their men were already running back to the bridge to clear it off. The next set of vehicles would probably cross with no problems.
"Every little bit helps," she said.
We both chuckled a little. A couple minutes later, we came onto a canal with yet another bridge over it.
"Frank, we need to go under this next bridge. Then we—"
She stopped talking. An SUV stopped on the bridge ahead of us, about 100 yards out. We got closer. A few Legion soldiers popped open their doors and scrambled out. "Holy shit," I grumbled. There were no side channels, turnouts, trees, or anything to hide behind. Blood thundered through my heart, much the same way it would if I were standing on the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff with no guardrail.
"They hit more nails,"
she said over her shoulder. The narrow bridges were true bottlenecks, and the perfect place to use our limited resources to pop tires. It was good luck and good hunting for Tyler and his carpet crews, but it was bad luck for us. The boat happily bounced along the canal's tiny waves, taking us ever closer to those guns. It was almost comical watching it play out. As the men skirted around their truck, looking at what caused damage to their tires, a couple of them heard our whiny little motor approaching, and soon saw us. Out of reflex, I waved to them. "Hi, assholes," I said under my breath. "We're just passing through." One guy started to wave, then seemed to realize I was tricking him. Carmen and I weren't dressed as Legion soldiers. They brought out their rifles. There was no way to go any faster. Even if I jumped out to lighten the payload of the old boat, there was no guarantee Carmen could make her way back to the motor to take control of it. Surrender would get us nowhere either. We had to push forward, no matter what. Keeping my grip on the throttle behind me, I pulled the hand cannon out of my holster. My rifle was lying on the floor ahead of me, soaked and probably slippery. The Smith & Wesson was my best hope in an unscheduled gunfight. I was about 30 yards from the bridge before they made up their mind. I'd cut that distance in half by the time they aimed their rifles. There were two of them reacting to me. Everything in the world slowed down as we closed the last few yards. I held the big pistol in front of me, praying for the strength to hold, steady, and aim the 6-shot beast. I hadn't expected the men to retreat, and they did not back away. "Stay low," I ordered Carmen.
"Frank, we have to go straight. They're going to shoot us in the back."
Ahead of us, the canal went south for another quarter mile, with options to turn into side channels at least 100 yards out. 4 guys with rifles were about to have a field day with us. I closed one eye and held my breath. I had to land my shot. The bridge wasn't higher than 5 or 6 feet above the surface of the canal, so it wasn't a steep angle. I fired at about 10 yards. The recoil blew me back in my seat, throwing off the aim of my follow-up shot. I saw my target's head jerk upward. The bullet went under and through his jaw. The crack of the gun and the hit on his friend made the second shooter hesitate. I fired again as I arrived at the bridge, but I was sure that one missed. It became dark as I was shielded from the sun and from the shooting. There was no way to stay under there, but I desperately wanted to.
Frank, we're going left when we get to the turnoff.
Carmen was still crouched over her seat, but she adjusted her shotgun and her position. It took me about 2 seconds to figure out what she intended to do with it. I was the one who'd wanted her there, put her in danger. I couldn't be surprised when she intended to fight back. We looked at each other. I willed myself to become as small as possible when we came out of the tunnel. It took a couple seconds for the men to show up along the railing. Then, the boom of her shotgun filled my ears with pain. The acrid smoke went right in my face, since she was in front of me. The next 10 seconds were pure hell. She fired all 6 of her shots, each with a slight pause between the next, as if aiming carefully at the men behind us. But the worst part was the zip sound of bullets impacting the water around us. My ears were ruined from having the shotgun go off at point-blank range, but those rifles on the bridge seemed almost as loud. Ahead, I saw a sliver of hope. Carmen ran out of shells, and I thought she was going to duck back down, but she instead pulled out Rocco, the wheelie gun I'd loaned to her long ago. She lined it up with the men behind us, a determination in her eye I'd not seen before. She fired twice, then grabbed the seat.
I got one of them, she reported.
We were almost at the turnoff.
Hang on, Carmen,
I yelled, trying to keep cool about it. I yanked the motor and caused the boat to swerve into a sharp left turn. More shots came in. Water splashed all around. The slap of metal told me at least one hit the boat.
Frank, this wasn't our turn. I meant turn left at the end of the straightaway.
Uh-oh. What's this way? I didn't want her to answer. In my heart, I already knew what she'd say. She checked the map.
This canal is a dead end.
We'd had a rare miscommunication. Not if I can help it. Chapter 16. There were rows of houses along both banks of the new stretch of canal, giving us places to hide if we wanted to abandon the boat. But there were so many vehicles driving the streets around us, I immediately doubted we could disappear in any of them. Behind us, those Legion guys were probably radioing their friends or chasing us on foot. I'd killed one of them on our way to the bridge, and Carmen took out another as we were going away from it. The other 2 were no doubt pissed that we snuck around the corner before they could exact payback. But if they had a map, they might soon figure out we were on a slow-moving boat, heading for a dead end.
I know we couldn't stay on that other channel.
Carmen studied our map.
But I wish I wouldn't have confused you about where to go.
She was talking about how we'd crossed our wires during the gunfight. We took the turn that kept us alive, I reassured. It turned out for the best. I didn't hold it against her. Reading a map while people shot at you had to be a tough job description for anyone alive.
Thanks, Frank,
she said, sounding relieved. Just take me wherever gets us closest to... I slammed my teeth shut after a big bug flew in my mouth.
Blech!
I spit it into the water.
What is it?
She asked, whipping her head back as if I'd been struck by a bullet. I almost swallowed a bug, I laughed.
Oh, that's fine then.
She tittered with laughter as she turned to face forward again. And here I was starting to like you, I jibed, spitting a few more times to get the taste out.
You still like me, she said with confidence.
Yeah, but just like. Someday I might even love you.
Oh, Frank, you know you love me already.
She was a mind reader. Take us down whatever waterway gets us closest to home, okay? She studied the paper on her lap for a few moments, then pointed ahead.
Third right, then the second left. These are all cul-de-sacs around here, so we don't have to go far to reach the end.
We've got this, I said with all the bravado and encouragement I could muster. In the last few minutes, I'd seen a man die in front of me. I'd been shot at by a sniper. I'd jumped off a bridge, avoided getting machine-gunned in the back, swerved the boat to dodge rifle blasts. Then I'd finished things off by shooting a man in the throat. And Carmen killed someone too. It wasn't even lunchtime. Acting the part of a warlord wasn't as difficult as I'd imagined. You were either a warlord during wartime, or you were dead. There wasn't much in the way of middle ground. I caught a glimpse of one of the big armored gun trucks rolling south along a main road through the subdivisions. Thankfully, it did not appear to be searching for us. A moment later, I saw Gretchen's giant orange truck racing along another road, also going south. No surprise, it didn't seem to be looking for us either. I followed the turns as instructed, and finally came to the end of the line. The canal stopped at a slope of grass. One of the endless roadways ran to our left and right along the top, but the builders had opted not to make this canal go underneath the street. The backyards of homes lined the banks on both sides, though there were no yards straight ahead. If we'd been going fast enough and the water was higher, we could speed toward the end and use the slope as a ramp to jump across the roadway. Instead of a wild maneuver like that, I slowed as we approached the end. We were hidden from most directions, either by the rows of homes or the high bank directly ahead. We would only be spotted by someone if they drove by on the street we were coming to. Carmen hopped out as we bumped into the shore, steadying the boat as I joined her on solid ground.
See anyone?
I whispered.
Not yet,
she reported, now serious. We'd taken the boat for a few turns in each direction, which would have made it complicated for anyone to follow us on foot, but I didn't feel good about our overall predicament. The only guide for knowing we hadn't been found was that no one was shooting at us, but even that didn't mean no one was watching. Lots of houses would have had boats in their docks had this been before the EMP. Cruising the canals was a way of life for many retirees, not only Ben. However, the hurricane and storm surge had come through and washed a lot of the boats away. Most of what was left didn't have working engines, since the modern pleasure boat had electrical systems almost as complex as cars. Ben had been lucky his boat predated any sensitive systems affected by EMPs, but he'd also been lucky his boat had made it through Hurricane Aurora. Let's reload, then check up top. I motioned to the roadway on the embankment, which was only about 10 feet above the water, but it seemed much higher compared to the flat terrain around us. We both fumbled through my wet backpack to get fresh rounds for our firearms. I made sure she loaded first, since I had my rifle already topped off. I did my pistol last, since I didn't expect I'd need it right away. When we got back home, I planned to dry and clean both of my weapons, so the salt water didn't ruin the insides. Follow, I whispered. We snuck up the grassy hill, keeping low. Each foot up gave us a better look at the roadway, but it also exposed us to anyone watching from the road. There was no way to win. Gun trucks rushed down 40th Street, a few blocks to the west. Much farther away, more vehicles traveled streets closer to the shore. I didn't see any vehicles on our left, closer to Bayside Road, but that didn't mean much. There could have been a whole army ripping through the forest beyond, and I wouldn't have seen them from our position. "All right, let's go," I said, looking across the road to more streets and canals. I estimated we were less than a mile from home. She grabbed my arm.
Wait, why not bring the boat across the road?
I glanced back at it. "Thank God there's two of us," I laughed, "because my brain is only half working."
"I'm tired too,"
she said, knowing exactly what I meant. We ran down the hill again. I jumped in and raised the trim of the motor so it wouldn't drag on the grass. There wasn't anything else to throw out. It was as light as it was going to get. Working together, we yanked it out of the water.
"Hold up."
I walked to the front and grabbed the rope from her. "I'll pull while you push." I took a quick look around. My stomach was curled up in the fetal position. We were so exposed on the front face of the hillside.
"Go,"
I urged the second she was at the back. It took half a minute to go up the steep embankment. Then we paused.
"Anything?"
she asked. Trucks and cars, including a couple more gun trucks, cruised the road to our west. We had to take a chance of someone seeing us, as there were few breaks in the traffic.
"Move fast,"
I insisted. The metal bottom of the boat scraped over the concrete roadway, loud enough to wake the dead of China. Rather than figure out how to make it quiet, I continued to pull it over both lanes and onto more grass. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed one of the cars turning onto our road.
"We've been made,"
I warned, keeping my voice even. The downhill part was easy. We slid the boat over the grass and into the water.
"Hop in,"
I said, holding it for her. She didn't argue. I jumped in as I shoved off. As the seconds ticked by, I dropped the trim so the prop fell into the water. Then I pulled the crank to start it. It sputtered for half a second, then died. I pulled it again with the same result.
"Uh-oh,"
Carmen said. "It will start," I assured her. Was the car about to show up? I pulled again. Nothing. Again. Nothing. The fourth or fifth time it rolled over and almost started. On the next try, puffy white smoke poured out for a second, but then it faded. To my surprise, the engine continued to claw its way to stay running. Then it finally roared to life. The gas fumes had never smelled so sweet.
"Hang on,"
I said, though it was more of an automatic response, since the slow-moving boat barely wobbled on the smooth surface of the canal. I opened the throttle as wide as it would go. Carmen sat looking back. She cradled her shotgun, waiting for the moment it would be needed. I only watched her. Her eyes would tell me when the men appeared. It gave me time to think of what to do. The smart play, if we were spotted, was to abandon ship and run for any of the houses around us. If we could hide in them, or dash from house to house, we could probably lose any pursuit. Also, if we were super lucky, it could distract the larger attack. If they were distracted by Carmen and I, they wouldn't be focused on Clownfish. We'd gone maybe a quarter of a mile before her eyes changed. She lifted her shotgun a bit. My grip on the handle went thermonuclear. If she said a word, I was turning for shore. For several seconds, I rode the knife's edge of danger as I waited for her guidance. Those green eyes followed something from side to side. Then her shoulders slumped into a relaxed posture.
They must not have been looking this way,
she commented. The boat went on. We neared the next turn.
Frank, when you get around this turn to the left, keep going straight to the end. That will take you to Clownfish.
Really? We went around the bend.
We made it?
I asked with shock. I pulled a wet red armband out of my pocket and rolled it up my arm. Carmen had kept hers on the whole time, but I'd taken mine off to meet with the sheriff, so the Legion wouldn't see it up close.
If that was too easy for you, we can go back and try it again.
I cracked up, giddy with the idea of escaping the ring of Legion vehicles closing from the north.
No, I'm good. Then get me home, she replied, so I can get you out of those wet clothes.
We both laughed freely at seeing home ahead and being with each other. Sadly, with war bearing down on us from two sides, I couldn't read any deeper, playful meaning into her statement. I needed fresh clothes to be able to fight properly. Boyfriend-girlfriend stuff was a thing of the past. For now. The war would decide if it was ever coming back. Chapter 17. After being recognized and led in by our security guards, we dragged the boat onto the rocky shore at the back corner of my property, rather than take it back to Ben's place. We had to move slowly to get under some long, thin wires that had been stretched taut over the waterway. It had been one of the defensive measures on my list, to prevent kayakers from coming through without trouble, though I had envisioned 100 different wires blocking the way, not just 2 or 3. The rope bridge was another obstacle I wanted to avoid. The giant shipping container at the back of my yard served to hide the boat from any bad guys watching from the forest. A couple of guards hung out nearby at the wall, always watching for enemies sneaking around in the trees. But they weren't close to us. I took her hand. It was only a short walk to go between the houses, past the water cistern, and to the garage that was my destination. However, before we went around, I pulled her to a stop at the back corner of the house. At first, I was going to try to be profound, maybe an impassioned statement about how much I loved her, and was super glad she'd been there. Maybe I would mention how scared I'd been that something bad could have happened to her while on Ben's boat. I had so many emotions welling up I didn't know where to start. She looked up at me with tears in her eyes, taking me entirely by surprise. Her whole body shivered, as if it was 9 degrees outside rather than 90.
Hey, it's all right, I said in a soothing voice. We're home.
I recognized the effects of dumping adrenaline combined with near-death experiences. I'd been there a few times myself.
This isn't my first rodeo, Frank, but I think I felt the breeze from one of those bullets.
She fought a lone sob.
It passed next to my head.
Carmen didn't break down crying, but she was close. Hey, this is normal. Just take a moment.
Look at me, all mushy and stuff, she said.
It was the gun truck, wasn't it? I suggested, trying to stay upbeat. You could almost see those giant bullets when they passed us in the air.
Yeah,
she chuckled while still quaking a bit.
And it was the men shooting at us, the army almost surrounding us, the trouble starting the boat, and almost losing you.
We stood face to face. Hey, it's okay to be upset. Don't forget for a second I wouldn't have made it out of there without you. Focus on that for now. I grabbed her hands and gently brought her close.
Thanks, Frank. You always know exactly what to say. But I'm beginning to think you have feelings more than just liking me. That's not...
Without another word, She pulled me into a crushing embrace. After a brief pause, her arms went around my neck. Our lips met a second later. My emotions were not known for getting away from me, but the smell of her hair, the taste of her tears, the feel of her body on my chest, and the pull of her hands on the back of my neck all combined into a warm reminder that she and I were now in this together, no matter how it ended. We hadn't even known each other 2 weeks ago. We'd never been on a proper first date, and we'd barely had enough time to call ourselves a couple who were dating. Still, I knew I would die for her. She would do the same for me. Our private, unscripted, unscheduled embrace reminded me of this all-important truth. What started as an innocent attempt to comfort her soon turned into a make-out session more appropriate for hormone-raging teenagers. When I came up for air, her legs were wrapped around my waist, and I supported her weight with my arms by pushing her against the wall of my house. It wasn't dirty as much as it was a need to be as close as possible to each other, while also staying within the rules of a community with very little privacy. I let it go on for about 2 minutes before my sense of duty kicked in.
"We should go,"
I whispered, not meaning a word, but knowing it was necessary. Not only had we seen a tiny slice of hell in our own gun battles, but we'd witnessed the start of the Legion offensive against our community. We needed to report in.
"Are you sure you only like me?"
she asked matter-of-factly. "Yeah, but I'm getting there." I pulled her in for another brief kiss. She hopped down, fixing her hair.
"The shaking has stopped,"
she reported, holding out a hand to show me it was steady. "Yeah, but I shoot with this hand." I held mine and shook it around, like the bit from Blazing Saddles. She slapped me playfully on the shoulder, then hooked my arm in hers. On the short walk to the front of my house, I did the math on what was happening around the street. First, Bonnie had been crying, and now one of the strongest women I'd ever met had shed a few tears. I was absolutely certain they weren't the only ones. I didn't think it was only the impending threat of open warfare that made people break down, though that played a big role. It was also the lack of food, the constant state of high alert. It was the shitty sleep. It was the endless background noise of gunshots and explosions. I'd never really appreciated how completely the apocalypse wore people down. The books only showed the heroes and the villains. It seldom showed the rest of the community and how emotionally damaged people would soon become.
"Frank, I'm going to go home for a few minutes and clean up. Is that all right?"
I walked around the corner into my garage, still talking to her. "Sure, but I haven't got the hot shower working for you." I stopped where I was, calling off my parting joke. A man sat on a chair in the middle of the garage. Despite the blindfold and headphones wrapped around his head, I recognized it as Alvaro. "What's he doing here?" I asked. Melanie came over with Pierce by her side. Both of them were armed with pistols.
"Frank, thank God you're back. This man surrendered to us not long after you drove away in the go-kart. There's a group of men with cars out in the woods."
Before I addressed the prisoner, I pulled Melanie aside so I could whisper orders to her. I told her what happened with the sheriff, our escape, and what we saw on the way home. The Legion was coming, and I wanted her to warn all the other leaders, but I didn't necessarily want Alvaro to know about it. With urgent business done, I turned back to the captive. "Who brought him in?" I asked. "I did," Pierce answered. "You did good work." I'm still trying to fit in, but your people told me this was protocol with prisoners. We didn't want him to see or hear while inside the compound. That's exactly correct. I grabbed Alvaro by the elbow and made him stand up. After partially removing the earphones, I spoke to him. Hey, this is Frank. We're going inside my house. He nodded. Keep the street on the highest alert, I warned Melanie and Pierce. After explaining that the Legion was breaking through, I didn't think there was any doubt we were going to be at maximum alert all day, but it was worth repeating.
Roger, Frank,
she answered. I got Alvaro set up in one of the extra bedrooms. There was already plywood over the window, so there was nothing to see inside the small space, except for the paint color and another folding chair. I took off his blindfold. He was not otherwise bound, but he was unarmed. Hi, Frank, he said while blinking. The room wasn't dark, since there was a small vision slit cut in the plywood, and rays of sunlight came through. I'm real busy, Al. What can I do for you? My relationship with the guy was complicated. The last time I'd seen him, Alvaro had found out his son was dead because of me. While I wanted to learn what brought him to my territory, since he was part of the enemy camp, I also recoiled at having him with us, as I didn't want to know how bad I'd hurt him, even though I'd done none of it on purpose. Frank, I came alone, unarmed, with a message. That's going around, I snarked. I just came back from another meeting, alone and unarmed, and they tried to kill me on the spot. With who? He asked. I'm afraid I can't tell you. I don't blame you for not trusting me. All of Fort Myers has been turned on its ass the past couple of weeks. Men are fighting over scraps of spaghetti on one street, and about machine guns 2 blocks over. Cars are plowing over women with strollers here, then running other cars off the road there. It's gotten totally out of hand. Had he taken a swipe at me? I hadn't run his son off the road, but I did cause his crash. Me and some of my men want to put an end to it. My heart skipped a few beats. Your men? There was no way to see over the containers if I had looked out the vision slit in the window, but I still glanced toward the window out of habit. If his men were sneaking up on us while I was distracted, I was going to be very disappointed. I've got a sizable force of men in the woods, hiding. Maybe 50 guys plus their families. We're willing to work with you if you promise to put our families inside your compound, so they're safe. My trust well was essentially dry. Why would you do that? T-Bone has more men than us. He's allied with the Legion. Didn't he tell you that you would end up on my street anyway? His brow creased above his nose. You have to understand something, Frank. You haven't seen what it's like out there. Not really. I have. All the death. I'm not going to lie. It all came together when you showed me my son. The way he was left to rot in that car. I'm sorry you had to see that. He cut me off. It's okay. Really. I know you didn't leave him there out of spite. You were being chased by T-Bone, wouldn't you know? I confronted him about my son, but he said he didn't know what happened to him. However, another close friend told me how T-Bone asked him to go to a certain location to get a lost sniper rifle. Our eyes locked. You took it, didn't you? He asked, not with any malice. I grabbed a few guns, plus the CB radio, since I didn't want to leave them for scavengers. I grabbed them after your son had passed, Alvaro. There was nothing I could do for either of those kids. I know.
When my friend reported back that the gun wasn't in the truck, he mentioned that my boy's body was still in the front seat. But T-Bone didn't give a shit about him. He asked about the gun, and he asked if the truck was salvageable. That's it. It proved to me T-Bone cared more about the damned weapons than telling me anything real. His voice got heated before trailing off, frustrated. Look, we both know the guy is an industrial-grade tool, but isn't he keeping your people alive? I realized I sounded like I was defending the guy, but I had to figure out where the line was drawn between him and me. Technically, if what Alvaro had said was true, then T-Bone and I had both known where his son was located, and we'd both kept it from Alvaro. You are missing my point. The guy I was trusting with the life of my other son, and the rest of my close friends and neighbors, didn't really care about any of us. I was no more important than the lost sniper rifle. My dead son was even less important to him. Hell, you and I have been on opposite sides almost from the start, and I can tell you get uncomfortable even thinking about what happened to my boy. I don't have kids, but I've come to love a bunch of them here on the street as my own. If anything happened to them, I would... I cut myself off, as I was in danger of showing more emotions than I wanted. If this was an elaborate trap being laid in front of me, I had to be mentally ready to fight it. I know. Trust me. I promised you if you told me about my son, I would help you. I'm sorry it took a bit for me to come around, but I had to convince my friends I was doing the right thing. All I'm asking is that you take care of our families. Promise me that, and I'll tell you how I can help you kick T-Bone in the teeth. It would take time to call all the leaders together to get their feedback on whether to take this offer, but we didn't have any time to spare. Since he and I had already made the agreement in principle, it seemed reasonable to accept it now. I can't let your people into our subdivision right now. There isn't time to vet them. Make sure they aren't coming in to harm the people already here. He was about to protest. But, I continued, we can put your people into houses across Bayside Road, beyond those occupied by mine. It would put your families inside our area of protection, but outside our inner keep, if you want to think of it that way. Later, when this all blows over, we can mingle more. Can you at least let the young people in? We have a small group of them, 10 at most. Could they be used as spies? Carry weapons? I could imagine a lot of bad things. You accept the older people being placed where I said? Yeah, we won't have many. Most of the younger women are fighting with us. We have some elderly folks hanging on, plus a few injured. They'll hang out wherever you tell them, and then wait for us to get back. Get back? Where are you going? He looked me in the eyes. You and I are going to attack T-Bone. And why would I ever agree to that? He chuckled. Because, my friend, as of this moment in time, I know exactly where T-Bone isn't. You'll never have a better chance to rip apart his war machine. It sounded too good to be true, but at least he wasn't asking me to meet T-Bone alone on a bridge. I didn't think I could get away with that twice in a row. Tell me your plan, I said. Chapter 18. I had a soft spot for Alvaro, given our history, but it wasn't soft enough to let him get a look inside our compound. I made him keep his blindfold on until we'd walked out the front gate and into the forest. When he finally took it off, he looked at me with confusion written all over his face. Frank, it's just you two going. He nodded to Shane. And this dog. Dog? I asked with surprise.
Behind us, Mr. Puppers had somehow shadowed us without making a sound. His puppy pals weren't around, making me wonder where they'd gone. No, the dog stays, but it is going to be me and him for now. I didn't want to reveal how few people I had available to go on a mission like the one he'd suggested. We needed a certain number of guards to watch the long perimeter around our 3 streets. We had a minimum of people patrolling in the woods, and there were still a few of us keeping watch in the houses across Bayside, so the roving spies couldn't get too close. What's more, Ben and his teams were out doing their thing to improve our defenses, and many of the older teens were still laying those carpets on the streets beyond our walls. Of those left with free time, many were children, the infirm, or people who had no business seeking out gunfights. It brought home the reality of our situation. We needed more fighters. And in walks Alvaro with an offer we couldn't resist. That didn't mean I was going to walk into the woods with him, bringing a large number of my best people, on the off chance this was all another trap. I didn't think there was a high probability of that given our arrangement where I helped him find his lost son. On the flip side, if Alvaro was doing this out of good faith, then the number of clownfish people wouldn't matter. Shane didn't seem to hold the same reservations as me. He came along thinking the raid on T-Bone sounded fun. Carmen had stayed behind to shake off her jitters. She was content to work on the street, as long as I had Shane to look out for me. "Consider it a trial period," I said to Alvaro. "I'll go with you voluntarily, since you and I have a gentleman's agreement strengthened by your son's memory. But you have to convince me the rest of your men really want to join with mine." "We're leaving our families with you," he pleaded. "Isn't that proof enough?" "It's getting us there. We are both banking trust on this. You have to trust me that I'll watch over your loved ones, and I have to trust you that those people you've left behind aren't going to try to hurt anyone." "Yeah, I guess I see your point." Over the next few minutes, Luke came out to retrieve his dog. I had him stick around to escort Alvaro's families back to our community, instructing him to keep them separated from our people as planned. The kids played with Mr. Puppers while waiting to be taken to Clownfish, also as planned. "Where are your sons?" I asked Alvaro in passing. "Spencer is keeping watch on our old people. He's over there." He showed me where the kid was standing with the older folks, keeping an eye on them. At the same time, a little of the light went out of his eyes. "But Greg didn't agree with me about linking up with you." "So is he still with T-Bone?" "Hell no. I never would have agreed to this if he was. Greg is a lot of things, but he isn't suicidal. He is staying with a buddy of his by the high school until this conflict blows over." That reminded me. Tiffany, Greg's ex-girlfriend, had stolen a ride in our trucks to get away from her abusive boyfriend. She'd begged me to never let Greg find her while she was with us, and I aimed to honor that wish. I searched the group about to walk to our community, worried he would try to sneak through. He wasn't around, to my great relief. Once the families were escorted away, the rest of us got into Alvaro's vehicles. They had numerous off-road rigs for the group of about 50 men, including Alvaro's white Rover, the pea soup-colored AMC Gremlin, and a jacked-up van with tires almost as big as the truck itself. I recognized many of the drivers from our earlier encounter at the Solar Wing. Shane and I rode in his Land Rover. I sat in the front passenger seat, while Shane sat in the back with a woman I'd never seen before. "Guys, this is Captain Dana Messerling of the South Point Police Force."
"Retired," she added.
"Yeah, retired." "This is Frank in the front, and Shane in the back," Alvaro added. He led the convoy into the woods. There were about 10 cars and trucks following, each loaded with as many people as they could carry. I turned back to the woman. She was dressed in black tactical gear, probably from a SWAT uniform, since she'd been with the police. She carried a short-barreled rifle of a make I didn't immediately recognize. She also wore a black Glock on her hip, a large collapsible baton on the other, and a low-profile backpack probably filled with more police goodies. When she saw me checking out her stuff, she looked out the window. Alvaro kept talking. Dana and I knew each other before the world went to hell. She's a big part of why we came looking for you guys, Frank. There's a lot of cops with us.
Ex-cops,
Dana snapped, not looking at me.
Did you all resign?
Shane asked. She clenched her jaw before replying.
You can't still be an officer of the law after you've seen what we've seen down there. We've seen some sick shit too, Shane added, sounding like he was trying to find common ground. No, you haven't. She whipped her head toward him. Because you aren't the law. Me and my officers first had to ignore people breaking windows, spray painting sidewalks, and other little stuff. Then we had to ignore people stealing food, weapons, and vehicles. Finally, since we had no authority, we had to look the other way when neighbors got murdered on their lawns. She turned back to the window and clammed up. Alvaro sped through the woods and clearly knew his way around. He weaved between trees on one tight turn, then glanced over to me. We're not bad people, Frank. In addition to my group of friends who you met when we were getting solar panels, Dana heads up a group full of ex-police, some firefighters, and a few other employees from the county. At first, it seemed like the only way to stay alive was to play along with guys like T-Bone, but each day brought new terrors. He and his men come from a different world. They seem to love the violence. What did I do differently that you guys weren't able to do down there? It seems like you've got a dedicated group already. Certainly enough to defend yourselves. You didn't get fooled, Dana sighed with a heavy chain around her words. We drove through the grove where the solar wing was still wedged against the tall trees, and then we cruised south along a straightaway of dirt. Soon the edge of the woods came into view. Look alive, Dana said into a police radio. I carried a radio too, but it was on the Clownfish frequency, in case trouble kicked off back home. It paid to stay alert to the possibility Alvaro was going to double-cross us, and I wanted to stay tapped into our radio network so I would know as soon as possible. We're going in slow, Alvaro reported dutifully as we came rolling out of the woods. The dirt path dumped us out not far from the hardware store. He drove along the 6-lane main street, while the rest of the vehicles came out of the woods behind us. When we reached the entrance of the parking lot, he put on his blinker and made the right like he was taking his driver's test. This is the attack? I asked, suddenly imagining I'd been had. Why aren't you speeding in? My blood pressure skyrocketed, as it would at the start of any engagement. I didn't make a show of it, but I had my fingers on the grip of my pistol. If this was a trap, I would go out swinging. Alvaro laughed a bit. Frank, you are thinking about this like we're enemies. As far as they know, we're old friends who've come back to have a quick drink. It seemed more like driving Miss Daisy. He went down the middle lane slowly, lazily, as if searching for a place to park. However, when he got to the end of the row, he made one last turn and slowed until the truck was parked in the lumber loading zone. The host of vehicles trailing him pulled off wherever they could. Alvaro got out and stretched, still acting like being at the store was no big deal. I would have been storming inside the doors already.
Most members of the convoy had gotten out and now lingered near the front doors. I followed along, not sure I wanted to stand anywhere else. It was the same set of front doors Carmen and I had walked through so long ago. A couple of older men greeted them. I almost expected to find Steve, the angry contractor, running things. Maybe Javon was playing manager with whatever staff was left. The thought made me realize I could jeopardize the attack by showing my face. If Steve was there, would he still be pissed at having been bested by Carmen? Would Javon also want revenge for causing him so much trouble last time? Alvaro's group of men and women dispersed as soon as they made it through the front doors. Alvaro stayed near the dead registers with a few buddies, including Shane and me. Dana took a small number of ex-cops toward the back. Others went to the flanks. I took a moment to appreciate how the place was set up. There were skylights in the industrial-looking roofing, so it wasn't black inside the giant building, but it wasn't totally bright either. A lot of the merchandise was still on the shelves, especially things that had no place in an EMP world. Ceiling fans, light fixtures, portable AC units. The whole electrical aisle was still mostly intact. In other places, it looked as if more merchandise had been brought in. There were stacks of firewood by the front display of patio furniture and fire pits. Canned goods had been stacked in another row. Water containers in the one after that. I was alert for whatever Alvaro and his team were going to do. Still wasn't quite sure if I'd fallen into a trap.
"What are you doing back?"
a man asked in a thick Florida drawl. I recognized Javon immediately. He was a dark-skinned guy from a sand-covered country on the other side of the planet, but he talked like he'd grown up in a local swamp. His attention was on Alvaro.
"T-Bone ordered everyone to the staging area. You're supposed to be with him."
"He sent me back to get some extra ammo," Alvaro lied.
"But the ammo is at the police station. You know that."
"Oh, right. We needed some other stuff, too." Javon squinted.
"Alvaro, what are you doing here? Who did you bring with you?"
I stepped behind Shane, sure that I was going to give away the ruse.
"What exactly do you need?"
Javon pressed.
"Alvaro?"
Alvaro didn't answer. One of his men had gotten close to a guard at the front. I turned as motion caught my eye in that direction. The first man had a pistol drawn on the security guy. Before the guard could react, he pulled the trigger. I jumped, not expecting the loud noise. That must have been a signal, since gunfire erupted all around the building.
"No!"
Javon wailed.
"Not in my store!"
Shane and I ran between the checkout counters, not sure which way was the most dangerous. Repeated blasts happened in the back of the store, and to a lesser degree on the wings. I peeked over the register. Javon wasn't standing in the open anymore. Toward the back of the facility, hundreds of rounds were fired between parties. The blocky plastic lane number blew up over my head. My heart suddenly couldn't keep up.
"I'll wait here for a minute,"
I said to Shane as I ducked back down. Alvaro spoke into his radio, but I couldn't hear what was being said.
"These guys didn't even ask for our help," Shane remarked. "I'm ready if they would just tell us what the plan is."
Once Alvaro's guy had killed the guard at the front, he'd stuck around the checkout area, covering his boss. About 2 minutes went by as I sat behind the register waiting, before the gunfire died down. A minute later, after a lone final blast, it seemed to be over. Men on the radio called in, and Alvaro responded to each one. Soon enough, all his men came out of their hiding spots. He sent 2 men and a woman to watch the parking lot. Dana came traipsing up the middle aisle, rifle swinging at her side, like she owned the place.
Back is cleared out. I'll leave some guards, but we should move on to the next target.
I walked over to where Javon was on the ground, assuming he ducked and stayed hidden like me. There was no shame in laying low when you didn't know what was going on. Blood stained the back of his yellow hardware store vest. A twinge of guilt plucked at my conscience. I knew this guy, I said to Dana, who was walking by.
He's one of them,
she said in monotone.
Yeah, he might have worked here, and he was an asshole, but he was unarmed. He was a bad guy, Frank. He made himself useful by helping T-Bone find people.
Find people? I asked, now interested. She and Alvaro gathered a few men around us. Dana spoke.
Each person in this store was loyal to T-Bone. The guards, yeah, but also workers like him. He used a paper trail of invoicing to find the addresses of people who'd purchased things T-Bone wanted. Engine parts, well water equipment, even gardening stuff like seeds. The manager could have played dumb, or he could have lost the invoices, but he instead helped target those victims. He was a clerical killer.
Oh, I get it now. My appetite for violence was more than quenched already. Javon wasn't a guy I particularly liked, but I never saw him as someone who needed to be put in the ground. However, she was right. We'd all been presented with choices over the past 13 days. If Dana was telling the truth, it sounded as if Javon had continued to make bad decisions ever since I saw him aim his pistol at those shoppers so many days ago. I turned in the direction Dana had come from. Lots of bodies were on the floor, including one or two of her guys. The lumber area had been converted into a garage for servicing vehicles, and a couple of cars were back there with hoods open or jacked up on one side. T-Bone had a super nice facility for servicing his fleet. Wait, you said we're going to the next target? I was only told this was the place to hit him. Yeah, this'll hurt him for sure, but there is one more place I need to take. She tapped a gold-colored police badge pinned over her left breast. I didn't think she'd been wearing it earlier. Her voice was cool and determined. We're taking back the police station. I studied Dana for a few seconds, but tried not to appear as if I was doubting her. Just for a second, I thought to myself that the driven ex-cop was working on her own plan, not one that was mutually beneficial to me or even Alvaro. It was beginning to feel more like a coup. Chapter 19. My sense of unease didn't get any better when we neared the police station. A couple blocks ahead, a wall of tents surrounded an open grassy area and the plain-looking brick building I recognized from our previous visit. We should park here and walk in, Dana suggested. Yeah, maybe, Alvaro answered. Why walk? I asked. Why not drive to the station since you guys are still friends with the people inside, right? Dana's wrists and forearms were coated in dried blood. I also had blood splattered on my trousers, as I'd not had a chance to change them after my run-in with the sheriff. It was grim proof of purchase that we were fighting for our lives today. It also forced me to analyze each decision made by my potential new allies, down to the molecular level. Do you think they radioed in that we were attacking? Alvaro asked Dana. No. My men took the upstairs radio room first, before the attack started, but I still think we should walk in. The police station will be on much higher alert than the hardware store, and a bunch of cars driving up will probably make them lock the doors. If we walk across that open field, it will be hard to run back if it's a trap. I'd been worried about traps since the beginning, and this was no different.
What makes you think it's a trap?
Dana tilted her head.
Don't you trust us?
I do not, I said flatly. The woman scowled at me, but I held her gaze. I'd taken another calculated risk by getting in the car with her and Alvaro, and they had deposited their family and children with us. But during war, you had to live in the moment. Allegiances could change at any second, and for any reason. Neither of them in the front seat could see I already had my Smith & Wesson out of its holster, hidden behind my leg, ready to be fired. I never trusted any outsider, and this was no different.
Well, we're not the ones who will trap you.
She turned to face the front.
But you have a point. If T-Bone somehow knows we're coming, walking across open ground would be dangerous, especially on the way out. You could ram the doors, Shane suggested. Drive one car up there all casual and stuff, then have it bash through one of those locked doorways. That'll be the signal for everyone else to drive over there and break into the station. We'll lose the element of surprise with those inside, she replied thoughtfully. You aren't going to get lucky twice, Shane replied. The hardware store was huge, so you could move around and set up your ambush. The police station is small by comparison. I doubt they are going to happily let you roam around until you have guns on every possible dude.
No, she said right away. She patted Alvaro on the arm.
These two are good to have around. Me and my brother thought about shit like this all the time.
He looked at her badge.
Not that we ever did anything illegal.
I'd never think that, she said, echoing a similar conversation we'd had with Emily Williams back in those kayaks. If I ever had the free time, I was going to sit down with Shane and his brother and learn what all they'd been doing before I met them, since it sounded like my type of stuff. For now, Shane was pulling his own weight on this expedition. Dana and Alvaro seemed willing to listen to his suggestion after I'd balked at walking across open ground. If they'd forced me to go out there in full view of T-Bone's men, I would have thought for sure they were trying to get me killed. They took a few minutes to talk to their drivers, while we were parked on a side street with few houses on it. That gave me a chance to talk to Shane alone. You think these guys are messing with us? I asked. He shrugged like it was no biggie, once again coming across like he was enjoying himself, rather than worrying about every possible outcome, as I found myself doing. If I'd come with more of my people than just Shane, I didn't know if I could have held it together under the tension. We were on foreign soil, with untested allies, facing a crafty enemy. If I would have had to worry about a good chunk of my people getting caught in a trap with me, I probably would have made different decisions. As it was, being with the freewheeling boy from Georgia did allow me to take a few more chances.
No, I don't think so. That was real blood back there in the hardware store. They killed those guys and they lost some of their own. That was not pretend or a setup.
I'd seen the dead bodies too, but I hadn't thought of it in quite the same terms.
Yeah, I guess that's a great point. But that doesn't mean I still trust him, he went on. I mean, that was pretty dumb to suggest walking across open terrain into a death trap like a police station. Captain Messerling has tunnel vision, I think. She really wants in that place for some reason. That's for sure true, he replied. We'll stick with her and Alvaro, but we're bugging out if they do anything else that is going to get us killed, okay?
I got quieter as I spoke, since they were on their way back to the truck. In the end, it was decided to drive 2 vehicles to the police station. The first was going to be the giant van, as it was best able to safely ram the doors with its oversized front tires. The second car, predictably, was ours. Dana wanted to be the first through the break. I had to think hard about going with her. It would have been far better to wait in a rear vehicle to make sure the attack was going to succeed, and no trap would be sprung on me. But Shane's statement about how Alvaro had lost some of his people at the hardware store tipped the scales toward believing this was all for real. They were really rebelling against T-Bone, and they were doing it to help me and my people. While true that they were helping themselves, since they wanted to join with us and our community, they were also doing the lion's share of the dangerous stuff. Therefore, if we were going to forge a real alliance, I couldn't hang back and look like I was using them all as cannon fodder. I didn't have to bust down the door myself, but I needed to be in the first wave. Alvaro followed the big van onto the street running next to the police precinct building. Almost at once, we realized how big of a mistake it would have been to walk. The station was surrounded by a park, graced with tall trees and expansive grassy areas. A few tents were still pitched on the outer ring of the property, but the rest of the park looked like the site of a massacre.
"What the shit is this?"
Dana blurted. At one time, there had been many tents pitched close to the station, and countless scraps of those tents remained on loose ropes or leftover stakes. However, the tents and everything in them had been scraped to the sides, probably by a bulldozer, creating a colorful ridge of debris behind the last remaining row of tents.
"Were the people still inside them?"
she asked.
"I visited a few families in these tents 2 nights ago."
We drove through the ends of the piles placed on each side of the street, where they were a bit higher. Being close to the mess made it easy to see the bloodied bodies mixed in with the tents. "It was a slaughter," Shane said, his voice laced with disgust. Dana found her answer. She cycled the action on her submachine gun, then picked up her radio.
"Take no prisoners."
"Roger," a voice replied. I didn't dwell on the tragedy, since the van led us ever closer to the building. I had more immediate threats to worry about. No guards waited for us at the side door. That was good, but it wasn't the door we were aiming for. The side door was up a flight of steps, and it would have been difficult to get a tire up there. The van driver led us to the front of the building, since the main entrance only had 1 or 2 steps. "Do it," Alvaro whispered. Though he couldn't have heard him, it seemed to spur the other vehicle to action. Its engine roared as the big front wheels hopped a foot off the ground before stampeding toward the entryway. They struck hard and knocked out multiple panes of glass in the process. The driver of the van put the truck in reverse.
"We go,"
Dana demanded, already opening her door. I hopped out after her. My heart fluttered wildly out of control as I ran toward the hole in the glass. The engines of the follow-on force were barely audible over the thumping in my eardrums. I found my vision tunneling as I came in behind Dana and Alvaro, who were also panting like crazy. "Where do we go?" Alvaro fretted. We were in a lobby, but the room had been stripped of everything of value. A few desks were against the back wall, but they looked lonely and empty. I recalled that earlier visit where everything had been tossed outside the station, or was being loaded on vehicles, like that red Jeep. Putting the pieces together, that red Jeep no doubt belonged to T-Bone. I'd come that close to crossing swords with him at the beginning of all this. How much trouble might have been saved if I'd taken him out back then? Of course, looking at it the other way, how much worse would it be on Clownfish today if T-Bone had taken me out during those first few days? Did everything happen for a reason?
"This way."
Dana hurried toward double doors at the back. "We're inside, alive, so we should wait for reinforcements," I warned. She didn't listen to me. Alvaro wavered, as if his loyalties were being tested. "It will take 60 seconds, I pleaded. Dana disappeared through the doors. Alvaro raced across the room, but he waited at the back rather than barge through like Dana. When he glanced over, he and I nodded to each other. Finally, some sanity. I wasn't counting the seconds, but it was probably less than a minute before doors slammed, and people came through the broken glass. I glanced back to see them come in. "Friendlies are in here," I shouted to those arriving, so they didn't shoot me through the glass. Not every window was broken, so I wasn't visible to everyone on the lot. "Friendlies!" Shane yelled even louder. 2 men in balaclavas and ball caps raced through, armed with M4s and other military gear. "Same team," I called out. "We've gotcha," one of them answered, finally giving me confidence I wasn't going to be shot by accident. Alvaro pushed through the door. "I'm heading in." The new people didn't come over to me, but instead stood at the front doors and covered those coming behind them. Despite the small number of Alvaro's troopers, they seemed to be well armed and knew what they were doing. Shane and I went through the door where Alvaro and Dana had gone. It was dark inside, with only a bit of light coming from various windows and doors in the suffocating station interior. The woman's flashlight bobbed around the room at the end, signaling our walk would only get darker. Alvaro was still close to our end. A wide hallway cut down the middle of the building, but there were wooden pallets stacked to the ceiling on each side almost the length of the corridor. Not pallets stacked with food or supplies. They were the wooden frames by themselves. "He must have really been stockpiling," I remarked, slowing to take it in. "The food was here even before things got really bad," Alvaro said with some reverence. "T-Bone and others found this police station was loaded with stuff Dana and the cops were hoarding, so they took it from them." It lined up with what I remembered about the red Jeep being at the front door of the building, the same door we'd bashed in. I'd opted to avoid the station rather than tangle with law enforcement or other dangerous elements. It had been the right call. "But where did it all go?" I asked. "We're going to find out," he answered. A lone red flag waved in my brain. If this building belonged to Dana and her officers, their return could be less than a coup. It could be plain old revenge. That was fine, as her goals aligned with mine, but I had to be careful of where her zest for payback might take me.
"What the?"
Dana shouted from ahead of us. On alert, Shane, Alvaro, and I hurried to the end of the hall. The 2 other men, now covering the next leg of their invasion, trailed behind us. "What is it?" Alvaro asked when we reached the doorway. Dana stood inside another chamber about 50 feet square. Maybe it had once been a bullpen where officers gathered and did their reports, but many of the desks had been pushed out the side door, and the entry had been patched up with plywood. With everything cleared out, the floor had been changed into an infirmary. 20 or 30 injured people laid inside sleeping bags on old military cots. Old people, men and women. Regular folk. Most weren't moving, but a couple of them flailed around like they were jumping beans. They let out panicked hums rather than words. Impossible not to associate with good guys who had their mouths gagged and were trying to warn rescuers. Dana went over to one of the animated sleeping bags.
"This is one of my officers,"
she gushed, looking around.
"And another."
In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of silver tape over the man's mouth. Another guy strained to sit up, wearing the same silver flash on his face. Red flag number 53. "Wait a second," I warned. "Why are these men gagged?"
"And tied to the cots,"
Dana added, searching the man. I stood at the doorway, holding it open to let in the light, but my flight-or-fight response was pegged in a single direction. We'd clearly found one of the traps I'd been so worried about.
"This ain't right,"
I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Dana peeled the tape off the injured guy.
"Captain, T-Bone rigged this place to blow,"
the newly freed man yelled. It was then I noticed the room wasn't totally empty. There were 2 blue 55-gallon drums way in the back by the rear doors. A mega bomb. I should have seen it coming, since T-Bone had set up that homemade mortar trap. Dana turned back to us. Her eyes looked lost as she crouched halfway across the room, among the rows of injured and trapped officers.
"Run!"
she screamed to us, even as she tried to free the man from his bed. Shane bolted out, tapping me on the chest with a you-better-follow glance. Alvaro didn't move. I let go of the door I'd been holding open and instead grabbed Alvaro's arm. I yanked him backward, toward the front.
"There's a bomb!"
I bellowed to everyone still coming into the station. We'd made it most of the way down the hall, but the outer doors seemed like they were 10 miles away and getting farther from us. I wasn't sure how far I made it on foot. I did remember passing through the exit in the air. The last thing I saw was a giant tire. Chapter 20. I woke up in bed with Carmen. It was daytime outside. A little light came through the plywood barrier on the window, but I was too tired to lift my wrist to see what time it was. The alarm clock on the nightstand was behind me, and I knew it was dark, along with the rest of the powered items of everyday life. Carmen was next to me, sleeping, but she lay on her side facing away. Her long, curly locks flowed in every direction, unkempt after what must have been another criminally long day in the apocalypse. A light sheet was over her bottom half, leaving me to wonder.
"Frank!"
someone called from out in my garage. The watch desk probably had another emergency, not unlike the emergency back at the police station. That had been a...
"Frank!"
the voice repeated.
"I'm coming,"
I mumbled.
"Give me a minute."
I tried to sit up on my elbow, a first step toward the eventual goal of getting out of my comfy bed. But my muscles wouldn't move. "This is alarming," I whispered. I tried to turn my head away from Carmen. It wouldn't budge.
"Carmen, help!"
I said a bit louder. I'd never been paralyzed in bed, but I was getting older. Maybe once you hit 50, the chances of sleeping on a nerve and freezing your muscles got a lot higher. Panic rose from deep inside. I didn't want to spend the apocalypse in a wheelchair, like those 2 poor kids we'd found with Helen. A spray of gunshots came through the plywood sheet, ripping several holes in it.
"Shit!"
I yelled. Carmen didn't stir. I immediately worried she was already dead. Why would I think that?
"I've got to move,"
I mumbled.
"Yes, you've got to get up,"
someone urged me.
"Carmen?"
"No," the male voice responded.
"This is Pierce."
What was Pierce doing in my bedroom? I blinked. Carmen was gone. Pierce, Penny's husband, stood on the far side of the bed, decked out like an infantryman. He wore camouflage, a big rifle, and his balaclava was pulled down to his neck, revealing his face.
"What did you do with Carmen?"
I asked, despite being as tired as I'd ever been.
"Nothing! Get up! Move it!"
I blinked. The room was gone. I wasn't lying on a pillow, but I did have my head against something. I craned my neck to confirm it was a huge rubber tire. Gunshots skipped across the parking lot of the police station. Someone was shooting at me. Pierce slapped my cheek.
"Wake up!"
That did the trick. The illusion was gone. I was under the black van. There had been an explosion, but I was still alive. I looked at my arms and legs, all still intact.
"Tell me what's going on,"
I insisted. It smelled of fire and pungent fuel fumes.
"Frank, it was a trap. Dana and some of the others are dead, but T-Bone's men are surrounding us. We've got to move out."
"Alvaro?" I asked, afraid of the answer.
"You dragged him out before the blast."
He pointed to the other tire where my pal was flat on his back. Alvaro looked about the same as me, battered by the shockwave and thrown against the monster tires of the van, but not burnt to a crisp. Behind us, the building looked as if someone had kicked over a Lego building and then set it on fire. There was almost nothing left standing, and flames were everywhere.
"And Shane?"
I continued. He motioned in a different direction. Shane aimed his rifle toward the tents while crouched behind the rover. He seemed unharmed. I gave Pierce a double take.
"Were you with us the whole time?" "I'll explain later." "Yeah, let's get in this thing and get out of here," I advised, pointing up. "Alvaro!" Pierce shouted.
He wiped debris off his face before looking our way.
"Come over here," I ordered. "We're leaving."
While he did that, I got a look at what was left of our force. The 2 men who'd come in after me were still alive, including the guy that turned out to be Pierce. It seemed as if many of the latecomers who'd been in the parking lot were also alive, but they were firing in many different directions as enemy vehicles moved to positions on the ring of destruction at the perimeter of the park. It was a noose tightening around our throats. The final trap within a trap.
"We leave in 60 seconds,
I said to anyone within earshot. I shook the cobwebs out of my head and erased the tantalizing portrait of Carmen lying in that bed. To get back to her, I would have to stay laser-focused on each second. Skipping to the end could get me killed. While the word spread that survivors had to get in their rides, I studied where the attackers were located. Several vehicles had brought them in near the street located north and south of us. That made sense, as the drivers would want to stick near the pavement. Figures ran along the tent wall from those central points, which meant there might still be a gap to exploit. I had to climb on the tire to reach the handle for the van's side door. It put me in view of potential shooters, but I was inside before anyone put a new hole in my backside.
"Come on!"
I yelled to Pierce and the others close to the van. The interior was a mess. The blast had put a billion cracks in the windshield. The left mirror was gone. The right mirror was cracked beyond use. I jumped into the driver's seat. The key was already in the ignition.
"Please don't have a kill switch," I begged.
The motor cranked over when I turned the key. Relief washed over me. Escape was possible. I took a moment to study the ruin, wondering if there was a chance Dana or any of the prisoners could have made it out, but knowing it was impossible. The people had been left to die in there, and the only reason the rest of us were still alive was that we hadn't rushed in to help them, which was probably what T-Bone had expected. I charged my rifle, loading the first round. On paper, it had been a tactical mistake for Dana to rush into the station without regard for backup or her own safety. But the mistake had put her so far in front of everyone else there hadn't been time for the rest to reach her. Shane, Alvaro, and I were the closest, and we'd rushed back out with only seconds to spare. Everyone else had stayed clear. Around me, others hopped into their rigs despite the withering fire striking us from multiple sides. Alvaro came in our passenger door a moment later. "Get in the back," I ordered. He moved past me and went into the rear of the van, leaving room for others. Another man came in next, but I didn't know him by name. I motioned for him to follow Alvaro. He ducked as a bullet struck the van. Then he jumped back there. Pierce came in last, shutting the door behind him. "We good?" I asked. "Yeah, go!" I honked my horn, hopefully making it clear that the other vehicles needed to follow me. However, while I had it in my head to make a clean getaway, the huge tires and wonky suspension and turning system forced me to back up on the lot, and then make a multi-point turn to get it facing the direction I wanted. After sounding the horn again, I drove off the lot, hopped the curb, and went into the park. "Get this broken windshield out of here," I said to Pierce. It was almost white with all the spiderweb cracks. I pushed it with one hand while he shoved with both. The sagging glass gave way, and a giant hole opened in the middle, with the edges of the glass still hanging on to the frame. "Good enough," I said, panting from the exertion. Since we were the lead vehicle, bullets seemed to stick to us like we'd been magnetized. Holes opened up in the cargo area as shots went in one side and out the other. Alvaro and the other guy stayed flat on the floor. "Are Alvaro's people following us?" I asked, since I didn't have a mirror. Pierce checked out his window. "Yeah, but they're not close." "Son of a bitch," I drawled under my breath. I knew we couldn't drive away without making sure the others got out. "We're stopping," I said. "What?" Alvaro and the guy said at the same time. "We're going to break out of this closing circle, but we're going to hold it open," I explained, feeling my stomach knot up with the knowledge of what I had to do. "Jump out the back when I stop," I said. "Al, you and your pal go right. Me and Pierce will go left." "It's crazy to stop," the pal complained. I ignored him. "Shane, you guard the truck and wave everyone through." "I'll take care of it," he answered, sounding a little disappointed in his role. I couldn't explain to him that I didn't trust the other guy back there to not abandon the truck the first chance he had. "Brace yourselves," I said the moment before the black van struck the 5-foot jumble of tents, bodies, and every type of camping gear imaginable. It squished the pile under the giant tires and pushed aside the rest of it so others could follow my lead. I turned and threw on the brakes the second we were through. Then I put the truck in park. "Now go," I ordered. I tossed the keys to Shane before hopping down. I'd been reduced to acting on instinct alone. I knew we could have sat in the truck and fired at any enemies that showed up. But I also envisioned how it would make us the biggest targets on the battlefield. A huge, stationary target. By hopping out, we took the initiative and carried a bit of surprise to the enemy. I hoped. Ahead, I encountered a man running toward the van. He came around a toppled tent, rifle in hand, and tried to raise it when he saw me. I fired 3 times. Center of mass. 27 rounds left, I said to myself, not forgetting to count this time. I came upon another man who was shooting at the moving cars coming across the field. It seemed wrong to blow him away by surprise, but it was made easier when he noticed me, tried to shift his aim. I put 3 more in him at about 7 yards. 24 rounds left. Gunshots sounded from the whole park as they zeroed in on the trucks leaving the police station. It seemed dull to my hearing, since my ears were still ringing from the blast. Pierce ran by me on the right, firing from the hip at a female shooter who emerged from behind a tree far ahead. Once he'd revealed his law enforcement background as part of the National Internal Security Department, I understood his skill. The woman did as well, since she disappeared behind another thick trunk. I shot at 2 approaching men from about 30 yards. One immediately collapsed into the tall grass when I hit him. The other dropped to the ground deliberately, so he could return fire. I ducked behind a trunk. The woman took a long peek around her trunk. She wore tight jeans, high black boots, a tan top, and a wide-brimmed hat, making it seem like we were fighting a woman who'd come from a golf tournament, not the local army barracks like most everyone else. I raised my rifle to get a bead on her, but motion stopped me. The guy hiding in the grass got up and ran. 3 more shots, all misses. 13 rounds left, I reported to myself. I retreated, drawing in whatever air I could. My blood pressure was off the dial. One quick peek told me he was running between trees, getting closer. But I noticed movement elsewhere. I aimed down the scope at a third bad guy, maybe 100 yards away. He fired at the line of cars crossing the field, not at me. I squeezed off a shot, aiming for his bald head since that was all I could see. He fell, but I couldn't tell if I'd knocked him out. 12 rounds left. It was clear the crew brought in to clean up the rest of us consisted of different types of citizens, not only military-aged guys. It suggested they were going all out to destroy Alvaro's team of law enforcement rebels. It also hinted that members in T-Bone's gang couldn't be stereotyped. It meant anyone on the streets could be working for him. That made me fight harder. Pierce and I worked together as he left himself a bit exposed, so the approaching man would see him rather than me. I used the distraction to move behind a pair of tree trunks. Then I swung around a third one toward where I anticipated the man was heading. "Shit!" I blurted. He was already there. He'd come to the same trunk. I opened fire at almost point blank. His lone return shot hit the tree as he fell, mortally wounded. 9 rounds left, I stuttered, trying everything I could to stay calm and not think about how close I'd come to eating a metal round. I picked up the man's rifle and slung it over my shoulder, removing the chance he could shoot me in the back. I was getting to a point where I would normally swap out my mag with a full one, but I was too far from backup to risk it. If I started to change mags when another shooter came at me, I'd be dead. I stood against the trunk, trying to catch my breath. Behind me, it didn't look like any of the enemy guys were between me and the van. I didn't see Alvaro and his pal on the far side of our ride, but I did hear shooting, so I had to hope they were okay. Pierce was also out of my sight. That was bad. While we couldn't see each other, there was a real chance one of us would surprise the other and possibly kill our teammate. "I'm moving!" I shouted to Pierce. I waited a second, then retraced my steps. The woman gasped when she saw me. She'd used the thick trunks to close the distance, roughly following where the man had advanced toward my spot. I was out in the open relative to her, and caught on the move, but I swung my rifle to the right and fired repeatedly. 6 left, I huffed. She answered with several cracks of her own, though she didn't have her feet planted, and her barrel lifted with each shot, going way off target. She stopped her forward progress. We each raced for any tree close to us. I fired again. Wild 2. 5. Now I was down to the red zone. If I ran out of ammo in the magazine and got rushed. I peeked. Nothing. The tree she'd gone behind was about 20 feet away. I couldn't still my beating heart. Steady, Frank, I urged myself. Adrenaline was a funny thing. If I started shaking uncontrollably, that would also be game over.
You were all supposed to die in the blast, the woman complained from her hiding spot.
Sorry to disappoint, I answered.
You must be Uncle Frank,
the woman laughed, shifting her mood in seconds. How did she know that? What possible clue could she have from a random encounter on a random battlefield?
T-Bone and I live on your street. I recognize you.
She'd given herself away. You're Trish, I replied.
Oh, so you know me. I didn't think you'd recognize me in return, since you had barely even moved into your house. Seeing you now, I wouldn't have minded flirting with you on my morning walks.
Like you did with Pierce? She didn't answer.
Like you did with Pierce,
I repeated. Nothing. I peeked around the corner.
You talked to Pierce?
She asked.
Is he here?
No, I started to say, lying easily. Motion caught my eye between our 2 trees. Pierce ran across the field, keeping the thick trunk between him and her. In seconds, there would be a collision. I fired at her, all 5 rounds, knowing I couldn't hit her through the bark, but also knowing she would keep her head down or back away. I wanted her attention on me, not Pierce. Twin gun blasts came from behind the far trunk. An instant later, she was shoved out from her hiding place, as Pierce bowled into her like a football player. The pair of them rolled into the tall grass. Her rifle went flying. I dropped my AR and pulled the Smith & Wesson. Not thinking about the risk, I charged across open ground toward them. Trish wasn't dead, fighting with vigor against the larger man, but by the time I'd crossed even that little bit of distance, she was slowing. A pair of red blotches sullied her otherwise nice shirt.
Damn you, Pierce,
she croaked.
You weren't supposed to make it home.
He pinned her with his rifle. Happy to disappoint, he answered. The color drained out of her face.
We could have been something together.
Wait, what did she mean by that? Had she been after Pierce for real? I didn't have time to ask him. Come on, I prodded. We have to go. There were still shooters around the outer perimeter. Some would eventually make it to where our trucks were leaving through the gap. He looked down at the dead woman, but slowly got up. With seeming reluctance, he got to his feet and ran with me back toward the van.
Is she the reason why you showed up?
I asked as we jogged.
Yeah, I hitched a ride with one of Alvaro's guys to get down here at the tail end of your convoy. I knew she would turn up eventually.
You were right, I allowed. Frank, don't tell Penny what happened. She would not be happy that I'd been so reckless, but I had to make it up to her and Daisy. T-Bone made this personal when he left that note. Now I'm going to make sure both Trish and Toby are dead by the end of this, so my girls don't have to worry about ever being hunted down by these assholes. I understood where he was coming from. I'll leave all this for you to explain to her if you want. Thanks, he said. Let's get back to the truck and get the hell out of here. When we returned, some of Alvaro's team wanted to join the fight against the men and women responsible for Dana's death. but I didn't think it was worth the risk, and neither did Alvaro. We'd started our expedition with a modest group of fighters, and we'd already lost too many of them. T-Bone had once again proven himself to be ruthless. He'd sent his wife to make sure the bomb went off and to mop up any survivors. He'd sacrificed an entire building, as well as whatever precious resources had been required to build the explosive device. Alvaro had no appetite to press our attack against such tactics. The longer we stuck around, the greater the chance we'd stumble into another trap. I didn't blame him. Neither side could replace its losses. Unfortunately, even with Alvaro's guys added to our side, we still had far fewer fighters than those lined against us. It would all come down to who wanted it more. Chapter 21. After taking an evasive route away from the police station, we escaped into the woods and took the same dirt paths we'd used to get to South Point. I guided them on to Bayside Road when we approached the outer limits of our defenses, so we didn't give away any of our defensive positions in case anyone tried to track us. When we crossed the canal nearest our front gate, we stayed to the left side, since Ben and his team were still under the tarps at the far end of the bridge. I communicated with the watch desk the whole time, to ensure there were no friendly fire incidents, and we didn't stop moving until we reached the container gate on Clownfish itself. Penny ran over first.
Is Pierce with you?
Yeah. I nodded over my shoulder. He's in the back.
Good.
She let out a breath.
But tell him not to bother coming home.
Why? I asked, already having a decent idea.
He snuck away without telling me or anyone else. I've been worried sick.
He didn't leave to be mean. He has a good reason and is going to explain it all to you. Pierce had asked me to let him tell her the details, but she was my friend, so I wanted to make sure she would get her explanation.
I can't believe you'd let someone sneak away, Frank.
Your husband snuck by us both. I had no idea he was with our convoy until he showed up in battle.
Oh, I guess that makes more sense.
I could appreciate the difficult spot Penny was in, but I hoped the two of them would square things away, so they were on the same page for their daughter. She turned around, saying nothing, and walked toward home. I'll tell her when I go for T-Bone, Pierce whispered from the back. I slowly turned in his direction. Don't do anything without talking to me, okay? I know you are part of some fancy government spy agency, and I did appreciate your help once the bullets started flying. But I can't have my people acting alone. I will, he said, not with quite the enthusiasm I was looking for, but it was agreement enough. And for the love of God, be sure to tell her about Trish the second you get home. He gave me a curt nod.
Looks like you brought some friends,
Melanie said as she came to my window. Carmen stood in the background, waiting patiently. Yeah, I didn't know if I could trust my new friend and his people before I left, but now I trust them completely. I glanced over to Alvaro, meeting his dignified smile.
What changed?
She asked. Had Alvaro truly erased all doubt? Could this all still be a trap? I thought about it for a moment. It could be an elaborate ruse, but only if Alvaro had intentionally killed his own men on the orders of his leader. While I had no doubt T-Bone was cunning and smart, I didn't think he inspired people to kill themselves to carry out risky all-or-nothing schemes like this one. I saw some of them die, I answered. It spoke to a sad fact that death was what it took to earn trust. I led the survivors to the end of my street, then directed them to park wherever they could find open spots on the lawns. Many of our vehicles were out on the road, tending to our nail traps or working on Ben's project. Most of Alvaro's cars and trucks had survived the trip, giving us access to even more working vehicles. While everyone got out, Carmen came over and hugged me. "Got a minute?" I asked.
For you? Always.
I led her to the rear of my house, where we'd met earlier, so we could have another much-needed moment of privacy. It hadn't been more than a couple of hours, but after dreaming about her, then pushing her memory out so I could survive the gunfight, I was anxious to reconnect. Strangely, neither of us said anything on the way there, or even when we got behind my house. The mood wasn't the same as our previous heated encounter. This time, racked with exhaustion, with muscles sore from running and gunning, and carrying the odor of the firebomb on my clothes. The best I could do was lean hard against her while hugging for comfort. After a couple of minutes of embracing, we pulled ourselves apart so we could look at each other in the face. I drank in her emerald eyes, soft cheeks, and loose locks falling to her shoulders. I let myself feel the emotions I'd been suppressing since waking up under the van. I wanted to protect her, to save her, to fight anyone in the world who wished to harm such a beautiful creature. I was sad, happy, relieved, anxious, scared, and in love, all in one big, confusing bundle of feelings.
You okay? She asked. This is twice in a row you came in from the outside like this.
Mental health was already high on my priority list, but the repeated gunfights and seeing death up close reminded me once again we needed to find ways to counsel our residents after each battle. Otherwise, people were going to snap. "I just needed 2 minutes of peace," I replied.
It was bad out there, wasn't it?
Bombs, piles of bodies, shooting. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
You need more hugs? I've got an unlimited supply.
Put a bunch on credit, I chuckled. When this is over, I'm going to cash 'em all in.
Noted,
she grinned. I grabbed her hand and led her around the front into my garage. Melanie, Luke, and Alvaro gathered close as I stood by the map. I let Alvaro come in so he could see how, why, and where his friends might be put to use in the coming hours. I also didn't see any of the other residents of Clownfish who were free, so those 3 were the only ones I could gather on short notice. "Guys, this is Alvaro Mencino, formerly from the South." I motioned to him. "And this is Luke, his wife Melanie, and Carmen." He shook everyone's hand. "Do we have any news from out there?" I asked, turning to business and pointing to the canals north and south of us. Melanie stepped forward and pointed to a place on the map that was about halfway between Poseidon and the northernmost canal.
"The Legion has made it to about here. Gretchen and her people are slowing the advance by shooting and scooting, as she called it. But she also told me the Legion seems to be going one street at a time, so no one gets behind them."
I laughed to myself, since we'd gotten behind T-Bone and had taken over his hardware store. But my sense of humor was tempered by the fact he'd also been savvy enough to rig the police station to trap traitors and potential invaders. The Legion was playing it safe, doing things by the book, so I couldn't take advantage of their mistakes. I felt like the only amateur on the battlefield. "Do we have any idea where T-Bone is going to attack?" I asked.
"No. Deanna has her drone down in that direction, but she can't tell if an attack is coming or not."
She pointed to the canal on the southern border.
"Turk is gone, but Mercer and Jack Ellers are working as a team to hold things together down there. They've been pushing cars back toward the roadblock on the bridge, while also slashing the tires, hoping they are harder to push aside. So far, the trash trucks haven't returned. I stepped back a few paces, then sat on the corner of the table to look at the map and think. If I imagined the areas to the north and south with a red overlay, I could clearly visualize how my territory was getting smaller, and I was in danger of being cut off from the Dawn Star for good. As it was, there was a land corridor centered along Poseidon currently at least a mile wide. It made me realize any opportunity to work with the U.S. military would soon go away. Has the U.S. military made any effort to contact us?
Not on the radio,
Melanie answered. That left me with a dilemma. What would you say if I proposed going back to the ship for a quick visit? To get something? Luke asked. No. I left a message on the bridge. I assumed someone on their side would get it and read it, and that they'd want to talk to us. But so far, it doesn't seem like they do. Maybe they never saw it. What did it say? Alvaro asked. If I was bringing him into our group, it might as well be all the way. It said I had information the military wanted. I kind of exaggerated what I knew about how the attack on our country was carried out, assuming that would at least get me an audience with one of their senior leaders. I didn't mention the exact information, which was about a missing nuclear bomb. It had less to do with mistrusting him, and more to do with the need to keep a lid on how many people knew about it. That might work, Alvaro said. He turned back to the map. Where do you want my guys, Frank? You see our situation, so where do you think you should go? I asked, serious to learn if he had any ideas that were better than mine. You should send us north, to face against these Legion invaders. You'll want to keep us separated from T-Bone's guys to prevent any loyalty tests. That's a pretty good idea, I said. My old neighbor gets the credit. He was a Japanese-American who fought during World War II. His unit was made up of men with Japanese heritage, but the army made them fight over in Italy, against the Nazis, so they weren't tempted to switch sides. You really think that's necessary? I asked. He glanced toward the street. Not really. Not after T-Bone tried to kill us all. But still, it can't hurt to play it safe. If any of these men and women turn on you, it's my reputation that will suffer. I want you to be able to trust us like we're your own people, so my family doesn't get kicked to the curb. You don't have anything to worry about. No one can control every person under them, as I've learned time and again. His laughter was weak and fatalistic. Yeah, I couldn't even control either of my two sons. One got himself in endless trouble, and the other... The words he was looking for were, got himself killed. I walked over and held out my hand. He met me with his own. Let me take this opportunity to officially welcome you to the Clownfish Neighborhood Watch. I never in a million years thought we'd end up on the same side. But maybe, if we can take one good thing from your son's tragedy, it's that he brought us together to put an end to even more suffering. I'm sorry it has taken this long, he replied. And I'm sorry we don't have better news to share about our prospects for survival. We already knew the Legion leaves no one alive, since we've run into them multiple times. But this morning has opened my eyes to how T-Bone is no better. No quarter will be given to any of us. We continued our discussion for a few minutes. I gave Alvaro a quick overview of our command structure, radio situation, and defensive layout. I explained a bit about why the Legion destroyed everything in its path, and their plodding, methodical digestion of the streets on the northern flank of our community.
After talking about how to strike back against the much larger force, we agreed he and his men were best suited to operate out in the woods. I agreed to move the families of Alvaro's men inside the protective area of Barracuda, along with our own relatives and friends. That made them very happy, especially since they'd suffered the loss of several of the ex-cops that had been with Dana. They were desperate for some security against retaliation. It didn't take long to make the arrangements. Alvaro and his crew saw their loved ones move into the crowded homes on Barracuda, so they knew I kept my word. From there, they joined the Clownfish radio net, topped off on ammo, and took their vehicles the long way back into the woods. "Can you believe this?" I asked Carmen as the two of us got into the El Camino. I held up the face of my watch to show her. "It's already noon." I'd been going full throttle since before sunrise. She ignored my statement and gesture.
"Frank, are you sure this is the only way? Couldn't we simply call them on the radio?"
"Deanna has tech in the air, so there is a high probability there are other pieces of tech out there too. Snoopers and sniffers listening for radio calls. The only way I'll talk to the military is from behind a white flag." I tied a torn bedsheet to a telescoping paint roller handle, creating an 8-foot flagpole.
"All true," she sighed. "You've gone out here how many times today? You met the sheriff and barely made it back. You went all the way to South Point with just Shane, and you raced onto the bridge of that ship while the rest of us drove away. Can't you send someone else for this one?"
She had a point, but I'd been delegating like a fiend the whole day too. The teens were continuing to work on the nail carpets. Ben was still working on countering those trash trucks. Gretchen was running and gunning up north. Alvaro was covering some of our perimeter in the woods. In fact, there were so many of my people out there that Clownfish now seemed like a ghost town. If an attack was planned for us, they'd be well served by attacking when our people were out and preoccupied, like we were now. "We can barely spare anyone," I corrected, "so I'm assigning this chore to myself and to you. We'll get in and get out as soon as humanly possible."
"You promise?"
"I do." I smiled at her. "But you know how my days tend to go." She let out a tiny grin.
"Yeah, I do too."
I drove the El Camino across Bayside and through Zen's roadblock. For a moment, I let fantasy take over as I drove toward the ship. She and I had both said I do. How I wished life was back to normal, and we'd said those words under much better circumstances. Over the past few hours, I'd thought of Carmen a bunch of times. I took that to mean we were heading for an upgraded relationship, or one of us was about to die. There was no in-between. We flew into the Bravo intersection. The gates were already open, since Melanie had called ahead for us. We stopped and spoke to Janelle briefly, and the nonstop chatter of gunfire floated in on the breeze. War was pushing ever closer. It helped stiffen my resolve to talk to the U.S. military. I was a staunch believer in the ability of the common gun-owning American to stick it to any invader coming into our homeland. But that didn't mean repelling an invasion would happen right away, or without great losses. It had once been said America could never be conquered, because there was a gun owner behind every blade of grass here. While it might have been true under normal circumstances, it didn't account for the possibility that the blades of grass would also be fighting all the other blades of grass, like they were now. If T-Bone was the type of leader who could join with our group, I was confident that together we could have nickel and dimed the Legion to death. Instead, he was taking aim at us, distracting us both from the real enemy to the north. That's why I needed the other power broker on the block. The giant Dawn Star loomed at the end of Poseidon. I had Carmen put the white flag out as we slowly drove toward them. I hated to ignore the clear message delivered over the ship by those drones. Shoot to kill. Chapter 22. I parked the trusty El Camino about 50 yards from the ship, a little beyond the dirt pile and parking area we'd created for our unloading operation the previous night. There were American servicemen on the main deck keeping watch on our approach. 2 were apparent near the edge, but I caught glimpses of others hiding among the containers.
"Don't shoot," I called out the window. "We only want to talk."
My insides were jelly, knowing the risk we were taking. For every soldier I saw, or thought I saw, there were probably 10 others training their weapons on us. Several drones hovered high above, providing video to an entire aircraft carrier sitting over the horizon. Dealing with the Legion or with T-Bone was dangerous, but they operated with low-technology weapons. Meeting with our own military and being in the crosshairs of their 21st century technology was terrifying. We left our guns on the floorboard of the truck.
"I'm stepping out,"
I announced, a bit hoarse.
"We're unarmed."
It was nice they hadn't shot us, but I didn't like the fact they weren't responding. Slowly, we pushed open our doors and got out. Carmen held the flag over her head, while I simply put my hands up. We met at the front of the truck.
"Frank, you think they're telling us something?"
Remember that scene at the end of The Wizard of Oz when they finally get into the chamber to see the wizard?
"I didn't see that movie,"
she said like it was no big deal. I almost dropped my hands.
"What? Are you serious? You've never seen it?"
She gave me a sideways glance.
"No? Should I? Who on this planet hasn't seen The Wizard of Oz?" "Me."
It was one of the few movies I had on DVD, and I'd watched it many times over the years. I'd never really thought about it, but my love for the film probably came from its similarity to the post-apocalyptic books I'd always enjoyed. Dorothy ends up in a dangerous, apocalyptic land, populated by strange and unpredictable characters. And there are powerful forces working for and against her to keep the world from ending. Hell, it was a lot like the America we were currently living in, except our wizard owned an aircraft carrier and stealth bombers. I knew what had to be done.
"Okay, Carmen. New plan. This movie is the reason we're fighting to restore order. It's why we need the power to come back on. You've got to see it."
She took a step away from me, like I'd lost my mind. Maybe I was a bit giddy from lack of sleep, exhaustion, and standing inside the kill box of the U.S. military. The seconds ticked on. A diesel engine cranked over. The elevator at the edge of the main deck began to descend. No one was on it, but I took it as an invitation to come aboard. We walked over the dusty lot and met it.
"See, this is the end of the yellow brick road, and the wizard is telling us to come forward to meet him," I explained. "I still don't get it," she chuckled.
Carmen kept the flag as we boarded, but she didn't keep it aloft on the trip up. She set the pole on the platform and hugged it. I put my arm around her. Part of it was affection, since I didn't mind hugging the woman who'd become my girlfriend. But another part was for protection. As we rode 80 or 100 feet to the top, we were completely exposed to bad guys hiding in the wrecked houses nearby. If anyone had wanted an easy shot at the leader of our community, they had it. I planned to push her down and cover her if anyone took the shot. Thoughts of death faded as we reached the top, alive, but my stomach boiled with tension as the engine shut off, leaving us on the metal platform. "Do not move," a man's voice warned. 2 sailors came from behind a nearby container, M4s pointed at us. One of them took Carmen's flag, inspecting it like it was a possible weapon. We both had our hands up. "We're here to see the wizard," I said, trying to slice through the tension. "Come on, get some hard cover," one of them advised, motioning for us to follow him. He took us into one of the open containers that had once held the Legion trucks. 2 others were in there, but they weren't in the same uniforms as the sailors. The man's name tape said Carthager. The woman's name was Meacham. I recognized both Marines from our harrowing boat ride off Pine Island. Once Carthager saw who I was, he nodded with typical Marine grimness. But then he stepped back, as if the Navy personnel were running the show. A young Navy guy took the lead. "Sorry, guys. Orders are I have to search anyone who comes on board." "I don't blame you," I answered. The other one searched me. The female Marine patted down Carmen. They pulled out pocket knives from both of us, but didn't seem surprised or upset as they set them aside. A call was made to someone outside. A square-jawed man in fatigues came through the door. He was dressed like the other Navy guys, but he was clearly a higher rank. "I'm Captain Maximilian Van Nuys. I'm very busy, so tell me what you want." "Did Emily Williams make it back to you?" I asked immediately. The question was for him, but I wanted the Marines to hear it too, since they'd been our taxi service. If they were still alive, I hoped she was as well. "How do you know about that?" he asked. "Sir," Carthager spoke up, "these are the 2 who escorted Ms. Williams from her home to the evac site." "I read the report," the captain replied. "I guess we should be thanking you for helping. And yes, she made it back to us unharmed." I let out the breath I'd been holding. It was a relief to finally know her fate, but it also soothed my amped-up tension to know we were seen as helpers to the military. Maybe that was our in. "You are most welcome. Is she okay? Can we, talk to her? See how she's doing?" I had to find the balance between asking for a casual audience between old friends and wanting to talk to the Vice President of the US of A to get her to help my community. He took a long time to think about it. "She's doing fine where she's at." He came closer and pulled out a couple of folding chairs that had been set against the sidewall. "Why don't you 2 take a seat?" It was not a question. We did as requested. "Is she okay?" I persisted. "Her status is classified, I'm afraid." He leaned against the wall as he spoke. "In the reports, it mentions you are some kind of leader for the community. Is that correct?" I noticed the change of topic, but went with the flow. "Yeah, my background is purely trucking and transportation, but I've somehow gotten placed in charge of a group of survivors waiting for you to come help them." I figured I'd toss in some guilt to see if it affected him. "And are you dug in east of here?" he asked. "Yes, our street is called Clownfish." He cut me off. "Our drones have mapped out the situation north and south of you, with forces converging. It looks like your people have spread out in many different directions as you prepared for them. You aren't sheltering in place, correct?" I scratched my leg for a moment. If his drones had mapped it out, he knew exactly where we were and what we were doing. So what did he really want to know? Twice in a row he'd been indirect with me, so I decided to keep it vague. The situation hasn't allowed us to stay in one place. That's correct. He stood up straighter. Did you explore to your east? Did you find a crashed plane by chance? My instinct was to immediately tell him yes, but something about the lines of his questions didn't sit right with me. Carmen looked over, as if ready to answer for me, but she also hesitated. I decided to keep giving him half-truths. We found parts of a wing out in the forest, yeah, but we never found a fuselage or anything like that. Our intelligence suggests the Legion is looking for a downed plane, son. It's very important we find it first and secure the payload from it, as it could be used by the terrorists. His words lined up with what Leon, the ex-Legion prisoner, had told us. The Legion knew the plane had a nuke on it. Did this captain also know that? Did you by chance find a note left on the bridge? I asked, trying to stay cool about it. We were doing some work on this ship before you took over, and one of my people mentioned he'd found a note intended for the military up there. I couldn't tell him I'd put it there myself, or he would assume I was the one who wrote it. The note all but said I'd found the nuke in the woods. What did it say? He asked. The guy didn't have time to read it. He didn't want to get shot for staying on the ship too long when he saw your men roping out of those helicopters. Van Nuys didn't seem upset, but he turned to the Marines. Did your men find a note up there? No, sir, Carthager answered. We did a fast sweep when we boarded, but we weren't looking for notes. You want us to go check it out? No, the captain replied. I'll go up there myself when we're done here. He moved toward the door. Wait, I said, remembering Dorothy and the wizard. We came up here to ask for your help. You have bombs and C4 and whatever. Do you think you could take out some bridges for us? That would really help slow down the barbarians trying to destroy my community. I figured he would be more likely to help with destroying stuff rather than people. What I really wanted to ask was whether he could fire up his planes and take out the Legion and T-Bone together. My orders from the top are to hold this ship, not get into local turf wars. From the top? Who is the president? Van Nuys held his spot at the entrance to the shipping container. Tanager is still giving orders, but we don't know where he is. That's all I can tell you right now. He tried to leave. Wait, can you at least work with us so we don't get shot by our own military? My people are wearing these. I showed him my red armband. Sorry. I appreciate your position, but anyone could put on a red band and say they are with you. The whole world is awash in sleeper cells and enemy agents. I can't trust that you or your people aren't secretly working with the Legion to weasel your way into this ship again. We held this vessel since it beached here. We could have given it to the Legion at any time. We are the good guys, damn it. You can't abandon us to the maniacs closing in. Then you'll be the ones surrounded by them, without an ally on the outside. I didn't expect he would care about allies. Not when they had helicopters and an aircraft carrier backing them up. But my appeal was to his patriotism. Surely the captain wouldn't be so heartless to ignore American citizens pleading for his help. He seemed to think about it for a few seconds. Sergeant, take these two down through the ship and let them out the front door. On the way, let them pick out some bags of food or hygiene products. Let's show them we aren't heartless. The captain turned and walked out of the container. The pair of Navy sailors followed, leaving only the Marines. Carthager motioned for us to stand up and head out too. The female Marine gave the white flag back to Carmen. I couldn't deny the meeting hadn't gone the way I'd wanted. I could tell by the look in Carmen's eyes that she wasn't happy about it either. The Marines walked us down the stairwell and into the hold, but the sergeant spoke quietly into his radio. Carthager wanted me to go the wrong way when we reached the bottom. "We already know the way out," I snarked. "Go this way," he said, motioning with his weapon. My heart dropped a few beats. Was he going to put us in a jail cell? Was he going to make us disappear? Perhaps bags of food was code for taking us as his prisoners. We walked toward the back of the vessel. We passed the container with all the grain bags in it. That was about as far to the rear as I'd been. Minutes went by as they walked us quickly. We finally went down another set of stairs and came out in a chamber filled with pipes and heavy equipment. Using logic, I assumed it all had something to do with the engines. Using emotion, I wondered if this was the type of place you took a prisoner when you don't want anyone to hear the gunshots. "Listen, if I sounded pushy up there, it was all a misunderstanding," I tried to say. Meacham gave the shush symbol with one finger over her lips. When I thought for sure we were at the back part of the hull, we finally stopped. There were 2 more Marines already there, talking quietly. "Hey, boys," Carthager said quietly. "Any news?" "They sang like canaries." Canaries? It hadn't even crossed my mind Carmen and I could be tortured by our own guys. "Open it up," the sergeant demanded. The guard spun a giant wheel, which opened a bulkhead door. Inside, I was shocked to see half a dozen men in black uniforms. "We aren't with them," I croaked. "We know, Frank," Carthager assured me. "What the heck is going on?" I asked, mystified by the last few minutes. He pointed inside. Contrary to my first impressions, they weren't being tortured in there. They had a couple nice lanterns, cots, water, and food. A couple sat across from each other playing cards. "We found these men hiding among the containers when we swept the ship. They were deserters from the Legion." I took a step closer. "We found a deserter, too." "Who was it?" one of the prisoners asked. Her voice was thick and foreign, much like the prisoner we had in captivity. Would it matter if I revealed anything? I turned to Carthager. "Can I tell them?" He shrugged. "His name was Leon. He said he was from Brasilia, Brazil." A few of them clapped. "He is still alive?" "Yes, he is our guest." I was suddenly glad we didn't torture the guy. "Were you people hiding on the ship all this time?" I asked. "We've been here for over a week and didn't see any of you." Some of them smiled sheepishly. "We have scanners that can see in the boxes," the Marine replied. "These guys were hiding deep inside many of them, trying to avoid capture by the rest of the Legion." "Leon was telling the truth about the rebellion on the ship," I remarked with new appreciation for his openness. "It wasn't a fair fight," one of the rebels confirmed. "Leon said you were tricked into boats, and then most of you were killed." None of them answered, giving me the answer. "I'm sorry," I said with respect. "We have bigger problems." Carthager chucked me on the arm. "The one consistent thing these guests have told me is that the Legion has insiders in every branch of the military, every base, and probably on every ship." "Emily said the same thing," I remembered. "Yeah, that's not a surprise." I could tell by his tone there was more to it. "You don't think she's one of them, do you?" I pressed. "When we had her safe on our boat, after you jumped off and helped us get away, we contacted the captain. He informed us there were questions about her activities in the subdivisions where she'd been hiding. Van Nuys said he had orders from upper channels to put her in detention until we could figure this all out.
That's bullshit, Carmen said under her breath.
We agree, Carthager answered, unperturbed by her statement. Van Nuys couldn't tell you to your face that you were under any kind of suspicion, since you aided and abetted her insertion back to the fleet. But I'm telling you that's what was on his mind. I knew it was a risk to help her, I allowed, still not believing for a second she could be with the Legion. Zeke tried to kill her, and he openly stated he was working for them. That would have been the first thing she told the authorities in her own defense, though it would be tough to prove. Carthager went on. All we know for sure is that Tanager is missing, and now Williams is being sidelined. It's almost as if someone wanted to decapitate the Prez and VP in one blow. He said Tanager was still giving orders, I pointed out. The captain plays his cards close to the vest, I'll give him that. No one has actually seen the president since all this began, so there is some doubt about the verbal orders coming from the White House bunker. We can't get him to show his face. That's the level of mistrust we're dealing with. If Tanager's order was false, Van Nuys doesn't have to lock her up, I said, puzzling it out. If his order was false, he echoed. If she's in detention, can we rescue her and get some answers? I asked, knowing it was probably easier to get a ride to the space station. We're taking care of her, he answered. Right now you've got to take care of yourself. Stay alive out there. Make sure there is someone left when one of those two gets back in power and straightens out all the betrayal by our leaders. That sounded like a lifetime job. I feel dumb for having missed all these men, I said on the side. Are you sure you want to depend on me to keep hope alive? You can do it, man, Carthager insisted. Any dude willing to die for the VP by diving out of a moving boat in the middle of a gunfight has my vote of confidence. Meacham stepped closer and slapped Carmen hard on the shoulder. You are a badass dudette, too, for jumping overboard with him. Carmen took it in stride. We'd both seen a lot since then. Carthager closed the hatch, leaving the Legion guys to themselves. He was a big dude, built as tough as Marco. When he closed the heavy door, he made it look easy. He then showed me the note from the bridge. You had it? I asked. Yeah, we found it on our first sweep, but we didn't give it to the captain. Why not? He pointed to the paper. Because you said this. The words nuclear warhead jumped off the page. What does that matter? Shouldn't the military be aware a nuclear bomb is lying in the weeds somewhere in South Florida? Did you hear the tracks I've been laying down? Carthager asked. If someone found this, they'd read it before giving it to the captain. The captain would report this to Fleet. Who knows how many people would know about it after that? You were keeping it under tight control, I said with new appreciation. Way back in my mind, deep enough to stay hidden from my face, I wondered if Carthager and his Marines were keeping the information hidden because they wanted the nuke for their own purposes. Carthager gave me a hard stare, square in my eyes. You really know where this is? I forced myself not to react, after thinking he could possibly be with the enemy. But it was hard to lie about the very words I'd written on the page. Yes. Then don't tell anyone where it is. Not even us. Keep that in your back pocket for when we come out on the other side of this countrywide attack. That's the only way you can be sure it doesn't fall into the hands of the terrorists. He clenched his jaw for a moment. They've already used nukes in other parts of the country. And those are why the power is gone. There is no doubt they'd use this last one for similar purposes, maybe above allied countries. This is only happening in America? He shrugged. We have a top-notch programmer working on that right now. Fleet has all comms locked down on hardcore mode, probably so those same spies can't send messages around. So you guys are it, I said, sounding more fatalistic than I'd intended. Hey, don't sweat it. We may look like a small group, but we're the biggest badasses currently on this ship. One of us is worth 10 sailors. And 100 army guys, Meacham added. The 4 Marines laughed. My hidden suspicion about them mostly went away, since he hadn't asked for the location, and they seemed playful and carefree. But I didn't let myself trust them completely. That was my only rock-solid rule for the apocalypse. Not to doubt what you said, but I found the downed plane without too much trouble. If everyone is looking for it, it probably won't take them too long to get to it. What do we do then? Come let us know, I guess, he answered. That's why you have to stay alive. How the hell do we keep alive when your captain won't give us any help? Carthager flipped a switch into serious mode. Frank, it's time to turn on the villain arc, okay? You beat us good when you were hiding in the sand so you could escape in your boats. But eventually you were found, right? In the villain arc, you would have been hiding in the sand so you could shoot us in our nuts as we walked up on you. In the villain arc, you kill everything that shows its face in front of you. It's the only way you're going to clean house, until we can come help you. I'd called it Warlord Frank, but I understood what he meant. We're doing the same thing down here in the ship, Carthager added. We are setting traps in the boxes, in the hallways, and here in the engine room. If the Legion shows up and tries to fight its way on board, they're going to find out what it's like to be in the villain arc of the U.S. Marines. Trust me, they do not want to learn how that story ends. I believed it. Chapter 23. I wanted to make good on the offer to take something of value from the stockpile, as Captain Van Nuys had suggested, but all of the handcarts had been left at the door when my people fled. We could only take what we could carry in our arms, since we were being herded toward those same doors. I chose to grab 4 giant bundles of toilet paper, 2 in each hand. Carmen struggled to get one 50-pound bag of rice out. The Marines let us exit through the double doors at the front of the ship. Good luck out there, Carthager said. You too, I replied, grateful we had a few allies still willing to treat us like U.S. citizens. Hey, can I give you some advice? He asked before we could walk away. Sure. Marines like to be encircled, because it means we can shoot in any direction and kill the enemy. Don't be like us, though. If you are about to get surrounded, you civilian guys should seriously consider bugging out if it looks that bad. We'll keep that in mind. I didn't tell him that my plan had been to hold the line where we could, but we would fall back whenever the enemy was in danger of punching through. I think they called it trading land for time. The streets around Clownfish were our final fallback. After that, there was nowhere else to go. I'd been out in the world. I'd found nowhere that would be able to take in hundreds of people. Most places would shoot us or chase off a group that large. Remember that all things being equal, the attacker needs 3 or 4 times as many men as the defenders if you want any chance of success. That's why you want to attack with overwhelming force in one concentrated spot, and then go for the jugular, okay? I didn't know that. Yeah. Final thing. If you have to pick one of them to fight, go for the gangs down south. You civvies won't have anything strong enough to take out the armored trucks run by the Legion.
That's good advice, too. I smiled at the Marines guarding the door. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? If you really like shooting enemies while they surround you, then it sounds like you'd have a fun time with us. He chuckled. Tempting, but Captain Van Nuys wants us here. I didn't press the issue. I'd meant it as a joke. Carmen and I loaded our toilet paper and rice and started the El Camino. Our weapons hadn't been touched. We'd gotten about 10 houses down the road when 2 men stumbled out of backyards on the left. Without even realizing it, I'd grabbed the Smith & Wesson from its holster and pointed it at the runners as they approached. Hold up, I shouted. My foot hovered over the gas pedal, ready to smash it if we needed to get out in a flash. They slowed. Hey, Uncle Frank, we're with Gretchen's team. I thought I recognized one of them from my visits to the northern part of our territory. They wore red bands on their upper arms. Show me what you've got under that red armband, I stated dryly. Just a finger or two. They untied the red clothes and loosened them only enough so I could see the white of the second one underneath. I'd insisted everyone wear 2 for this exact reason. Which leader are you fighting with? I asked. Gretchen is the top leader, but John is actually our local watch leader today, the guy said. I let myself exhale the tension. His story checked out. Where are you going? I asked. We need more ammo. We shot it all at those big trucks. They held up a pair of ARs that must have been out of ammunition. Do you have it somewhere? Yeah, jump in the back. I pointed to the bed of the El Camino. Once in, I floored it to get back home. Half a mile later, I entered the Bravo intersection again. Short of seeing the landscape with a drone, it was the best place to see what was happening over the long north-south corridor along 40th Street. To the south, there didn't seem to be much going on, but there were lots of vehicles moving up north. What's going on up there? Are they getting through? I asked a guard, since Janelle wasn't standing close. Not sure, sir. We can see those big black trucks on the bridge up that way, but we don't know much more than that. He stood next to the truck, but we both watched to the north. Several people ran in the road, but it took me a moment to realize they weren't heading away from the Legion. They were going toward them. Those are the spies, I said with disappointment. You want us to shoot? He started to say. The clap of gunfire thundered in the distance. One of the gun trucks, at least a mile down the road, unleashed a barrage on the runners in the street. They were several hundred yards from us, but we all heard the screams. For half a second. Bullets thumped off one of the cars parked at the roadblock. Shit, I said with shock. Get down! The guard ran from us and dove behind something solid. I hit the gas, intending to drive us forward and place the El Camino behind hard cover as well. But I took one last glance at the people in the road. Both of the runners had fallen to the pavement, and I didn't think either of them would ever get up again. Parts of them had been sliced off by the bullets. Sweet Lord, Carmen huffed. They aren't taking their spies back, are they? I had to think about it for a few seconds. It's not our problem right now, I whispered. They might simply be shooting anything that moves. Carthager's advice was fresh in my mind. I got the attention of the nearest guards. You guys need to pull up stakes. We're going to lose this intersection if those trucks come this way. I'd already seen how easy it was for the trash trucks to push aside the vehicles of the roadblock. I'd done the same with the captured gun truck. We can hold it, he protested. I know you could, but then you'd be cut off from the rest of us. Pull back to Zen's blocks. Work on a new roadblock there, okay?
There wasn't time to get the semi-truck to haul the dead cars the half a mile to Zen Streets, but there were still a few abandoned vehicles in that direction. On paper, I always planned to pull back to tighten our defenses at the core of our empire, but I hadn't really workshopped what that pullback might look like. Now I realized we should have been building intermediary blockades, so we had them ready to go when we needed to fall back.
Hop in the back of my truck if you need a ride.
More bullets crunched against the northern side of the roadblock. They were the big ones from the gun trucks. I'd been around them enough to know the need to respect their deadliness.
Hurry up!
I yelled when they weren't moving fast enough. Some of them got into other working vehicles. One was an old Vega, while the other was a pink VW Bug from the early 70s. In total, about 10 of my people cleared out of the doomed blockade. I decided to leave the semi-truck parked there as bait. My hope was that it would draw in the enemy to plunder it and give us an extra chance to fire at them before they turned their attack toward us. The trailer should have been empty, since we'd snuck all the food and goodies out of it this morning. As we drove away, I waxed a bit nostalgic for the otherwise unremarkable intersection. In the early days, securing the roadblock at the edge of our expanding territory seemed like a huge milestone. Our neighborhood watch was expanding, taking new land, inducting new friends to our cause. Now we were shrinking. Such was the fate of empires, the fate of warlords. I keyed the handheld radio on the way and raised Mercer at the Southern Canal. I got right to the details.
Mercer, the Legion has broken through from the north. We're pulling back from the Bravo roadblock and we've done the same around the ship. If we see them cross Poseidon, we'll call down there so you can evacuate. Thanks, Frank. We'll hold here as long as we can. So far, they only seem to be active across the 40th Street Bridge like before. But they're moving those trash trucks around, maybe prepping to do the same thing to us.
Great, I said under my breath.
They won't have it as easy, he clarified. We have a shitload of countermeasures in place, should they try the same thing again. Plus, we know their weak spots.
Hopefully T-Bone hadn't used the last few hours to fix those weak spots.
Good job. Do what you can. But the most important thing right now is to keep your people alive. Live to fight another day, okay? Don't let yourself get surrounded. Don't let 'em sneak up on us, he answered, laughing a bit. We're counting on you guys to watch our backs. We know, I said. We'll be in touch. Out.
He signed off. The world suddenly seemed quiet. A last breath of air before enemy fighters appeared on our street. It wouldn't be long now. I dropped the guards off at the 3rd Street and Zen's part of the subdivision sprawl. I explained the need to put a roadblock on Poseidon at the end of that last street, to hopefully prevent easy access for any of those gun trucks coming at us from the west. Coincidentally, I realized Ben was already there, setting up his team at the edge of a drainage culvert that ran under the roadway. It wasn't a canal bridge, but there was a square tunnel that ran from one side to the other.
Ben, you got this?
He waved at me.
Are they coming? I've got 3 teams out doing this, and I did the one on Bayside first, but this one was next. I'm just now getting here. Yeah, I think they are.
3 or 4 men with picks and shovels began to chop dirt and gravel at the side of the road.
Should we go north after this to get the rest of your list? No, that's where they are coming from, and it's probably not safe, I answered, trying to keep the disappointment from my voice, since there were a lot of people standing around to watch the excitement. His exhausted face went pale. Do we have time to do this one? He asked. I shrugged. Do the best you can. This roadblock has to hold.
I didn't have to point out there were 3 streets between that spot and Bayside Road, and then there were 3 streets on the other side. 6 streets, all our citizens. No fallback. My heart raced at the realization. This was it. Chapter 24. I parked the El Camino on LeVar's lawn, intending to meet with Deanna to see what her drones had found, but I had to take a moment when Tyler jogged over to us. The hammer was in his hands, as if the thing was magically drawn to him.
Uncle Frank, take this.
He came into the long grass.
You really want me to be like in the books, don't you?
He was winded from the run.
I want us to get past this bullshit. I want the day to come when the war is over, and you carry around the hammer out of habit.
I took the tool from him, not sure how to respond, so I asked about a more immediate problem.
How did it go with the carpets? My hands are so sore,
he complained as he showed me the red fingertips.
We've been pushing nails and screws into those carpets all morning.
Are they all on the ground out there?
Yeah, lots of them are, but Sonny sent us all home. He said it was getting too dangerous with all the gunfire getting so much closer.
Well, I'm glad you're safe.
I think my dad was sneaking around out there too, making sure we stayed closer to home.
He gave me a discerning glare.
I had nothing to do with that, I said. That's the same thing Zoe told me.
I didn't see his girlfriend on the street, but that wasn't a surprise. Lots of people were out in the vehicles wrapping up their tasks. We were on high alert, and everyone left who was fit to carry a weapon now watched the woods for intruders. I doubted anyone was pulling a sleeping shift at that moment.
Well, I'll take the hammer. Are you going to marry Carmen? He blurted.
He didn't crack up like one of his usual jokes. Carmen had already gone inside the garage, so I didn't think she could have heard what he'd said.
Why would you ask me that? Because I've skimmed through a bunch of your books now. Almost all of them end with good news between couples, like a wedding, or a kid on the way, or their long-lost dog comes home after the battle. Mr. Puppers is already here, but if you say you're going to get married, maybe we'll get to that happily ever after point a lot faster.
And giving me the hammer gets us there too, right?
Yeah, it all ties together, I guess.
I took a good hard look at him. He wore tan shorts, sneakers, and a black shirt with the word Indochine stenciled across the front. He carried a 10-22 rifle over his shoulder. He'd been doing it for so long I could almost buy that he was a hardened warrior. But there was also a nervous tremble in his hands.
You want a quick hug?
I asked, not knowing what else might quell his fear. He took a half step back.
You serious?
Yeah, why not? We were almost in the middle of LeVar's lawn. As long as it didn't embarrass him, it sure as hell didn't embarrass me. I needed him to keep his head on straight as we went into tougher times. As the street's Uncle Frank, I'd come to see him a little like a nephew, since he and I had gone back and forth with jokes many times over the past couple of weeks. If my actual nephew Joey had been there, I would have gladly given one to him, despite being twice as old as the boy. He took a few moments to consider.
What the hell?
He flung his arms around me. I tossed the hammer aside and held him for a bit.
It's going to be okay.
I promise, I said in a low voice. Tyler squeezed, then pulled away, shielding his face from me.
Thanks,
he said through a sniffle. A male voice cried out from across the street.
Holy shit! Uncle Frank is giving out hugs!
I'd expected it to be another of the teens, but it was Shane, who stood in Trevor's garage with Rainey. They ran together in a direct line toward me, as if they were going to miss the next hug. "Wait a second," I protested. Teenagers appeared at windows of the homes facing us. Shane's voice must have carried inside, alerting them all. About 60 seconds later, I had a line of kids standing in front of me, ready for their hug. "Guys," I pleaded, "you need to get back to your positions." I hugged Rainey and Shane begrudgingly. I embraced the next few teens with more energy. "Don't worry, I'm paired up with Charles and Abby," Em said as she got her hug. "I'm going to send them over when I get back to my spot." And that was how I spent the next 5 minutes. The teens had a fast-moving word-of-mouth network that brought them all out of their hiding spots so they could hug me. "Hugs here!" Tyler walked around and shouted like he was at a baseball game selling t-shirts or beer. He really got into the spirit of it. "Get your free hugs here!" Bonnie passed through, spending a little extra time with me. Several of the teens, including her, also hugged Carmen, who had come out of the garage to watch. I laughed to myself at the spectacle of it. While I had intended to catch up with Deanna and use her drones to check on the war, anyone looking down on me would see a fan club of young people trying to grab one last embrace before the shooting started. It reminded me to my soul that I could pretend to be a warlord, but most of my neighbors were average folks or vulnerable teens, not combat soldiers. While I didn't think it was the best use of our time, I allowed everyone to get their moment with me. A little human contact was critical to mental health during stressful times. That was another lesson I remembered from my books. When the last person scurried off, Tyler came up to me laughing. "Maybe that was the happy ending. Am I right?" "It was happy," I allowed. "But it wasn't the end, was it?" he asked, as if I'd let him down. "No, but maybe it was the beginning of the end. And it was a good idea, too. This can only end well if we work as a team, care for each other, and fight these sons of bitches with everything we've got." I wondered what kinds of motivational speech George Washington had said to his citizen soldiers back in the day. I knew I was nowhere near as well-spoken, but I hoped my hugs and a few encouraging words to each person were enough to get us through. "We'll do our best," he said, sounding exhausted. "All right, get to it. I've got the hammer thanks to you, and now I've given hugs for the whole street." He started to walk away but spoke over his shoulder. "I don't want to talk to you again until this is all over, okay? Sounds like a plan." Tyler jogged into the street, away from me. After reflecting on what had taken place, I took the hammer into the garage. Carmen followed me inside. "Do I get a free one?" LeVar cut in front of her and swallowed me in a bear hug. "Me first," he laughed. "This is getting silly," I said, pulling back as fast as possible. "I'm supposed to be a warlord taking care of a war, not a teddy bear full of hugs." "I much prefer a teddy bear," Carmen said as she took LeVar's place. After getting the best embrace from my girlfriend, I finally made it to the table where Deanna was sitting with her gear. She looked up at me with a huge smile on her face. "Let me guess," I snarked. "You want a hug, too?" She rolled her eyes as if I'd troubled her, but she popped out of her chair and threw her arms around me anyway. "Thanks for taking me in, Uncle Frank. I don't know what I would have done out there if you hadn't come along." We separated. I put the hammer on the table. "Can we please get down to business?" I asked, exasperated. LeVar went back to fiddling with his solar equipment wiring, while Deanna returned to her chair. After pushing some buttons on her tablet, she tilted it in my direction to show me the screen.
I'm over the subdivisions to the south like you wanted.
Thank God, I exhaled. Have you found anything new? She pointed to a group of vehicles.
The trash trucks, minus the one we knocked out, are moving around at almost the same place they were the last time.
That could still be a decoy, I said immediately, drawing from the powerful lesson taught to me by T-Bone's gang earlier in the day. The homemade mortar had been put in place so any preemptive attack on the trash trucks would result in getting a drain pipe full of metal to the face.
Mercer is keeping an eye on them, but he and I have been sharing information through Melanie. You know, in case anything changes.
Nice job, I replied.
But if you think this is a decoy, where do you think they really mean to attack?
Where else have you been watching? I asked.
I've had to stay high above things all along their lines, since they've shot at my drone in the past. But the trash trucks are where they are active. As you saw on the screen, I have a pretty good overview of them, but not a lot of detail.
Are there no cars behind them?
No,
she replied. Then they have to be somewhere. Can you fly us west toward the coast? The Southern Canal had 3 main crossings, and she'd been hovering over the middle one. I wanted her to fly to the one closer to the ocean. We watched for a couple of minutes as the drone flew as directed. Carmen held out a small bag of goldfish crackers and a meat stick.
"Eat this while you are watching TV,"
she said with amusement in her voice. I took the offered food. It's not a very good show.
"It might get better,"
she snickered. When Deanna had the drone over the next bridge, I picked out the jumble of vehicles blocking it, and our guys guarding it from behind that blockage. However, there were no enemy vehicles on the other side, suggesting it wasn't a target.
"Should I head the other way?"
Deanna asked. "No, keep going toward the coast."
"But there are no bridges."
"Just check it once," I insisted. She flew her drone westward. The coastline was thick with trees and overgrown bushes, but it didn't have much room to spread out, since the rows of houses and the roads around them ran almost to the water. There were also no groups of men or vehicles waiting out there. But there was an object that didn't belong. "What's that?" I asked when I saw it. Deanna leaned in, looking at her screen.
"Not sure. Let me swoop in for a better look."
The drone got lower, giving us a view of a long, thin piece of engineering that might best be described as a flatbed trailer that was almost 100 feet long. 55-gallon drums had been lashed together underneath the contraption, and a 10-foot-wide metal grate sat on top of them from one end to the other. Planks had also been set down the length of it, giving a vehicle a guide to aim for when driving across. The device currently sat between the houses on the south side of the canal, but an old bulldozer sat at the far end, as if waiting for the order to push the invention forward. It was about 50 feet from the canal. "It's a floating bridge," I said, once I figured out the position.
"They're going to push that bridge into the water, get it hooked up on the other side, then drive their vehicles across."
I was shocked, thinking how easy it would be to bust open our defenses if they could cross where we weren't guarding. Sure, we probably had people keeping watch at that remote end of the canal, but if the temporary bridge got cars to the other side in quick order, we might not have enough time to reposition our fighters there.
"The trash trucks are the fake-out, and this is the real one?"
Deanna asked.
"Yeah, that would make sense. This guy wants to surprise us by showing us how clever he is."
I moved away from the table.
"While we're waiting with our main defenses at each of the 3 bridges, he'll sneak his guys across this 4th bridge."
"That might work," LeVar added. "Let's get our vehicles together, and we'll surprise the shit out of them when they're crossing that rickety piece of junk." I hurried to the open garage door, intending to call my neighbors together and finally give some orders. However, a lone question bothered me already. I jogged back inside.
Show me that thing again.
The display showed me row after row of 3 barrels, linked together under the metal planking. There were hundreds of barrels, and it looked as if the whole bridge could move forward on those rollers.
Why isn't he trying to hide this thing? I asked.
Frank? Carmen asked.
If he kept this hidden until nightfall, he could have put cars on our side of the canal without us ever knowing about it. Instead, here he is in the middle of the day, showing off this gigantic bridge.
That is a bit odd now that you say it, Deanna said.
And where are the cars? I went on. If this was his target, there would be cars lined up in the area ready to hop across. Do you see any?
The drone was high up, so the area covered by the camera was quite large. If there had been lines of cars somewhere close, we would have seen them.
You think his distraction is a distraction?
Carmen chuckled.
Or the trash trucks are the real attack, I surmised. Or there are other points where he is attacking, LeVar finished.
I snapped my fingers.
Go east. Take the drone to the east to our last bridge.
Deanna did as requested. The drone flew high above the middle crossing, with the trash trucks still moving in circles south of it. Then Deanna kept it going toward the east. It reached the crossing. A group of my people were there, guarding the pile of cars we'd put across it, and there were even 2 trash trucks south of it, driving in odd patterns around an intersection further south. But there was no mass of soldiers waiting there.
Keep going, I advised. Over the woods? She asked. Yeah, head south and east. Let's check by the school.
The drone flew fast toward the destination. After passing over the southern border of the forest and going a street to the south, we sailed over the high school campus. The last time I'd looked at it, there were cars parked on the football field, but they were now gone.
Where are you?
I said to myself.
Keep going?
She asked again. I kept telling her yes. First, we traveled over the police station. There was no army parked there. Then we went over the hardware store. Even with its giant parking lot, there was no fleet of cars waiting to pounce on us. Finally, she took us to the far southeast corner of the forest. It was farther than I thought necessary for anyone who was going to attack us, but I wanted to be thorough. There was nothing to be seen traveling on the streets. They were as still as they were everywhere else. But I did see glints of chrome and glass coming from underneath the tree canopy at the forest's edge.
There! What's that? I asked.
She drew in closer, but the screen flickered.
Shit! She griped. What happened?
The screen showed the drone banking and evading.
Someone shot at us!
Contrary to the direction I thought she'd go, Deanna maneuvered the drone closer to the suspicious location. She used the bushy treetops to shield her approach. Men ran below, and some of them took aim at us. I held my breath as the drone approached whatever they were protecting.
There!
She stomped her feet. The camera showed about 100 cars parked under the tree canopy.
That's them, I added.
It looked as if a superhighway had dumped 8 lanes of traffic directly into the woods. Classic pickups, pony cars, old sedans, minivans. It made for an impressive number of enemy vehicles, all pointing exactly toward Clownfish Cove.
Get your drone out of there!
When I got out of the garage, I was ready to go to war. I whistled with 2 fingers to get the attention of my people. I stood there for a second, trying to settle my rattled nerves. This was it. We were finally going into battle with a distinct target. The Marines had said not to split my forces, and when I was going to strike hard. If I could get my people into vehicles and drive out there, we could strike them before they even got started.
"Saddle up, drivers!"
I yelled. Luke poked his head out of his garage.
"More hugs, Frank?"
"Not this time," I laughed. Melanie, still at the watch desk, waved at me, then got on the radio. I assumed she was relaying our intentions to the front blockade, Zen's people, and so forth. She would also summon Gretchen and the main force of vehicles, as we'd planned. Given a few seconds to think about what I was doing, I secretly admitted I was glad to have gotten the jump on T-Bone, since we were both working from the same books for military ideas. It was only natural I'd wanted to prove I'd understood the lessons of those stories better than he did. My heart thumped against my ribs. We'd found his secret attack. It almost wasn't fair. T-Bone couldn't appreciate how much of an advantage we had by having access to Deanna's drones. With a little luck, I would have such a jump on his asshole gang that we would take care of them forever. I threw my gun on the floorboard of the El Camino, but I didn't get in. Was I getting ahead of myself again? What was I missing? There was a feeling inside that wasn't sitting well, and it wasn't the crackers or water. T-Bone would expect me to underestimate him. They knew we had drones. What was different about those cars? I asked myself. My people ran around like crazy, boarding vehicles, starting their engines. It was hard to think. No one fired at the drone when we were over the trash trucks, and no one fired when we were over the pontoon bridge, even though it was supposed to be a stealth creation. Were we supposed to see those things? Why did they only have guards around the edge of the vehicle fleet? And I'd seen minivans parked out there. But could they have been driven there? The first minivans had come out in the early 80s, 84 if I recalled correctly, and that meant they were probably susceptible to the EMP strike, like most everything else built since then. Nobody kept shitty old minivans running for 30 years, so why were there so many of them sitting in that invasion force? It could be nothing. It could be coincidence. Or it could be intentional. Were they being used as weapons? Perhaps the large cargo areas would be good to store homemade superweapons, like that mortar, or car bombs. Even if they had to be towed to battle, they could make a mess of our defenses in no time. My conviction about attacking had taken a hit. I ran back inside the garage. "I need you to get me closer to those vehicles," I said to Deanna. She snacked on some chips.
"Are you sure? Those guys are ready for us."
"It's important," I answered, catching my runaway breath. She snatched a handful and shoved them in her mouth. As she crunched, she repositioned the drone to go back the way it had come. More cars gathered outside. They were ready to go wherever I pointed them. That's why I had to be sure. Deanna paused the craft, staying above the thick crown of a large tree.
"I can get you close, yeah, but I'm not sure I can get you out of there. Before I do this, I need to know what level of recon you want me to do."
"I want to read license plates," I deadpanned. She didn't laugh.
"Understood."
Without further delay, the drone danced a bit higher, climbed over the greenery, and then dropped into the thick undergrowth. Unlike the trees near Clownfish, the Yucca-Penn's wildlife area was a bit thicker, and with more ground cover to the south.
"Here's the first guard," she said. "He's ready for us."
The sound of the flying drone would be hard to mask out in the empty woods. She flicked on the volume, so we could hear what the drone heard. The snaps of rifle fire came through immediately. Deanna ducked below a thick patch of branches, then shot out almost within spitting distance of the guard. The camera picked him up as he tried to blast us out of the sky, but the mic only picked up the explosion, since he was already off screen. She darted into the lines of vehicles.
"I'm in,"
she crowed. Spread out before us, it was clear in seconds that modern cars were mixed into the parking area. I saw a brand new Chrysler Town & Country minivan, a 90s-era Vet, and a 3/4-ton Chevy pickup with an electrician's name on the side.
"Hold up! Stop!"
I pleaded. The screen shifted as she tilted the fans to halt her forward progress.
"We can't stay long," she warned. "There, show me down by the bumpers."
The drone parked itself over the hood of a 2000s-era Dodge Charger. A yellow tow strap had been lashed between it and the 72 El Camino in front of it.
"Stay low. Go to the back of that black car."
Deanna followed my order to the letter. She brought the drone to the back of the Charger, and I had confirmation of what I was seeing. Another yellow strap joined it to the Aztec minivan behind it.
"That's it! Get out of there!"
I ordered. As it went up, I saw what was really going on. T-Bone had lured me there by putting all those vehicles into one juicy target. He'd put guards around it, intent to keep me from getting too close. That was the only way he could prevent me from learning what he'd done. There were old cars there, yeah, but they'd each pulled half a dozen modern cars behind them, in long lines. It inflated the number of vehicles and made the attack look like it was going to come from that direction. But it wasn't. The screen suddenly went blank. Deanna tapped it over and over.
"It got shot down."
"Sorry," I replied.
"What's going on, Frank?" she asked. "What did you see?"
"The cars in the woods are fake. They don't have to travel across the entire forest to get here."
"Then where are they going to come from?"
she wondered aloud. We both went to the edge of the garage. Gunshots sounded along the line of containers on the other side of the street.
"They're already here."
Chapter 25. Shane ran over from across the street.
"They're coming from the woods."
He pointed to the southeast, not to the east, where Trevor and the sheriff had attacked us in the past.
"We're ready for them,"
I responded, trying to sound confident. If I had left earlier to attack all those vehicles, I would have emptied our street of a lot of its best fighters, leaving fewer people to fend off the incoming attack. Now, thanks to our team recon efforts, I liked our odds a lot more. Our vehicles were already mostly gathered, and I intended to make good on the advice given to me by those Marines. Strike hard and fast at one place, and against one enemy.
"Is this for real?"
Pierce shouted from down the street. He stood on the giant front tire of the blue van. Alvaro was behind the wheel.
"Yeah,"
I answered. The others in his group were lined up behind their leader, with cars and trucks forming a giant traffic jam on our street, almost as large as the one I'd seen out in the woods. However, we had to get out of the subdivision before we became pinned in by the approaching force.
"Saddle up,"
I yelled. Nearby in Carmen's yard, we'd set up the damaged Ford Courier pickup close to the front of her house. I waved over there to have a guard started, so it would sound like we still had cars inside the container wall after the rest of us left. It was one more tiny attempt to use clever strategy against our enemies. I got in the front seat of the El Camino, intending to lead the parade, but I was surprised when the passenger door opened.
"I figured you'd show up,"
I laughed at Carmen.
"No, it's me,"
Allison said with a spunky slide onto the seat. "Wait, What are you doing? I glanced around me, wondering if Carmen was close. We didn't have a plan for this, but I'd expected her to show up once the cars began to line up.
She is defending the kids, Frank. I'm going with you, since I'm expendable.
She held one of the nice ARs we'd taken from the pair of warrior women at the Punta Gorda roadblock. She was now outfitted in the vest taken from the same fallen woman, and her collection of magazines was on full display. Her militarist top half clashed with her micro shorts, but at least she had solid work boots on. Is that what she said?
Sure. Whatever, just go.
I knew she was skirting the issue, but I couldn't let my personal feelings stop me from getting the counterattack underway. I revved the big block motor a few times, momentarily overpowering all the nearby vehicle sounds. But Carmen still wasn't anywhere around. Ahead, the people at the shipping container entrance waited for my signal to move the gate car aside. At the last second, someone fell into the bed of the truck. I again assumed it would be Carmen, but it turned out to be Shane. He scrambled closer to the bulkhead, where he could hold on.
You need me to tell you where the traps are,
he remarked, as if thinking I was going to tell him to get back out. One last look back. No Carmen. I ignored the barbed wire rope lassoing my guts. For one brief moment, just for an instant, I wondered what it would be like if I never saw her again. Then I hit the gas.
We're rolling,
I said on the handheld. There weren't enough radios for the large number of drivers, but Alvaro had one so we could stay in touch. We were on the same channel as the watch desk and the roadblocks, so the rest of the community could follow along and also keep us updated on other problems. As soon as we left the protection of the container wall, the sound of gunfire grew louder. We passed through the 4 construction homes and saw the defenders hunkered down in the last one on the left, which had the fighting positions inside the garage. I tried not to dwell on the fact some of those inside were likely teenagers, far too young to be involved in this level of violence. However, I also knew the reality we lived in said there was no choice for them, besides fighting back. I didn't feel much better when I reached the end of Clownfish, where it made the right turn onto Poseidon. Men and women raced across the open ground we'd cleared out. They were our patrols coming back. 2 of them in particular were heading directly for us, prompting me to action. I stopped the truck and got on the radio. Alvaro, cover our scouts coming home. Our protocol was to have an outer screen of scouts keeping watch on our borders, but they were not supposed to engage enemies. Instead, they needed to return home and report what they could. They needed to stay alive. Shane tumbled in through the open rear window, falling into Allison's spot.
What the?
She complained. Sorry, he answered, shifting himself around in the cramped space.
What are you trying to do?
She pressed, while pulling her legs off the floor. Here, move to the middle, he urged. I had no idea what the young guy was trying to do until he finally got upright and was against the door. As Allison moved out of the way, he put the top half of his body out the window and sat on the windowsill. I got this. The crack-bang blast from his Heckler & Koch HK-43 sent bits of the broken windshield onto the dashboard of the old truck. Behind us, other passengers did the same thing, firing into the woods behind our fleeing people. I might have worried about hitting friendlies, but there were white flashes of gunfire at the edge of our clear zone. There was no chance any of our guards were still that far out there. The enemy scouts were closing in. It took about 30 seconds for the 2 guards closest to us to reach the edge of the canal, and they slid down the slope, taking them out of the line of fire. While we kept up the defensive shooting, they jumped in the water and swam under Poseidon to safety.
"We're rolling again," I said on the radio.
A metallic thud told me I couldn't have stayed there much longer. The enemy took their shots at us, since they couldn't see the runners any longer.
"Get back in here,"
I insisted to Shane. We sped on to the straight stretch of road, past the defensive line of cars set on the left, and went toward Bayside Road. Lots of people were hiding among those vehicles, ready to repel anyone who tried to fight their way across the canal. After seeing the homebrew bridge T-Bone had created, I didn't put anything past him.
"Watch for bridging equipment,"
I yelled out my window as we drove by. Marco waved at me from behind a panel van sitting on its axles. That truck, like a few others, had been reinforced on the inside, so our shooters had a place to hide from any heavy weapons fire. A small group of Gretchen's vehicles showed up to help, but it wasn't the full group, nor was her unmistakably red power wagon among them. The M715 Hellbilly rig was there, as was the Baja Bug and one of our basic pickup trucks. I waved them to follow, and they dropped into our line. When we reached the main roadblock, I slowed to observe what had become of it. As word of the main attack spread, each defensive location would put into motion its own plan for stopping the enemy. The guards had opened up the two roadblocks facing each other, and were now moving cars to the south, so they blocked Bayside Road. This let us pass cars back and forth between Zen's side and mine, but it also slowed any vehicles trying to get in from T-Bone's side. The good spike strips made of wood had been tossed on the canal bridge on Bayside, south of our intersection, and there were also a dozen or so tarps lying on the pavement, being held down by big rocks. Those had been set in place by Ben's team. More of the spike strips were in a pile under the orange fish sign. Zen was there, directing his guys to move those vehicles.
"Good luck,"
I said to him. He waved, ponytail flopping around as he spun in my direction. From there, it was open road, northbound on Bayside. The Albacore Canal was on the right. Our hardened homes were beyond it. There was no canal on the left, but homes on one of Zen's streets backed up to the roadway, giving more places for our people to set up defensive positions against anyone coming from the north. And there were cars moving in that direction.
"Shit,"
I pointed ahead.
"We've got company."
About a mile away, civilian vehicles came out of the woods, crossed Bayside, then went into our subdivisions, as if trying to flank our defenders up there. Gretchen was supposed to be coming back to help us, but I figured she had her hands full, which was why she hadn't made it back. How many other Legion vehicles were still in the woods? Would they attack us now that they saw us? And the biggest question was whether we should take what we had and attack up the road, catching those cars by surprise. It was tempting to change our goals on the fly, but I had no idea if my efforts to break their alliance had succeeded. I still worried they were communicating with each other. How dumb would I look if I diverted north and did nothing to ward off T-Bone's attack? And how much worse would it be if they'd planned it this way?
"We're turning,"
I declared.
"Whoa, Frank,"
Shane warned.
"I was going to have you turn farther out, but all things considered, I can make this work. We've got some holes in the woods around here. Drive slow so I can guide you around them."
I got on the radio.
"Follow in my tracks."
Allison made a point to switch her safety to hot.
"This isn't going to be easy, is it?"
she asked. We bounced along the dirt path. I didn't go crazy on speed, since the line of cars and trucks behind me was a mix of off-road and normal vehicles. Since the ground was dry and mostly solid, I wasn't too worried about cars with low clearance, but it was best to keep them on the main path. There was no margin of error for saving our people from the main attack.
It boils down to the simplest thing in the world. If you see anyone without a red armband, kill them. Don't hesitate or overthink this part.
It was best not to think too much about killing another human being. I'd had too much of that lately. Shane pointed out 2 different places where our forest patrols had dug holes in the ground and then covered them up. The idea was to get trucks to drive over them and bust an axle when they dropped a tire in one. There wasn't time to dig deep holes, or a lot of them, so they'd put them on the most established trails. A careful observer would figure out why we were driving around certain patches, but we were beyond such worries for today. When we reached the junction of a few different paths, I caught sight of the upturned dirt caused by the treads of Margaret's Abrams tank. How I wished she would swoop in and take out our enemies, much as she had done with the Poncho people. However, looking at the tracks of dirt, she wasn't coming back in our direction. We would likely never see her again. I had to stay in the moment.
Pinto, this is Mustang.
I'd given the name to Alvaro to have some fun at his expense and build some camaraderie, but he didn't really seem like a car guy and had accepted the name without complaint, so it kind of ruined it for me.
Take your guys to my left to protect our flank. We'll go...
I stopped the truck. This is not what I wanted to see. We'd come out at the corner of the area we'd cleared, essentially behind Penny's house, though we were 100 yards or more from the shipping containers. I'd gone there intending to catch any enemies from behind, but it didn't seem as if any of T-Bone's guys were going for the containers or our occupied homes. Instead, the attack was on the other side, by the heavily damaged construction houses. A pair of black bulldozers crawled across open ground, each clad in armor plates with extra metal sheets on their uplifted front buckets. They both pulled a line of 3 long dumpsters behind them, giving the illusion of 2 trains steaming toward the same construction house, where the teens defended it from the garage. That bastard really is clever, I said begrudgingly. One train approached from due east, from the area of the crashed military jet where I'd first met Shane, and drove directly for the house. The second train clawed its way to the north, but it was also headed for the same house. We'd arrived in time to see them both get to within about 100 feet of their target. I also caught sight of a man in a helmet, sticking his head out of a dumpster. My heart pumped up to speed.
They're going for those 4 houses, I declared, and those dumpsters are full of men.
Alvaro and his vehicles were already going east, into the woods, to protect our side.
Pinto, do you see the tractors?
We see 'em, he shot back.
We're going to hit them from this side. If you swing wide, you can hit them directly from behind.
We can try.
Don't lose sight of us,
I said to wrap up our chat.
Out.
The worst thing we could do in the fog of war was split up. Not only did it weaken our forces, but we greatly upped the risk of shooting each other. Since Alvaro and I were the only ones with radios, it was so much more important to keep the plan simple. Watching the tractors pull ever closer to the house, I saw my people stick their heads over the containers or from upstairs windows to shoot at them. Even from a few 100 yards away, the plink of metal and ricochets off the plating resonated all around us. I wasn't even sure ramming them with Shane's station wagon would have done any good. The giant bulldozer tracks seemed invulnerable, as it chugged always forward.
Shane, can you run around and tell everyone we're going to get behind those dumpsters? We're going to shoot those assholes as soon as they climb out, okay?
My group had stopped in the woods around me. I didn't think I could convey the message correctly by screaming at them over the sounds of battle. Shane would be a much better messenger. He was out the door almost before I was done talking.
On it, boss!
Our big advantage was speed and possibly stealth. The tractors were loud, and the dumpsters squealed and creaked as they were dragged over rocky patches. They might not even know we were behind them.
Be ready,
I said. Alvaro's truck engines were close, but to our left. The tractors were directly ahead. Our houses were to our right. When the tractor on our side reached the house, it raised its bucket to about 5 feet high. The driver headed directly for the back wall and bashed the stucco and cinder blocks. The second tractor arrived moments later and did the same thing on its side of the rear corner.
They're going to send men inside,
I said to myself, unable to stop it. Shane was still running around talking to people about the plan, so we couldn't advance yet. I had to hope the defenders in those homes saw what was happening too. Gunfire intensified from inside the house. When the hole was open and large enough for men to go through, the tractors backed off a bit and turned their buckets at an angle, so they covered anyone on foot who wanted to jump into the house through the hole. The doors of the dumpsters swung open. Men poured out. Chapter 26. T-Bone had solved the problem faced by Trevor and the sheriff. How did you get your troops into our defenses without taking any losses on the way? Answer: give them the equivalent of tanks to cross the open terrain, then unload them in the first house you can bust inside. Having said that, I couldn't believe our luck in being at the right place at the right time when they arrived. We had the enemy force in our crosshairs at less than 100 yards away. However, as I held my rifle trained on the dumpsters, I realized the doors opened outward and on the back ends, so the men had more shielding as they got out.
Fire at will,
I yelled, mimicking what I'd heard in the movies. We'd have no chance of hitting anyone if we didn't at least send rounds their way. Gunfire erupted all around me, a satisfying burst of anger sent back at T-Bone's gang members. Allison was closest, behind the tree trunk to my right. A head popped up as one of the men climbed into the back side of the house. Then he fell backward, as if shot by someone on the inside. Attackers delivered a withering counter-barrage into the home. I tried to aim at a gang member, but they were behind the dumpster wall. Unlike the shipping containers, bullets seemed to bounce off the heavier metal.
They're going to get in,
I said to Allison. The gap in the wall was big enough for men to go through without exposing them to our guns. It was up to our people defending that area to push them back. There wasn't much I could do from where we were. I hunkered down next to the trunk and got on the radio, talking directly to the code name for the watch desk.
Ford, be advised, enemy has a hole in the last house. Be ready if they try to cross the street.
I'll relay that,
Melanie replied without using her name or mine.
We're going to strike them in the ass,
I called out to everyone within shouting distance. Shane was finally coming back to the El Camino, so many of them already knew the plan.
Back to the vehicles. Follow me.
Before I left, several of my people ran out of the corner construction house to the house next to it, as well as the wrecked two-story across the street that was now nothing more than a pile of rubble. Though I couldn't see what was happening in detail, I imagined T-Bone's people were pushing their way inside the house, backed up by all the shooters who'd come in those dumpsters. There could have been hundreds of them. I got back on the radio.
Ford, pass the word up the line. Get our people out of those 4 houses. Get them back to the wall.
I'll try,
she answered. When I first saw the dozers, I'd planned to go through the woods and get directly behind them, so I could shoot the tractors and the men from behind. However, once I saw their plan, and how bulletproof the dumpsters were, I knew that would no longer work. I needed a new plan.
Pinto, watch for us. We're going to close ranks with them.
Roger, sir.
And keep your eyes on the woods to your south. There has to be more guys over there.
If I'd been attacking, I would use the tractors to deliver the first batch, get them inside the house. Then I'd have them drive back into the woods to get another wave. We didn't have anything capable of destroying the armored tractors, and the dumpsters seemed bulletproof too. At best, we could harass them from afar, but not take them out. That fact left me no choice about what to do. The El Camino was already running. Once Allison was in, I hit the gas. No time for seat belts. My left hand slipped along the wheel, my right worked over the shifter, and my foot almost fell off the clutch. My muscles were pulled taut, like a weathered bass drum, begging to know what I was going to do next. I wasn't exactly sure. Even as I drove toward the dumpsters, I wasn't positive how to defeat them. But as I approached, I came to appreciate they suffered from the same defect as our shipping containers. While they hid the people behind them, and they could stop bullets, they didn't offer a way for defenders to fire through or over them without exposing a head or torso. We bounced over an exposed root, sending Allison and all our gear about a foot off the seats.
"Whoa!" she squealed. "I almost bounced out the window."
"Nah, you're fine," I said, knowing that was in no way true. I brushed beads of sweat off my brow.
"Be ready to shoot them," I said.
We headed directly for the dumpster closest to the house.
"Where are we going, Frank?"
she asked as she braced her hands on the dashboard. When I didn't say anything, she screamed,
"Frank!"
I slammed the brakes and cut the wheel, skidding in the tall grass and bringing the front end around, so it faced the gap between the two houses.
"Just aim forward through the windshield," I advised.
I grabbed my rifle and pushed the door open, but it slammed against the side of the dumpster. I'd parked it a little closer than I'd intended. Gunfire was constant inside the house. Those were my friends in there. Other vehicles arrived, roughly repeating my maneuver. Soon, 20 cars were smashed together behind the wall of dumpsters. This was a game for keeps. The only way to fight the invaders, and help those inside the houses, was to get close and surprise our attackers. I ran along the dumpsters looking for a way in, but the doors were jammed open, possibly tied to the dumpsters behind it. It was impossible to cut through, so I went all the way to the rear, passing all of the vehicles. Now I halted. My panting couldn't keep up with my heart. If I went around the backside of the last dumpster, I would be exposed to anyone watching from the forest. I ripped out the radio.
"Pinto, please tell me you have eyes on us."
I waited for 5 seconds.
"Pinto!"
He answered.
"I see you, Mustang. What's your plan?"
I let out a long sigh of relief.
"I need you to watch my back," I answered. "Give me a few seconds."
It was the longest 10 seconds of my life. I trusted that he wouldn't let me get shot, but it was a big forest out there. If he was going to... The roar of an engine rose above the din. A blue box rolled out of the woods. Other vehicles fanned out behind it, not following but peeling off to the south, as if to offer protection for it. As Alvaro and Pierce rolled up into the backyard of the construction home, I figured out his plan. The giant truck skidded and stopped about 5 feet short of the last dumpster. I could no longer see the forest to the south, and importantly, they could no longer see me. As soon as I was sure the truck wasn't going to roll forward and crush me, I stepped to the edge of the dumpster door.
"Gotcha!"
I crowed. I almost fumbled my weapon, since it was like looking at the biggest bullseye I'd ever seen. There was a huge hole in the back of the house, which was no doubt their original plan. But they never anticipated anyone striking from behind them, or they would have positioned their walls differently. T-Bone's goons had come out of the dumpsters, but they'd crowded into the opening. That left many of them in the yard, waiting their turn to go in. A few had turned to face the van, but not a lot of them. If I only had a grenade. Still, I could do damage. I picked the first guy I saw looking my way. He was a fighting-age male, dressed in jeans, a white t-shirt, and about 10 gold chains. I put 3 bullets in his chest, turning those spots red. Then I sprayed as many shots into the others as I could in a few seconds, before retreating behind the corner of the dumpster. Men shouted with fear. They also shot back. Alvaro and Pierce tumbled out the passenger side of the van, as the windshield absorbed about 100 bullet holes.
"Hope that helped,"
Alvaro said from his spot next to the giant tire.
"It was perfect."
A zip of white light lanced the air from the woods to the house.
"Tracers,"
I said. Relieved, the line went toward the other side of the dumpsters, not mine.
"Is that your guy?" I asked. "With the tracer rounds."
More tracers came in, as if to serve as examples for what I was talking about.
"Yeah, I think so. We found some of those rounds in our scouting, and my guys seem to love firing it."
It was nice to see more rounds slam into the mass of guys, but it did have a serious downside.
"Remember, the enemy can see where the shots are coming from."
He looked back to the woods.
I never thought about that. It took a few life lessons for me to see that too, I acknowledged. "I'll tell him when I can," Alvaro replied, since there was no way to call to the guy on a radio. My grand plan wasn't to drive close and shoot everyone trying to get into the house, but I did want to slow them down. By firing at them from behind, we gave them another direction to worry about.
"There they are!"
Allison yelled. She faced forward between the 2 homes. About 10 or 15 of T-Bone's warriors surged from the house on the left to the one on the right. Allison unloaded on them, and more soon joined her. A few guys fell immediately. Others fired from the hip as they ran across the gap. But our fire was constant and more accurate, since we were planted firmly on our feet and had doors or window sills to steady our aim. After about 5 attackers were on the ground, some desperately groping to go backward, they stopped coming. I was startled when the dumpsters moved a few feet backward.
"What the?"
The tractor spit out black smoke. The driver shifted gears as the treads rotated the vehicle to face away from us. The second it was in the clear, the driver gassed up.
"Shit," I complained. "This guy is moving the wall."
If the wall was gone, the group of enemy men could swarm over the vehicles, possibly taking us all out in one swoop. If that had been the plan, it was brilliant. T-Bone's guys shouted, many with panic in their voices. It did not sound orderly. When the line of dumpsters tried to follow the tractor through the tight turn, it was apparent the designer hadn't planned for the maneuver. The swinging doors couldn't stay open as the gap shrank, and one of them was ripped off, exposing the interior. Men scrambled to climb in. Some threw down their rifles. Others fired at us. I got a couple shots into the back of the middle one. The rest of my group fired as well, creating more panic in those men. When the tractor pulled away and straightened out, There were a few guys in the last dumpster, but they hadn't been able to close the door before moving out. We traded fire with them as they departed. Bullets crunched off many of the vehicles. I had to retreat behind our fleet of cars, since the rest of T-Bone's men were still trying to get into the house. It was tempting to shoot at the juicy open targets, but they were already firing back, so I stayed low and went to the front by Allison. More bullets smacked off the metal all around. She was still in the front seat. "Let's lay low for a bit," I suggested. Allison and I fell to the side of the El Camino, using the wheel as protection, not unlike what we'd done in Punta Gorda. 2 cars back, one of our guys fell over. Shot. Others popped up, fired, then got back down. Men wailed in agony near the hole in the wall. Allison peeked over the hood. "Sweet Louise," I croaked, tugging at her shirt. "Stay down." An endless array of gunshots echoed from the front of the house. The teens who'd been defending inside ran across the open terrain between the construction homes and the container wall, and the rest of the street covered their escape. The tink-tink-tink of bullet strikes hit all around us. I couldn't believe how much was happening at once. One of the tracer rounds bounced over the hood, as if in a ricochet, then struck the side of one house before deflecting to the other.
"This is insane!"
Allison yelled, her eyes filled with fright. "I know."
"Hey, this can help."
Allison stood up a little, laughing nervously and trying to readjust her shirt and vest, as if about to take it off.
"You want me to pop up and open my top?"
"Stay down," I ordered.
"I'm fine."
I grabbed at her again. Allison's face froze. A trickle of blood squirted out of her hairline. "Oh, Allison," I lamented. The vivacious young woman stood in place for a couple of seconds, as if she couldn't decide whether to continue her joke or fall over dead. Eventually, as the blood increased, she fell backward.
"Shit!"
I screamed, as I pounded the truck with the side of my fist. I knew things had been going too well. I leaned around the front bumper, picked a target, then squeezed off a series of shots. I hit one guy for sure, maybe 2. I'd neglected to count my rounds, so when I ran out, it surprised me. I put my hand on my Smith & Wesson. The driver of the second tractor opened his door and tried to surrender, but he was shot. Some of the men threw down their guns. Others ran. All were shot. When there were no more gun blasts, I stood up and looked around. T-Bone's guys had suffered catastrophic losses. But so had we. It wasn't only Allison. Chapter 27. I waited until there were no more gunshots near the tractor trains behind the house. I wanted to be sure I wouldn't be shot in the head, same as the dead woman at my feet. "I'm sorry," I told her. She'd been a mixed blessing from the moment I'd met her. First when she helped us get the injured prisoner out of the ship with her kayak. Then when we found her at the Boquilla Beach brothel. And finally when she started to help us fight our way out of Punta Gorda. I probably would not have made it home without her. But I hadn't been able to keep her alive in return. "I'm so sorry," I repeated.
"Uncle Frank!"
a teen voice yelled from the second construction home. "Is everyone okay in there?" I shouted back. A pair of cracks, gunshots, resonated from inside the home.
"It is now,"
the voice responded. I took a chance and peeked around the front of the El Camino, almost certain the battle was over, but not willing to bet my life on it. The scene was grisly. 20 or 30 men were piled up at the back corner of the house, shot dead and left there by those trying to escape the death trap. More dead men had fallen inside the open dumpsters. Still more of them had been killed in the tall grass or at the edge of the woods. A quick calculation suggested there were probably 50 bodies. Guys dressed in shorts and t-shirts. A few in Hawaiian shirts, like mine. A few without shirts at all. Was T-Bone lying out there? Once I was sure they weren't going to rise up and shoot me, I hustled from my hard cover and ran along the backside of the second house. When I got to the rear corner, closest to the shipping container wall at the end of our street, I waved first to make sure they saw me. "I'm coming out," I called. Only when I was certain everyone knew who I was did I go up the side of the home and find the front door. As soon as I walked in, I knew I was about to see more dead friends. In fact, the first person I saw was the girl with blue hair.
"Oh God, please."
I ran over to her. She was hunched over a heavy-set man, almost like she'd died protecting him. But then she lifted her head.
"Em?"
I gushed with relief.
"It's my host dad," she sobbed.
Em was from Bulgaria, and her real father and mother were still in Europe. The man on the floor was her host in our country.
"He's gone."
It was difficult to piece together what had happened, since the walls of the house had the appearance of Swiss cheese. Bullets had chewed through multiple walls on the side closest to the other home where T-Bone's guys had broken through with the bulldozers. However, a lot of the house had already been filled with holes from the previous gunfight with Trevor's people, and it had taken damage from the same plane crash that had gutted most of the other 3 homes still under construction. More of T-Bone's men had died coming in.
"I'm so sorry," I said. "He got us out of the other house a few seconds before the tractors pushed down the walls,"
Em squeaked.
"And then he told us where to wait in here with your guns for when they came in."
Her accent seemed thicker when she was sad. "It looks like he did good," I consoled.
"No, he died," she snapped. "My idiot dad took out as many as he could, but he died. He didn't do good at all."
Despite her mean tone, she fell on the man's chest and resumed crying. Other teenagers stood around her, seemingly unsure what to do. "Guys, give her some space. Keep an eye out the windows just in case." They scattered. I was going to slip out, but she must have heard my footfalls, since she looked up again.
"Why did he sacrifice himself? He wasn't even my real dad."
It was a good question, as many of us adults had put ourselves in front of danger to protect kids that weren't ours. What could I say to explain it? Good people always take care of the children, Em. Your dad was one of those good people. He knew none of what we do here makes a bit of difference if we let bad things happen to you kids. Young people represent a better future for us all. I sounded a bit like that old 80s song with lyrics along the lines of, "The children are the future." But it was absolutely true, so I didn't let it embarrass me. She put her head down again. "I've got to check on the others, okay?"
"Mm-hmm,"
she murmured. I snuck out quietly and went to the first house to see where the attack had come in. The house had already been a disaster area. The roof had been sheared off by the crashing plane. Fire had gutted several rooms. However, my people had been able to set up a defensive position inside the intact garage, which faced the open lots to the south. The second I walked in, I knew why Em's father had pushed the kids out. It was a narrow killing zone. The tractors had bullied their way through the rear corner of the garage, creating a back door where there hadn't been one originally. More bodies of T-Bone's men were lying on the garage floor, where the thick of the indoor battle had taken place. Across the street, Alex's red hair was barely visible in the rubble of the burned two-story home. Other teenagers, plus some of the adults, were over there with her. By evacuating his daughter and her peers, the only people left in the house were enemies, giving my defenders clear shots at the open garage, as well as anyone trying to run to the next house. I stepped around the bodies, hopeful I would see a guy dressed like he was from post-apocalyptic border town among them. But I wasn't that lucky. Pierce peeked in the giant hole in the back.
"Frank, Alvaro's team took care of the last of them. I think we're in the clear." "Any sign of the leader?" I asked. "No. I've been looking for him out here. He wasn't in either of the tractors, which is where I would have expected him. I think he is elsewhere." As I said it, he and I looked at each other as if we'd stumbled on an important fact. Shit! This wasn't his main attack! Together, we ran down the street to LeVar's garage. LeVar was out, probably manning the defenses, but Deanna was crouched in the back of the garage. She held her tablet, but seemed shaken.
"Is it over?"
she asked. I forgot she was a scaredy cat. "Yeah, for now. You can come out." Deanna took a few moments to get out from behind some of the junk.
"It sounded like World War III.
She pointed to the sidewall.
"A bullet hole appeared there. Just out of nowhere."
I knew it hadn't come out of nowhere, but I appreciated how it probably made her feel. The young woman was not well suited to combat situations, as I discovered when she'd been crying inside the flamethrower truck. In fact, the most fighting she'd done was when Helen physically attacked her. Expanding my thought process, there were probably a lot of new bullet holes throughout our subdivision. Unfortunately, I didn't think we were done with the fighting. "Can you show me what's going on down south?" I asked her respectfully. "I need your help."
"I'll try."
She wiped some loose locks out of her eyes. After punching some buttons on the screen, she showed me what she had.
"After the other one went down, I launched another. It's going over the forest to the line of cars."
"No, change that. Send it toward the coast again."
"You sure?"
she asked. "Please." I noticed my unfinished chips and meat stick from earlier, so I decided to wolf those down while I waited for our secret weapon to reposition over the battlefield. The last chip came out of the bag as it went over the trash trucks, still being held in reserve south of the canal. I finished the meat stick as the screen approached the homebrew bridge T-Bone's people had constructed. As I'd feared, it had been moved over the canal. Well, now we know. A good number of vehicles had already used the bridge. They were crossing one or two at a time, and a handful still waited on the south side of the canal for their chance to go over. Those sons of bitches behind the tractors were the decoys. I wondered if they knew they were the diversion, or if they ran into the hail of bullets thinking they were fighting for their kids or other loved ones.
"How many decoys did they need?"
Deanna asked.
"They had the trash trucks, their lame bridge, and the fake parking lot of cars."
"It doesn't matter now. We know their real objective." I pointed to the edge of her screen, where the beached Dawn Star sat above all the nearby homes. "Can you get us a look over there? See if that's where they're heading?" She reoriented again, flying low over the rooftops. The camera on the drone faced forward, so it seemed like we were sneaking up on the enemy force by crossing one rooftop at a time. When we reached one of the last intact homes, she kept the aircraft from going any closer.
"If we get spotted, we risk losing another drone. I'm down to 2 with a charge, including this one."
Good thinking. Even with our less than favorable vantage point,
There was no doubt about what we were witnessing. On the left side of the screen, a ragtag assembly of vehicles rolled to a stop toward the front end of the mega ship. On the right side of the same picture, multiple gun trucks stopped well short of the dirt parking lot, where my people had been unloading the ship the previous night. Men on both sides got out of their vehicles and gathered toward the front of their respective lines. They were armed, but none of them showed any aggression to the men standing 100 yards away on the other side. That had to be where T-Bone was. I felt as if I'd played our head-to-head game to the best of my ability, but there was no question he had ended up with better positioning than me. However, his roll of the dice with the tractor attacks could have easily resulted in us losing our entire street, if we hadn't been alerted early by Deanna's drone reconnaissance. It left him with a bunch of dead men, and me with most of my force intact. In that regard, I'd come out ahead.
"Why aren't they fighting?"
she asked timidly. The screen showed more vehicles on each side moving into the picture. On the left, regular people armed to the teeth, mostly men. On the right, black pajama uniforms were everywhere, as were the heavy weapons, though it seemed as if there were more women on their roster. The fact they weren't blowing each other away suggested my efforts to break the alliance had failed. But that wasn't even the biggest question mark on the screen.
"No, that's not what we need to be asking right now."
I leaned in, studying the ship on her screen.
"The real mystery is why our friends in the U.S. military aren't raining hell on the rally of assholes gathered below them."
Chapter 28. Carmen raced into the garage.
"Frank, I can't believe you're okay. Those tractors."
"Yeah, Alvaro's guys really came through, as did every one of our people holding out in those construction homes." It went without saying that there were losses, but I didn't want to get distracted by them, even Allison. I let her give me a one-armed hug and a quick kiss, but then I directed her attention to the drone. Deanna tilted the tablet so we could all see it.
"The attack from the woods was a distraction. The real attack is happening all the way on the other end of our defenses."
I pointed to the makeshift bridge. Lots of cars and trucks had come over it already, and they'd spread out in multiple directions from there. Most had gone to the ship, where they remained head-to-head with the Legion vehicles. But a contingent had gone east, where they were fighting our guys at the third most distant bridge over the canal. Deanna zipped the drone over the fighting, so we could see the action in real time.
"They are doing it again."
I tapped my finger on the trash trucks lining up on a side street. I got on the radio with Mercer.
"You can't see them from your location, but the trash trucks are lining up again. Be ready. Also, they have a fuel truck with them. Not sure what they are going to do with that."
Behind the trash trucks, a commercial semi pulled a shiny fuel tanker. The driver had tried to get it under the canopy of a large tree, to hide it from our eyes in the sky, but it was far too long to hide everything.
"Thanks, Mustang," he replied. "Out."
I hung the little radio from my belt.
"All right, get your drone to a safe place," I told Deanna before turning to Carmen. "I don't know what they're going to do with all their assault trash trucks or the fuel truck, but I don't want them to get all their crap to this side of the canal without a fight." "Whoa, you're going for more?" she asked. "Didn't we just hold them off?"
"I wish it was that easy. A lot of T-Bone's troops are hanging out at the ship, but if they get all their people together without us attacking them, they might feel confident enough to group up with the Legion and hit us with overwhelming firepower. It might already be too late to stop it. However, we took a good bite out of their forces here at our houses, so I'd like to take another bite before the trash trucks can link up with their leader."
How are you going to do that?
I steadied my breathing so I didn't come across as anxious. We have control of the woods around our subdivision, so I think the threat from the forest is over for now. I'm going to take the captured trash truck back over to their side and stir up a little shit. We're going to use their tactics against them. I could read Carmen like an open book, so I knew immediately she was going with me this time. It took about 20 minutes to prep everything, and it seemed like we'd taken a week. However, getting dead people out of the cab of the trash truck was not an easy task, and it took a few minutes to clean out the worst of the blood, patch a few hoses in the engine bay, and make sure it was ready to go. When we finally had our strike team, I once again experienced the crushing pressure on my gut. Going toward the sound of bullets was not ever going to be comfortable for me, no matter how much of a warlord I was supposed to be. I drove the trash truck off Barracuda and went to the front gate. There, to my surprise, I learned there had been another branch of T-Bone's attack. Several bodies were under sheets, lying in a long row on Elmer's lawn at the end of Albacore. "What the hell happened up here?" I asked Dante when I arrived. A trash truck was tipped over on Bayside Road, between our roadblock and the canal bridge. 3 dumpsters sat at odd angles with each other while on the bridge, a bit like train cars after a derailment. A large number of bodies were strewn elsewhere on the span. He wiped his face with his jersey. "Well, Frank, it was a near-run thing here. Those guys came at us with that trash truck towing those dumpsters behind it. You can see it came directly up the road with its payload. However, Ben and his team had dug out a long hole under the road, weakening the base of the pavement. When the trash truck sped for our blockade, its tire punched through the brittle pavement, and the weight of the truck made its wheel break off. From there, it lost control and tipped over." I owed Ben a medal. "And the bodies?" I pointed to what had to be a row of our people. "When they wrecked, all the men spilled out and streamed at us. They got inside the roadblock, and it was bloody fighting from there. We lost a lot of good people." I saw a golf club sitting on top of one of the sheets. "Don't tell me that's Regis," I said with reverence. "And his wife. You should have seen it, Frank. Those two fought like lions, even though they could barely move from their spot. Some of the enemy guys swam the canal and tried to get behind the rest of the people manning this roadblock, but Regis and Francine slowed them down long enough that others could come in and help." "And the rest under those sheets?" "A couple more of our people and a couple of Zens." Unsure what to say, I got back in the truck and rolled forward. When I got to Bayside, my team opened the roadblock to the south for me. The guards ran onto the bridge and cleared bodies out of my way. The enemy truck had come down the left side of the road, so that side was out of commission. My ground team assured me they'd put supports in Ben's tunnel on the right side of the road, so I could drive over it without dropping in. I went on to the bridge. It was soon clear none of T-Bone's guys were left alive. Such was total war. I had to nudge the dumpsters out of my way to get to the other side. About 30 vehicles were behind me, practically every working model we had. Shane and his brother were in their station wagon, though 2 of its run-flat tires were shot through and no longer round. LeVar and his wife were in the Charger, 2 behind me. Pierce drove the big blue van, now filled with our fighters. The El Camino, the Dodge Power Wagon, the Unimog, and the rest of our familiar stable followed. "This truck is a death trap," Carmen murmured, as I worked through the gears. I couldn't deny the reality. T-Bone's people had rigged together metal plates around the driver, but the passenger was out in the open. It wasn't foolproof, however, since we'd been able to shoot through weak points to take out the driver and stop it before it ran into our main roadblock. The old woman passenger had never stood a chance. Most of the dried blood on the floorboard was hers. "Should I be worried that blood isn't bothering me anymore?" I asked. "I almost lost my stomach back when we cleared the bodies from that Charger. But after seeing Alvaro's son rotting in that Jeep, I don't think anything else will ever affect me again."
"It's this new world," she protested. "It's making us all violent and dead inside."
I reached over and patted her leg. "Don't let it bring you down, Carmen. We need to keep each other above it, okay?" I had to let go to shift again.
"Yeah, I'll try."
It took us several minutes to reach the enemy roadblock, and I slowed as we went through. Carmen refused to duck down to the floorboard, but she did sit low enough to not be seen. Fortunately, it didn't look as if the defenders had ever come back. The flames from our earlier attack had long since burned out, but there was still a bit of smoke coming from a couple of the charred vehicle frames. "Turning right," I said into the handheld, so the convoy knew where I was going. We approached the site of the mortar blast, and at first I assumed it was safe, since they'd already used it. But then I worried that's what they'd want me to think. As we came close to the pickup truck parked on the driveway to my right, I veered off the road so I could plow into it. The white Chevy Silverado bounced sideways on its tires, knocking over the 3 pipes that had been used as mortars. It was unclear if they'd been loaded again, and I didn't stick around to see if anyone was going to shoot at us. "Watch for ambushers in this house where I knocked the car," I reported. There was another truck parked on a driveway about 5 houses down on the left. I did the same thing for that one, bowling the truck sideways with a heavy trash truck. A mushroom cloud of smoke erupted from the driveway. "Damn!" I cursed. A shattering boom slammed into the cabin. The mortar sent shrapnel across the street, blowing out the front windows of the house over there. An instant later, the weapon was knocked over by the mass of steel I pushed ahead of us. "They tried to hit us before we hit them," I wheezed, coughing on the black smoke. I picked up the radio. "There are definitely guys in this house to my left." I wasn't going to stop, but my friends could. As we rolled forward, gunshots erupted from behind. My people tangled with the holdout guards. The radio chirped even before I reached the first canal bridge. "Threats neutralized," LeVar reported. "Thank you," I answered, not needing the details. There was one aspect of being a warlord I had to accept, and it was one of the most difficult for my civilized brain to allow. Though my people dressed nice and still lived in their original homes on our original US of A streets, we were now in a brutal, barbaric war for our lives. T-Bone's gang and my people were in a battle to the death. The law was gone for good, and the only way to protect our loved ones was to kill every enemy combatant. The taking of prisoners was a relic of the past. This was written in stone in every post-apocalyptic survival book known to man. And now I understood why. When I reached the intersection 1 block south of the first bridge, I confirmed the pile of vehicles forming the roadblock was still intact. The 2 enemy trash trucks were gone, suggesting they hadn't attacked across the span. One of them had probably been used to tow those dumpsters up Bayside. As I drove westward along the street, I had to push 2 more vehicles off their driveways, but only one of them had a mortar behind it. Unlike the other one, it hadn't detonated, suggesting there were no defenders in the home. The middle bridge also had no enemy activity. Its blockade was still intact. I radioed Mercer to tell him we were crossing 40th, since he would probably see us, and I didn't want him to shoot at me. We rolled onward to the third bridge.
"There they are,"
Carmen said, pointing ahead. Trash trucks were lined one after the next, pushing through the blockade. The first ping of a bullet struck the front of the truck. I gripped the wheel for my life. Knowing we couldn't simply plow into the side of the enemy force, I spun the wheel and turned the truck sideways on the street. This put the armored side of the cabin between Carmen and the shooters. My people were already on the other side of the canal, moving west. Some of them took shots at the line of trash trucks, while others ran to the next house to be closer to the action. A bunch of them cried warnings when the tanker truck drove onto the bridge. "We have to stop that thing," I urged. She grabbed her rifle.
"I'll fire from underneath."
Carmen had no other way to shoot through my armored booth, so her idea made a lot of sense. While it would have been safer for her to remain in her seat, shielded by layers of armor, none of us, not even the woman I cared for most in this world, could afford to sit out a firefight. "Be careful," I panted.
"You too,"
she beamed, way too happy for the dirty business we had to do. When she was out, I pushed my door open. Unlike the armored trucks of the Legion, the makers of this homemade armor had not been courteous enough to allow the windows to roll down. The only way I could bring my weapon to bear was to open it and lean out the gap. The tanker was huge in my scope. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, opened fire. The bridge was perhaps 200 yards away, but that was plenty close for such a large target. I sent out 4 shots, each time expecting the fuel truck to blow up while on the bridge. Where were the tracer rounds when you needed them? I studied the truck through the scope. I realized the shiny metal I'd been seeing while I was looking at it from the drone was not the same as what was on the side. T-Bone's people had used their welding skills to attach long lines of armor on the sides, and they also hardened the cab, a lot like they'd done for the trash truck. I dumped out another 10 rounds, shooting even as it reached the far side.
"It's impenetrable,"
Carmen shouted.
"I know."
One last trash truck followed the tanker, and it sped up to put itself between me and the back of the trailer, effectively lending its armor to the already protected backside of the fuel hauler. My people on the other side also took shots at it as it went by, but they had no better luck than I did. I took a few pot shots at the trash truck cabin, hoping for another lucky hit. We really needed a heavy-duty 50 cal with armor-piercing rounds. A few men crossed on foot, chasing the vehicles. They stayed low, trying to shield themselves behind the concrete railings.
"We're rolling,"
I called out to Carmen. When she was in, I straightened the truck and pushed forward to the bridge. Once there, I saw the improvised bridge about a half-mile away, right where the canal met the ocean. There were no more vehicles crossing, but there were still men going over it.
"This is Mustang. Push forward to take out that last bridge."
As I drove on, our guys on the far side of the concrete bridge converged on what was left of T-Bone's column and shot the last ones dead. The rest escaped with the fuel truck, heading for the ship. I was already so exhausted from the past 24 hours that it seemed like the same tape reel played over and over. I drove the trash truck, pushed aside dead cars to check for mortars, then drove to the next threat and did the same thing. When I finally reached the end of the street and the end of the canal, the victory seemed empty. We advanced to the homemade bridge, but none of the vehicles were on there anymore. We went the short way to the coast, mopping up anyone caught in the open. There were only a few stragglers, but we had to take them out.
"Now did we win?" Carmen asked with impatience. "'Cause I feel like we just won."
I sighed. It was a heavy burden to carry the truth. Carmen desperately wanted it to be over. Tyler had brought up those happy ever afters because he wanted to get to the end, same as her. Hell, I was more than ready to be able to say it was over too. I literally had 1,000 better things to be doing. But the war was not over. Far from it. We'd captured the bridges and some of the streets previously occupied by the gang. We'd repelled his feint attack through the forest and scored a decisive surprise attack win at the hardware store, deep behind his lines. However, looking back, all of that had only served T-Bone's larger purpose. He'd let me nibble on victory time and again, but I'd never been able to take a real bite of it. He'd been using his time and creativity to gather his men into one critical place on the map, exactly as the Marines had instructed me. He was now north of the canal, in our old territory, under the protection of the Legion. To make it worse, he seemed poised to attack and take control of the Dawn Star. Had that been his goal all along? Chapter 29. Our victory left us with lots of decisions to make. It was easy to move around after we'd captured the bridges, since T-Bone's guys made no effort to go back and get them. I gave Alvaro the trash truck and let him and his group head south into the subdivisions abandoned by their previous masters, so they could take control of any buildings with resources still left in them. We talked for a few minutes about the fact that a vacuum had been created in the south. T-Bone and his goons were assholes who did the regular citizens no favors, but they at least provided a roadblock against other groups of assholes who might try to move into their space. Without them, there was no telling who might show up, and it was no exaggeration to suggest the replacement could be even worse than the gang that had recently vacated. That was one lesson from my books I would not dismiss. But what was our next move? My enemies had joined together, and they surrounded a ship full of supplies. If they got in, either by force or by negotiation, the gang members could live inside the ship forever, watching it for the Legion, so they could continue to burn down what was left of America. My first decision was to send the rest of my people back to Clownfish. We'd done good work, with few losses, nipping at the heels of T-Bone's convoy, but I didn't want to risk being cut off from my base or outright swept into the sea if the combined forces hit us with everything they had. My people could dig more ditches under roads, prep other defenses, and now we had access to 1 trash truck, 2 bulldozers, and 9 dumpsters. I stood next to Shane and Sonny's station wagon, with Carmen taking care of my pack and weapon. I'd intended to get in the car and drive back with the brothers, but I changed my mind when I couldn't think of a positive outcome to waiting out the enemy force. "Guys, I need to get eyes on the ship for myself." "No way, dude," Shane replied. "We have drones. Why risk it?" "Yeah, agreed," his brother went on. "We kicked him in the nuts. Let's get you back home and study him from afar." I realized they were thinking more about me than about our group. "Thanks, guys, I appreciate the thought, but something's not right. The 2 groups knew to meet each other at the ship, which is bad enough. But don't you want to know why they aren't fighting the military?" "The military said they'd shoot to kill anyone who showed up to challenge them," Sonny remarked. "Bingo," I said, giving him a finger gun. "That's my mission." "But why you?" Shane sniped. "Me and my bro can look it over and radio you." I glanced over my shoulder at Carmen. knowing she was asking the same questions in her head. However, she and I had been together enough that she knew I wouldn't ask to go on a dangerous mission for no reason. I really did believe it had to be me. Because I need to keep my options open. I stepped away from the car. The brothers looked at each other, then started a game of rock, paper, scissors. They did it about 10 different times, silently cursing each other, one insisting on more chances, and then the other doing the same. Finally, they both got out of the car. "What the hell was that?" I chuckled. "We're both coming with you." I really didn't want... "That's probably a good idea," Carmen interjected. I looked at her. Having more people for protection was what a caring girlfriend would say. My reasoning was going to be that I didn't want to risk their lives by moving closer to the enemy. But we were beyond that logic these days. Safety in numbers was the order of the day. "Fine," I relented. It took some time to hide the station wagon in the garage of one of the abandoned houses. Then it took a few extra minutes to creep closer to the ship, using the houses as shields. When we got into a 2-story home with visibility over the open field of dirt alongside the ship, I figured out that our efforts at stealth had pretty much been for nothing. The two groups remained where I'd seen them on the drone footage. T-Bone's vehicles were on our left, at the front of the ship, while the Legion was closer to the middle, below the crane elevator. They didn't seem to worry about security. All of them were relaxing near their vehicles or mingling in the middle. It was as if the war was over for them. Drones did fly over the ship, thick like a swarm of mosquitoes, but they stayed high above, rather than swoop down to the field where the enemy had congregated. "Okay, this is weird," Shane said as he peeked through the window. I took out a small pair of binoculars from my pack. They'd been jammed near the bottom, since I'd barely ever needed them. Now I scanned the scene. There wasn't enough room in the dirt, so many of the vehicles were parked at the end of Poseidon, where it met the final north-south street. Others had been jammed into the yards of the nearby flooded-out homes. The tanker and some old box trucks were parked close to the double doors at the front of the ship. Besides the Legion trucks that had come out of the shipping containers, most of the vehicles on both sides were a mixture of classic cars and trucks. "I can't believe I dug all that dirt, only to have those Jags use it," Shane whispered angrily. "You helped us get the food off the ship," his brother comforted. "We still don't know what's going on over there. The doors are shut, so the military is still holding on to the ship." I turned my binoculars to the Legion side, looking for a leader. One of the reasons I'd wanted to be here in person was to give myself the option of striking at the head of the snake. If I happened to see Toby Monroe playing the part of T-Bone, talking with a general of the Legion, maybe I could snipe them both and end the war. Not that I ever imagined it would be that easy. Nor would it end the war. But it would hurt them. After sampling some scraps of victory, my people needed an outright win. Only by being on the spot could I give us that chance. I hadn't explained that to my friends, as I wasn't sure they would see assassination as a viable or honorable tactic. It left a nasty taste in my mouth, but it was where the world was headed. I'd spent considerable time while on Clownfish Cove wondering if any snipers were going to target me personally. And my people had recognized the risk too, even going as far as to dress themselves in my Hawaiian shirts to confuse the enemy. In a battle to the death, where there could be no prisoners, shooting the opposition's leaders was a necessity, not a luxury. I was taking a big chance by putting myself next to the opposing generals, but the rewards were off the chart. But as best I could tell, there were no leaders on the field from either side. The Legion was hard to figure out any rank structure, as everyone wore the same black uniforms, devoid of rank or nation. Some of them wore black hats, but many did not. If they had leaders, they didn't make it easy to figure them out. Perhaps they also knew they'd be high-value targets?
"What do you think, Frank?" Carmen asked quietly. "Do you think our military guys are still on this ship?"
I turned the binos upward. Since the ship was slanted, I had a fairly good view of much of the main deck, at least the areas not hidden by the towers of multicolored shipping containers. I peered at some of the people visible up there, but quickly saw real uniforms. Yeah, I think they're still in control.
"Then why aren't they shooting?"
she asked with frustration. That is a great question, I agreed. The more I looked around the deck, I picked out the bluish-gray camouflage of Navy sailors, like those I saw roping off the helicopters at daybreak. It was difficult to say how many were up there, but it was impossible to miss the fact they weren't firing on the two massive forces lined up below. I really can't even guess. They could be working together, Shane suggested. Not a chance in hell, his brother shot back. Hey, I'm just guessing, Shane said defensively. I now searched the ship for any members of the other two forces. If I saw them mingling with the Navy guys, it would give away the game. If I saw them captured and under guard, that would also give me an answer. Here, someone else look. I just don't see any answers out there. I gave the binoculars to Shane. I took a seat at a small desk. The first floor of the home had been gutted by the storm surge, but the upstairs had been left untouched. We'd done a quick search for survivors like Geraldine, the 105-year-old woman I'd once found, but the place was empty. It meant we could relax a bit and think. I need a play here, I said to my friends. There are two forces mixing together, and the possibility of a third. I know it seems impossible that the military would help them, but look out the window. Something is going on out there.
There is no way those Marines would work with the guys who shot at them, Carmen reasoned.
That brought up a good point. Shane, you see any Marines on the top deck? He studied the ship for a few moments. No, I only see the regular Navy uniforms. I didn't see them either, I added. Does that mean anything?
Did they leave?
Carmen wondered. They could be guarding the lower part of the ship, I said. I last saw them at the bottom pair of doors. Maybe they are getting ready to fight off anyone who tries to break them down. I don't see any of our military guys with the men on the ground level, so that might be good for us, Shane relayed, while still looking through the field glasses. I sighed heavily, burdened by how things had played out. At least we know we made one right decision in all this. There is no way we could have split our forces and held that ship, while also protecting our loved ones back on Clownfish. I don't have a crystal ball, but if we were the ones guarding that ship, they could have ganged up on our home turf in one big blob. I don't know if we could have stopped them. A warlord might have said that would be a small price to pay if the rest of our people had been safe on the ship, with all the food they could eat. However, even a normal civilian might figure out the ship couldn't be held forever. Holes could be cut in the hull. Men could climb over the sides in the night, and anyone could fly in from above. The giant vessel was simply too big for a little group like us to defend every piece of it, 24/7 forever.
So what do we do now?
Carmen wondered aloud.
Go back to the street?
I wanted to say yes. The pull of being at the end of this war was strong. but I'd come to this forward position with more than the desire to assassinate someone. I'd come to circle back with a piece of intelligence I knew Captain Van Nuys was looking for. We need to know what move the military is going to make. If they're planning on joining up with those barbarians, we have to know, so we can plan accordingly. By planning, you mean moving out into the swamps, right? Sonny laughed, now looking through the binos. We can't survive fighting all three of them. Maybe, I responded, hating the idea of having to give up our homes. But before we go running away, I'm going to talk to our military one last time. The military, all three said together, looking or pointing to the ship. Yeah, if we don't talk now, then the next we hear from them might be with bullets. Even if you wanted to talk to them, Shane replied, how the hell would you get onto the ship? There are a few bad guys in the way. I pulled out the radio. I've got something they want. Chapter 30. I knew if I used the radio, the military would have to acknowledge me, especially since I made no effort to hide who I was or what I wanted. What I didn't know was how we would get past the violent groups guarding the ship. My hope was that the military would know how to get it done, perhaps by sending a helicopter. This is Frank Douglas of the Clownfish Cove Neighborhood Watch, calling the U.S. military on the Dawn Star. I know the location of the missing nuclear bomb. I'm willing to trade it in exchange for your protection. After speaking, I looked out the window while waiting for a reply. When none came back, I repeated myself a few more times. Damn, maybe they are too busy watching the guys below to leave anyone to monitor their radios, I said with disappointment. Wait, look! Carmen pointed outside. Several men ran from the Legion side to the group in the middle, as if going to give a report. At the same time, several of the Navy drones detached from the swarm over the ship and spread out over the nearby streets. Someone heard us, I whispered. But who? Carmen asked in the same quiet tone. We needed the military to come get us, not the other two groups. As I thought through the situation, I decided to send someone back to the watch desk to report my plan in detail. I didn't want to spill the whole thing over an open radio channel before we even set it in motion. I assigned the task to the brothers, since we all knew Carmen wasn't going to leave my side, and I wasn't going to send myself back. Sonny ended up losing another round of rock, paper, scissors against his brother, so he had to go back to the car. See ya, bro, Sonny said as he headed for the door. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Yeah, I won't have a tea party and write in my diary like you. Sonny came back in and punched his brother on the arm. Shane fought back for a moment, both laughing, before they hugged it out. Be safe, Shane warned. I'm still waiting for that Big Mac you owe me, Sonny snickered. You'll get it, Shane laughed. Trust me. They shook hands, then parted ways. Later, all, Sonny chirped as he bolted out the door. After waiting another couple of minutes, I tried the radio again. I know you heard us. Over. The men running around on the ground might have been a coincidence, but I didn't think so. I was certain they all had working comms. Come on, I said on the radio. We're going to have to leave if you don't reply. Still, there was nothing. I keyed the handheld again, pushing the button with extra force to counter the building anger of getting nowhere. You need to provide safe passage onto the ship before we'll tell you anything. We can do that, a man's voice replied. I blinked in surprise. Who is this? I asked right away. We control the Dawn Star. His voice was dry as the desert wind.
Can you guarantee our safety?
Where are you? He asked. I glanced over at Carmen. Here goes nothing, I whispered. Back into the radio mic.
We are within walking distance of the ship. We can come in right away if you can keep these savages from hurting us.
It might have been easier to have them come out to us, using that helicopter, but I realized late in the game that I could glean intel by offering to come to them. If I forced them to protect us, it would tell us how well they could hold off the other two armies. We're sending guards down to escort you. Wait 5 minutes, then approach.
And we have your assurance those men won't shoot us?
I asked, incredulous. We'll take care of them. Out. He left no doubt he was done talking to me. The three of us crowded around the window and waited for the inevitable gunfire, since they would have to clear the field. If they wanted my information, I didn't see how else they were going to get us through the throng of invaders. I don't like this, I said. Even if they shot down at these guys, how are they going to get them far enough away they can't shoot us as we walk up to the ship?
Look, they're coming down the elevator,
Carmen pointed. I whipped out the binos again. There were about 20 guys crowded on the lift. They didn't fire at the Legion, nor did they fire at T-Bone's gang. They were armed, but they didn't seem like they were heading into a no-win battle situation. I held my breath as the elevator reached the bottom, sure the Navy sailors were about to be slaughtered. When it touched down, the guys rushed out toward where the two armies mixed together. That's when I expected the shooting to begin. Nothing? I asked with shock. Instead of opening fire, the sailors shoved their way through the thick of the gathered men, pushing open a corridor between us and the ship's lift.
Shit, guys. That's pretty badass, Shane said, impressed. The Navy has those guys so scared of retaliation. They're standing back from them.
An unsettled pocket of tension gripped my chest as I watched the line clear out. Neither T-Bone nor the Legion struck me as the type of fighters who feared anything, even a more powerful enemy, and they currently had easy kills on 20 soldiers from the ship, so I was willing to bet they weren't scared of them. It left another alternative that made a little more sense, but I liked it far less. I took a few steps back from the window, fighting the panic rising inside.
Uh-oh,
I huffed.
I think I misread what's going on out there. What do you mean?
Carmen asked. I pointed to the stairs.
Come on, we've got to get the hell out of here.
Shane led us down to the first floor, but he threw himself against a wall when he went by one of the broken windows at the back of the house.
A drone,
he whispered. Oh, I started to say.
There are several Navy drones flying around the house, he added, and Legion men are right behind them.
Carmen and I remained on the stairwell while Shane kept watch outside. He motioned for us to retreat upstairs, but I realized there was no place to go.
They've got us,
I said sadly. I assumed the U.S. military would have the means to track our location before anyone else, and I'd been right about that. They most likely had working tech on the ship that drew a big red X over where I'd been using the radio. I'd been counting on that, in fact. But I'd been wrong about the relationship between the two groups on the ground and the one above. It was not two armies waiting to attack. It was three armies, working as one. The only good news was that they probably didn't want us dead, since they didn't shoot us on sight. They surrounded the house and let us come outside without incident. They put thick white zip ties around our wrists and put our arms behind our backs. Then we marched toward the ship, through the line created by the sailors. I thought about Sonny. He'd gone out not long before, but I couldn't be sure if he made it out before the enemy forces converged around us. When we got on the elevator, about 10 of the Navy guys boarded with us, but so did a few Legion men and about 6 from T-Bone's gang. The gang members were dressed in jeans and black shirts, drawing some likeness to the Legion guys. "You can't bring those men," a Navy guy said. "This is my personal security detail," he complained. I recognized the curly red hair almost immediately, but also the way he was dressed. While the other men from his gang dressed in jeans, he was in black leather pants. They wore plain black t-shirts, while he wore a black vest with no shirt underneath. His football pads and black combat boots were the same things he'd worn the last time I saw him. It was T-Bone himself. "Sorry, captain's orders. No room for them." T-Bone clenched his jaw while he thought. "Fine." He turned to his guards. "Wait here at the bottom of the lift. I'll yell down if there is trouble." The other 5 guys backed off. "Hi, Toby," I said, refusing to honor him with his tough guy gang name. The red-haired leader winced a little. Direct hit. I was on the lift with T-Bone. Was one of the 2 Legion men also the leader of their organization? As of yet, I'd not been able to meet anyone who seemed to be in charge of their armed forces. "Hi, Frank. So nice to finally meet you in person. The last time I saw you, it was down the scope of my favorite sniper rifle. As I recall, I took some metal off your truck." He was talking about when we were at Kim Park's neighborhood. "And as I recall, you couldn't hit anything worth a damn," I stated dryly. He laughed, good-natured. "You sure do have balls, Frank. I'll give you that. I've been working overtime to stay one step ahead of you all day, but in the end you can see now that you've been beaten." I looked out over the men and women gathered in the field, while simultaneously trying to ignore the sailors surrounding us. "How did you get the Navy to go along with this? You have no idea what's going on here, do you?" I glanced around again, worried that I missed the obvious, since his tone suggested I had. "I thought I did." "Frank, you put up a good fight, and props to you for keeping your subdivision together in the face of overwhelming odds. But you've been protecting the wrong thing. All your men should have been on the ship, to keep it out of our hands." "I protected what I could," I said, more defensive than I wanted to sound. "The ship is the key to this region of Florida, Frank. If you would have held on to it when all of us showed up, it might be you in the driver's seat, instead of the military." He cracked up. "Imagine holding the goods all that time, but then walking away when you were about to have so much leverage over us." "If you're so smart, why did it take you 2 weeks to get here?" The lift was almost at the top. "Give yourself some credit, Frank. That day you drove through town to steal shit from our territory, you started a chain reaction we couldn't control. Fighting broke out at the hardware store that had to be put down. 2 of my idiots chased you all over town. They requested my help directly, and then they disappeared. I thought they might betray our cause, so I spent considerable time looking for them. Then the hurricane came and further set us back. Then your men snuck behind our lines that one night and rallied some people against us, causing us to delay even further. It was only when we found those working trash trucks that we figured out a plan to break through your lines and get over here. I'm glad I could help slow you down.
That's all you did, he gloated.
I didn't know if it was a good idea, but I decided to push back.
Well, that's not all.
The elevator bumped as we reached the main deck.
While I was busy knocking your people around at the police station, I killed a woman who a friend identified as your rotten wife. Trish, she's dead?
He seemed legitimately hurt. I nodded. His face went from sorrow to hate, like a switch had been thrown.
I'm going to kill you,
he bellowed. Toby lunged at me and punched my jaw. My arms were tied behind me, forcing me to dodge a little and take the remaining force. A second shot hit me as an uppercut, slamming my teeth together. It rang my bell, and my knees buckled. He lifted me off the metal decking of the elevator.
No!
I yelled. I went backward toward the edge.
Frank!
Carmen cried out. Thinking fast, she stuck her foot out and tripped the guy, sending us both falling to the metal. My head bashed down as he landed on top of me, and I was at the edge, but at least I was still on board. The elevator platform swayed with the shifting load. While my head swam in molasses, Toby's face appeared above me as he climbed onto my chest. His fists came at me over and over. My arms were useless behind me. Unable to fight back, I tried to roll on my side. When that didn't work, I clammed up in the fetal position. Anything to minimize the surface area where he could strike.
I'll kill you,
he wailed. I thought I was a dead man when a gunshot blasted, almost point blank.
Shit,
T-Bone stammered. Someone pulled him off me. I had a few seconds to catch my breath before I was lifted off the grate.
He killed my wife,
Toby spat. Sailors held me upright as I regained my sense of balance.
Kill him! Kill him!
He raged. I was in so much pain I could barely enjoy the damage I'd inflicted on my opponent. Someone new appeared, and he put his hand on Toby's shoulder, even as the man was held back by 3 good-sized sailors. "This is no way to treat our guests, Mr. Monroe," the man said in a soothing voice. He was dressed in the standard Navy uniform like the other sailors.
"Bah!"
T-Bone answered, letting himself be pulled away.
"Frank, we got your message. You remember me? I'm Captain Van Nuys of the USS John F. Kennedy. You are now under my personal protection. Welcome to the Dawn Star."
I shook my head as if to dump the cobwebs. I also spat blood.
"Of course I remember you, sir. But why are you working with them? What the hell is going on? Let me show you."
Chapter 31. T-Bone had to be held back by 2 sailors, but I'd scored such a destructive hit to his psyche that I wasn't convinced they could keep him in check forever. He tried to push me over the edge, then beat the crap out of me, but it had been worth it to piss him off.
"Hey, don't let him go or he'll shoot me dead. Then you'll never know where to find the nuke." "I'll kill your bitch."
He seemed to notice Carmen for the first time.
"Holy shit! You live on my street too. You're the asshole who always came over and hit on me." "Ah, yeah. You're the worthless whore who lived in the house with the shitty lawn. The one who would never talk to me." "Now you know why," she laughed,
taking a page out of my book to score points on the gang leader. He tried to lunge at her. The 2 sailors worked together to hold him back, but it took great effort. Toby was tall and lanky, and didn't come across as imposing, but his attempt to break free made me wonder if 2 guys restraining him were enough. Captain Van Nuys stepped between him and us.
"There will be no killing on my ship." Our ship, Toby snapped, stressing that first word. I waited for one of the Legion soldiers to protest too, but they stood by and watched the confusion play out. Carmen, Shane, and I were dragged to the middle of the ship, between the two stacks of containers owned by the Legion troops. Well, I was dragged, since I was still barely able to walk upright. The dizziness from being sucker punched was not going away fast enough. Maybe when I hit my head, it was worse than I knew. Van Nuys stood before me, but he turned with amusement toward Toby. "Why are you dressed like that? You look ridiculous." I snickered under my breath. Now Toby's sour face got even more hideous. He obviously took what the captain said with a lot of weight. "Sorry, sir." "We have to have some standards," Van Nuys explained, "so we get respect." "Sure. Okay." Done with the dressing down, the captain turned my way. "Let's not drag this out, son. You said you knew where the crash nuke is located. Give it to me now." I spat out more blood, then chuckled. "You aren't even going to take me out to dinner first?" He stiffened. My injury turned me more sarcastic. I was sure of it. I continued, trying to turn sober. "Sir, why are you allowing these enemy agents onto your ship? You should take these leaders prisoner, then bomb the shit out of the guys down below." He laughed. "Leaders? Who are you talking about? You, Boner here, and one of these Legion clowns." "It's T-Bone, you dickwad," Toby sneered, still being held back. Van Nuys looked at the two men in the black uniforms. "You two are dismissed. Join the search below." They saluted the captain. It hit me hard, like getting punched by Toby again. "It's not 3 armies, I remarked, calling back to my earlier thoughts. "It's 1 army. Of course. We've all been on the same team from the beginning." "That absolutely sucks," Shane mumbled. "No," the captain laughed. "It's been great for those of us who saw this coming. A natural evolution to a more civilized era in our history." "The apocalypse is civilized," I sniped. "No, not at all. That's not the end game. I'm talking about the time of kings, of noblemen, of righteous knights and fair damsels. Our plans have changed from how we envisioned this transition. But as you can see by the armies of true believers, we are about to fulfill this plan from sea to shining sea." "An army? Half the people down there will only follow you until the food runs out. The other half will only follow you until there are no other people to turn to ash." He grabbed me by the front of my shirt. "Look, I don't care what you think of our arrangement here. When this is over, you'll be long dead, and I'll own the entire state of Vermont for my trouble." "For your betrayal?" Carmen spat. He gave her a side eye. I didn't like the look. "Hey, asshole," I pressed on. "You might not realize this, but Americans aren't going to let you wipe them off the map without a fight. There aren't enough of you to take it all." Van Nuys pushed me back. In my zip ties and with my swirling vision, I almost fell on my ass. One of the sailors caught me. "No plan survives contact," he said in a dreamy fashion. "The technology in those planes was supposed to expedite the destruction of America, but the attack launched sooner than we expected, and it wasn't as deadly as we'd forecast." "It wasn't as deadly as you wanted," I said with shock. "The estimate for an EMP destroying America is usually put at a 90% loss of life within the first year." That tracked with my own experience. I had those hundreds of people in my group,
but that was only a fraction of the residents who'd been in our watch area the day before the EMP went off. A good percentage of the original number were likely already dead, and we were only 2 weeks in. "That's not even close," he answered. I'd been willing to risk coming on the ship to negotiate our way into the protection of the United States military, and I'd been willing to risk my life to do it. But the captain's loyalties were anything but friendly to us, or America in general, so our long-term prospects kept getting dimmer. "You were in on it." "Of course I was. Me and my cohorts are saving America from itself. We're saving it from the corrupt corporations, the greedy politicians, the fallen military that supports those institutions." None of those things could be all bad. Many vets had worked for me or with me over the years, and I knew they weren't evil people. Lots of politicians were corrupt, but it couldn't be all of them. And not all corporations were bad. I'd owned one of them myself before selling it and moving to Florida. "And you're replacing them all with these foreign invaders?" He cracked up. "That's what you think this is. These aren't all foreigners. Some of them are, sure, but a good portion are good old-fashioned Americans. They are the dispossessed, the homeless, the wrongfully imprisoned. All of them want to return to a simple agricultural lifestyle, fit for service to the land and not to a corrupt system. With you lording over them from your castle in Vermont." He shrugged with indifference. I'd met some kids who'd come straight out of college spouting off such nonsense, but they'd never lasted long in my shop or on the road. They invariably hated hard work and did everything possible to get out of it, often citing that they deserved better, even without working for it. Leon must have had a similar experience in Brazil. The big question was what was going to happen to me and my friends. If this was an invasion with some of the U.S. military helping it along, our situation was worse than I'd ever dreamed, and I needed to get back home and prepare my people for an entirely different type of warfare. No one was coming to save America. It fell to neighborhoods like mine all across the country. We had to fight back with tooth-and-nail violence to keep the spirit of the nation alive. Otherwise, we were destined to become serfs for politicians and ex-ship captains who owned all the land. That didn't sound like progress at all. "I'll tell you where to find the nuke, but you have to let my 2 friends go." Carmen and Shane protested. "I don't have to do anything," Van Nuys replied, ignoring them. "Now that my army is ready, I can set them to the business of conquering the rest of this area. If you somehow stumbled upon the fallen aircraft, I'm sure we soon will too. In fact, we'd probably already have it if both of these forces hadn't lost their shit and broken the alliance." "Damn it, I told you we never double-crossed you," T-Bone complained. "I know that now." Van Nuys looked at me. "You somehow convinced them to shoot each other, didn't you?" "A magician never tells his secrets," I answered. The coppery taste of blood was finally leaving my mouth. My eyes had stopped rolling in circles, too, so I could see again without getting dizzy. I was still no closer to getting off the ship. "Oh, I can make you talk. It's always easier than you think." The captain pulled out his sidearm, stepped next to me, then squeezed the trigger. My soul wanted to leave my body. He'd shot someone behind me. Was it Carmen? Shane? I turned to see Shane fall to the deck. "Holy shit!" I screamed. Shane writhed, with his hands still bound behind his back. "Why?" I shouted. Van Nuys moved in front of Carmen. "Whoa, wait!" I pleaded.
Did you convince them to shoot each other? He asked emotionlessly.
It's okay, Frank, Carmen declared. He can't scare me.
The captain aimed.
God, wait,
I repeated. There was no question he would shoot her.
Yeah, I tricked them both,
I unloaded.
It was a long shot, but I had to do something.
A slight smile appeared on the captain's face.
And while you're receptive to questioning, where is the nuke? It's in the woods about a mile east of my house, you son of a bitch. It's in the woods. There are a lot of woods out there, he sneered. Give me the exact location. Don't shoot, okay? I took a breath. I don't have the exact coordinates in my head, but just go east. If you show me a map, I can get you within a few hundred yards. Then your drones can go confirm it's there.
His eyes bored into Carmen's as he held the gun inches from her chest. She stood with her back ramrod straight, projecting no fear.
Captain, I'll cooperate, but leave her alone.
I hated pleading to him, but I believed he was going to pull the trigger. The next few seconds tested my notion of eternity. Finally, he lowered the pistol.
My esteemed Mr. Monroe, will you please take our guests down below and lock them up? Whoa, wait a second, I protested. This guy wants to kill me. So do I, the captain laughed. But we both need you alive to ensure you're telling us the truth about the nuclear weapon. Don't we, Mr. Monroe? Yes, he answered mechanically. I can find it without you, Frank, but it costs me nothing to have you tell me its location so I can get it back here to safety a lot faster. Who knows? I may even let your friends go as a way of saying thanks.
The sailors released T-Bone, and my heart stepped out for a smoke break. If he was going to take me down below, I figured my chances were about zero of ever coming back up, especially once they figured out my directions were bullshit. They would find the wing of a plane a mile east of Clownfish, but there were no nukes there. My plan had been to send them out on a bum mission, leaving me sufficient time to think of a way off the ship. Toby pushed me toward the stairwell.
What about him?
I asked, glancing toward Shane. I could not tell if he was dead or alive, but I didn't want to abandon him if he was still fighting for life.
Keep moving,
he said as he pushed. Whispering, he added,
You and me are going to have some fun down there, aren't we, old buddy?
As soon as we got around the corner down the first flight, the asshole pushed me against the railing and drove a fist into my left kidney.
That's for laughing at the captain when he was talking about my outfit. I wasn't laughing at him, I snarked. I was laughing at you.
He punched again.
Laugh all you want. I'm only getting started.
We still had a whole staircase to go. Chapter 32. When we reached the next landing, the esteemed Mr. Monroe wound up for another punch, this time to my stomach.
Oof,
I wheezed, bearing the brunt as best I could.
And that's for killing Alvaro's dumb kid, T-Bone lashed out. If you would have just kept out of South Point, I would still have Alvaro and all his men on my side. I don't know how you did it, but I know he is working with you now. He's how you knew about the police station. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, hoarse from the pain. Whatever.
He shoved me off the landing to the next flight. My hands remained zip-tied, and I was off balance the whole way down. I braced myself for his next strike, and it came the second I stepped off the last step. He punched me in the spine, right in the small of my back. I fell against the railing.
That's for tricking my guys into shooting at the Legion earlier today and making me look like an ass again in front of the captain."
"You didn't need my help to look like an ass again," I snarked. I knew it would get me another punch, but I had a character flaw that never let me pass on zingers. He almost shoved me down the steps. As I stumbled along the next flight, I tried to remember how many landings were in the stairwell from top to bottom. 4 or 5 at least. I wanted to be done with the staircase, but I suspected the frothing at the mouth man was not as worried about Captain Van Nuys as I'd hoped. My next beating happened on schedule.
"Leave him alone,"
Carmen complained. "No," I told her. "Please, stay out of this."
"Yeah, Toots, listen to him, or I might have to start slapping you around."
True to form, she spat on him. He slapped her across the cheek. I lunged his way, but he easily sidestepped me.
"Careful, Frank. No telling what might happen to her if you fight back. She might fall all the way to the bottom. No way I could predict."
I clenched my jaw, frozen by his words. The 2 sailors sent down with us remained in the back, holding flashlights, seemingly indifferent to the treatment T-Bone was giving to us. They'd betrayed the uniforms they were wearing, so I could understand why they didn't care about a woman being struck or a prisoner being abused.
"Keep going down," he ordered.
One more landing, one more punch.
"That's for coming here and making me ditch my security detail. That did not make me look good in front of my men."
For once, I kept my mouth shut. I had to bite my bloody tongue to do it. He still struck me a second time, perhaps suspecting what I was thinking. Carmen remained quiet, though I heard her squeak a bit, as if she shared my pain. We reached the next landing. There, I got a kick in the nuggets.
"That's for killing several of my lieutenants the night your people poked into my subdivision. It was one of the many setbacks you dealt us. Oh, and I almost forgot."
He gave me an extra punch to the same kidney as before.
"That's for killing my men in the high school."
"No problem," I coughed, barely able to hear my own voice. He got close enough I could smell his nasty breath.
"Frank, it warms my heart that you lost. But our banter the past few minutes has made me realize just how much damage you did to my efforts. A little here or there really adds up fast. Without you, I could have been at the ship days earlier than the Legion."
He pulled out a giant hunting knife. I knew he wasn't going to play by the captain's house rules. He pushed me. On the second-to-last landing, he gave me an elbow in the chest.
"That's for blowing up the car wash with some of my favorite Jeeps inside."
"That wasn't us," I tried to tell him. A second shot came at me. I was sore everywhere. It also dawned on me that I knew who was responsible. It was Zen's guy Pax who'd mentioned going to the car wash to collect all the soap. If I ever made it back to Clownfish, I was going to high-five Zen for that. T-Bone pushed me again to go down. It was like watching the headlight of the train enter the tunnel while I was tied on the tracks. I knew it was coming. I knew what it would do. And I knew there was nothing I could do to stop it. My only chance was to do the unpredictable. It was a small miracle he didn't hit me on the last landing. Instead, he pushed me around the turn and down the last flight of steps. "What do you get out of this arrangement, T-Bone? Why are they letting you live? A mediocre boss of an unruly mob of gremlins, moonlighting as an army. You know the second they have control of this area, they're going to take you down to the creek and ask you about rabbits." "I get it," he laughed. You think I'm dumb, like that guy in Of Mice and Men. Well, I'm not. I read lots of books back in the day. I used to be the manager of a storage unit company, and I had nothing to do for years except read books.
If it had been anyone else, I would have been impressed. He reached the bottom first. Carmen and I were a few steps back, moving a lot slower. My heart pulsed relentlessly as I tried to think my way out of this. I stopped on the last step. "Are you taking us down there by those lights?" I asked, meaning for him to look ahead to the next set of battery-operated emergency lights. I knew what they were since my people put them there. He glanced toward the lights, since it was a natural reaction.
"I might shoot you and throw you out the side door up that—"
I stopped listening, drawing on the things I'd read, including how to break out of zip ties when you were being held against your will. For me, I always worried some crooks would come into my trucking business and tie me up while they tried to break into our safe. Knowing how to break zip tie holds was high on my list for staying alive. They could be cut by using shoelaces to rub back and forth over the plastic like a saw, but I had neither the time nor the ability to sit down and string my shoelaces through the cuffs. Instead, I used a faster method. I bent forward and held my arms straight up as high as I could behind me. With one motion, I stood up straight and slammed my arms against my tailbone. This burned the shit out of my wrists, but it snapped the binds in a flash with all the weight pushing against them. Ignoring the two guards, adrenaline carried me into my next move. I leapt toward T-Bone. I screamed to load up on hatred for all the suffering he'd caused me. Not only on this staircase, but also back home, where Regis, Allison, and many others now lay dead. It helped me focus my attack at a single point, where the shoulder pads didn't much help. My elbow sunk into the back of his neck.
"Oof!"
he exclaimed. It was his turn to crumple to the ground like a sack of trash. Since I was already falling, I went down with him and made the impact twice as painful. The second he hit, I grabbed his hair and smashed his head against the metal decking. The knife clanged to the far side of the walkway.
"Asshole!"
he cursed. He tried to spin and get to his feet, but I swung my arm sideways and cut him across the throat. Around me, Carmen panted and protested, as if she was also fighting for her life against both of the guards. I wanted more than anything to help her, but I was the mongoose to T-Bone's snake. One of us was going to die in this fight. He kicked to try to toss me. I knew it was coming, but the pain from his earlier beatings made me wince more than I otherwise would have, giving him a moment to roll free. If he got up and got his weapon... I jumped sideways and wrapped my arms around him.
"Get off me!"
he demanded. I jammed my knee several times into his side, hoping to break a rib, but he squirmed away from most of the hits. Jumping on him once more, I tried to get an arm around his neck. My heart stopped when his pistol came out. Changing tactics, I bent his whole arm upward and tried to shove it out of its socket. Toby screamed in pain. The gun joined the knife on the ground. Not giving him a moment, I yanked his arm with everything I had left and wrapped my legs around his torso in a wrestling move. He moaned in agony. I knew it had to hurt, as I'd had it done on me decades ago in high school wrestling, a sport I wasn't very good at.
"I give up,"
he pleaded. I kept up the pressure. Carmen tumbled to the decking nearby. The Navy guys ordered her to stay still, but they seemed content to let me and T-Bone duke it out. One guard's flashlight had fallen to the ground, casting the hallway in a wild mix of beams. None of them shined exactly where I needed them. I used a fraction of a second to check on her. He wheeled his arm back and punched me in the family jewels. All the air left my lungs. I had to cry out from the pain. It didn't come out in words, but more of a moaning yell. We both scrambled to our feet, struggling to gain any advantage. While I tried to pretend I didn't need to bend over and puke, he'd gone backward. "Shit," I drawled. He was going toward the gun. There wasn't time to stop him. He scooped it up and aimed. But not at me. "You're going to know how I felt losing my wife," he panted. The barrel pointed toward my fallen girlfriend. I swayed for a moment, in tears from being struck below the belt. He laughed like a maniac. Of all the choices I'd made over the past couple of weeks, now I was down to only one. Fall on top of Carmen to protect her, or make one last effort to disarm Toby. One of those was the end for sure. I chose the other one. "Get up and run!" I shouted to Carmen, simultaneously rushing the gunman. The crack bang of the gun blew out my ears, but it was strange that I didn't wince. Once I was committed to killing the man, no matter how much pain I'd have to suffer, it made me feel invincible. Around me, other guns lit up the corridor. The two sailors must have seen their opportunity. I didn't let anything stop me. I was going to wring his neck and kill him, even if I died doing it. I let Warlord Frank run free. All my weight crashed into the guy, sending him backward into the wall. He fired again as he lost his balance, but his aim was way off. Committed as I was, I shoved and jostled him to the floor, hoping I could finish him off there before my brain registered the pain of his shots. I managed to back him against the side of a shipping container, but he wouldn't fall over. "Die, you son of a bitch!" I wailed, using up whatever energy I had left. I had 10 or 15 years on the guy, so I had an inkling which one of us was going to wear out first. I tried to shove the gun away from my body, while also keeping him pinned, but I was afraid I wouldn't be able to keep him from eventually getting me. I decided to use every tactic allowed in a to-the-death street fight. First, I drove my knee into his nuts, returning what he'd done to me with interest. "Oof!" he spat. I did the same thing 2 more times, making his eyeballs almost pop out. While he reeled in pain, I tried to make him drop the gun again by striking his arm. "Drop it!" a gruff male voice ordered. T-Bone looked up for a second, then twirled me around. His weapon fell to the metal grating on the floor, but his twist had caught me off guard, so I fought to stay on my feet. Shots were fired. The 2 Navy guards went down. The Marines rattled off more shots as T-Bone fled up the first flight of steps. My vision blurred. Bullets seemed to travel all over the inside of the ship. Someone grabbed me from behind, and I swung a weak punch at them. "Whoa, Frank! You did it!" a woman said. Someone held me upright as I wobbled. Shapes came into focus in the dark corridor. The Marines. "Are you with the Legion too?" I asked, almost falling over. Carthager came from the right, rifle drawn, supporting Carmen. I looked to my left. Another Marine, Meacham, held me up. "No way," Meacham soothed. "We're the good guys." "Oorah," I groaned. Much as I'd done at the start of this living nightmare on the ship, my knees crumpled beneath me, and I fell to the floor. But somehow, I was still alive. Chapter 33. Can anyone tell me what's going on? I asked. The Marines didn't bother clearing the bodies from the bottom of the stairwell, since the gunshots had certainly alerted the men topside what was going on down in the ship. As they helped me jog toward the back, Carthager's men explained that they'd been waiting for me to be brought down into the ship's hold. That's why they were at the bottom of the staircase with their ambush.
Sarge had us looking for trinkets in the ship's store, Meacham explained. But he got intel T-Bone was about to shiv you, so we had to stop shopping. I'm thinking you probably didn't need us, though, since you broke those binds like a boss, and then you went all villain arc on him, like we taught you.
It feels like seeing your son get his first A+ in school, the sergeant bragged from the front of the column.
I appreciate the assist, but I'm not sure it was going my way.
I still hadn't caught my breath.
You did the heavy lifting, she assured me. Besides, this is war, not sparring rules at the local gymnasium. By throwing down with the guy instead of waiting for someone to come to your rescue, you stirred the pot. You made rescue possible.
I let him get away, I pointed out.
Nah, you got him into a position where we could shoot him, but we somehow missed the easy shot as he ran those stairs, she reasoned.
Someone had their head back in the store, Carthager laughed.
Meacham reached over and punched her CO on the shoulder, but he took it in stride.
But we do have problems other than not getting our Dawn Star merch at the store, Meacham explained, turning serious in 2 seconds. Our other squad is down at the loading doors, keeping the enemy from coming in. But we have to get to the top deck before the captain can bring men up using the elevator.
Why aren't we going up the steps? I asked, still in a fog.
They'll be expecting us to use that stairwell.
Duh. I felt dumb for even suggesting it. The Marines went up a different staircase, but I came out of my brain haze long enough to figure out there were armed Legion guys with them. They were the rebels that had been in the back room. Carmen and I took a seat on some crates to wait and rest.
Cats and dogs living together, I said dryly.
What?
She chuckled. I nodded to the black uniform guys going up the staircase. They are fighting for the same side.
Yeah, this is weird.
I wanted to go up those steps and contribute, but this was one case where I was more than satisfied at the effort I'd put in. It was probably better for everyone if I sat this one out. The taste of blood was back in my mouth. Carmen and I held hands while waiting for the pain to subside. About 15 minutes later, when I heard footsteps coming down the stairwell, I stood up and tested my balance. I was sore all over, but there was nothing debilitating. Certainly nothing as bad as getting shot. The first person down was Meacham.
Miss us?
She gave me a rare smile. Definitely, I answered.
We have your friend.
Seconds later, 2 of the ex-Legion men came down the steps supporting Shane between them. He'd been bandaged and looked pale as the moon, but he was alive.
Shane, I cheered. Hey, boss man. Are we winning yet?
I don't know, I answered truthfully. A couple Marines came down. A few more of the ex-Legion soldiers followed. Then Captain Van Nuys appeared.
Oh, shit, I croaked.
Stand down, Carthager said from behind the captain.
He's our prisoner.
The captain passed without looking me in the eye.
How?
I asked with shock.
We took control of the top deck. We neutralized the traitors.
That's amazing, I said, impressed with the efficiency of the Marine unit.
Did you by chance see T-Bone?
Not on the first pass. The captain was our priority. While the others walked into the corridor, Carthager halted in front of us. You don't know this, but we've been trying to figure out who had betrayed this nation since the day the EMP went off. And now we know a little bit more. Let me show you who figured it out. He motioned for us to follow the line of people. When he stopped us, we were in front of the shipping container that had all the grain bags in it. As before, they'd been stacked to the ceiling on top of the existing pallets. The ex-Legion guys were already pulling bags out and stacking them in a half-empty container across the aisle. I don't understand what's going on here, I said, trying to go in and grab one.
Hold up, Frank,
Meacham said as she picked up one of the heavy bags.
You don't need to help. We've got this.
Carmen held me back, perhaps thinking I was going to refuse to be sidelined. But I allowed myself to stand down due to my multiple injuries. They were mostly bruises and lacerations, best I could tell, but I was already suffering from extreme exhaustion. It felt as if I'd been dragged across 100 miles of bad road. A few minutes later, after a combined effort of many men and women, they'd cleared out one long corridor on the right side, next to the remaining bags. Carthager led me to the back of the container where I found a lighted workspace, with 2 women sitting at a small table. Each had a laptop.
What the actual F?
I blurted, not finishing my statement with the full F-bomb, as I knew the vice president was not a big fan of extreme cussing.
Hey, Frank,
Emily Williams said with a wave. Carmen came in after me. We were in an area about 8 by 10, not much larger than a small bedroom if we were back on Clownfish. A couple of cots were propped against the back wall, and there were bags of food on the floor, suggesting they'd been there for a while. Van Nuys was led in after us.
How?
He said with amazement when he saw her.
They told me they didn't find you.
Vice President Emily Williams stood up, ignored the captain, and came over to offer a handshake.
Thank you, Frank, for helping make this possible. We couldn't have done it without you.
I rubbed my sore neck. What exactly did I do?
You finished what the Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team, FAST Marines, had started. They had the foresight to keep me hidden, while telling the captain of the JFK I'd been killed. They surmised, correctly, that the traitors would then reveal themselves, since I was out of the way. Sure enough, Van Nuys committed himself to the Dawn Star, taking charge of the army of the Legion as he'd planned to do all along.
I told you we were taking care of her, Carthager chimed in from the back row. And I helped. How? I pressed.
You nipped at the heels of his attack dogs out in this new world, Emily answered. You made it so he couldn't consolidate his forces until almost 2 weeks into this cluster. That gave my Marines the time they needed to go after the traitors on the carrier, after Van Nuys came here.
That's impossible, the captain sneered.
I talked to them an hour ago. You sure they were still working for you?
Emily pointed to the young woman in the room with her.
She is one of your nuclear programmers. She found your secret comm frequency and broke the encryption. She then used an artificial intelligence algorithm to mimic your voice and tell your friends the battle on the land had been won, and that you wanted your embedded traitors to revolt against the XO back on the JFK. Fortunately, the Marines made sure they only had blank ammo to work with.
But I was talking to my most trusted lieutenant, he seethed.
The men we captured are revealing your secrets like a flock of songbirds to save themselves, Emily crowed, since they are all looking at death by firing squad for treason. Lots of them are anxious to be double agents for us.
Damn you all, the captain squirmed. Get him out of here, Carthager ordered.
No one said anything until he was taken away, as if they didn't want to reveal their plans to enemy ears, even captured ones. Emily came closer.
Frank, most of what I just told him was a lie.
Which parts?
The part where we control the JFK. We discovered there were traitors, but they anticipated our moves, and now they disabled the carrier.
Wow, I said.
Yeah, and the only guys I can absolutely trust are here on this ship. These Marines. Van Nuys brought them here to get them away from the mutiny on the J. I'm convinced of that now.
He's kept us away this whole time, Carthager interjected.
Yes,
Emily continued.
They've been kept busy in their boats, in the choppers, or in the cargo bay of this giant ship. Anywhere but the carrier.
So why tell the captain a lie? I asked.
Emily smiled wryly. We want him to be desperate for a deal.
The VP got my attention on the new girl.
Frank, this is Kyla Justice. Before the EMP, she was a civilian programmer for the Navy. That was true when I said it to the captain. But she's been helping me figure out what we control and don't control on the JFK.
Kyla, a young brunette woman not older than 25, looked up from her notebook and waved. But she didn't get up.
Nice to meet you,
she said. You too, I replied. A dull thud rattled the container all around us, as if the entire ship had been affected by earthquake tremors. What did you find out? I asked her, picking up the pace.
A lot, though from what Emily told me it sounds like you already know most of it. This Legion group has converged on Florida from multiple directions, but mostly from the sea, using these container ships. They were facilitated by traders like Van Nuys on the ocean, and Toby Monroe on the ground. He's a big gun runner who'd been on the government's radar for a while.
I know him, I said with a laugh. Was this group only attacking Florida?
We don't know the extent of the attack, but we've been contacted by a few shortwave operators around the country who are using older equipment. If they are to be trusted, it looks like there were multiple EMPs over various cities. What we know for sure is government comms to other parts of the country are offline, possibly due to sabotage.
I looked at Carmen, then Kyla. Is anyone kicking these invaders to the curb? She didn't give me the look I was hoping for.
None of the radio operators gave any indication the hometown people were winning, but that could be part of the deception. We won't really know until we can put boots on the ground in nearby states.
You have a carrier. Haven't you been flying all over to check it out?
She nodded a bit. We've sent a few out to look, yeah, but they haven't made contact with anyone reliable on the ground. They've talked to men and women on the radio while they're in the air, but we can't trust anything from open civilian channels. Not to be a daisy doubter, Carmen spoke up, but it sounds like you aren't in much better shape than we are. We're all stuck on this ship, with few allies and with an entire army outside that we can't even see.
Emily pointed to her screen, which showed the land next to the container vessel.
We're tapped into the drone armada above the ship, so we at least can see what's coming.
She showed us the laptop screen. It looked as if the Legion was working on the outside hull of the ship with explosives, intending to break in. How are we going to deal with these invaders? I pressed. It was great to control the ship again, but I was cut off from my people, as were the Marines.
Bomb the shit out of them,
Shane rasped from beyond the pile of grain.
Can we?
I looked at Emily.
Not while the JFK is in its civil war. Everything and everyone is in lockdown.
Then help has to come from the shore, I said, already thinking of committing myself to a dangerous mission. Emily looked at me expectantly. Well, looking at how many people we have in here and how many people are outside, I'd say we need to make something happen. The VP looked over my shoulder.
Sergeant, how long do you think you can hold this vessel?
I turned to get out of the way so he could address his boss. We got lucky on the top deck. There weren't many guards in place yet. But my friend Frank is dead on. If we don't get some help from the carrier, our time here might be limited to the next few hours at best.
Can you stop them from getting in? She asked.
We have the elevator locked up tighter than a... He seemed to rethink his phrasing, given who he was talking to. Lock that is locked. But there are enough military minds down there. I'm sure they've got some ideas for how to break in through the doors on the side of the ship. We can unload shit from the containers and stack it behind those doors, I suggested. Carthager thought about it for a few seconds. That will get us a little further down the road, but between grenades and flamethrowers they'll clear any blockage fast, once the doors are down. So getting help from shore is the answer, I finished. Emily came closer.
How long would it take you to get back home?
I could call them on the radio, I countered, using code words.
We can't risk it, the VP answered.
Right now they don't know who is in here. If you get on the radio and try to call for help, they'll know an attack is coming. If I could use the radio, I could have my people on the perimeter within the hour. However, if I used the radio and either of the armies figured out why I was calling home, they could be at Clownfish within the hour. Maybe I could put a note on one of your drones, I said in an upbeat tone. Nope, one of the Marines in the back answered. They are short-range drones designed for light shows and on-site surveillance. Their range is a few hundred meters. There was a chance I could find one of my scouts within 300 meters. But there was also a chance the drone would get shot down while searching for them, and the message would be intercepted. Carthager's radio warbled. Sarge, we've got a situation topside. Some guy down below is asking to talk to the civilian, Frank. Did he tell you his name? The man on the radio took a few seconds to reply. He said he's the leader of both armies now. I could have been given a million guesses, but I only needed one. And his name is T-Bone. I shared a look with the sergeant. We'd both been close to killing the leader of the opposition. Whatever happened next was on us. We're coming up, Carthager growled into the mic. Chapter 34. My body acted its age as I raced up the stairwell, sore muscles everywhere. But my mind was finally clearing after being knocked around inside my skull. T-Bone dodged a bullet by escaping the cargo hold, and who knew how he got to the ground. But it only reinforced how dangerous he was. Whatever he wanted to talk about, I needed to bring my A-game. The Marines brought me and Carmen onto the main deck, using one of the stairwells on the far side of the ship, making it easier to avoid being seen by those on the ground. Keep in mind, they have 1,000 men and who knows how many sniper rifles. Carthager pointed to Meacham, who carried a decked-out M40 sniper rifle of her own. We only have the one. So you're saying don't expose myself to 1,000 of those? I looked at Meacham's rifle. Yeah, that's common sense, the sergeant laughed. There were 1 million places to hide on the huge vessel, loaded with hundreds of shipping containers. I weaved between a few of them, then snuck to the shore side of the ship to get as close as possible. One of the container doors was already open, so I used that as a shield to get next to the railing. From there, I could look through a 2-inch gap between the door and the frame of the box. Carmen peeked, but held a spot to the side. "I'm here," I yelled. "So what do you want?"
"You, Frank,"
Toby Monroe replied. His voice projected as if he was using an old megaphone.
"I want you to come down with Van Nuys, so I can trade you back to your people and end this nasty chapter of our local history."
I couldn't see where he was.
"Why would I take that deal?"
I asked, bemused at his efforts.
"Even without the captain, I can call my friends on the JFK and have them bomb the shit out of your street. How about you all drive south, far away from here, and I'll send the captain in a kayak to meet you."
As a counteroffer, it wasn't great, but I had no cards to play. If the Legion got control of the carrier, there would be nowhere safe for us.
"No, that doesn't work for me. However, if you and those Marines get in some kayaks and leave the Dawn Star, I'd consider calling us even."
Consider. That was a sloppy word to use. I took another quick look through the gap behind the door, so I could survey what was out there. The menacing row of gun trucks was on the far left. Every type of old vehicle was in the middle, and the trash trucks and tanker were on the far right. T-Bone's voice seemed to come from the center of the crowd, not from either side. There was no question in my mind he would stay hidden from Marine snipers, same as I was staying hidden from Legion shooters.
"Let me think about it,"
I answered. I gave it about half a second of consideration, since it would have been ridiculous to think he'd really let us go. I then moved on to what I planned to do instead. If we only had a limited amount of time before the Legion broke in, it was clear we had to think up,
"Frank, don't take too long. My men are getting close to blasting away the door to your ship."
That explained the explosion earlier. Carmen tapped me on the back.
"Frank, look."
I turned to find her gazing straight up. One of Deanna's drones hovered next to a container in the stack above us. It dropped closer, holding a folded piece of paper below its chassis.
"Hiya, good people,"
Deanna said through the speaker. When it was low enough, I was able to reach up and pluck the paper from the hook. "Hi, Dee," I replied, also avoiding her real name.
"We have been monitoring the area."
The radio link went silent for about 5 seconds.
"In fact, we are set up at the last place you saw that Georgia boy."
I looked toward the houses, beyond the Legion parking lot. Somewhere out there, my friends were watching. Georgia boy could only mean Sonny, and if they were in that house, my friends were close. The sheet of paper confirmed the thought. It said members of the Clownfish Watch were moving into position behind the Legion troops, but they wouldn't move until they'd established contact with me. My heart hammered in my chest. So many souls depended on my next move.
"What should we do?"
Carmen asked. It reminded me of that time all my friends on Clownfish came out with their weapons at the ready to back me against Zen and his buddies, before we knew they were good guys. Now they were doing essentially the same thing by sneaking behind the Legion, though this time there were no good guys out there. This time, violence was a certainty, and this time I was sure some of my people were going to pay the ultimate price. However, the apocalypse always demanded payment in blood. There was no other way to secure freedom in a lawless world. If I wanted to rid Fort Myers of the scourge of these invaders, I would have to sacrifice my own people to do it. I scribbled some notes on the paper, an idea for how to start the battle, though I had no idea how to finish it. When done, I showed it to Carmen. She grinned.
"Why didn't I think of that? It's so obvious."
I took a moment to look at the stick figure picture I'd drawn. It conjured unpleasant memories from those days when I drove for a living. I've seen this before. It's horrible. She held my arm.
It's the right thing.
I was going to put the note back on the hook and send it to friendlies, but I remembered this wasn't only my battle, so I gave it to her. Carmen, will you go find the sergeant and show him what's in the works?
Sure.
She grabbed me by the collar and pulled me in for a quick kiss. When she stepped back away, she winked, then spun on her heels and took off. The sergeant and his Marines were a few boxes over, probably watching the scene below and trying to discover where T-Bone was hiding. The pause gave me a few seconds to consider what might happen next. If my people attacked from the outside, it would immediately place the Legion in a position where they are surrounded on two sides. The Marines would have a field day firing down on them. However, if the Legion were to move first, they would run directly into my people. Since they'd left the relative security behind our walls, it put them at great risk of being overrun on unfamiliar territory. That was the downside of going out and trying to launch surprise attacks. It meant I had to keep T-Bone talking.
We are considering things up here, I called down to him. What assurance do we have that you'll let us go? Once we are on the boats, it seems like you might take advantage of our exposed position.
Oh, Frank, he chuckled. I thought we had more trust in each other. You kicked the shit out of me. I did the same to you. We're practically brothers. Aren't we past the pettiness now?
I never had a brother, but I knew he was the farthest thing from any kin I'd want to have. Still, I was trying to keep him talking.
That's why I'm asking. I think if we can establish some trust here, maybe we can peacefully coexist in this area.
Yeah, that was one more lie. There was never going to be a time I could trust the guy. His people also seemed to lack any redeeming qualities. What with the raping, prostitution wagons, and kicking people out of their homes. As for the Legion soldiers, they seemed to lack any moral grounding either, living hard by the idea everything in America needed to be burned away. I chuckled, knowing what was on the paper ready to go back on the drone. We passed words back and forth, each of us seemingly content to draw this conversation out as long as possible. After 5 or 10 minutes, including a few long pauses while I pretended to ask the Marines questions, I began to wonder what was taking them so long to come over to me. Once they approved my plan, I still needed to get it on the drone and give it enough time to fly to my people on the ground.
Frank,
T-Bone said in sing-song, like he was a little schoolgirl.
Yeah? I asked. I have a new counter-proposal, and this is my final offer. What? We're still working on an agreement.
I didn't want to end this. Where were the Marines?
No, I think I have everything I need to close out this discussion in my favor.
I doubt it, I mumbled to myself. Looking behind me, I whispered, Carmen, hurry. My pulse let loose. I couldn't let T-Bone finish up his negotiation. I couldn't let him get the idea to move out.
Frank, I told you I would get back at you for killing my wife. Now I'm about to make good on that promise.
I jumped sideways into the open shipping container, worried one of his snipers had a bead on me. I went a couple extra steps, so I was hidden from the sky. Maybe he had a drone up there, or a military plane was looking for me, or there were a million threats.
Your wife killed herself by getting into a gunfight, I said,
desperate to keep him talking.
I don't care about the how.
he said. I only care about the who, and that who is you. His Dr. Seuss routine would have been funny if we weren't talking about real people. Not sorry, I answered. It was one more piece of chit-chat. A few more seconds for the Marines to get to me. You and all your soldier friends will walk through the front door of the ship in 2 minutes, or I'll take away exactly what you took away from me. And what the hell is that? A woman's voice answered.
I'm sorry, Frank.
The blood in my veins turned to ice. It was Carmen.
They caught me.
Chapter 35. I fought every instinct to stand up and show myself to my enemy. T-Bone already knew Carmen was my partner, but I didn't want him to know exactly how much I loved her, or he would have even more leverage over me.
Frank, you up there, bud?
T-Bone gloated, knowing he held an ace in his hand.
I'm here,
I said, keeping my voice level. Inside, my blood had gone from ice to lava in mere seconds. The fear of losing Carmen was soon overshadowed by the tidal wave of desire to get her back. The cogs in my male caveman brain spun ferociously, scheming.
We can work this out. We'll send the captain down. You send her back up. Not a chance, T-Bone laughed. I want you and everyone with a gun to come off that ship. Then maybe I'll give her back to you.
And then he'd kill us all.
Hang on a second, I called back.
Frank, a guy whispered from behind me. I almost spun around and shot blindly. I was so amped up from looking and talking in the other direction.
Yeah,
I replied, trying to play my jumpiness as no big deal. The big sergeant snuck into the container, out of view of the men below.
We modified the plan on your note.
He palmed sweat off his neck.
Sorry about your girlfriend. How the F did she get taken? I growled. I know you're pissed, Frank. She gave us that sheet of paper, then ran to get back to you before we could assess her security, or what the note said. I guess these Legion guys still had people on the ship, and they grabbed her. Was it one of your ex-Legion soldiers? I pressed. No. I radioed downstairs the second I heard her voice. My men have visual confirmation on all of the soldiers who surrendered to us. They're not part of this. I exhaled. Sorry for jumping to conclusions. Don't worry, brother. I understand. The ship is huge, I continued. Those ex-Legion troopers were hiding on the ship the whole time my people were here, and we never found them. We would have needed to empty every container all the way to the back in order to sweep the place clean. Or dogs, Carthager suggested. Dogs could sniff out anyone still on board. I wondered if Mr. Puppers or Chucky could be put to such use. He went on. Sometimes even when you do everything right, something goes wrong. I didn't do everything right. I should have followed her. Come on, guy. You know that's impossible. She doesn't strike me as the type of woman who appreciates a guy always looking over her shoulder. No, she is not, I allowed. Then give her some credit. She took a risk, knowing we didn't have much time. She probably thought she needed to get back and watch your ass, you know. And as much as it boils my balls to admit this, she thought she was on a ship with a platoon of badass Marines. She thought she was safe to walk 100 feet through these shipping containers. Even if I'd had the time to consider her security after she gave me the note, I probably would have let her go back to you alone, since the route seemed to be clear. That's on me. If anyone let her down, it was me and my team. I'm sorry, Frank.
The truth was, I'd been cultivating independence in all the residents of Clownfish Cove from the beginning. Carmen was my girlfriend, but she demanded I treat her like everyone else when we were out in the world. And to a large extent, I'd done exactly that. She drove the cars, she went with me into every danger, and she'd taken Ben's boat by herself on that dangerous mission up north. If Shane had been the one to take the note, I wouldn't have held his hand to go back to the Marines. So it wasn't reasonable to think I should have done that for Carmen. I deflated all the way, finding myself unable to blame him or myself. Not to beat the dead horse, but we've also got to give the enemy some credit, Frank. They get a say in how things go during wartime. They're in this fight to the death, and they made a bold play to grab your girl. The question is what you're going to do about it. I'd trained myself to not underestimate T-Bone after the mortar blast almost took my head off, but he continued to deliver surprises. All I could see was an idiot in a Mad Max costume, but I was beginning to appreciate he was dressed that way to make himself appear less intimidating to his enemies, not more. Will you help me get her back? I asked, knowing this couldn't be done alone. Carthager peeked through the door gap. I owe you one, but I won't lie to you. If she's really down there, it's going to be tough. Was T-Bone tricking me again? Trade spots? I asked. He and I switched. How do I know you really have her? I yelled to the enemy leader. It took a few seconds, but Carmen walked into the open with her hands up. Her clothing was the same as from moments before. It was her. See where she is? I whispered to Carthager, who peeked through the same gap. She was on the far side of the fleet of cars, a bit to the right of the middle, closer to T-Bone's gang than the Legion. Was that significant? Was T-Bone close to her, too? As you can see, I have her, the gang leader shouted back, before laughing maniacally. I'm going to hate destroying such a pretty thing. Screw you, Carmen cursed, loud enough to be heard on the ship. Carmen, I shouted. Before I come down, I have to talk it over. Show my notes to people, okay? I hear you, she replied. I expected her to understand my meaning about the note. She'd delivered it to the Marines and knew what I was planning, so she needed to be ready when it kicked off. However, I didn't want to tip my hand to T-Bone. In seconds, I scribbled a few additions onto the note and held it for the drone still hovering nearby. It came down, and I hooked the folded paper on it. We'll get your orders to everyone as soon as we can, Deanna said, as the drone rose above us. And for what it's worth, neither LeVar nor I think it was your fault, Frank. Thanks, guys, I answered. See you soon. It flew toward the ocean, away from the enemy army. It would have to make a long loop around them, but I didn't think it should take longer than 5 or 10 minutes. Sergeant, I appreciate you saving my life in the hold, and I would like your help from up above, but you don't have to go with me. Are you kidding? We've got an army in front of us, a hostile navy behind us, and there is a legit hottie in distress. Do you really think us Marines would sit this one out and not get our hands dirty? After all we just talked about? So you think the plan on the sheet of paper is going to work? I give it 30-70 odds. But we've had worse. Me and the boys dialed it up with some more explosions, so we'll see what happens. He showed me his radio. When we give the word, we take the war back to the enemy. We both smiled. My people have red armbands. Make sure everyone on this side knows that. Will do. The drone was gone, heading for my people hidden on the fringes. The paper had the plan of attack, such as it was. While I'd been interested in striking back at the army earlier, now I was almost singularly focused on striking back at the man holding Carmen prisoner. If his army got in the way of that, then so be it.
"Frank, are you coming down?"
T-Bone said, as if summoning me.
"I want to do this prisoner exchange, so we can save a lot of lives."
"We're going to take the elevator," I answered, not believing he wanted to save our lives.
"No funny business," he clarified.
"You'll see us the whole way," I assured him. I followed Carthager along the containers on the main deck, always hidden from the men on the ground. I passed 2 Marines heading the opposite direction. Carthager reinforced what he wanted them to do before they ran off. We also met up with Meacham, still carrying her sniper rifle. The sergeant gave her orders, but before she ran to it, she spoke to me.
"Hey, your girl is tough. She'll be fine down there. She needs you to be tough up here, okay?"
She slapped me hard on the back of the shoulder.
"Shit,"
I winced. I was badly bruised from my fight with T-Bone. The tough-as-nuts Marine didn't apologize.
"Swallow the pain, buddy. Send that shit to them."
With that nugget of wisdom, she hurried to her position. I was left with Carthager. "She's intense," I said with a little laugh. "She's the best of the best," he allowed, "but not usually so talkative to civvies. I think she's maturing." We ran down the steps into the hold, flew past the communications area where the VP and the programmer did their thing, and finally made it to the double doors at the front of the giant ship. I'd been expecting a huge blockade of crap in front of the door, but there were about 10 Marines moving things out of the way. "We're really doing this?" I asked with surprise. "If we had the carrier to back us, we wouldn't dream of going outside. But our Navy friends are offline, possibly out of action permanently. The 30 of us could try to hold this ship against 1,000 fighting-age men. Figure 20-to-1 odds. Or we could roll the dice and surprise the shit out of them." "You said this plan was 30-70. That's way better than 20-to-1. Well, maybe 20-80. If I'm being honest. But yeah, way better than waiting for them to board the ship and having all my men die one by one." "They'll never expect this," I said, searching for the silver lining. Carthager had a few of his guys by the elevator hanging off the side of the ship to make it look like we were actually stupid enough to come down on the fully exposed lift. All enemy eyes should be drawn there. "Not in a million years," he snickered. We had to wait until my people signaled that they got the message. Men hammered at the doors from the outside. They were unaware that we'd cleared the blockage inside. Another minute passed. "Did you tell your guys that my people have red armbands?" "Yes, I did. Another thing you don't have to worry about." Marines finished moving junk and began to check their weapons. We were close. My heart raced. Hatred for T-Bone surged inside me. The grip on my loaner AR rifle threatened to crush the heat shield. "Whoa, partner. Breathe. It's okay to be scared." It was weird to admit, but I wasn't scared. The mixed feelings inside me were more like excitement. I was done wondering who was to blame for Carmen. I was done being worried about every detail for hundreds of people. I was done thinking about 10 miles of border and multiple enemies who wanted us erased from our parts of the map. I was done having 5 missions happening at the same time. Now, I had only one. It was liberating. Carthager had kept talking.
Remember, Marines go first, not you. Normally we wouldn't do this with a civilian, but these are not normal times. We're stranded, and we want to cooperate with your friendly forces, so we might as well do this together. Hoorah! The other Marines had their helmets on, and he finally put his on. Hoorah! I answered him. If you make it through this, we might even make you an honorary Marine. He laughed, trying to take the edge off the tension like I had done countless times with my people. I appreciated what he was trying to do, but I had never had higher conviction I was doing the right thing. There wasn't a doubt in my mind I would make it through. Carmen was counting on me. Chapter 36. The seconds ticked away. Despite what Carthager had said, I remained amped to the max. My raging blood throbbed against the back of my eyeballs with each beat, and it screamed inside my eardrums. My vision was already narrowing. I inhaled a full breath, then exhaled slowly, desperate to settle my nerves. The radio warbled. "Confirmation received," a Marine voice reported. "Awaiting your go order." Carthager smiled at me. Unlike how I felt on the inside, he seemed totally calm. "You ready?" I nodded. He made a show of taking a deep breath. "Suck it in, shove it out. It's that easy." We both breathed for a few seconds. "Better?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm getting there." My nerves were on edge, as was my heart, but I was anxious to get to it. "The order is given," Carthager said into the radio. The faint crack of gunfire started immediately. "That will be Meacham," he said dryly. To the Marines around him, he added, "We roll out on boom." "Boom?" I started to ask. A shockwave slammed against the outside hull of the ship, seemingly causing the entire vessel to shift in the mud. My legs were severely strained from my earlier tussle, and I was a bit unsteady on my feet, so I had to lean against the wall. "Go!" Carthager ordered. I almost jumped from his voice alone. 2 Marines pulled the doors open. 4 others shoved through the gap, firing before they left the hold. While Carthager and I watched, another 4 men went out. "Stay glued to me," he said grimly. "I will." About 10 ex-Legion guys went after the Marines. They were still dressed as Legion soldiers, which could have been confusing if they'd been fighting against their own men, but they were going in to T-Bone's people, allies of the Legion. The uniforms would probably confuse the gang members. My Hawaiian shirt, however, would confuse no one. "That's all of them," Carthager reported. "Come on." He poked my chest to get me to follow. I trailed the big guy into daylight. A dozen civilian men, those who'd been trying to break into the cargo hold, were dead in front of the doors. It looked as if someone had dropped grenades from above. As expected, they had not been prepared for us to come out with guns blazing. A huge fireball and plume of black smoke rose into the sky ahead of us. It wasn't mushroom-shaped like a nuclear blast, but the rolling waves of flames in the sky made it appear almost as intimidating. "Wow," I let out, slowing a bit to take it all in. Screams of men were everywhere, amplified by the angle of the ship at our backs. "Keep moving," he chided. The soldiers and Marines had gotten to the far end of the loading ramp and the cut in the dirt, so they had ready-made fighting positions. Carthager led me toward the others, but we didn't engage the enemy. He pointed to our left, as if he wanted me to understand what was going on. "And right on time."
Someone on the top deck of the ship rolled off a 55-gallon barrel. Watching like it was a Donkey Kong game, the barrel fell on top of the Legion gun trucks and exploded. More fell from above. "We're giving their fuel back to them," the sergeant laughed. The crack of gunfire was constant, but he and I were the only two not firing back. I poked my head up, trying to get a sense of how far away Carmen was. When I was on the deck of the ship, it seemed like it was maybe 100 yards, but now it seemed farther than that, and with lots of bad guys between us. "Meacham touched off the fuel truck like you requested," Carthager explained. "And your guys wanted more explosions," I laughed, as another barrel came off the ship. "Yeah, but we have to move fast before these poor idiots recover." I kept trying to see ahead. There were cars on fire all over T-Bone's side of things, some even close to the ship. I didn't want to reveal my heightened concern about the truck blast, as it seemed possible the splashing fuel might have reached Carmen's position. The Marines jumped out from behind the dirt mounds and headed into the parked vehicles. The Legion soldiers went a slightly different route, going a bit to the right of their path. Carthager followed his men. I stayed behind him. The carnage was both frightening and awesome. I'd witnessed one tanker truck blow up during my career hauling freight, though fortunately it hadn't been mine. If T-Bone had known what I'd seen, he would never have brought the fuel tanker within a mile of his other vehicles. However, my experience paid dividends today for sure, since I targeted the tanker for exactly that reason. The blast radius was probably every bit of 50 yards around the truck. Fireballs had been sent in every direction, including straight up, pushing the nearest cars on their sides and torching every vehicle within that radius. Men screamed and ran, now on fire. Marines ran toward the chaos, guns blazing. Carthager led me slightly away from where I'd last seen Carmen. He was taking me toward the fire. "We have to go." I noticed movement in an old Chevy Nova. A bloodied man held a gun toward Carthager. "Down!" I yelled, as I fired through the back window. I put 4 shots directly on the back of the seat from about 10 feet away. I ran to the driver's side and put 3 more shots into the passenger compartment, without exposing more than the gun. When I backed away, Carthager put 1 round of buckshot into the front, too. "He's down," he reported, peeking inside. "Thanks. Don't mention it." Before I could dwell on it, he fired 3 times toward the truck parked next to the Chevy. Another guy fell backward against the door. "They're recovering," he warned. "She's ahead," I replied, before he could tell me to turn back. Around us, the Marines and ex-Legion forces drilled into the survivors. Carthager decided to keep going. My palms drizzled with perspiration, making it hard to keep a grip on my weapon. The crump bang of explosions continued to rattle away on the battlefield as more vehicles caught fire and their fuel tanks cooked off. None of the old vehicles had safety devices on their fuel systems, making them particularly susceptible to our method of attack. I couldn't see much on the Legion side, but there was a lot of black smoke over there. I had to trust that nothing would do well after having barrels of fuel dropped on them from 100 feet up. We shoved our way into the cars, always keeping the main group of Marines to our left and slightly ahead. I figured out Carthager was providing flank security for the main force, as we all fought our way toward Carmen. The Legion mutineers were doing the same thing on our right, making a pincer, drawing enemy forces, and I figured out we're staying clear of the Marines. It was far more complicated than any attack plan I would have thought up on my own. We got closer to the burn zone, and it was grisly business. 2 guys came at us, clothes burning, and we promptly put them down. It was a mercy in their case. A guy with a crowbar struck at us from the side. I put 2 in his chest at about 5 feet, and the sergeant broke all his teeth with the butt of his combat shotgun. He crumpled into a pile, out of action. I could barely breathe. The acrid burning fuel smoke wafted everywhere. "This way," Carthager coughed. A thump shook the earth under my feet. The shockwave of the explosion knocked me sideways into an old green panel van. A flaming object jetted out of the blast and struck Carthager square on the side of his helmet. Then it ricocheted toward me. "God!" I yelped, as the hubcap bounced off the van, inches above my ducking head. The Marine glanced over his shoulder. "Some objects are closer than they appear." "No shit!" I laughed off the tension as best I could. "You can hide in there if you want." He motioned toward the van. "No shame." It was far too late to back down. I only had one goal. Without looking, I pulled a spare mag out of my pocket, swapped it with the partial, and then gave him a confident nod. "I'm still in." Another nearby car blast made us put our heads down. He chuckled. "You sure?" "Always." Once there was no doubt, the Marine led me to the next group of vehicles and their owners. To my shock, several men used fire extinguishers to fight the blazes, instead of watching for shooters heading right for them. Having owned some classics in my time, I could understand the drive to save the cars, but I never would have traded my life to protect an inanimate object. I took note that several of them wore the same type of blue shirts, each with thick white lettering on the back. They were from a correctional facility. That made it easier to shoot them. We didn't announce ourselves. I walked between 2 cars, keeping them between me and the bad guys, shooting through windows at anyone left alive. Warlord Frank couldn't talk to each one, interview their backgrounds to ensure they deserved to die. They'd made their choice by sticking with T-Bone, knowing what he was doing to men, women, and children in the southern subdivisions. It justified taking them out on this fiery battlefield. Plus, they made the mistake of capturing Carmen. I spent the full 30 rounds tagging 10 or 12 of them. Carthager fed me another mag. After clearing the cluster of ex-cons, I knew we had to be close to where Carmen had appeared. It was tempting to call to her, but I still had the advantage of catching T-Bone's guys off guard, and I didn't want to give that up. The Marines on the left still fired like nuts. The ex-Legion group was now behind us, shooting, but not as much. I couldn't worry about anyone but Carmen. Explosions continued throughout the parking lot, though I now heard engines fire up as vehicles tried to retreat from the spreading fires. For the first time, I heard gunshots from the houses. "The watch!" I howled with pride. "Stay down," Carthager warned, sounding exactly like me. "Bullets are flying both ways." I took his words to heart. I hadn't been standing totally erect, but the ease at dealing with most of these shaken survivors had led me to get complacent. We moved closer to the target area. Beads of sweat rolled down my face, as it had to be well over 100 degrees near those fires. Carthager stopped at the front of another van that had 2 flat tires in the front. I stopped 1 car back. After a brief pause, he seemed to notice someone, so he swung his shotgun to his right and squeezed off a round. A guy fell forward from his hiding place in front of an old Ford pickup. "Dumb shit didn't even think that I could see his feet,"
the Marine said with bemusement. How do these losers even call themselves an army? Don't underestimate them, I warned, calling back to our discussion about how these losers had been able to capture Carmen. I knew T-Bone himself was savvy about military strategy, since we'd read the same books. However, I couldn't discount the possibility he'd made some of his men read the same stories, as I'd done with my people. That could potentially make them all as sneaky as their leader. Wary for more trouble, I noticed someone on the roof of the van above him. "Watch out!" I warned. I fired at the assailant, who also wore a blue corrections shirt, and put one in his shoulder. However, another bullet struck the man, taking off the top half of his skull. "Good God!" I blurted out. The man slid over the side and fell a few feet behind the sergeant. "Thanks, Frank," he said, looking relieved. "I think your sniper did most of the heavy lifting," I laughed. Though I couldn't hear the crack of Meacham's sniper rifle over all the other gunshots and explosions, I knew she was providing overwatch for her commander, and fortunately me, too. "Nah, she got the scraps of that one." I wasn't sure who killed the man, but I took the compliment. He waved me forward. I fired at several more men, some armed and facing us, some not. Closer to the burn zone, we found many bodies. A few were still struggling, barely, and I chose not to shoot them. It was probably more humane to put them out of their misery, but my eyes were only on what was ahead, and I wanted to save ammo for their leader. Carmen squealed as if in distress. "Okay, we're pushing," I said, rushing past my Marine babysitter. For the next 60 seconds, I stepped out of my brain and became the warlord I needed to be. 2 men guarded an elderly associate as he pulled one of the burn victims to safety. I put bullets in the guards as they fired back, but I spared the old guy. Next, I found a sniper aiming from the inside of a VW bug toward our sniper on the ship. I put 3 rounds in his side as he tried to pull a pistol. When he was out of action, I put 3 more in him, to be sure he wasn't a threat to Meacham. One guy came around the back of a pickup truck and walked right past me, perhaps unaware I was his mortal enemy. He did raise his sidearm at Carthager, so I put 2 rounds center of mass in his back before he could shoot at my friend. It might not have been necessary, since the Marine also slapped 2 buckshot blasts into his front. The next guy came around the truck to find my rifle butt in his face. He was knocked out cold. I left him on the ground, but Carthager shot him dead. "No one gets behind us," he cautioned. I had to turn off all sympathies for my fellow humans. Together, we plowed through 5 or 6 more gang members. To a man, they seemed shocked to see us. Often they were looking toward where the gunshots rained from the Marine position. We slipped behind them and quietly dispatched those guys. Finally, in a bit of open space, I caught a glimpse of what had brought me into this hell. About 50 feet away, Carmen struggled on the ground with T-Bone. She was smaller and weaker than the guy dressed like he was ready for a Mad Max world, but she fought tenaciously to keep him from grabbing her arms and pinning her backside to the dirt. "We aren't going to wait for your boyfriend," T-Bone sneered, holding her right arm to the ground. "I'm going to take you back to the prison, where you can entertain all my friends. How's that sound?" "Hey, asshole," I barked, running toward him. He whipped his head around. Carmen sliced across his face with her long fingernails. "F me!" he cried out. His head was fully upright, looking at me. Carmen was flat on the ground. Her black t-shirt had been ripped in several places,
and she was covered in lacerations like she'd been fighting the entire time she'd been with T-Bone's people. My primitive brain didn't like what he'd been planning to do. Not one bit. Adrenaline flooded my system, invincibility returning. I was almost cold with how focused I was, and I would never have a better opportunity to end his terror. I'd gotten within 20 feet. He frantically looked around, trying to get up.
"Security detail! Protect me!"
None of his bodyguards were still alive, though several were on the ground.
"Wait!"
he cried out, eyes bulging. He struggled against Carmen, but she'd used my distraction to wrap her strong legs around his knees, preventing him from finding his footing. "For all your planning," I growled, "I bet you didn't see this coming." He tried to put his hands up. One of them had a pistol. I pounced. The butt of my rifle found the bridge of his nose. He fired once wildly into the sky. Blood streamed from both sides of his nose. Somehow, he remained upright. "And this is for Alvaro's kid." The second hit across the nose took him down. As soon as he fell over, Carmen scrambled out from underneath. I pulled her away, always watching for signs of movement. As soon as we were clear, the body began to bounce. Carthager put a couple of rounds into him. The main Marine force on our left joined in. The ex-Legion guys added a few from the right. When it was over half a minute later, Toby Monroe's body was a piñata, and they'd shot his head clean off. He was shirtless, save for the useless football pads, so it was easy to see all the bullet holes. Carmen and I supported each other as we stood there. Ahead of us, from near the houses, Gretchen approached in her giant red Dodge, along with several other vehicles from the neighborhood watch. We'd all converged on the same spot, for the same reason. "Those are my friends," I yelled to the Marines, tired beyond words. Carmen's hands felt my back and arm, but then she shied away. Her green eyes scanned my body where she'd been holding me, and her face turned to horror.
"Oh my God!"
"What?" I asked. She pointed to my chest and arms. When I looked down, I found lots of blood. After a bit of self-reflection, I realized I'd been shot several times too. I couldn't remember when or where, but there'd been plenty of chances. "Totally worth it," I panted. "I had to save you."
"No!"
she screamed. I fell into her arms. Perhaps a fitting end for Warlord Frank. Chapter 37.
"Frank! Frank!"
Carmen shouted in my ear. Endless gunfire and motor noises crowded the air around us. Two sounds I'd enjoyed my whole life, though not when they were together. I sat up. "What the hell is going on?" I asked.
"You were shot!"
she shrieked. Her hair was loose and falling over her face as she kneeled next to me. She pointed to my right arm. I held it up as if it belonged to someone else. "I was shot?" I asked, starting to remember the pain.
"We pulled off your shirt because it looked like you had 1,000,000 holes in you, but most of the blood belonged to other people."
I gradually tuned in to what was happening at that moment beyond my beautiful companion. Gretchen and her mobile team had arrived as literal cavalry to the battle and had put their cars in a horseshoe shape to protect those of us on the ground. The Marines had fanned out to set up a perimeter behind those friendly vehicles, and a full-scale war was being fought in 360 degrees around us. T-Bone was headless on the ground next to me.
Where's my shirt? I asked, ignoring the body. Carmen cracked a smile.
It was a total loss.
I'd never gone shirtless in public so much as I had the last 2 weeks, but the apocalypse had little concern for fashion. I spotted the shirt in a ball not far away, but she hadn't been lying. The shirt was soaked with blood. An explosion tore through the vehicles on the Legion side. "What's going on out there?" I asked, groggy but able to stand up. We were shielded from the bullets by Gretchen's giant truck, but her Dodge also sat behind a smaller AMC Gremlin, so we had protection high and low. I needed her to tell me the situation so I could get back in the game.
I don't know, she admitted. I've been tending to my clumsy boyfriend, who fell on top of me.
It came back to me. "Sorry," I answered. "I shouldn't have passed out." She laughed.
"Frank, that blood wasn't all yours, but some of it was. You've been shot, beat up, and you haven't slept or ate properly in weeks. It's amazing you can even talk right now."
"If we get out of this, I promise to eat a balanced meal." She was going to slap me on the shoulder, but stopped short.
"Oh, sorry. I don't want to cause you more pain."
"Would it surprise you to know the thing that hurts the most is my shoulder where that female Marine slapped me? She really packed a punch."
"I'm not surprised. They told me she's up there watching over us."
She pointed above to the deck of the Dawn Star, though there was no way to see anyone hiding among the shipping containers. I took a moment to breathe. Our situation was stable, as best I could tell. That was a start. But I had to know what was going on outside our circle of wagons. "Where is the sergeant?" I asked. She pointed. "Let's go see him," I suggested.
"Keep your head down,"
she advised, repeating what was fast becoming one of our most important shared lessons. It was easy to be impressed by the Marines, constantly picking targets out in the crowded parking lot and blowing them away. But it was almost more impressive to see my civilian friends holding their own in similar circumstances. Gretchen had instructed her vehicles to make the U shape on the outside to provide shielding for us, but she'd also put a row of trucks right down the middle, so the defenders had metal at their backs while they fired to the outside. The exit of the U was open, facing the long street of Poseidon Pier. Other shooters from the neighborhood watch were in the houses, providing cover for those of us by the vehicles, as well as hitting the Legion troops from the side. I realized there was less gunfire behind us. "Sergeant!" I shouted to announce our arrival. He crouched next to a Marine and wrapped a bandage around his head. The injured guy was a tall black man, though he stayed low on one knee, rifle in hand, fidgeting with it as if bothered he'd been taken out of the fight to get fixed up. "Pocampo, you're going to be all right," Carthager said, finishing up. "Sure, Sarge, as long as you say so," the injured man laughed. "I'm cool to go?" Carthager motioned for him to leave. "Go enjoy yourself." Pocampo put his helmet over the bandage, then returned to his fighting position to pick his next target. The big sergeant turned to me. "Glad to see you're back in the game." "I don't know how." I brushed the matted hair off my forehead. "But here I am. What's going on around us?" His eyes lit up. "Oh, we caught these bastards with their pants around their ankles, thanks to that idea about the tanker truck. Dozens of their guys died instantly when it blew up. About the same number died when the fuel sprayed all over creation. And then we killed a lot of those who were left." "I was there for that last part," I reminded him. "You sure as hell were,"
he said in a congratulatory way. Are we winning? I asked with amazement. Well, we reamed these gangbangers like there was no tomorrow, but the Legion has held themselves together a little better. Shit! Are they using their gun trucks? I asked immediately. My boys dropped those fuel bombs on some of them. They're toast, he chuckled. But these unprofessional bastards fired their flamers and machine guns into the gangland cars, since they couldn't figure out we were the ones firing at them. They thought T-Bone's guys were firing on them? I prompted, appreciating my earlier efforts to sow mistrust. Not sure, but they sure as shit didn't pick their targets. They blew the shit out of every car in the middle, nicely mopping up the threats to our left flank. He listened for a few moments, until he heard the chatter of an automatic machine gun. They are still shooting them. We both laughed. Our surprise attack had worked better than I could have ever dreamed. Carmen was safe. My people were protecting us. I was alive, which was a bonus. Where do we go from here? I asked. You all want to come with us while my Marines take the fight to the Legion? We've had a string of luck today. I think we can knock their teeth out and end this once and for all. I glanced at his injured guy. Don't worry. He can still fight, Carthager reported. I realized I was at a crossroads. Warlord Frank had gone through a field full of the enemy and somehow survived. And I'd recovered Carmen and taken out the gang leader. But I still didn't feel like war was my thing. If anything, I'd been supported by giants during the attack and had capitalized on the sergeant's expertise at warfare. As much as I wanted to keep pressing the attack, I didn't think our luck could possibly keep up. Not against those armored trucks. Uncle Frank had to look out for his family. Sergeant, I appreciate everything you've done here today, but my people aren't soldiers. I don't want them going against those military-grade vehicles. It would have been easy if Van Nuys would have authorized us to use grenades. He knew we would be a threat, so he brought us here without them. I'm glad he brought you here at all. He could have dumped you in the ocean. I never thought of that. A bullet slammed off the front quarter panel of a nearby truck, forcing us to duck. I'll tell you what, you can fall back with your civilian force, and my Marines will return to the ship, seal it up like before, and watch over the VIPs in there. The Legion won't be able to attack us on the ship while you control the subdivision next door. They won't dare attack you either, since they'll have to worry about U.S. Marines sneaking behind them. And what if the Navy attacks you? I asked. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. But you were so worried about them. Yeah, but once you've walked around in the stench of burning fuel and ripped apart vehicles, it makes you realize it would probably be safer having all those shipping containers shielding you from Navy warplanes. He whispered, and you and I both know Emily Williams isn't going to come out and endanger your people. Yeah, that's probably true. I absorbed the sounds of the gun battle for a few seconds. It was tempting to break out Warlord Frank one more time and go for the decisive win against the Legion. But I'd seen and heard everything I needed to know about our chances of pulling it off. At this point, with my friends and neighbors still alive, I wasn't willing to trade even one of them for those military rigs. I had a win, as long as I could keep it. I like that plan, I replied, holding out my hand. Thanks again for helping me pull this off. He grabbed my palm with a firm grip. You helped me pull it off, brother. Your people swooped in at the perfect time to protect us from any counterattack. That's damned good leadership. When we separated, The gears were set in motion to get in the vehicles and pull back to the houses. From there, we kept watch on the Legion to make sure they didn't press their attack on the Marines and the ship. To our relief, they also retreated, pulling back north along the coast. We watched them leave. They had to maneuver the older cars and trucks around the fiery hulks of those that were knocked out in the fight, creating a long traffic jam of 50 or 100 vehicles.
"It looks like they only have a few of their nasty trucks left," Carmen remarked.
The Marines had managed to knock out several of the Legion's armored vehicles with the fuel bombs. Others were taken out by the spreading fires. Those few that managed to drive away were the ones that had been parked farthest from the ship. They never stopped firing at them from the top deck of the ship, even as the cars and trucks sped away. I didn't have my people fire at them, however, since we were a lot closer to the street and well within range of the heavy machine guns. The flimsy houses wouldn't do much to stop those giant rounds. I didn't have to worry about pulling our weight, since Carthager's team didn't need our help. One of the remaining trucks veered to the side of the road, caught fire, and went out of commission. A couple soldiers fell out the door and ran to catch one of the passing civilian vehicles. It dispelled any thoughts I've had about whether we should have pressed the attack on the ground. Yes, we could have killed a few more of them, but at great risk to ourselves. The Marines were engaging from above with almost no risk. It was the right play.
"I think they've had enough of the Marines," I laughed. "And enough of you," she added.
Carmen wrapped her arm around my waist. "God, I hope so," I finished. Chapter 38.
"Tell us another one, Grandpa. Tell us about those first days after the EMP."
I woke up in a chair under a clear ocean blue sky. The young brown-haired boy looked at me expectantly.
"Will you?"
he pressed. I searched around for Grandpa, figuring the kid was asking someone else. However, everyone nearby seemed to be his age, not mine. I was old. "I'm Grandpa?" I asked as a test.
"Of course you are," he giggled. "Grandpa Frank always says that,"
an angel-faced little girl answered. I blinked away the sleep in my eyes. Based on the temperature and angle of the sun, it must have been the middle of a summer day. A gaggle of maybe 20 children were in a ring around me, as if I was the center attraction. "I'm Grandpa for all of you?" I asked with shock. More laughter. It seemed like I was missing something big. One of the older boys, maybe 10, came over and held a long object for me to take. Unlike the faces of those around me, I recognized the distinctive tool immediately. "My hammer," I exhaled. I took the offered tool and held it aloft for as long as I could, but it was heavy, so I set it in my lap. The yellow fiberglass handle looked as new as the day I got it, which must have been... I glanced at my wrinkled hands. I touched my sagging cheeks. "Shit, I got old," I chuckled.
"We all did,"
Carmen said from the lawn chair next to me. "What? How long have you been sitting there?"
"Oh, about 35 years,"
she giggled before pinching me on the arm. "We're married?" I asked, afraid she would tell me no. To answer my question, she popped out of her chair, gave me a quick kiss on the lips, then flopped back to her seat.
"Till death do us part,"
she mused. Unlike me, she seemed to carry little of her age, yet most of her earlier beauty. Sure, she was 15 years younger than me, but to my eyes she had barely aged from the moment we first met. The day she wore that American flag bikini while watering her front lawn. I was yanked from that pleasant memory by yet another youngster.
Grandpa, will you tell us the story about those first days again? Tell us about the flying things, the kayaks, and the old cars that used to zoom around.
I looked at the child, trying to decide if he looked more like me or Carmen. Who was his mom or dad? I wanted to meet his parents, knowing one of them would be my son or daughter. And how many kids did I have? Certainly all these grandchildren couldn't have come from one set of parents. I had so many questions. My mind zeroed back in on the kid. His face was familiar, not like mine or Carmen's.
"Hey, Uncle Frank," he said.
"Uncle Frank," I replied.
"What happened to Grandpa?"
The kid laughed.
"Wake up, sir."
He suddenly seemed older. My eyes focused again, leaving behind the image of a child and reorienting on a teenager.
"Nice dissolve,"
the teen snickered. I sat up in my chair and found myself on my front porch.
"What the hell?"
I slurred, not yet fully awake.
"Uncle Frank, I'm sorry to bother you, but you ordered me to wake you up before today's town meeting, so you could take a tour."
"Thanks, Tyler," I said with relief. My hands were my own again.
"I was dreaming about the future," I said, "where I had a bunch of grandkids. It was kind of scary." "Was I there?" he beamed. "I don't think so. But there was a little guy who made sure I had my hammer."
I looked to the porch on my left and didn't see it, but the hammer was on my right, standing on its head. When Tyler saw me check it out, he laughed.
"Yeah, I'm still trying to get you to carry it around."
I grabbed it on my way up.
"I never thought it was such a bad idea, but it is a little inconvenient to hold all the time." "You only want me to get it out for big ceremonies?" "Yeah, I think that would be perfect."
He took it with reverence, then marched it back toward my garage. At the exact moment Tyler left, Carmen drove up in a canopy-topped golf cart, stopping in the deep grass about 20 feet ahead of me.
"Ready for your tour?" she grinned. "Were you guys all waiting for me to wake up?"
My upper arm was wrapped in a bandage where I'd been shot, but for once I woke up from my nap feeling like it helped. Compared to how I was after the battle at the Dawn Star, I was on top of the world.
"Maybe,"
she giggled.
"I'm glad you could rest some more today."
I'd been sitting on a chair on my front porch, sleeping like the old guy of my dreams. As much as I didn't mind living a long, prosperous life, especially after a world-ending disaster like the EMP attacks, I wasn't ready to be at the end. As I walked it off, my memories aligned with the present moment. It had been 2 days since the Legion ran away, and we hadn't seen them since. The pause gave us the opportunity to coordinate more with the Marines on the ship, establish stronger borders around the core parts of our subdivisions, and finish many of the defensive works we'd intended from the get-go.
"Where did you get the golf cart?"
I asked, hopping in the passenger seat.
"Remember those people in the golf community?"
"Sure.
We've established contact with them and did some trading. They've let us know the Legion went around them as they went to the north. They have a theory that the soldiers are trying to get to Tampa to meet up with other invaders, but they admit it is only a theory."
If Tampa was burned to the ground like Port Charlotte, there might be no one there to meet up with. I had to hope average Americans would be waiting for them, to keep whittling them down to nothing. Penny waved while she walked her daughter around the circle. "Hey, Daisy," I said with excitement. "Great to see you."
"Hi, Uncle Frank,"
she peeped. Her mom gave an enthusiastic wave. Ahead of us, people rushed out of their houses and crossed their unkept lawns to get to the roadside. I'd seen this before. "They're coming out to see me, aren't they?" I chuckled.
"Maybe,"
she said with pure amusement at my discomfort. The first stop was in front of Drummond's place. Ben came outside holding a clipboard, probably from doing inventory in our supply garage. He was trailed by several teens, including Em and Charles. "I'm sorry again about your dad," I said to the foreign exchange student.
"Благодаря,"
she started to answer.
I mean, thanks for your kindness.
"What are you kids doing with this guy?" I jibed, looking at Ben.
"He's teaching us where everything is," Em answered. "So we'll know the things we're running out of. Those are the things our scouting teams will try to find."
The growl of a diesel engine caught my attention. "What's going on out there?" I asked. Ben looked toward the sounds, which came over the container walls on the forest side. "Those two bulldozers are helping us really carve up the border along the forest. The Marines showed us how to make vehicle traps, fighting holes, and we're even talking about extending the canal behind our homes." "That would be awesome," I drawled. "We can also use the dozers to push dirt behind the shipping containers." "It's on the list," he agreed. "Is there anything you need from me?" I asked, refocusing on my friends. Ben checked his clipboard. While his head was down, I noticed the welt on his forehead was getting a lot better. It was good to see him recovering. "There are some things we need that are probably down in the city proper, but we can talk about those another time. You've been out for most of the past 2 days, and now you have lots of admiring fans to meet." He smiled, gesturing toward those waiting in front of the next homes. "I look forward to it," I said, before waving to him and the teens. Carmen drove me about 50 feet, until we were in front of Luke's place. A host of young people from the teen houses cheered the whole way. I intended to visit with them after going up the right side of the street, since I was sitting on that side of the golf cart. I did wave to them, however, which led to more cheers. The Farmington family waited at the end of their driveway, including Mr. Puppers and the here-again, gone-again black lab. The twins were there, along with their mother. The young brothers Corey and Brendan played in the grass nearby, not so interested in the parade. "What's happening?" I greeted nonchalantly. Melanie rushed over and hugged me, nearly pulling me off the side of the cart. "What is this for?" I asked. She held me tight.
"For averting a war," she gushed. "Everyone is talking about how you and the Marines chased those men away, rather than risking a drawn-out fight in our neighborhood. I can't even imagine how many people we would have lost."
"Well, it was just how it worked out." She finally let go. Luke stepped closer. "The Marines said you talked them out of going whole hog on the offensive. That sergeant said he thought it was wrong to let them get away, but he also said he was glad the way it worked out, so he didn't lose any more of his men." "How many did he lose?" I asked. 5. Damn, that's a good chunk of his force. He's been through here a few times. I don't think he's dwelling on it." "No, that's not how the Marines operate," I said, remembering their go-for-broke attitude whenever they were faced with adversity. "Hey, did he say anything about the carrier?" "Poof!" He tapped his hands together magician style. "He said it has completely disappeared." "Double damn," I replied, thinking of the implications. Was the USS John F. Kennedy under friendly control? Or had Van Nuys left enough of his force of traitors on the ship to take it over? Whoever commanded the pride of the U.S. Navy could probably determine the fate of the whole war, from Florida to Alaska.
Yeah, but he isn't sweating it. They have a comms room set up on the bridge of the Dawn Star, and they're trying to track it down as we speak.
My heart ticked up a bit.
So we aren't really safe, are we?
Luke and Melanie snickered.
Frank, name one solitary minute in the last 2 weeks where we've been safe.
I joined in.
Yeah, I guess you've got a point.
My attention went to the twins.
Should I be concerned that your boyfriend isn't with you?
Zoe glanced from side to side.
He's around, but I have no idea what he's up to.
So he's up to something, I asked, catching on. She shrugged in a manner that said she really didn't know, not that she was hiding it from me. Her sister Alex also seemed perplexed, rather than like she was keeping a secret from me. I had to assume they were on the up and up.
Okay, I'm going to move along, but I would like to talk to you, Luke, when we both have some free time. There's a lot we still need to do with the community, now that we have a little breathing room. I'll be here, he assured me.
Move along?
Carmen asked. Next stop, I chuckled.
The teens on the left were out in force, some clapping, some cheering, all excited to watch me go by. However, they didn't stand where they were. Instead, they moved down the street with me, growing the crowd on that side to even larger numbers.
I'll be over there in a second, I assured them.
They cheered some more. We pulled next to LeVar's mailbox. Deanna wasn't there, but LeVar and Kyra stood hand in hand as we arrived.
Howdy, I said.
Both came closer.
Glad to see you made it, he said right away.
He almost didn't,
Kyra spoke up, forcing her husband to turn around. A thick white bandage was attached to the back of his neck, above his shirt collar.
Holy crap, I exclaimed. What happened? Bullets. He laughed easily. I was part of the crew defending those houses near the ship. The Legion fired blindly at us, but they got lucky and tagged me.
So close to losing you,
Kyra added with heart. They rejoined hands, firm as ever.
Thanks for watching over me, I told them both. You guys came at exactly the right time. It was a pleasure to do it, he answered. I know the Marines lost 5.
This was the question I'd been dreading.
How many did we lose?
He thought about it for a few seconds.
At the main battle, we lost 8.
My heart sank.
Will, one of the leaders, got hit by the last gun truck as it left. It was dumb luck, since he was a street over and behind a brick wall. One of those big shells punched right through and dropped him dead. And then we lost...
He listed a few people I recognized by name, but I couldn't recall their faces. After he got to the 7th, he finished with a sigh.
And we lost Red.
I sat back in my seat. LeVar kept speaking.
He drove the M715 to the battle, but an enemy sniper picked him off before he even made it there. I'd been wondering why our biggest Jeep wasn't there. Yeah, and we also lost Allison, M's dad, 2 teens from Gretchen's group. And, oh yeah.
I saw his hesitation.
Gretchen's gone, isn't she? I asked. Yeah. After the main battle, Gretchen and her vehicle crew went to the north to make sure the Legion didn't try to double back to Clownfish.
Apparently, they were doing exactly that. From what I've been told, she threw herself in front of bullets to protect her son. After all was said and done, she was dead, but the Legion backed off and kept going the opposite way. Triple damn, I whispered, carrying on from what I'd said to Luke. We've done some head counting here on the streets to keep track of who is in what house, who is still alive, who needs medical help and stuff. It turns out Mr. James, the ex-principal you tangled with, yeah, he took off at some point. He's gone. Was he with the Legion? I wondered aloud. No idea, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Good riddance, Kyra spat. After all we did to protect him and his street, that's how he repays us.
Yeah, I guess it is better to know now rather than later. I nodded to the garage and lawn. LeVar had spread his solar panel farm throughout his front yard, and about 10 panels seemed to be collecting sunlight. Looks like you've got things working here. Yeah, I'm banking electricity in an array of car batteries. Right now it's being used to charge things like the drones, the radios, and a small refrigerator with medications inside. It also charged your golf cart. That's great news. Yeah, I've got more panels ready to add when we get more supplies. That was the way of things. Not enough of anything necessary for rebuilding. And we were only one street out of thousands in the area. Where people still clung to their homes, they would be looking for similar supplies. It was one reason I wanted to pool our resources, join forces with people like Gretchen, Zen, and Jack Ellers over on Torval Street. The more we worked together, the quicker we could get what we needed, and the faster we would bring the power back. Where is Deanna? I asked.
Asleep,
Kyra laughed.
She'd been up for days looking at her drone footage, trying to give us an early warning if the Legion was going to come back. We finally forced her to give it up and go. Now we have a couple of young women learning to manage the drone force.
Inside the garage, I could see the backs of 2 people.
It's Rainey's friend Lena, Kyra clarified, along with Tiffany, one of the other teens.
I knew them both. It was good to see them learning new skills. Maybe we should have all the kids do time in the drone service, so they could appreciate what went into protecting our core living area. I put my hand in my pocket, but I didn't have a notepad on me. Keep up the good work. Tyler interrupted me when he ran up to the cart from behind. To my surprise, he went to Carmen's side.
Hey, I hate to be nosy, but are you by chance expecting a baby?
He breathed hard from his run. I leaned over. What's your game, Ty?
Oh, nothing, Uncle Frank.
He had something up his sleeve for sure.
I'm not pregnant,
Carmen said with better sportsmanship than I would have shown.
Anything else super personal you want to know?
Nope, that's it. He ran the way he came. She and I shared a confused look. Don't ask, I finally said. That kid always does the craziest thing he can think of. I waved to LeVar and Kyra. Then Carmen took me to the next house. 5 or 6 canopy tents had been placed in the long grass of the front yard, and each of them had 2 or 3 cots underneath. Most of the cots were empty, except for several near the garage.
Hey, Frank.
I was shocked to find Evelyn walking toward me.
And hello, Carmen.
The 2 of them had gotten off to a rocky start, so my instinct was that they were going to still hate each other. But the woman seemed almost pleasant as she closed the distance to the golf cart.
I'm sorry to report Agnes passed last night.
No, I said with horror. Was she injured from the battle? Another loss.
What was our total now?
No. Margaret said it was probably the cancer finally catching up to her. She'd been sick this whole time. We simply didn't have the medicines to help her.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. She and I became close while she was staying with us. I'm sorry to lose her.
It looks like you've set up a nice medical facility here. I nodded to the tents.
It was Ben's idea, actually.
For once, she didn't seem to have anger in her voice when speaking of her husband.
He saw Agnes and the other wounded and sick inside the furnace-temperature house, and he suggested they could get more air outside. He rounded up the tents to make this possible.
I hadn't gotten to know Evelyn except as a reflection of Ben. He seemed to love his wife, but not favor her company at the same time. I didn't know how it was possible, given that I couldn't imagine myself loving someone and not wanting to at least stay on the same block as them. But everyone had different tolerances. Her new attitude made me wonder if I should set aside time with only her, as I had done with most everyone else on the street. "Who do we have in the cots?" I asked. Immediately, I knew one of them was Shane. Rainey knelt next to him, as they had recently started going out.
"Hey, Uncle Frank," Shane said with a wide grin. "I'm alive."
"So you are," I replied. "Great to see you recovering."
"I'll be out of here soon," he answered.
To my surprise, Sonny was also in a bed. His girlfriend Kimber sat near his feet, talking to him.
"What happened to you?" I called over to Sonny. "I was in a truck crash," he replied. "I raced back to Clownfish and got the team together, like you asked me to do. Red wanted to drive that giant Jeep, and I thought it was better to go with him and some of the others, to stick together. However, when he was shot, the truck crashed, injuring a bunch of us."
"I'm really sorry to hear about Red," I said. "I liked him a lot." We were both truckers, which had made me instantly bond with the guy.
"Me too."
With more zest, he continued.
"But I'll be out of here before my brother. I have a McDonald's Big Mac riding on it." "Don't count on it," Shane growled.
It always amazed me how easily the younger set moved on from loss. However, a head-clearing nap and a moment of peace made me appreciate how sometime soon we needed to have a subdivision service for all of the fallen. Remember them. Commemorate their sacrifices. Chisel their names in stone, so to speak, so future generations understood what was lost during the rebuilding of civilization.
"Tell me how it goes," I added,
trying not to channel any of my deeper thoughts.
"I'll take a burger when you go through the drive-thru, okay?" "You got it."
I waved to Evelyn and everyone else. Then I had Carmen drive me toward the front gate of the container wall. The teenagers and young people pleaded and yelled, as if I'd forgotten about them.
"Wait!"
Tyler shouted from our left, louder than anyone. Carmen stopped and poked me in the ribs.
"Want me to floor it and leave him in the dust?"
I sighed.
"No, let's see what the kid wants."
She turned the cart around. Chapter 39.
"We have a gift for you, Uncle Frank."
Tyler spoke while standing in the street in front of me. The right side was packed with teenagers from the 2 dorm houses, though a lot of the adults came to the curb on the left to see what was going on.
"I've already got the hammer," I called back.
He walked over and handed me what turned out to be a stack of 50 sheets of white copy paper. Someone had written on them in black pen, using tiny block letters. It looked like the work of an insane person, though I didn't dare say it to him.
"What is this?"
He prompted me to read the first page.
"Frank abides.
The Neighborhood Watch Chronicles. I flipped a few pages, absorbing what it was.
It's a book about how you saved our street, he said.
The kids around us had gone silent, listening to every word like they were heavily invested in getting my approval for Tyler's present. I glanced around, picking out the faces of young people left and right, though there were still a good number I didn't know by name. Whatever I did next, they would remember it. "Okay," I said, turning to the first sheet. "Let's see what we have here." I didn't read each word, but I did thumb down to the first big heading. Frank finds Tyler and Rainey at their school. I silently read a few lines, finding a passable summary of how Luke and I had worked together to get on the basketball net in order to summon his kids. There was also much written about taking goodies from the vending machine, as he seemed to think that was very cool. Less was written about our long walk home. "This all checks out," I said, turning to the next page. The heading jumped at me. Frank and Tyler rescue girls from the high school. Tyler snickered.
"What the hell?"
Rainey snapped from across the street.
"I was there too."
"You got a mention," he retorted. I read a few lines, remembering how we cleared food from inside the cafeteria, then helped rescue Lena from the rogue guys from Zen's crew. It went on to describe how Tyler shoved a shotgun in the faces of the gang guys and saved the cheerleaders. "Okay, I'm seeing some differences between this and reality," I casually mentioned.
"Shocker," Rainey laughed. "Tyler wrote a work of fiction. If he put any boobs in there, I'm going to—"
"Keep reading," Tyler prodded, ignoring his sister. I turned a few pages. The heading said, "Frank and Tyler rescue Zoe's mom and dad." I knew what I would find. Tyler had gone with us, and he was helpful in the real version, but his book placed the teen boy at the center of everything. He drove the Unimog, he cleared the club room of those bandits, and he was the one who kept Alex and Zoe's parents from killing each other during the whole affair. When he met my eyes, he shrugged.
"What? I write what I saw."
I laughed. "You sure saw it differently than I did." I remembered that everyone thought they were the main character in life, so it made perfect sense why Tyler remembered himself as the pivotal person in the story.
"Get to the end, though. That's where it should make sense for you."
I flipped 10 or 20 sheets until I was on the last one. The final sheet had been written fast, as evidenced by the extra messy chicken scratch and the use of only half the page. It started with another heading, which I read out loud. "Frank ends the apocalypse." Some cheers went up from the teens. I read it slow to everyone, not sure what was coming. "Frank's secret was that he really wanted children. There hadn't been enough time to get busy and start a family with his new girlfriend. So when he asked her to marry him in front of his whole street, and in front of Tyler, she was for sure not pregnant already. However, it was his fondest dream to have a son named Tyler Jr. "Okay, this is really going off the rails," I laughed. Carmen remained quiet. "Keep going," the author prodded me. "Fine," I sighed. "The next line says this Frank guy married his sweetheart, today. Then they had 5 kids, and later they had 15 grandchildren. There were no more wars, no more hunger, and no more killing." I paused there, seeing what he was doing. Tyler had already admitted to wanting to skip to the end of the story of life, so he could get to the part where we all lived happily ever after. Was I talking in my sleep by chance?
I asked him. He flashed a sheepish grin. Maybe. That explained how he knew about all those kids in my earlier dream. But he couldn't have known the emotions deep in my heart, since I hadn't shown them to anyone except Carmen. I'd moved to Florida to have the big house and the evergreen lawn, as well as the seaside beach, endless Jimmy Buffett tunes, and nice weather. I'd moved there to have a peaceful place to retire and read my books until I was sick of them. But most of all, I'd moved there to find a companion to share the second half of my life with. I never expected the terrible hand fate dealt me. Nor could I believe that in all the shit and destruction of the EMP, fate would also give me a rare creature like Carmen Perez. The book ends with these lines. Frank woke up as an old man, barely able to remember all the memories of his long life. But he took Carmen's hand in his own, and his whole life came flooding back to him. It was his time, at 100 years old. But he could die happy knowing his people would carry on what he had started. His final act was passing his yellow hammer to his most trusted warrior. Tyler was there to take it from him. Tyler pumped his arm. Yes! You nailed the voice in my head, Uncle Frank. Glad I could help you, I chuckled. What do you think? He asked immediately. I wrote the words, but there were a lot of fellow teenagers who recorded what had happened to Clownfish Cove over the last 2 weeks and helped me get it all down on paper. The ending was a little like your book, Earth Abides, if you couldn't tell. Oh, I could tell, I said with bemusement. I hope they don't sue me for making it too much like it. I think you're safe, I allowed. Good. I needed an idea to finish my story, and I just whipped out this last page before deadline, he joked. Sounds like you're a real writer now, I quipped. I turned to Carmen like I always did, but I found her with tears welling in her eyes. Without missing a beat, I held a finger to Tyler. Hang on a second. I gently pushed Carmen out of the cart, and then followed her. We'll be back in 2 seconds, I said to the teens. She and I walked the middle of the street, toward the front gate. There wasn't much privacy, but we could at least talk without being heard. I held her in front of me and stared into her eyes. What's wrong, honey? I asked. You are going to think this is funny, but I got invested in this story. Especially hearing it coming from your mouth. I really like the idea of living to be 100, having 20 grandkids, and being with you. I knew from our time together that there was a but in her statement. But? I prompted. But I miss my mom. She should be the one sitting in the chair looking at our children, her grandkids. Her mother was in Miami. Nowadays, that was like saying she lived on the other side of the world, since there was no safe way to get there. Life is long, I assured her. We may not be able to get to her today or tomorrow, but the day will come when we've recovered enough to make the journey. The second we know it is safe, I will personally drive you across Florida to find her. She sniffled in response. You promise? Yes. We kissed away her tears, but I soon pulled back. What? She asked. Do you really see yourself as a grandmother, with lots of little ones running around? Well, I expect I'd have my own kids running around first. But sure, I admit that over the last 2 weeks, I've gotten rather fond of a guy who might suffice in helping with such a dream. Her wry smile came back with a vengeance. You'd really spend your life with me? I asked, sobering myself up with the words coming out of my mouth. I'd had no thought of proposing to Carmen, certainly not without proper planning, and maybe a bit of actual courting. But the idea of being with her for the rest of my life suddenly seemed like the most rational and obvious mission of this apocalypse. Her green eyes melted into soft puddles.
I've been thinking about it for days, Frank. Ever since we first...
We both took the pause as invitation for a passion-filled kiss.
Ooh,
the teens whistled and cooed. The adults clapped. When I came up for air, I took a deep breath and said, "Well, maybe we should..." I hesitated, glancing over at Tyler. "Oh, shit."
"What is it?"
she asked with growing worry. While I held her close, I imagined myself in my dream and found it was easy enough to insert back into that scene. Surrounded by grandchildren, surrounded by love and humor. It was an ending I wanted for myself, for Carmen, and for everyone still alive on Clownfish Cove. We all deserved the happy ending, even in times of calamity. But there was a reason why I couldn't go through with it. "Come with me," I quietly said, as I guided her back to the golf cart. I took over driving duties. "Tyler, I appreciate your effort to write this story the way you want it to end, but I'm afraid it's not totally accurate. My job is to keep everyone safe, stay on duty, keep on top of things, you know? I don't think I fit cleanly into your ending."
"But you wouldn't..."
I held up my hand, silencing him. "I've got to run back to Carmen's place to grab something for her, but I highly advise you to change this ending." I picked the bundle off the dashboard and held it out to him. A leader had obligations and duties. Marrying a girl because it was written that way by a teenager, and because it yanked at my heart, was not how Warlord Frank or Uncle Frank was going to do things. I happened to notice Carmen fighting more tears. I had to get her home to explain myself. Pushing the pedal down, I weaved away from the crowd. When we were clear, I spoke only to Carmen. "I can't believe that kid. It's like he has radar designed to foul up my life."
"Frank, it's fine. It was only a dream and a silly novel. We don't have..."
I ran the golf cart onto her lawn, then went up her driveway. No one was in the garage, since everyone had been down the street. "You wait inside, okay? I've got to run home for a second."
"Are you sure? Don't you have a meeting?"
She seemed defeated, deflated. It killed me to see her that way, but I had to stay strong. For once, I wanted to do things my way. "Just wait in there," I said, already running across the circle. I went in my house and to the 3 lockers in my mudroom. I resisted the urge to paw at the light switch, as it wouldn't turn on any of the lights, nor would it work again for a long time. I opened the 3rd locker, the one on the left, and reached to the back, past the pile of ammo sitting on the top shelf. "There you are." I grabbed what I needed, then headed outside again. The run to Carmen's felt like an hour. I'd accidentally hurt her, and it hurt me almost as much as getting beat up and shot. I never wanted to experience that feeling again. When I got to her inside garage door, it was ajar, inviting me in. I found Carmen in her family room, sitting on a folding chair with a big cat pillow across her lap. Much of her feline decor remained in the room, though the big items, like the sofa and end tables, had been moved to the windows and doors to block them.
"I'm sorry, Frank,"
she tried to say. "No, don't be sorry." I got down on one knee in front of her, and pulled out the tiny box. A breath caught in her throat. My mom gave this to me a long time ago. It belonged to her mother, and she willed it to my mom after she passed. I've been holding it for the right woman. I could almost hear Carmen's heart racing.
You wanted to marry me after all?
Of course I did. I only wanted some privacy for this.
When you rushed us out of there, I thought...
There was no way in hell I was going to let Tyler think he was behind this, Carmen. You heard him. We'd be obligated to have Tyler Jr. as our firstborn. I pulled the ring from the box, chuckling at the thought. But I give the kid credit. Once he painted a picture that you and I were going to end up happy with a pile of grandchildren, like I had in my dream. I found myself wishing it would come true more than anything I'd ever wanted in my entire life.
Me too,
she croaked. But that was the key, I explained. He got his idea from my dream. He heard me talking in my sleep. That means I'm doing this because this is what I really want, not just because he put it on paper. She alternated between sobs and squeaks of joy. They were both music to my ears. My own heart thumped at record pace. A while ago I told you I most definitely liked you, but I hadn't quite come to love you. As you can probably guess, I was joking back then. Big time. I've loved you almost from the moment we met, and I don't want to spend another second without you. So, Carmen Perez, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? My smile touched both of my ears. I was sure of it.
Yes,
she gushed. I put the ring on her finger, surprised and relieved to find it actually fit. She beamed, admiring it for a second.
I love you, Frank Douglas.
I considered an appropriate reply. I love you too, Carmen Douglas. In time, we both came out of her house. Tyler and the others had shuffled down the block toward Carmen's place, standing mostly in the street, anticipating we would emerge at some point. We stopped a bit outside the garage. Much like I did on that first day, when I walked down my own driveway to meet my neighbors and figure out if we'd been hit with an EMP. I now took stock of our world using a new set of eyes. I was a soon-to-be married man, with much more to lose than my stuff or even my own life. I now had to think about my future wife, our future kids, and their kids beyond.
What are you thinking right now? Carmen asked. You are strangely quiet.
She knew me well. Quiet almost always meant I was inside my head, strategizing, planning, running scenarios for what was going to happen next. This time, however, I turned it all off. This time, I was going to live in the moment, appreciate all that I had, even without the power. I'm thinking this life isn't so bad. I have more friends than I ever did back in Chicago. I actually know and like all my neighbors, and I've somehow gotten lucky enough to land the girl of my dreams. Of course, I'd rather we didn't have all the death and chaos. But being here, with you and with... Tyler held up his sheets, desperate to get my attention. And with them, it has given me a new appreciation for the simple things in life.
Me too.
She hugged me from the side, squeezing my bruised ribs.
I couldn't have a better partner for whatever comes next.
Tyler continued to jump up and down, annoyingly conspicuous in front of all the others. I knew there was no way to ignore him. Yes, Tyler? You have something to say? I chuckled. He held up the sheets.
Uncle Frank, I did like you asked. I changed the ending.
Already? I asked, shocked.
I write fast.
It looked as if he was going to bring it over.
No, hold up. After talking it over with Carmen, we both agreed that your ending wasn't so bad.
I'd read a zillion survival books with endings I didn't enjoy, so there was no point in complaining about his little novel that tried to give me an ending both satisfying and positive.
Really? Yeah, except for the part about marrying her today. That's not realistic. It's not, Uncle Frank? No. Don't you know how things work? First, I have to court her. Then, as the man, I have to ask her parents for permission to marry their daughter. Once that's done, I need to plan an elaborate way to propose that she'll never see coming. There's a lot of moving pieces.
I'm sure it was my imagination, but it seemed as if everyone was leaning in to hear our conversation. Carmen stood on tiptoes and whispered in my ear,
"You really don't want him to have this one, do you?"
I snickered.
We get to walk down our driveway as a couple and tackle the world on our own terms. Make our own memories. As much as I love the kid, his book was an ending. Our book is a beginning.
She squeezed me, then let go.
So we're starting page 1?
She asked.
Yeah, exactly. You wrote the first lines. Can I write the next ones? You never need my permission, I laughed. Then I'm going to let him off the hook. I want to share our news with our family.
She winked at me. Carmen held up her left hand, clearly displaying her ring.
Frank and I are engaged, she burst out, overjoyed.
Penny was the first to rush over. As the crowd swirled around my bride-to-be, oohing and eyeing over the ring and celebrating our future, I caught sight of Tyler standing where he was earlier. The kid was slow clapping, nodding in a knowing way. He and I both laughed silently.
Well played, Uncle Frank, he called out. And you too, Aunt Carmen,
Zoe added, standing next to her boyfriend. Carmen's head popped up from those surrounding her. She'd heard the term of endearment, and the tears started anew.
Thank you,
she laughed. It seemed like no matter what I did, names would be assigned to us. It wasn't entirely our book, since there were so many characters in our lives. After seeing how happy it made Carmen, I decided to roll with it. I gave Tyler one last salute before I was dragged into the scrum with her. For a little while, Clownfish Cove was the happiest place in the apocalypse. Our new book was off and running. What happened on the pages to come was now up to us. This concludes Neighborhood Watch 10 by E. Isherwood. Narrated by Kyle Tate. Copyright 2023 by E. Isherwood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E. Isherwood and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.